It's the most immoral, stupid form of government, and anyone who participates in it participates in theft from other people.
And I'll answer that question. I've been in a voting booth, but I don't vote no more, and I never will again, probably. The last time I wanted to vote, it would have been for the PPC or the Green Party, and before I finished voting, it was always for the Green Party because there was no PPC. And if I had a chance to vote in the next election, the leader of the PPC was arrested recently for nothing. So they're already destroying the party as it is, and the guy didn't even do nothing.
But they get monetized based on votes. So for each vote given, they are given money. So you're basically giving them the power every time you participate in that fraudulent system.
If a public official is fucking up their job bad enough, you can recall them too. We've had that happen here in Michigan. In my lifetime, we've tried to recall 3 governors and successfully recalled one of them. They don't
need to get rid of all of them.
Yes, the turd sandwiches were replaced with piss milkshakes.
And
so
in most cases,
that you posted, bro, this has like ads for space all in this. This is like equivalent to like a freaking CNN article. Do you have something like a little bit more legit, please?
The reality, though, is if you go with a vote of no confidence or a quo warranto against one of your representatives, you're going to get nowhere. 99% of the time, they're still going to be in office, and you're going to just be some idiot standing on the street corner banging on a pot. The system that we have is garbage, all of it, from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, the publicly elected fraud that you've actually placed them there and that you have a say in their continued position there is the actual pseudoscience there.
The people of the state of Texas have voted people out with petitions, 500,000 signatures. We've created bills through petitions. How many of those things have actually been heard? 0. So what confidence should I have in somebody else? Just because I'm a criminal once or twice and I do something petty, yeah, I stole bread to feed myself and my babies at home. Does that mean I can't judge somebody accurately because I stole to feed my family? Hell no. That's stupid.
Confession time. The beginning of my quote-unquote criminal career, I was very young, and I would watch somebody that I looked up to that taught me how to defend myself and never hit a woman. We would walk to the I think it was the local pharmacy, and he would grab pablum to feed his baby.
I was when I was born, I slept in a dresser drawer. I was born at home, and they kept me in a drawer. My dad would leave my mom a quarter a day, 1 quarter, and no one ever stole, ever, not once.
I wasn't trying to say what he was doing was right or wrong. I was just saying that.
I know, but
that was sort of my eyes being open.
I wasn't commenting on you.
Yeah, no, I know what I mean, miss. I was just clarifying that at a very young age, that's how my eyes were sort of open to whether you want to call it right or wrong or criminal activity or whatever. But like, I didn't ask him why we were doing what we were doing. I knew fucking shit was expensive, man, and he was a young man with a kid or two to raise. And anyways, I don't know. I'm not trying to justify what he was doing. Like I spoke on my past before and tried to share what I thought was wrong. And I had somebody say to me, he's trying to justify what he was doing and mute me and stuff. And I'm like, I wasn't trying to justify shit, man. I knew I was wrong. I did my time.
I'm not even directing it. I'm not even directing it at you. A lot of people.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying.
A lot of people do justify, though. They try and say poor people are stuck in a cycle. And I just have to go, no, they're not.
Yeah, that's a poor
Not.
excuse. It's like somebody saying,
Well, it's
"Oh,
called the cycle of
I
poverty. It
abused
is a
my
real
wife
thing.
and children because my dad did it to my mom and us." Like that's
How is the
bullshit.
cycle of poverty a real thing?
Okay, you
Yeah.
grow up, you go to a worse school, you get a worse education, you eat worse food. Like it's the same with wealth. Like there's the cycle of wealth also.
Yeah, but wealth can be messed up by the inheritor, and poverty can be, you can free yourself from that, but somebody in that poverty has to take it on themselves to learn how to get out of poverty.
Okay, I'm not saying it's impossible to get out of poverty if you're impoverished. I'm just saying if you are in poverty, it's more likely that you will stay in poverty.
If you were in
Likewise,
poverty,
if you're rich, it's more likely that you'll get richer, right?
No, it's not. If you were born in poverty, it is likely that if you are like everyone else, you will stay in poverty. If you are an exceptional thinker, you will not stay in poverty. If you were born rich or you're born into a rich family and you are not an exceptional thinker and you're just an idiot like everyone else, you're going to waste your fortune and, end up being a loser at, 25.
Dude, all you have to do is put it in the S&P 500 and you're just making free money. Like it's not that hard.
It's also it's also a mindset. If you have a mindset of lack, then that's where you're at.
But listen to what I'm saying. This cycle is an illusion. Poverty, I hate to sound like a jerk. Poverty is a mindset.
Yes.
I agree with that to an extent, but I think it makes it more likely that you'll be impoverished. Like there is somewhat of a cycle.
But that's the thing. Do you know how many black business owners I know that are well off, who grew up in the hood? In the legit actual hood.
I don't know.
I in my life do not see the cycle of poverty.
It's up to the individual.
It is literally, I view everyone as an individual. Everyone has their individual merit. Mexicans come here. A lot of them never immigrate legally. They never do all the paperwork. They never do everything they need to become like either official or legal or actually officially immigrate. And they just end up having to hide and never make any money and always live in poverty. Some of them come here, go through all the rigmarole and the paperwork, and I see them in, nicer trucks than me, in houses with 15 kids, in nice big houses, because they have a mindset. They're going to go to America, they're going to make money, they're going to get rich. But they come here and they literally have nothing. So to me, all I see because I'm a business owner, so all I see is mobility everywhere I look. And when I see someone and I look at their life and I say, why is that person poor? And then I look at the decisions they make. All their decisions are bad decisions. It's just bad decision after bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. Impulsiveness. They're not thoughtful. They're not future thinking.
Yeah, but don't you think that could be because they got a bad education or something such as that?
No.
No.
I believe that intelligence is mostly an inherited genetic trait.
There's many intelligent people that are poor.
Yeah, you cannot just teach someone to be exceptional.
I wanted to say it's almost more or just as important to know what you don't want rather than to always think, I want more.
No, okay, imagine this. Imagine someone who has like very exceptional genetics, but they never got any education, so they just wouldn't be able to fulfill that potential.
It's really just impulse control. There's a lot of football players that actually go broke. A lot of them. Or people that get the lottery, that win the lottery, you go broke after. Most people end up bankrupt again because they don't know how to manage their money. It's impulse control.
Facts. You can give a 1918 Pinot Noir to a redneck and he's gonna, chug it. Because he doesn't know what he has. You give dumb people money, they're gonna lose it.
And impulse control, it has nothing to do with, like, you can't really learn that in school. It's kind of just, you can get better at it, but that just comes kind of intuitively.
You can only build on what you have with the genetic lottery that you won or lost, or whatever card, not won or lost, but whatever cards you were dealt, you have to play those.
I call it both discipline and emotional control. If you're reactive rather than responsive, you'll be easily annoyed, perturbed, pissed off, whatever. You'll be always losing your temper. You won't be in control of shit.
Hey, I wanted to say something a little while ago. Now that it's gotten a little more quiet, if you guys wouldn't mind, it was touching base with. Excuse me, what?
I think he said sure.
Oh, gotcha.
Like he wants you to continue.
Okay, so what I was gonna say is, police officers. Just going back to that really quick, because you guys were going back and forth pretty rapidly, but police officers, they take an oath to uphold the Constitution and to serve the people, and it goes much more in depth. It's very similar to a marriage vow. Now, in a marriage vow, if you break faith, um, you can't. It would be like that person just going, oh well, I broke faith, whatever. You're not going to be able to pull me out of this marriage. That's it's a very similar situation when it comes to policing, and I don't think that the people have as much power over the police as they should. I think that the ability to access and FOIA documents is absolutely unreasonable if they are a publicly owned entity. I think that every body cam that they wear, if they were truly publicly owned, every body cam that they wear, the police cruisers, stuff like that, when there's encounters, all of that should be publicly accessible, whether it be on a public website or whatnot. And I'll say why in just a moment, but I also believe that, each one of those officers should have a Yelp page, for instance, where people can, leave reviews on their encounter, which would also hold them to a lot higher standard rather than, their situations just being handled behind closed doors by internal affairs. I think that's a little ridiculous and can get snuffed out. And, if it doesn't have enough popularity, nobody finds out about it and the cop walks free. So going back to what I was saying, I think that if the police were truly publicly owned, then they should be held to those standards. And going back to the FOIA requesting stuff like that, if you were to leave a review, you wouldn't have to wait a month or 2 years to access a video by the police. If you're arrested, your mugshot gets thrown on their website for all of the public to see. Why are their encounters, if they are publicly owned, why are their encounters with the public not posted in that same exact way? It's just not. You have to FOIA it. You have to go and get the documents, and they could just ignore you for as long as they want, technically, unless you have an audience behind you. So that's all I wanted to say.
Where I am, if an officer breaks the law, he gets suspended with pay until he's back at work. And my pops, who passed away in 2013, rest in peace, Pops, he used to say, if I was a cop, I'd be getting in trouble all the time, because he'd want to be at home with paid suspension.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucked up, man.
I think all cops should have to live stream to Twitch, so they're always being monitored.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, exactly, dude. If they're publicly owned, they work for us. We pay them. You know what I mean?
I think that's totally fine.
That is totally totally reasonable. Yeah. I never even thought about that.
Can they themselves control that though, or is that above their pay grade? Who is controlling whether they're public or not?
Well, I just think it should be public gravity.
The first piece of gravity there that's non-existent is the fact that Their mission statement and their W-9 show you who they are, what they do. Most people haven't read that much. So they think, oh, the police are here to help us and they're law enforcement. But go read the W-9 for the company that they work for. Go read their mission statement. They have nothing to do with law enforcement. It's a misnomer completely.
So if you get shot, who are you going to call?
Well, they're in no obligation to put their lives on the line for you. Period.
If I get shot, I'm probably going to call the ambulance, but I don't know who you're calling.
You're going to call 911. So the police might come first, or the ambulance might come first. That's how it is in America.
What happened.
There's not a separate number.
Mrs. Musk, true story. In my sister's...
I put a Band-Aid on it.
Excuse me, sorry. A true story. My sister's
Whoever
home,
said that,
just outside of her home, my middle nephew's friend got shot 3 times. He ran into my sister's unit and died in her basement in her arms. The cops went in first. They wouldn't let the medics in. And we were told afterwards, if a gunshot happens and you're in that situation, when you call 911, you tell them somebody's having a heart attack. Please send an ambulance right away. Otherwise, they stand there and watch you die.
Yeah,
well,
I believe it.
As someone who's seen police come after shootings, they do come and save people. And people want to talk shit about the cops, but if you got in a car accident, a really bad car accident, or somebody came to your house, did some stuff, kidnapped your kid, you're going to call the police. Because at some level, you need them. Now, do they need to be accountable for their actions? Absolutely. Do they need to follow the law? Absolutely.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all are missing the point. Y'all are missing the point. That's all there is to call right now. I'm only going to call them because that's the only choice I have.
I won't call them.
If somebody kidnaps my kid, I'm calling the cops.
Fucking right. What I'm trying to say is, if they come into my home to try to do that and I'm there, one of two things are either happening. A beating of a fucking lifetime before I call the medics or the cops for them, or they're disappearing. They're never going to be seen again.
Amen.
Oh, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Look, I'm gonna call the cops if somebody were to kidnap my kids, obviously, because there's no one else to call. It's the system that's in place. That's not really a commentary on whether it's a good system or not, though, is it?
No, I know, but if we got rid of the system, we would have to create another organized system of people to enforce the law.
It already exists. It's called the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, then that's great. But then they would become the new quote unquote police, the new quote unquote law enforcement, and we would give them uniforms and badge numbers.
They're more accountable.
That's fine. All I'm saying, I'm not even saying I love the current police as they are. I'm arguing on the side that we need people to enforce the law. There's some people in the group that are saying that they want nothing. They don't want any help. They just want their neighbor to show up. And that, to me, is a joke.
Look,
like the
here's
guy
what
who said that if we got shot, we would call the police.
Here's what I want.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Ideally, here's what I want. I want everyone who is a criminal, who is violating the rights of other people, to be terrified that any home that they break into or any car that they break into could potentially be the end of their life, because every citizen is armed.
Me too.
Ideally, that would be the case.
That's what I want. Yes. I want everyone so armed that everyone's really polite.
But not everybody that has a gun.
That's how it is in Texas.
That's how it is in Oklahoma, man. You walk around open carry, you know who has, and you know who not to fuck with.
Where I live, there is no breaking and entering.
Nope, not here either.
There's crime here, but there's no breaking and entering.
So what if somebody who has a gun decides to misuse?
Well, I mean, there's no cure for human nature. There's always going to be bad people.
Well, these
we could upend and control all of society because of a small minority of bad people.
Yeah.
Well,
you kill someone with an ice pick.
It's not the gun or the weapon; it's the person holding it.
Yeah, you can kill someone with an ice pick. It's not. It has nothing to do with guns. That shouldn't.
Or a
even
knife
be
like
allowed.
they use
I
in
didn't
Britain.
say we shouldn't have guns. Just said people are going to still break the rules, even if
Oh no,
people have
I'm
guns.
not saying
Doesn't
you did.
stop anybody.
Yeah, I'm not saying you did.
Just make it more messy, like the scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where they're all pointing guns at each other. It's kind of funny.
Shoot,
like
they
that
used to use guns in
heart attack
schools
tip.
and stuff.
I would rather be shot than stabbed.
They used to use guns in schools and
so you
stuff
could
for
carry.
target practice. Because you had a virtuous populace that, used guns for safety, but not to shoot each other up. I mean, I think it's partly, this disconnected attitude of these leftist elites in cities who think that you can farm out your security to like a security force. People can't afford that if they're in the country and stuff. They need to stay armed and defend themselves and wait, minutes, sometimes, minutes, you don't have for the officers to arrive. Sometimes you got to defend yourself.
There was a really good movie I watched on Netflix a couple months back, maybe just before the end of last year. I can't remember the name of it right now, but it was about survivalists and prepping, and something happened and the main person was completely psychotic and things started really going really bad for all of them. And the one lady, she was ex-military, who survived it all. The guy didn't end up getting taken out or nothing. You can see her at the end of the movie on a snowmobile sled, pulling him on a stretcher to turn him in for all the shit that went down. It's a pretty good movie.
Have to check it out. But I think the left's ideal is that the police force would be replaced with the UN when we go under the New World Order government. And I see a big, dark, nefarious plot here that they're working on. They're trying to make the police unfunctional so that the only option is another police force like the UN coming in and taking over. I just don't buy any of their propaganda one bit.
No, me neither.
It's either that or they'd like us to be all under their thumb in one of their city states, their Agenda 2030 city states. Everybody out of the country, while the rich and the elite get to have sumptuous palatial estates in the wilderness. Everybody else is going to be crowded in an Agenda 2030 city with, maybe half a car and, half a police force or whatever.
Stack them and pack them.
Pretty much. So those people can't be armed, otherwise they might, rise up and insurrect.
All
so
the millennials, right on. I got a little jail cell with free hydro, free water, and I got a minimum wage job. I'm so happy.
Make sure to take your vegan soy reconditioning, brain reconditioning pill.
Make sure to take your Soylent Green.
Soylent Green is people, and it's actually a product.
People. It's people.
I halfway think that that's what they put in these Beyond Burgers and stuff, because there's a Beyond Burger that's conspicuously close to a Planned Parenthood abortion clinic.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Yeah, I won't touch that shit with a 10-foot cattle prod. Vegetarian.
It almost tastes like meat.
Got you guys talking about cops. Don't mind my asking.
Yeah, man. My biggest thing with the police, man, is when you look at their oath, and then you go online and do 30 minutes of research on, and I'm a big fan. I'll just flat out say I'm a big fan of the constitutional auditors. Whether it be the first, second, I give those guys so much credit for going out and doing what they do. You know, a lot of people like to give them shit, but it takes a lot of guts to go out there and risk getting arrested, you know, and then being publicly shamed by people for saying that they're harassing police. If you're not doing something illegal, then they have no business with you, and thus they are harassing you.
I love
and
I love how they switch. Sorry, man. I love how they switch it on you like that, though. They always make it sound like, you know, a suspicion is worthy of a stop and stuff like that. It's just like, no, sir, suspicion is not a crime. You can fuck off.
Well, they're using a strategy to basically stop crime, because if in high crime areas they stop you over for a tire or something minor to basically have a reason to check you out. It's one of their ways of policing. It does work a little bit because it helps get, you know, a couple people in the dragnet, but some people do get, you know, harassed as well.
Well, I don't know, just the idea of hey, you know what, I'm going to look for something to pull. It's not right. I don't care.
When you watch videos, obviously you've seen them, but when you watch those videos, it literally most of the time takes them climbing as high as getting the chief of police to actually get somebody that understands the law and tells all of the sergeants or corporals or privates or whatever rank they are, tells all of them, hey, you guys need to leave. He's well within his rights to do so. And then even then they have a hard time walking away until they pretty much get pushed out.
Yeah.
Like these cops are swearing to uphold a piece of paper that they have no idea about. That's the problem that I have with police. They should be held to a higher standard, and they should know the law up and down if they're going to protect it. And I mean, saying that, well, you know, that who are you gonna call? You know, if you know this or that happens, I don't know. That's just the same kind of that's just the same kind of idea as maybe you know, telling a woman who's being financially abused by her husband, well, what are you gonna do? You know, you don't have money to go elsewhere. What are you gonna do? Like, it's just the same thing. I mean, there obviously it's not really going to change just by a few people, but they definitely need to be held accountable, and what they're doing is not okay. There shouldn't be more than a handful of them that, you know, are doing this kind of stuff, and when they do, they need to be fired, let go, or at least, you know, be held accountable to an extent that, you know, the citizens are.
Well, they're a brotherhood, I guess, like any other. There's probably a couple corrupt ones, couple Masons too. But as long as they keep my neighborhood safe, you know, I'd rather have them than the UN.
Here's the problem. Here in Canada, we had a cop, I think it was in Nova Scotia. He put a gentleman in handcuffs and beat on him. This was in the wintertime. I think he left him in the streets in the snow. And the cop got in trouble for it. What happened was they transferred him from there to Alberta. Then while he was in Alberta, he put another gentleman in cuffs and beat him so bad the guy died. That's policing.
Purple. But if I ain't got a gun and I need somebody to defend my life, I'm calling the cops.
Why wouldn't you have a gun?
If you don't have a gun to defend your life and you're calling someone, by the time they get there, your life's over, bud. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, they'll get there an hour later and write a report.
And they'll tell you that.
The reason he can't have a gun is because of the police. That's why a lot of people can't have guns, is because the police will take them. Or they will stop you somewhere, or they'll make shit up so that you can't buy a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Godric,
is this guy's
Godric, you're hot micing.
He sounds like he's at a car wash.
Or like has an air compressor blowing something with an air compressor or something, yeah. Maybe he's making helium balloons.
You can dig for stats on how many children are kidnapped every year in the United States of America by CPS. However, the numbers are generally skewed, and they don't generally tell the public without the public having to do 100 FOIAs to find out how many children they've taken. In 1 year, they kidnapped 445,000. Another year, almost 800,000. And the police go with the CPS agents, and guess what? Kidnap the children.
Exactly.
So at what point are the police good? Oh, sure, yeah. If somebody breaks into your house, who are you going to call? Well, I'm not going to call anybody. I'm going to shoot them and deal with it.
Yep. Or my brothers, my cousins. That's how we do it in the country.
The crime rates are low in every city where they adhere to natural law under a constitutional carry, where everyone has the right to carry guns and there's no restrictions. Guess what? The crime rate is less than 20% in most of these places.
Amen to that.
Yeah, guns are not an issue in any way, shape, or form. The only guns that are an issue are the ones strapped to the belt of those tyrants.
It's
my
like
opinion.
Rick said. It's like Rick said in a cartoon. How is, knocking somebody out a deterrent? It's death. Death is a deterrent. If you don't want to die, don't break into my house. Don't harm my children. Don't mess with my family. And that generally suffices.
You'd have to be a real moron here in Oklahoma to try and break into a house. That's for sure.
Same here in PA, bro.
That principle can carry wherever you go. Like I said, I've done some time before in my past. Not proud of it or trying to brag or anything. I'm just saying, if you're in a situation where you do have to do time, when you're in there, don't assume whoever you see is who that. You know what I mean? You don't know who's. So you try to act tough. It might not go your way, you know?
The bottom line is when we gave up our right to protect ourselves, there used to be a state militia. That is in the constitutions of every single state, the state militia. When we gave up this right to protect ourselves and gave it to another authority, then that's what we got, because you have a law enforcement system that has created the criminal element themselves, created a whole culture of crime and murder and shootings and all this crime bullshit. It's all a bunch of lies. It's created by the people that they could support themselves. How can you have a law enforcement agency if you don't create the criminal element that continues to increase in size so you can get more funding? It's done by the same entity. It's all a big...
Well, I was told by relatives, like my aunt used to date a person who worked on the force. I was told just recently, with the trouble I got in with them when I was in my early 20s, that the cops themselves probably sold the product they took from me. When I was in court, I never saw any of the product.
You good boy. No.
You know, they stole shit that had nothing to do with the fucking charges. Where were the good cops to turn in the cop that was stealing from my home?
Yeah, if you want to take things I've said, Atrexis, if you want to take things I say out of context, that's okay. You take it out of context, fine. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. I never said those words.
I just want to know where the good police are that arrest all these bad guys that are setting up human trafficking agencies and passing unlawful bills. There aren't any cops that go and arrest politicians and put them in prison. Enron, the whole group got away with shit. The only guys that took the fall were the ones that were poor.
So if you want to come in at Trexus and feel free to come into the live, you're in the live stream. Why don't you speak up and support your space monkey ball religion?
Oh boy, it's like fresh fish on the range when you're in the joint doing time. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Where's the globers?
Yeah, bring a claim. Where's the globe? It's Globe Claim Hour. Ding, ding, ding. Once again, folks, we have Globe Claim Hour. We're accepting all Globe claims. And if you don't have one, we'll help you discover one. We'll look for this together. There you go. Let's see what definitive proof you have. Since it's such a slam dunk thing here, right? It's all settled science. It's all taught all over the earth, you know, to children who can't make up the decisions for themselves. Force fed this lie, but you know, let's see what proof you have of the globe. You got curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container? Here we are waiting for you.
And we will be checking receipts for proof of purchase of your claim.
We know you can do it, Atrexis. Pussy.
The Earth is a glob because gravity.
If it's okay, I'd like to play something for the live stream in honor of Atrexis Lives. If anybody doesn't, you know, if everybody's okay with that. Okay.
I object. I'm just kidding, Johnny.
Here we go. Should work all right. Let's see.
Can we just mute this guy or what?
No, well, I'm just so super curious. I want to like pick at how he's arriving at his logic because it's so curious to me. When you're looking at something and you're trying to determine cause and effect, there's a chain of logic that actually has to happen. It has to happen in a certain way because if you skip one step, if you skip observation or hypothesis and you just start experimenting, you don't have any valid experiment because you don't have a presumed cause. You're just like throwing stuff at the wall and like interpreting results according to a worldview rather than according to a hypothesis that was derived from observation.
An experiment is a hypothesis test. So how can you have a hypothesis test if you don't have a hypothesis? Then it's not a scientific experiment.
I'm sure I can disprove you, but I'm too tired and too...
He said, I'm sure I can disprove you.
You can't disprove me, dude.
Go to sleep, get some rest, and tomorrow go ahead and ask for the flat earth roll.
Thanks, Helio. That's a good one. Thought that might be appropriate.
Very appropriate. I like it.
Probably got a couple more. I don't want to like totally bogart the conversation though if you guys are having a conversation, you know.
Did I cut in and say what happened? Because it sort of cut out on me like right at the beginning.
You must have the bot muted, maybe. Sonny was playing something on the bot. Do you have the bot muted?
I think so. Go ahead and do the next one. We'll see what happens.
All right, hold on a sec here.
So that guy will be back today to disprove him. Was that yesterday or? When's he coming back to disprove it?
No, that's from earlier in the year. That's a couple, maybe a month ago. Let me see.
We're still waiting on him to come back and disprove them.
Yeah, let's see. We're still waiting. That's true.
Okay.
We're still waiting. Let me see when I
Just
got
check.
this. I got this message. It was February of this year that. So it was quite a while ago. Yeah. My, how time flies. Now I haven't heard this one yet. Hold on a second. Okay, battle mods in this one, so I know it's going to be good. So how's everybody doing in here anyway? Doing all right?
Super cool, super fine. Thank you very much. Raring to go.
Honest answer, I'm having a shitty day. Nobody wants to hear about it. Go ahead.
What's
I'm
that?
feeling
What,
like
Dave?
I'm feeling
I'm
like
sorry.
Mimas was a week or two ago. I'm fucking loving life right now. I just finished half of an amazing sub. I'm rolling a joint. I'm just mellowed, man.
I missed what you said, Dave. Sorry about that.
I just said if you want an honest answer, I'm honestly having a shitty day, but I'm not going to give you details.
All right, that's
You
cool,
asked what
man.
I'm
We all
doing.
have days like that. Yeah, yeah. Some days I wake up and I'm like, holy shit. What?
At least I was honest, though, right?
Yeah,
I'll
you're
send
honest.
positive vibes in your direction, brother.
None of us.
What did I step in?
Yeah. If you think you're having a bad day, just keep in mind there are people that think that there's a double-bladed helicopter on Mars right now. So
I know.
you're one step ahead of the game,
Yeah.
at least.
That brightened my day
And
for me.
China's got a rover
Thank
on
you.
it now.
That
And
shit
think
always
about.
cheers me up. And bad times never last. So
I know. And think about that. Just with the helicopter, there's plenty of comedy in that right there. What about the cleaning event, Dave?
What do you mean bad times don't last? Tell that to Congress, bro.
Yeah. All right, here we
Thanks,
go.
guys. I feel better already. Y'all continue.
Cool, man. Water's always flat. All the oceans are horizontal still. We got that one in our pocket, you know? Thank you, reality. Thank you, creator.
So this might make you laugh, right? The new Fast and the Furious movie. There's a scene where they drive the cars into space, and I was looking for reactions on the internet, and there was a whole bunch of reactions positively to this. It's quite unreal.
Well, Elon set the path in motion, you know? He sent out the stock automobile
like we
into a place.
should lay bets when they're gonna retire that series, like Fast and the Furious 21 or what?
I'm curious who built the highway to space. How they drive a car to space.
Well, no, I mean they launch it off. They attach rockets to the car, is what they do.
Okay.
But it's like, you know, oh boy, it's almost like every franchise, usually with horror movies, it's like at a certain point, you know, Jason goes to space, or like the Leprechaun in space and stuff. Like it's only a matter of time before a series gets to space. I didn't realize that Fast and Furious could do it. So, you know, yeah.
I drive my car up into space. I'll tell you lies right to your face. I'm on the highway to space.
Oh, fuck yeah.
There's the next parody right there. Good job.
Fucking brilliant. That's creativity at its finest right there.
Well, two movies ago they did Halo.
What would be funny if they crashed into Elon's Tesla while they were up there?
Everybody sing it.
You crash into Elon's Tesla. That would be brilliant, Dave.
Oh my God, is that crack villain?
Yeah, wow, crack
It
villain.
is.
Did you reincarnate, crack? Where'd you go?
What was that? What's that? Mrs. Musk, how are we doing? How's Elon? How's the little one doing?
He's good.
Yeah?
Oh, cool.
Good.
I forgot what your son was called. Some weird, I don't know. How is it, Fuzzy Swan? How you doing?
Oh, holy crap. Crack's here.
A person. Is that a person speaking?
Living the dream every day.
Yeah.
Not a corporate fiction.
I'm in my garden, listening to the birds, smoking a spliff. Who said yo crack? What's up?
Me, man. How you doing?
Roger.
Yeah.
Yes, mate. You sounded so different then, bro.
Yeah, I have a different headset now.
Or one that makes you sound 5 times as sexy. Like, where did you buy this headset? And let me know. Send me the link in DM.
Sure.
Is that just me, or does anyone else think this guy sounds like 5 times as sexy?
Oh, I agree completely.
What's up, man? Where have you been?
Yeah, not much. No, here and everywhere, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, real life beckoned. Not that you guys ain't real. But yeah, I had real stuff to deal with in real life.
Good to hear you, man.
Unfortunately, yeah, good to hear your voice too. I have heard all of your voices. I've listened to you all on YouTube, so. We've got a name change by Mrs. Musk. Hires Kai has apparently gone over to the dark side.
I got married.
Yeah, nice. Congratulations, I guess.
Sorry, guys. I couldn't resist Elon's temptation.
Musk. You mean his Musk?
He better not get out of line, or he's in for some trouble.
Listen, guys, she couldn't resist his musk, which would be his smell, or his tusk, which would be his. I don't need to go there.
That's probably some nasty. Damn.
You know they get ood from certain tusks, right? Which is a smell. So maybe the musk comes from his tusk. Who knows?
Tusk.
No, that's nasty.
Just say there's a lot of dry cleaning happening at the mansion.
Oh, really? I didn't even know you were still at the mansion. I got told you were on the road at the moment. Maybe you're not married at all. I heard Elon was on tour at the moment.
Well, I'm going to be sent
guys.
to the space station next.
Good. You can be the first pregnant girl in space, which is what I actually prophesied would happen. So
I wish I
thought you said the honeymoon was going to happen in space.
I could have made a space sound. I could have made a space rocket sound with my guitar. I wish I had it plugged in. Darn, missed that moment. Okay, we'll just have to wait for the next one.
So, anyone found any curve yet? Or like, what have been the newest arguments? How did the argument go with Blackpool and McToon with their black swan that they provided, that they claimed was actually the antithesis of a black swan?
Yeah, it's like bogus. Still no geometric horizon. Did you see QE's breakdown of that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. It's still, it doesn't. This is what I said from the very beginning. I said, show me where the horizon is comporting with actually what we would expect to see on the globe anyway. Like, even if you would call it a white swan, and then if you have to ignore the other half of the photo, which is a black swan. For one.
They don't have any technical data. They don't have elevations of the objects they were looking at. They don't have a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah,
even if they did, common sense would tell you that horizon is not adhering to the correct, spherical trigonometry formula applied. That isn't a sphere with a radius of 959. It's that simple.
Sonny, hey Sonny, that was correct. You know what that means?
Is that MG?
Yes, it is, sir. That Sonny, that means there are no. Hey, crack villain, what's up, playa?
What's up, bro? 42.
Man, what's up? You ridiculous British bong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Still
Yeah, God bless you, sir. Thanks for being here. I just want to point out that Sonny's right, which means there are no white swans. Thanks.
Yeah. This white swan in this lake in front of me feels like his character's been diminished. He feels as if he is underrepresented in the world. Swan.
Is the white
So-
swan the globe Earth argument?
That's
yeah,
a
so
cream. That's not a white.
So if the globe Earth is the white swan and everything that encapsulates in that globe Earth, if that's the white swan and there's no curvature, then there are no white swans.
Exactly.
there aren't
That's
any
right.
white swans.
Correct.
There
In
aren't.
reality, exactly. There are no white swans for the globe. That's why they've never shown us one. Thanks.
There's none.
There aren't
I wonder
anyway
what-
any. Listen, wait there one
I
sec.
wonder
There
what
aren't any
swan
white
tastes
swans.
like.
There
Do you
aren't
know,
no white
Crab?
swans in. I wouldn't want to say. I know what goose tastes like. But, what I would say is there are no white swans anyway. They're all cream. They're all cream. Trust me.
No, they're all pigeons. They're all pigeons, bruh.
Swan power.
They're pigeons.
Yeah, they're all
Dirty
pigeons.
pigeons. That's all they got.
Well, I would say pigeons aren't as dirty as swans. Personally, the pigeons.
Man, you got some clean pigeons, huh?
We do, mate. We have wood pigeons that you can eat.
We do, mate.
Well, I'm
I'm
not
talking
eating
about
them.
Americans. I'm talking about the filthy American pigeons.
Oh, the city pigeons. Yeah, they're real filthy.
That's what
They've
they
got
are, right? They
murders
live
and
in the
shit.
city. Yeah, exactly.
They've got murders under their belt. It's like the
They're the
pigeon world. Have
infidel
you ever looked into it? They're murderers. They're assassins. They sell drugs. Pigeons have got their own underworld in New York, right? They're like a mafia. I'm telling you. I've seen these pigeons, mate.
Hey, Jen, you're feeding back everything that's being played. It's making noise. Sorry.
Oh, what? Why
Jen,
did you tell him? I was really enjoying it.
Jen,
Remember
CPR.
John Wick 2? Remember John Wick 2, the pigeon coop?
If Jin doesn't remember, does someone else?
I think I've seen people like grabbing pigeons up and having a barbecue with them. Seriously, it's crazy.
Oh, you can't eat them. 100%. All right, I'm gonna just mute Jen, I think, for a minute. But no, you can
Sorry about
definitely do it. Cheers, Jen. Yeah, you can definitely eat pigeon. It's not exactly bad eating. It's just there's not a lot of meat on the bone. It's like eating a rabbit. Like rabbits taste alright, but like the amount of work and effort to do it compared to the amount of meat that you actually harvest from the animal. Who's got that much, energy? Gin, maybe.
Like a scrawny little game bird, huh?
Yeah, man, it's not worth it. Unless you can like make them like hot wings, where you can just scrape all the meat off the bone in one go. And I really don't see the point.
Might as well get you a rabbit or something.
It's nice.
So the bird that gives you the most bang for your buck will be a turkey, I'm assuming. You get the most meat off a turkey.
I accidentally disconnected Reckoner when I went to meet Jin.
No.
Pheasant's pretty good eating.
That'd be cool to have a place where there's wild turkey running around. That would be pretty neat.
Yeah, real quick, Sonny. There's a discussion in a text now. One of the moderators has asked somebody to be in this Discord so that we can speak to them because they're making some non-claims, which is shocking, right, Sonny? So the person said he came here for some flat Earth claims, and I'm giving him one right now. Yeah, my claim is that there are no globe Earth claims in reality. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll help you find one though, right?
He's in here now.
Yo, who is it? What's his name? Do you know his name, Pillbox?
Artrex
He's in here.
lives.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, has he got permission to speak? Let me know that.
He has VC.
Artrexis lives. Where was he posting this to? In the live stream.
He's in the live stream voice text. Yeah.
Well, this is actually Artrexius live. If you want to speak in this VC, right? You can. That's fine. But I suggest you stop typing in the live stream voice text. This is reserved for people that are actually willing to participate in the voice part of this room. That's kind of like what it's for. Just to let you know. So yeah, Either quit whining in the live stream voice text, or get in here and defend your globe.
Thanks, Crack, for that bit of admin. It's helpful.
Hey, this is a new voice, a new man. I know this voice.
And get. Oh.
Hey, Crack.
How you doing, brother? You just loaded in.
Good. Thank you.
It's not. It's like the first 5 times I'm gonna come into this room, everyone's gonna be like, "Crack's back, Crack's back." It's like, look.
I know, it's like a reunion.
Yeah. But there's gonna be 10 of them, Sonny, and they'll start to get tiresome for yourself, I imagine. Like, oh, I already said hello to this guy.
Nah, not at all, Crack. Yeah, we like you here. It's awesome.
Hey, when you were gone, have you find the curvature, Crack?
Nope. Found a few black swans. That's about it.
Well, I don't like Crack Villain.
You don't.
What's up,
Crack?
Wait, who's that? Who's that?
Elbow.
Enrica. I heard you earlier. I heard you speak earlier, or when was it? The other day, and you did not sound like your voice did not sound that deep.
You didn't sound like you on one particular day. You didn't sound like yourself.
Yeah, basically. He never sounds this deep. It sounds like he grew a pair of balls or something.
Oh shit.
Yeah. You sound like Redman today, bro.
I think I was on my phone. The last
What
time
are you
we
on
were
now?
here. On my computer. I have my mic.
Last time I was here, that must have been ages ago.
Yeah. Yeah, Bluetooth sucks.
Bluetooth does suck. But whatever you're on right now, you sound pretty good.
So I'm willing to
man.
go. Oh, sorry, Elbow.
No,
I was
go
going to
ahead.
tell XO, I'm ready to go along with this campaign now because, see, now that we discovered there are no white swans on the globe, so therefore we can have multiple black swans. As a matter of fact, all of these things that we have seen observations showing a flat stationary plane, they're all black swans. So now I'm saying we can have multiple black swans since there are no white swans.
Correct.
Yeah. I've got to also say thank you to the EXO and also to Sonny for coming back, and Roger also. You guys made it possible for me to have a break from here, believe it or not. Appreciate it. You 3 represent a lot of what I want to say when I'm not here, so you guys being here made it possible for me to have a break. So big thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, missed you a lot.
Amen, Crack. So there are nice British people. Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I'll take back everything I've said.
Yeah, I'll take it back. Yeah, Tyson Fury doesn't represent all of you guys.
Tyson Fury. Still beat Wilder, man.
Nope, you better be careful, Crack Villain. He loaded his gloves. Yeah, we have evidence, so you better be careful.
Did he? I wonder.
Yes, he did. Trust me. Yes, that's my thing, bro. Yeah, I even found a picture that the LDBC didn't even know about. We see his finger coming through the wrist portion of his glove. Yeah, showing that he's punching through the wrist.
Yeah, well, Wilder didn't stand a chance, bro.
Well, he already knocked out Fury. He was unconscious in the first fight for like 6 seconds. So what happened there?
Yeah. Well, he didn't really knock him out.
Oh, Fury admits I was unconscious. So now
yeah, he was unconscious.
Oh, yeah, you're being racially you're profiling right now.
I don't care if the black guy wins, but I prefer the white guy to win.
Did you see the statue they made of Wilder on the floor? Why didn't they make a statue of Anthony Joshua when he knocked down and knocked out? Why didn't they do that when he knocked out Klitschko? But it's only important when Fury knocks out the black guy. It's not cool when the black guy knocks out the white guy. What happened?
Though, do you want to know why? Because Joshua is a crap fighter. He's so undynamic.
Okay.
Well, he isn't.
Oh my gosh.
Terrible.
Oh my dear Lord.
He's terrible.
Yeah, well, come July 24th, all of your Tyson Fury friends are going to be hiding for a reason. 3 more weeks.
I doubt they'll hide. Like I don't personally listen. I'm not like a big fan of Fury. I think he's a terrible heavyweight. Honestly, bro, I believe all the heavyweights that are currently in the heavyweight division are all terrible. None of them are worth.
Well, I have done the server a definite disservice by bringing this up, and I apologize. And we need to move on to something else. This is not the way we need to continue with this conversation.
We can do it. It's fine. No, I'm just saying you have to admit the caliber of heavyweights and is nowhere near the level of what it used to be.
Well, okay, last comment then. Deontay Wilder is the only fighter in history to literally stop or knock out every fighter he's ever faced, including Fury.
But if every single one of those fighters is of a lower caliber, like
Fury, he knocked out Fury too. That's
Fury's
that's the
crap.
point.
Fury's
Okay,
crap.
there we go. Okay, so next topic. My goodness, crack.
No, that's what I'm saying. Fury's one of the better ones.
Okay, listen. Right now, you're acting like Matthew Learns. This is like Matthew Learns. Everything's science. Everything's science, guys. Everything's science. Go to the bathroom. That's science. Go to your fish tank. Watch your fish. That's science.
This guy brought up statistics. But no, I'm saying the cap. Right. So just to put a cap in it, though, the caliber of all fighters, including Fury, right today, I do not believe any of them match up to the level of the boxers
Muhammad
of
Ali.
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali.
Well, even people outside of that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, even
Joe
people
Louis,
like
Jack Johnson.
Joe Lewis, Jack Jones, Jack Dempsey, like even going back to the beginnings of boxing, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like, look at the beginnings of boxing. Some of those guys used to fight 75 rounds, bro. Not just Rocky Marciano that done that. It was many fighters.
That's right, but they were also smaller, weaker, people back then.
Yeah, true. That's true. But like, I'm just saying, like, look at the Sonny Liston.
We have hijacked this thread, crack. All right, we have hijacked.
I don't care.
I know it's my fault. I know, but let's get back to the server, and Sonny and the guys will. Well, can we find a Glober? Are Globers an extinct species now? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, they've been for a while.
Yeah, they are.
You should know this. I know, bro.
They can't explain gravity to their girlfriends.
And today, as a special, we're allowing one white swan. Anything, just one. That's all we need.
We'll allow them. Yeah.
Oh,
show me a white swan in my life.
With each purchase of a single white swan, we will give you 1,000 black swans.
Limited time offer. Mm-hmm.
If you order in the next 40 minutes, that means it's 1 o'clock west of Rockies, south of 33rd parallel. Thanks.
Mm-mm.
Surely,
how would you explain
anyone that wants to buy? Listen, anyone that brings a white swan today will receive a complimentary debunking.
Oh
yes,
white swan.
I could post a black swan. How about that? How about I post a black swan?
Mm-hmm.
I've got one. I don't know if Sonny's seen it. You haven't seen it.
Don't get to stop by and take a picture with a big black swan.
Wait there. I'll try and put that up.
No, all swans are black now. So.
Right, let me try and find this quick, guys. I'm hoping that it's on this device.
So the only way to prove that all swans are not black would be to provide the one white swan. That's why we're having a special today.
Yeah. I'm willing to give money away, actually.
Yeah, there's other people that have offered money here on the server. No one came to collect on it.
Right. Sonny, I'm gonna DM you like a series of messages, right?
There you go, white swan.
Yeah.
But then I'm gonna just to save them so that I can post them in a minute. You know what I mean, bro?
All right. Cool.
All right, crack villain. I put the black swan in the chat for you.
1 sec. I'm just looking for someone else, buddy. Right, here we go.
Whoa, we bring fighting back into it. Yeah, Sonny Liston. Remember that? Sonny Liston?
Sonny Liston, bro.
Mm-hmm. I remember that shit. That's freaking amazing. Before, isn't Sonny Liston is Muhammad Ali, right? Didn't he change his name?
He was
Muhammad Ali.
No. That's Cassius Clay. Cassius Clay
Cassius
is
Clay.
his name to Muhammad Ali. Sonny Liston, I believe, Ali, I think, was a training partner. I got to look that up, or it might be Foreman.
I forget that. Cut.
Foreman.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. Wow.
It'd be George Foreman.
It was Foreman, yeah, Jim. It was Foreman, brother, yeah.
Yeah, who's turned out to be a right. He turned out to be a right old entrepreneur as well, hasn't he?
Yeah,
George
man,
Foreman?
with grills and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right. George Foreman should be in the running for the greatest ever because he was the champ. He came back at like 45, 20 years off, comes back and gets the championship. Unbelievable.
Right, guys, we've got a black swan here for you. So, and this one is one I'm going to do again when I get a chance. Right, I can find out altitudes of the sides of the thing. I've got the rough level that the image was taken from off the ground, how many feet off the ground. Right, so live stream voice text. I'm going to post these images one at a time as to be able to like sort of. So this is a boat for everyone as well on the YouTubes. It's a boat by the name of the Oldenburg. I'm going to actually remove your image very quickly.
Yeah,
right, so
let Crack do this. Yep.
All right, so basically this boat, effectively the tallest mast, so we're looking at the two masts, right? They're wooden, both of them, right? So what we have here is the top mast on this boat by the name of the Oldenburg, right? It's found off the southwest coast of the United Kingdom, if anyone wants to look it up. Takes trips from Ilfracombe.
Yeah, Oldenburg.
From Ilfracombe and Bideford, it takes trips out to an island called by the name of Lundy Island. Lundy Island, this is going to come up in a minute. Post images in a second ago. That's what the Black Swan is of this island from the coast of the United Kingdom, which you can see from many different locations, in which I want to try and compile images from each of these locations. Like I'm about to get a P900 on the 8th of July in order to be able to do this as well. I want to be able to zoom in further. The reason this boat's important is because this boat docks, cut the shit if you could just wait a moment. This boat docks up the side of this island, right? And in thus obviously doing so, we have a height barometer. So we have a barometer for the height, right? We have something to scale the island itself next to. We also have a lot of information about this island. This island stands out. We can clearly tell that the image that I'm going to provide at the end is the island, right? Okay, it's very distinct in nature. So we have this boat with the masts. The top mast, the highest point that they go to is 25 feet, people. The top mast, and that is basically the wooden part. That's not even the part of the boat, really. This is just wooden sticks stuck to the top of a boat, right? Next image is this boat moored up at an island. Okay, we can clearly see the height of the island, right? We can clearly see the height of the boat that doesn't exceed 25 feet. Now, for the live stream again, obviously I'm posting these one at a time. This is Lundy, site of special scientific interest, has been for years. It's in Devon, obviously off of the coast of the southwest. Again, interest is biological. Anyway, it talks about the area, the size of it. It is essentially, if we look at the size, and this was done in 1987, it is overall 1,100 acres in size, okay? And it is 4.45 kilometers squared, okay, by 1.75 of a square mile as well. That would
So
be
it's really tiny.
It's tiny, but effectively, right, when we look at the size of this thing, it ends up being about, right, let's post this blurb of information, which I'll read out. About 3 miles, 5 kilometers long, and 5/8 of a mile, because before that was the size of the floor itself, obviously in squared. It was talking about it in dynamic space in terms of like, forward, backwards, right? So now we're talking in just length. So it's 3 miles long, or 5 kilometers for other people, and about 5/8 of a mile, 1 kilometer wide. Okay, so this is basically thin. It's a miniature thing. It's a miniature version of England when you look at it from above. It's very interesting. Lundy has a long and turbulent history, frequently changing hands between the British Crown and various usurpers. In the 1920s, one self-proclaimed king, Martin Harmon, tried to issue his own coinage and was fined by the House of the Lords. In 1941, the two German Heinkel HE-111 bombers crash landed on this island, and their crews were captured in 1969. They stayed there, right? Listen, they stayed there for quite a while. When I looked into the story, Lundy anyway was purchased by British millionaire Jack Hayward, who donated it to the National Trust. It managed by the Landmark Trust, a conservation charity that derives its income from day trips and holiday lettings. This is what this boat is used for, obviously, that I've showed. Anyway, it's only got an island. It's got a population of 28 people. Okay.
Yeah, well, of course.
Interesting. Anyway, let me just show you from where I took this image. It was here. So I took the image in basically at a place called Woolacombe, which is located, as we can see, off the coast between Braunton and Ilfracombe. We can see that even just in this little snippet, this island could be seen from Westford Hoe, Braunton, anywhere on that part of that coast, and further up the coast, in fact, and lower down. Okay, it's 19.7 miles away from where I took the image, right?
Wow.
Okay, so then now I'll post the image itself. I have two images of this. This is taken on the beach while sat on my bum with the phone in between my legs. Okay, roughly.
Woolcombe Beach
I'm
to
probably
Lundy, yeah?
Well, this is Woolacombe Beach to Lundy Island, 19.7 miles away.
Yeah, Woolacombe Beach to
That's Lundy Island there. When Roger first looked at it, he looked at the left side of the island and he realised he could see the boat. Well, you can look it up, and the island, on this island, obviously the boat itself is harboured on the left side of the island. So when he said that he saw it, I was like, yeah, because I believed I could see it also. There's a second shot. I don't know if you can see anything extra in this shot. Bloody hell, cute.
Yeah, I'm looking. I can't see the boat on it.
On the left side, maybe the younger eyes have a look. Anyone else that's there?
Yeah, I can now. Yeah,
The second image, if you look at the second image, you see the dot on the left-hand side. Anyway, the island itself, portions of it, I'll look up the actual dimensions of the island. Heights. Lundy Island, and then if one of you would so like to do the mathematics based on, I would say my camera was about 3 feet above the ground, and then the island is 19.7 miles away, guys. If you want to add anything extra to it to be a bit generous, like I said, I'm going to go back and do this.
Was the beach slanting up at all?
The beach was slanting slightly down toward, but then it slightly slants up again. So it goes down a little bit, then it goes up again.
Above the sea, then, wouldn't you? Maybe 5 or 6 feet or something.
Yeah. Next time that I'm gonna go, well, the camera to me was probably about 1 foot off of the ground. I'm saying 3 because of the slant. Next time that I go, I'm gonna take a meter stick, and 2 meter sticks and pieces of string, and then probably take out the angle from measuring it from the shoreline, so that I'm able to sort of 100% unequivocally say that I'm, like, let's say 1 feet or 2 feet or 3 feet above the ground. This is just a very rudimentary starting off point. Anyway,
why not go to the water's edge?
It's hard to do that where you're sat there, because obviously the tide's coming up.
Well, yeah. I mean, just time it such, so hopefully, yeah.
The geometric horizon is only 2.12 miles.
Well, like I said, even if I was
19.1 or 19.7?
7.
19. So I got 19.7.
Right. As well,
the hidden height, target hidden height is 206 feet.
Yeah, 206 feet. That's what I'm getting.
The highest point of the island is obviously 400 feet, right? But that's the highest point. If you look at the different parts of the island, there are different parts of the coast that I've seen this from on all different days as well, further than 19.7 miles away, guys, in all directions, basically. So the coast, obviously, the way it bends, there are different lines. Obviously, if you were to draw the intersecting lines, it would look like a pyramid, in terms of a pyramid with pieces of lines that would be longer than some of the others, based on the different places on the coast that I've viewed said island from. Right, island dimensions, height. Let me look at the height. There are portions of the island that you can clearly see that are way below the height as well, that it should be covered by. But regardless of the height, guys, I don't care if the island's 400 meters. Do you see a geometric horizontal line that cuts in front of that island? Remember, we're
No.
talking about a Sagittary, leading edge of the sphere that no matter what should report itself to be in front of your eye at a certain distance away, and thus then the island should prepare its appearance. It should appear as if it's behind said line, the Sagittary, between you and the island, the observer and the island. There should be a blocking point. There should be something there. There isn't one. That's an issue. I
There's
don't care if
nothing
the
there.
island's. I don't care if the island's 10,000 feet high. If I don't see the edge of that sphere in front of that island, I see that being the horizon itself, guys. That is clearly that we can see the water all the way out to it as if it is the island. That's the issue.
Yeah.
They need it at about roughly, being generous, they need a Sagittarius leading edge of the sphere 2 miles out.
Yeah, and that would
you
be
know
at a
what?
location. Listen, that would be at a location that is 1/7.
All right. And then
1/7 of that distance, there should be the geometric horizon at 2.12 miles.
Right, and then also what we have then is the angle based on 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so if we know the degrees of change for every inch, right? So for every mile, sorry, we know the degrees of change in which the portion of the ball plumb up,
It starts to
whatever's
curve.
underneath it, it
Drop
starts
off.
to curve backwards and look away from as well. So we're talking about the angle of the island in which it protrudes from the very ground itself. So we have the geometric horizon supposedly being nowhere near, 2.5 miles away. That's where it's supposed to be. Nowhere near that, but that's me being generous. So after the fact of that, we also then, what do we have? We have 19.7 miles of ground. So now we have 19.7 miles minus the 2, right? Okay. So we have, like 17.7 miles. What over 17.7 miles? How much angle change do we have of the thing that we're looking at now? Not just facing away from us, but also facing away from us in a spherical nature across a dimension of 3 miles across, because the thing we're looking at 3 miles across in its magnitude, in its in its measurements. So we have 3 miles of curvature left to right also. So we have 3 miles. So also we should be seeing this island regardless of the height. So let's say that one end of this island is 20 feet and the other end is 20 feet, or one's 40. Yeah, there should be how much drop between one tip of one island to the other tip over 3 miles, right? 8 inches per mile squared. So then we should be able to also see, let's say, something that was 10 foot lower than another thing on one side. That should appear to be over 3 miles, 10 feet higher type thing. Like, not necessarily that's the right number. It's an example.
At least a 6 foot on either side, like.
Yeah, differential.
72 inches at 3 miles.
So with this island, guys, we have so many things that we can test, right? We also, do you get my point? Because we have the 3 miles that way. We have the boat itself being something that I could probably get on this summer and, go out to the island. I've been on it like 10 times out to the island. Yeah, well, because of COVID, I don't know at the minute. Isn't it? Oh, this.
Can I give the official global response? We go refraction.
Yeah. Refraction.
Well, this is the other point, right? Refraction.
What you're seeing is a mirage.
That's very cool. What if you could get photos of this thing at night time from the same location?
Yes.
Because there are houses on it with because I've seen this my whole life, guys. Every day, even if it was, on a foggy day, I've seen Lundy Island almost, right? Like, it's got a lighthouse on it, by the way, guys.
Yeah, Lundy Island's got a lighthouse on it. Yeah.
Hey, Crack, someone the other day was making that point. What if we see this at night? And the Glober said, no, don't test it at night. Thanks.
So, like, the German spotlight, the German spotlight used in conjunction, right, with the the German 88 howitzer, which was obviously used at first as a flak gun, 26,000 of which were repurposed for straight line of sight. They were amazing. They were used as the Tiger's main weapon, the Tiger tank's main weapon, right? So we have this weapon they have the 50 millimeter German Spotlight, right? This is it. There's no point going into a German name, but then they made a 50, then they made 100, then they made a 150. And it was like, why did they make the 150? Because the 150 was able to spot targets at nighttime out to over 8 miles, right? 8 miles, okay? And this thing was mounted on the same system as the German 88. And the German 88's muzzle height never really exceeded over 8 feet. It would sometimes be at 6 feet. So the Spotlight itself was around about 6 feet high off the ground, depending on its mounting unit, sometimes lower. And it was, there are German field notes that clearly state that they were spotting things out to 8 miles away and hitting them at night time. And the reason that they even went to hit them was because before they even put the Spotlight there, they saw the bloody tank and the men on the actual, a mile in front of the horizon at this time of night. So then that's why they put the Spotlight on there. And the reason they designed the Spotlight to go further was because they clearly could see that you could utilize one out the further. And 26,000 guns were repurposed for straight line of sight shooting, because it was useful to do so, right? Because it worked when they were able to shoot out to 14,000 kilometers, so when we have these sort of out to 14 kilometers, should I say, not 14,000 kilometers, 14,000 meters. So when we've got this happening and we've got this, German Spotlight bringing people up to be able to be seen just in front of the horizon at nighttime, what are they calling that then? Are they saying the moon's light is refracting these people clearly up over the horizon so that Germans, at a German 88 in which there was sometimes 10 or 20 of them per gun, that's how many it'd take to man this gun, with their Spotlight, this person was loomed up over the horizon for them to see them in the first place before they put the Spotlight on them. Then the Spotlight helped loom them up over it. Then they pointed their gun at them. They were 8 miles away. The gun shot out to 8 miles when the gun's muzzle was at 6 feet of the ground, so it should have basically a leading edge sagittor between it and its thing that it's shooting at 3 miles away, and somehow it isn't there, and they shoot out to 8 miles every single time, and the Spotlights work, the gun works, the person doesn't rotate out of the way of the shell, they don't have the time for the rotation of the earth when they fire at these people, the Coriolis effect, and also the bullet drop is perfect so that it doesn't hit the leading edge of the sphere whatsoever, and the velocity of the gun is just perfect that they would be able to do this time and time again, regardless of the fact they're looking at a mirage, and the 20 men would see a cling on the target and they would see a flash. Right. Come on, they've made bigger Spotlights, guys. They made bigger Spotlights, guys, to light things up at 8 miles away. That means they were seeing stuff. But that's what I mean. That means they were seeing stuff, though, doesn't it? It means they were seeing shit at further than 5 miles away with smaller spot scopes. They were seeing stuff in the distance. What was looming that stuff up over a so-called horizon? These are men stood on the ground in France, seeing people 10 miles away, seeing tanks 10 miles away with a naked eye, putting a spotlight on it, seeing it. They say it's refraction when it's the sun every time, why we see these tanks. Well, okay, cool. What about nighttime when it's coming from the spotlight? The spotlight's the light that made it loom over. Why did they put the spotlight there to loom it over? Oh, because they saw it with a naked eye. Oh, it was the moonlight. Okay, can you show me?
Saw it with a naked eye, you see. Right.
Yeah, can you show me the calculations of how refraction works on a globe and somehow looms things perfectly overnight with every different form of different light and have every different type of luminosity to every different form of light, but somehow we always see one homogeneous image appear into how we would think that we would see it, and it doesn't work out in any of your calculations. Yeah. Thanks, guys. This is ridiculous.
And to think when you were younger, you didn't think you'd be talking like this about Lundy Island. Ah.
I used to go there with my dad and my mum like a lot, Jen, you know what I mean? And I used to love going there.
Ah.
That's like a holiday, isn't it? It's beautiful out there.
Of course it is.
And we come back from there once, didn't we, Mum? And basically we was on the way back and they started doing a house, like a boat party. We come back at 3 it was like 3 a.m. We was in the middle of the sea.
Yeah, go on.
And mate, we was on the way out there, we saw basking sharks, right?
Yeah.
Seals around the boat.
I experienced one of those. Disco boat held by Capital Radio. We got a train from King's Cross, Dover, and then Dover to Holland. on a disco boat. You know, 2 nights, discoing there and discoing back. That was brilliant. That was. And we got the cheapest tickets because we, you know, back in the day, and maybe you were alive then, but because it was in the
What year was it, brother?
80s, late 80s, 88, 89. We went
Yeah,
on
I was dead. I mean, not alive.
Yeah. Sorry?
Dead.
No, he wasn't,
I said, yeah,
born yet. Okay.
I said, yeah, I was dead. But then I went, I mean, not alive.
Yeah, you weren't born then. Okay. Yeah, so we went, you know, you collected the vouchers from the Sun newspaper or the Mirror, right? And if you collected the pipe of the week, you sent them off, and then they had a draw. And if they drew your name, you would go. So one of my mates, a Greek friend of ours, won the draw, and we could take 5 of us. So we all went. Brilliant, man.
Yeah.
Capital Radio special. Yes. Don't forget that one. Fantastic trip.
Oh, mate, there's like out on Lundy Island as well, Jim. They've got, you know, those puffin birds. You barely ever see them anywhere, but they've got them out there.
Yeah, I know the ones.
The big beak and that, like quite a big hat.
Yeah, with all the fish hanging out their mouths. You know, yeah, I know the ones. I know them. I think they're puffin birds.
All right,
Black
Jim,
and
I'm
white.
gonna go out of the room a second. I might be back in like 2 seconds. Yeah, I tried looking for some of that equipment. Oh, yeah, I tried looking for some of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's quite hard stuff to procure, isn't it? That's why, like I have looked for it. I met this guy, and I've got his number and that. I've got to ring him up because he sounded like he might know. What you sent me was quite useful though, because I was looking at the wrong one. I think.
Right.
So what you sent me is I'll get back to you pretty quickly on that because there's there's a bit to make there, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know,
the money's there if we can get the location.
if we can get it done and that, right? You know what I mean? Then it's you know. Yeah, man. What are they planning on doing, or should we not speak about it here at all? But
well, I mean, he did let it. He let it slip already. You know, they want to go to Antarctica, don't they? They want to go to Antarctica. Yeah.
And they need that gear for it. Oh, so if they want to do that, I can keep my eyes out for a couple of other things as well for them, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can get hold of military gear, bro. Rebreathers, like proper ones, maybe.
Yeah, that's what they want.
Yeah,
That's what they
mate.
want.
You want one with a scrub, mate. You want one with a scrub, mate. Like a proper scrub. So like a rebreather uses charcoal and deactivated charcoal.
Villain.
Who's that? Who's that?
That would be battle mod.
Is that battle mod?
Battle mod.
I want battle mod.
Okay, it's
not.
not.
God
Like
rocking,
it
isn't
for
it?
a second.
No, that was me. God rocking. Just wanted to say,
God
God
rocking.
on the
Sorry.
plane. God
Sound like
rocking's on
battle
the
mod just for a
plane.
second. Yeah. How you doing, God rocking?
Don't insult.
Rocking
Don't
our
insult.
world.
Don't insult.
yeah,
God
I'm
rocking
doing
like
great. Thanks. How about you, Jim?
Yeah, doing well. Thanks a lot, mate.
Cool.
All the better to hearing your voice, always.
Yeah. Yes, God rocking.
Same
Good to hear you,
here.
brother.
Same to you, brother.
Good to hear your voice, bro. How you
What's
doing?
going on today?
Not much, my brother. My brother.
Good.
How you doing, you right? Just about to talk about
Hey,
a
God Rockin', how you
rebreather.
doing?
God rocking's on the
Hey,
plane.
Crack. Hey, Crack, hold on a second. I don't have all the data on this, but you see that image I put? This is Catalina Island from San Diego County Beach.
Yes.
And I'll get the As the Crows Fly. This is a very rare appearance, but this island, I think, is like 60 nautical miles at least.
Yeah, 60 nautical miles.
You know their argument though, right? They're going to say you can see that there's curvature in that photo.
Well, they got it tilted, which is stupid. But anyway, yeah, yeah, that's a hard photo to find. I've happened to find it.
60 nautical miles.
I'm gonna save that one.
Wow.
60 nautical miles.
I'll find out exactly how far that is. I'll get the coordinates.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, you do that. That's a good idea. We need to make a Black Swan bit.
I've actually seen that island from
community
the beach
Black
before.
Swans.
There's a little town with the border.
Oh yeah, God Rockin', you're right.
Avalon.
You're a bit muffled.
Right on the beach there. I can't remember what it's called.
That's just
Are you
me.
talking about Avalon?
You're fading out a lot, Godrock, and we
out.
can hardly hear you.
Time out. 1 second.
What's up?
God Rockin', you're really, really muffled at the moment.
Muffling out. Yeah. So Godrockin's right. You can see from like Santa Monica Beach, it's 27 miles away to Catalina. You can see that all the time. I grew up seeing that all the time, 27 miles.
You ever been to Catalina, Sonny?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Probably multiple dozens of times.
Yeah.
I moved God
It's a
Rockin' out
different
and
way of
back.
life there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Right, God Rockin', I move you back in and out, see if you sound any better.
You got a lot of old what are they called? You know, like mysteries and myths.
Yeah, 75 miles from San Diego to Catalina. So on the beach
Guys,
here,
I've got to go and then I'll be back in a minute potentially, but I'll be back.
take about 15 miles
nice
off
one,
because
Crack.
the speech. Hey, Crack, good to see you. Thanks, Roche 2.0. I'm not sure I know you. Yeah, so take off just about right, 15 miles, because that beach is about 15 miles north of the city. So I'm gonna try to get some data on that. I'd sure love to take that picture myself. Wow. I think I've seen it from that beach.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
those
just standard
distances.
gravitational repression, Sonny. You just don't understand.
I never hope I ever do understand. I hope I never understand that nonsense. Yeah, you can skin dive in the kelp beds around Catalina. It's full of fish, and use a Hawaiian sling. Oh my God, that's a blast.
Talking about in Avalon.
Yeah, anywhere over
Avalon
there
Bay.
is just freaking, most of it's just great.
Avalon's I'm sure you know, the one with that big circular theater.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in there before. Friends of mine, like when I was like at high school age,
Yeah.
knew people that played jazz, like their jazz teacher would be like performing up there. So I got to see one of those long time ago.
History there. A lot of,
I used to sail all my drunken stoned friends on little tiny sailboats all the way to Catalina. 6 of us. We almost sank because someone
Yeah, we
left
used to like
someone left the valve open to the head in the front, so we woke up and it's a little tiny boat. It only has about 2.5 feet of freeboard above waterline as it is, loaded with 6 people. And so we woke up with like 2 feet of water.
Sonny, that's dangerous, bro. Did you have a bilge? Did you have a proper bilge pump? Did you have a bilge pump or anything?
Hell
like a
no,
small
bro.
one?
This is buckets. That was a 20-foot sloop. 20-foot sloop.
Yeah, but for like nighttime and that. Did you
A
sleep
Cal
on it?
20, a tiny little sloop, 20 feet long.
Did you sleep on that shit? Did you say? Sorry.
Yeah, I took my friends over there for the weekend. 6 of us.
Bro, I would have had to have had a small bilge pump
Check
at
it out.
night.
Nobody knows about this except my very close friends, so no, I doubt any of them are listening. Anyway, so when we got on shore, we went on shore at night and we raided this place. There's these big mansions up there because this was all like Wrigley-owned property. So the elite people like built these huge, nice houses up there, like in the 20s and stuff.
By the way, wait there, one sec, Sonny.
Yeah.
How old are you again?
62.
Right, you're 62. The statute of limitations states, how old were you when you did this, committed these crimes?
19.
Right, the statute of limitations means that you cannot be prosecuted for these
18,
crimes, and yeah, you can't be prosecuted for these crimes. So go ahead, continue the story. Then.
Thanks, great. Thanks for that.
Hold on, wait. What did you do?
Took 6 of us on a 20-foot sloop from Marina Del Rey to Catalina and spent the weekend there. We almost sank because someone left the valve open. Because you have to.
Awesome. Okay, continue.
So we almost sunk. We had to bail it out with buckets. Anyway, so later that night, we all go to shore and we're walking down at night, And there's these freaking beautiful mansions, and they're all open and all lit up with candelabras and all this kind of stuff, man. Like the full-on layout. So we go look at this house, man, and I'm not all that proud of it, but doors open. It's like we're like, hey, is anybody here? And dude, they had this big, huge, like 20-foot long dining table with the full-on spread. I mean, anything you wanted. And we just made up a whole bunch of plates of food, like lobster,
It would have got thrown away.
crab, steak, and like all the trimmings and everything, and champagne and the whole
Nice, bro.
we were only 17.
That would have been
17.
It would have all been thrown away anyway. I got a similar story. We were on the coast of England, between one side of a town and another. So there's like a good mile swim, and you can swim from one town to another town across the whole sea. It feels like the sea because it's the entrance, right? It's an estuary almost, right? It's an inlet, not an outlet, right? So someone might have to correct me if that's what the difference would be denoted between the two. Anyway, so we're there and we end up tired, but there's a boat there and it's an extremely nice boat. It's got all like mahogany and like ebony, like, you know, like door frames, and like, you know, the way you get into the different rooms in this boat is like, you know, it's like the sort of brass like turn. It's beautiful, bro. Like the embellishment on, you know, all of it, and the whole thing was just there, keys in tow, you know, like we could have drove this thing. It was anchored up.
Yeah, I used to work on boats. I used to work on brand new boats and get them ready for the owners, these $1 million sailboats and shit. I used to work on
this
those
thing was worth about £750,000, which would be about $1.1 million at least, right? So like we go onto it, right, and it's what you would call like a luxury fishing yacht, right? So it has like a dinghy attached to the back usually, right? We see these occasionally. It had no dinghy, so these men had gone to shore, right? Whoever owned it had gone to shore on the smaller boat that moors up against the back of the deck on this thing, right? Am I coming through, right?
Yep. Yes, you are. Still coming in.
Lost you
No.
there.
Oh, there you go.
All right, so I don't know where I was. If you could remind me, Sonny, what you last heard.
You were just talking about these magnificent staterooms and stuff like that on the luxury fishing
Well, I was
vessel.
just saying the reason when we knew no one was on
The
it.
guys took the dinghy and left the yacht behind.
Yeah, it wasn't even really that big, guys. Like we got to realize, so it's only £750,000. It's not really that big. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's not huge in nature or anything like that. It's not like whoa, but like it's good and it's very high quality. The deck on the back, the boat was clearly not there for them. To be honest, me and my friend were tired halfway across this mile swim. We're very young. We get on it. We climb up off on the back, and it's got like, you know, like the little bits of like the aqua jets on the back to wash your feet off and everything, which is not to wash your feet off. It's for the system of the actual boat. I know that. As a child, you believe that these you know, jets are merely to wash your feet off. Like, how rich are these people? Obviously now I know that's not.
So let me catch up. So here you are in these people's yacht. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically like a small fishing yacht. And we go around it, we realize we could have drove it off if we wanted to. It was anchored up and everything. We go into the kitchen and we just start eating their food. We have like, I remember they had like wine, like alcohol-free wine that was like amazing. They had like these drinks that were like ginger infused, like liquids. Like it was just like basically proper toffs, you know what I mean? And they had like canopies on there, and we just ate a shit ton of food. We took loads of lobster back with us in these like amazingly cool tubs and stuff, right? We managed to use them as floats to swim, and we got them and put it in these like bags, right? That would be like, the delivery bags that have got shiny insides. Filled those up with octopus, crab, lobster. We took a lot of money's worth of stuff from that thing. Obviously, I've repented since. But yeah, we left and we used it as floats to swim back. I was very young at the time. I was about 11 years old, maybe.
Oh, man.
But yeah, we spent an hour on that thing, and it was a really good hour. Because we knew we couldn't get caught, because we would see,
Those Those were
we
the
had a good
days.
few hundred meters in all directions. That we
Oh,
could
hey,
see.
Crack, you have
We're
us
out to,
deafened.
insane.
Yeah, you have us deafened,
But I
Crack.
don't know how you didn't do that sleeping thing with a bilge pump, bro. Like that would have
He
been.
can't hear
Was
me.
it frightening sleeping on a boat knowing that it could sink?
Okay, there you were. There you go. You were deafened for a second. So I was talking and you couldn't hear me. Yeah, you were red deafened for just a second there.
Dude, I don't know what's going on with my stuff right now. This is kind of.
I was about to message you about, hey, Crack, you're deafened, so you kept talking. You couldn't hear me when I was saying something.
Yeah, I noticed it was deafened, so I went and undeafened him.
Oh, did you? Thank you, bro.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait, I can find
right.
out. I'll find out who done it. Don't you worry.
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe me in a past life. Yeah.
It was you. Yeah. God, Rockin', I'll let you off because I know you're a bit of a boomer when it comes to this stuff. Unless you deafen me again now, then. Okay, yeah, no one.
I guess.
Yeah, my stuff's really breaking up today, guys. It's not working too well.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing the things we did in our youth that more didn't have more consequences or didn't get killed or something. I don't know.
I don't know if it's amazing.
I don't know how I didn't get killed.
Bro,
Doing
Abba's
some
got
of the
this,
stuff I
bro.
used to do.
Listen, Yaz got it. God's got it. It's that simple, mate. Like, it's not even amazing. The stuff that we did wasn't even that out of crazy, really. You think about it, it's crazy, but think about this. That's what I was saying about the boxers earlier. Jack Dempsey, right? Rocky Marciano. They used to fight for 100 rounds. Just sheer grit, willpower to want to go on. Like, people have that in them. They need to unlock it. That's all, Sonny, right? And like, you've got it because look at you. Like, you're like inspiring to look at when you talk about the way you speak and your love for music, and you know your want to sort of live life in this way where you enjoy it, being out in nature, and the way you speak about it. That is like a fervent want to continue to exist, and that is really the essence. And you grew that and cultivated that in those moments when you were younger that may seem somewhat dangerous, but they ultimately save our lives, because if we reinforce our minds with these positive sort of experiences that bring us closer to the people that we love and build purposeful bonds with people and relationships that mean something, it makes our life mean something, and these things make our life meaningful, and that's the least dangerous thing in the world.
You know what? I've been alive a long time, and I made a lot of mistakes because I believed I had to do everything myself. So I grew up believing that I had to do everything, and I didn't have any help from anywhere. No support at all. So that's been difficult to deal with because I still feel that way, and it's hard to break out of that. But
It's
one
hard
thing I
to-
do know is that I know how to take care of myself. I'm learning how, and the things I don't know, there's still more for me to learn on the next day or whatever. If I'm granted, yeah.
I would say though, bro, the type of person that you are, I bet you there are many that would be willing to help, but it's actually we become conditioned when we're not given help. Like you, when you're younger, you did everything yourself. You became conditioned to like live and exist in a way that's normal for you now to not have help. So like it's hard now to even accept it if it was being offered, or even would you see?
No, listen, I
being
don't even know.
offered?
It's extremely hard for me to ask for any kind of help at all.
Exactly,
Like
my
I
point.
don't want to be a burden to anybody, and so that takes some.
But there's a symbiosis to that though, Sonny, mate, that you're missing.
Yeah,
That sometimes helping someone else is more like, listen, if every person is to lift up the person that they see in their time of need, right? Then when it becomes your time of need, you won't need to be strong because there will be so many people around you that will hold you up. I understand you already live in a way where you help other people and hold them up when they need it. I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying that in and of itself, if we're willing to accept help, is it's not that we give to receive, it's that we give to make the people and things around us in the world exist in a realm that understands what that is to give freely and to love and to be helpful and to be joyous and to show other people what it's like to be like that, so that they might go
That's
forward
what I
and do
try
the
to
same
do.
for others.
That's what I try to do. Like, even like now, like people are freaking terrorized by all this shit that's been going on. So like, I try to be helpful to people. There's people wandering around, they're confused. Like I like sometimes I forget that. And what I want to say about like being alone and learning how to survive on my own, literally like in any condition, that's what I've conditioned myself to do. So like, but the one thing that I've had to struggle with is that to not get this completely fuck them all attitude, because I've had that attitude, fuck it all, fuck them all. I don't need your help. I don't want your help. I don't want anything to do. And
It's
so
hard, no,
like
hard though, isn't
that, it's been hard because I've separated myself from most people, and I like, not that I don't get along, but people don't understand me because I don't come from any place that I'm in a room with people. I can almost guarantee you they're not going to understand me right away. And like, I'm a sensitive person. I'm a strong person, but I'm sensitive also. Like, it's hard to talk about it a little bit because I can get freaking emotional. And some days I'm more emotional than others, like literally on freaking edge. Like,
But me and you seek to be intellectually honest, right? So like the emotional part, like a lot of people don't see this about men, that like men are emotional, but we invest and we place the energy of our emotions into different forms of expression, right? So that it's expressed in a way that we still feel emotional the same as everyone else does. We just push it and refine it in a way that's different, right? And we use that energy in a different manner, so it sort of presents itself to the rest of the world sometimes as something different than emotion, when really like what would be sometimes classified as masculinity, or what would be in the media called now toxic masculinity, might just actually be an interpretation of some of the utilization of the energy gained from the utilization of our emotions, the sort of like, you know, the retransformation of emotions into action or into whatever it is, right? But like as a person,
but you know, it has to all align with what the creator, like, I don't have anything left. Like, you've been through as much freaking life as I have. Oh my God, I can't even describe it to you what it's been like. It's been
that's
freaking
nice
crazy.
though, right?
And you know what I want to, like, because this came up and we're talking about it now, like, what I realized is that, like, I must have had an extremely freaking rebellious spirit to have, I'll say it, suffered freaking misery on a human scale that I can't even fucking comprehend. If it didn't happen to me, I would say, I don't know how anybody
it's a lie.
could survive it. I don't know how anybody could survive it. And like, now that gave me such a strong belief in this creator that, oh my God, like, I would not be alive 100 freaking times and plus on Sunday. I wouldn't be around. Like, I know that something was protecting me all through the hardest times. And that I think that we need whatever we're going through here, because there's a process going on in my spirit. It's in my spirit. Like, who knows what all these other spirits have their own separate journey spiritually, and we're on this some kind of thing.
But what does it mean? But what does it mean? It's refinement, Sonny. It is refinement. Listen, it's refinement, and then it's iron sharpens iron.
Yeah,
I know you know, but that's why I'm saying it.
So listen, hold on. I want to say this because I'm older than a lot of people. So you can live through your life and make a lot of mistakes and get to a point where you feel like there's no freaking recovering from it. Like, and then you have to like change. You have to learn to change. I had to learn to change my thought process, and you know, it took me a really long time to get above these human concerns about like what I look like to others or what I seem like, because I'm fucking so different than anyone I know. Like, I don't care anymore. So like, you know, like now I know that's a gift from God. Like, I'm different for a reason. Like, I've had to go through what I've had to go through, all of it for a specific reason. None of it was by accident. And it was all about my consequences for my actions. I didn't understand. You know, I spent a lot
cause and effect. What we talk about here.
Listen. Like, I was so traumatized in my childhood and my youth that like I spent a good portion of my life, many years, trying to go like into oblivion. To forget it all, just the drugs and alcohol. but I couldn't erase it, and I couldn't erase myself, even though literally I wanted
You
to.
tried.
I didn't want it. Like
So
I thought it was over.
escapism.
I thought it was over. Like that there was nothing left. And having these regrets of things that I feel like I missed out in life in a big
Yeah.
way. Like that's been like really a long process of grieving.
Hardest
But you
bit.
know what? I'm coming fucking through it. Like I'll tell you, I'm making it through it.
Right.
I'm gonna make
Can I
it through to
comment
the
on
other side.
certain
I'm gonna make it
points?
through to the other side. Wait a minute. I know I sound like I'm preaching. I'm gonna make it through to the
That's
other
fine.
side because I plan on living as long as this creator has said that we can live 120 years. It's biblical. So I'm shooting for 120. I'm not gonna let anybody or anything tell me
Amen.
how old I am based on some fucking stupid number,
Bro,
which doesn't mean anything to me today, here, right now. I
from
don't
your
know. So
listen,
so I'll
bro.
tell you what.
Let me
So I'll
say
tell
one
you what.
thing. I gotta say one thing. From your mouth to Yah's ears, bro. Let it be done. We have authority actually to command that we do exist for 120 years. So let it be said now that that will be the truth in agreement, bro.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I think one of the most valuable things is I had this relationship with material things.
Yeah.
And I thought they equated to who I was, to me. Like so therefore, if I didn't function well in career or relationships or any of that stuff, which I've had successes and failures in all of those realms, like for a long time I thought that like my whole occupational, like I didn't know how to function, didn't know how to like have continuity, like those kind of regrets, you know. I don't know where I was going exactly with that. But I think the most valuable thing is this materialistic view I used to have. Like obviously, living on the globe is part of it. So I lived in that
Amen.
dream world of nonsense, you know, and never checking shit out, like who I am and where I am, and not like
Yeah.
so like I had this kind of sick view of material things. So what happened to me in life is that I had to learn. It got to the point when you have things and they mean nothing. Like it meant nothing to me. I didn't even care anymore. I didn't want them. I didn't need them. It didn't mean anything. It wasn't helping me, you know. So I had to like lose all that shit, and it was freaking hard to lose all of those things that I thought were my whole life. Like, and then so what happened out of that is I had to learn to live with basically nothing for a long while.
Minimalistic.
It was fucking hard, man. It was hard. Like literally in modern days, living like almost at starvation level. You know, and so I had to learn I lost all of those things, most of those things. Some of the things that I really love, like my instruments and stuff, I was able to hold on to some of those.
Praise you.
And then I got to a point where here's the bottom line is that I had to get used to, I know it's long-winded, but I had to get used to, like I had to learn my spirit had to learn how to appreciate what things I have. You know, to appreciate the little things I have. Shoot, if I have 10 gallons of water in my apartment, I feel rich. I have 10 gallons of water, man. I'm like, I feel more secure. I have enough food for a few days, you know, like the simple.
Listen, do you want to know why? That's because it says even this. Listen, sell your cloak to gain your sword. Your sword would be the word, right? The word being that of the book. The book, if you want to talk about it metaphorically or philosophically, would be the representation of knowledge. So the idea is, as you live minimalistically, that was you without your stuff, all of this, right? Yeah, and then you essentially what you did was you gave up on materialism. That was you, in a proverbial sense, would be like, metaphorically speaking, would be you selling your cloak, and you gained your weapon, bro, your sword, which was a spirit of living in intellectual honesty, not just to others, but toward yourself, which is to actually take on all the little nuances of all of our, you know, personality and the things that make us us, really, to discover who we are, how to utilize it in a fashion that makes sense, how to utilize it in a sense that is exponentially better toward everything around you and yourself, right? learning to love yourself, learning to love those differences that you spoke of, because you are individual, learning to actually see that as something that was actually given to you, instead of something that is actually a negative, how society would let you see it, and also not putting yourself in a box where society says this is the way it's supposed to be, because if we're not the way we're supposed to be in the box of society, there's also a different shape to the box that's all the things that we're not meant to be. So society doesn't just tell us how we should live in terms of actions going forward, growing careers, etc. It also tells us how we shouldn't live, in a sense of what's negative and what's regression, right? So you have that then, and you have you in the regression part of what society puts out for you. Now you, in your own mind's eye, look malshapen to the very part of the vessel at which they're trying to say you should fit in. But no, break the mold, brother, right? Which is what you did. That's when you sell your cloak, gain your knowledge, and you actually seek a form of mindset that lets you understand that actually the vessel in which they wish to fit me in is neither the shape they said it was for pro or con. It's actually a completely different shape. It's one that the creator intended. It's one that Yah intended for me, in a shape that utilizes me in my best sense. What is success?
Yeah,
Success is
yeah,
going on
yeah.
and perceiving and feeling happiness and joy. That's what it is, Sonny. Success is to
Right,
feel
right.
sun.
And what, yeah, like, so I have a whole different take on like what my life actually meant. Like now I see it as this way, that I've learned to survive and thrive in my age, whatever, I don't like know what that is, but I still feel really young, and I'm just grateful for the things I have around me, like, and who I am. Like that's the most important. I'm okay. So what it took for me to do that, the process that had to take place was I had to come out of blame of the things that either real or perceived that people did to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like those, like if we think somebody's harmed us, either they have, or it's either just perceived that they have, there's still injuries, right? So I had to take the blame of others for my situation or whatever and take responsibility instead. So come out of being a victim and take responsibility, you know? And, flat earth, like in the last 4 years for me, has been exponential growth in that area, and
Mindset.
recapturing the good things about me and like my skill set and the things that I enjoy in life,
bro.
and just experiencing
Creativity.
and like talking to all of you here is like part of me sharing that experience, because I don't know, I hope I can live a really long time and still have a really full life. Some days I don't, some days I question it, because
Bro, Sonny, let me
because literally shit hurts, man. I'm telling you,
I get it hurts physically, it hurts spiritually, psychologically. But listen, Sonny, this is what I was saying when you said about you've had to rely on yourself and it's hard to ask for help. But the point is the fact of the matter is how you affect the others around you in a positive way affects the way they react to you also, right? So I would just state pretty simply that the way in which you live your life now, where you're not analyzing yourself, means that you're able to be more analytical of yourself in the positive way, inwardly and also outwardly of your life. And it will probably have a positive effect. You have a positive effect on the people here. You teach wisdom to people while you're here. You provide value back out into things, right? Where if we're in a self-pitying mindset,
I like to do that, and honestly, like I can be kind of volatile. So like I've had to learn to temper that a little bit, especially in conversation, to make it something productive and for it to advance to another level as far as like what we're trying to gain here and stuff. I don't know. I've had like a total switch. Like I'm not perfect. Obviously, and I don't care to be, but like this self-persecution is a horrible thing, and I do not have a right to judge myself even, or others for that matter, especially others. Like immediately, like that, it says that in the scriptures, that like judge, like if we judge, we'll be judged. When
we can judge people righteously. That right. There's something very difficult with that.
Discernment is different than judgment. So like I can learn to discern. Like,
but what is judgment? A sentencing is different from judging.
Punishment, correct? Punishment.
Right. So that's why, like, that's
sentencing
why I don't
punishment.
claim. That's why, listen, that's why I feel like I'm a very spiritual person. I try to keep it on the cut and dry, black and white here in the Flat Earth server as far as what we're asking for, right? For proof and
Yeah.
evidence, like the scientific method and all whatever observations and measurements.
Scientific method comes from the Bible, though, really.
But yeah,
Stop
no.
it, Crack. Stop with that. Come on now. You know,
But so
there's
hold
a
on. I almost
philosophy.
forgot. I almost forgot.
I
What I want to say. That's why I don't claim anything of myself. Like I'm not, it's not up to me to judge. Like if I am something, that's not me to decide. Like if I'm something that is has depth and weight in life, as far as inside who I am and what is meaningful or not, or like what is real, like the creator, like the spirit that's within me, you know, like that. I'm not like it says, like, what does it say? Judgment is mine, saith the Lord, right? So it's not me to judge. I can't afford to judge others. That's up to God. Like sometimes I forget because I'm
It's
human,
vengeance.
and I want to call like people assholes. Like that's not, you know, and I have to correct myself, and I get corrected because I have that inside of me of what right and wrong is. I've made a lot of wrongs, and I realize my errors, and that's the whole thing. Like we get to a point where we can forgive ourselves, and that's the first step. You know, I can't forgive anyone until I forgive myself. Like, anyway, didn't mean to go so long.
1 second, what was that?
What are you talking about? What was that? He just explained himself, Crack.
Not you. Someone else spoke, buddy. So I was making sure.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We'll go to the atheist in chat.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I was saying vengeance. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, vengeance is not for my. Yeah, exactly. See, thank you for that.
Amen to that. Amen. Hey,
So-
Sonny, we got a non-claimer in chat. Sonny, we got a claimer that's here.
What?
In the chat though, only in the
Yeah, and their name. And this guy's name is Apollo NASA. So this guy's going to be the #1 contestant for today, guys. He's actually saying that his evolution claim is that if it stays the same, that's evolution. So I can't wait for him to come in here and explain how that works.
It stays the same. It's evolution.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to come in and extrapolate, Sonny. He also says that you guys don't like me and you're not going to let me speak. So if that's true, maybe I should leave right now. I apparently knows.
Wait, I don't like you.
Yeah, he says that I can't be part of this group. That he thinks that I can't be, homogenous with this group. Yeah.
What? So we don't like you? Wait, is he saying that like that's a revelation? He should realize that everyone knew that already. He didn't tell anyone anything new.
That's a good display.
Just tell him that. Like, you do realize we already all knew that. Like, oh, you think you're really smart.
I could play good
That's what I
cop.
love
Hold
about
on.
you, Crack. Your fucking sense of humor is amazing, brother.
I know. Crack could play bad cop. I'll play good cop. Or yeah.
I don't wanna
Hey
be a
man, don't pick on EXO like that, Crack. See what I mean?
Yeah, but I know him as
I need to be
MG42.
protected.
Wait
I
there.
need to be protected.
I know
I really need protection. Can you? I need a bodyguard.
Yeah,
Can I
does
get a
he need
bodyguard?
protection? Yeah,
I need a
like,
bodyguard. Wait a
This is-
minute. Okay, first of all, does the guy have the ability to rub the two brain cells together and evolve and come in the room? That would be shocking, just if he came in the Discord, to be honest.
is he made of rock?
He is an advanced rock, but don't tell him that we know that yet. They get really pissed off when you already know what they believe. So don't say that.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know the EXO by the EXO. I know him as MG42 pillbox. That's what I know you by, like, because we're not friends. Just saying.
That's right. We're not friends, right? But I have been promoted, so you're stuck with my old name, I guess.
No, I'm not.
I've been promoted, Crack. So once you get up to this level, then you'll be able to understand. So, Sonny, we got to get this guy in the building here. He's saying
come on in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah,
Where is it?
his name
Let's
is
see it.
Apollo NASA or something. Yeah.
Where is he?
He's in the live chat on YouTube. So yeah, that's an amazing group over there. Thank you everybody for supporting us here.
Wait a
Flat
minute,
Earth,
guys!
on the live chat.
Wait a minute, Sonny and Crackville, and let's see if this is some sort of adaptation. He is now quiet all of a sudden since I've been here for the last 3 minutes. Is that a form of evolution?
Because he realized we hate you and he doesn't need to hate on you anymore.
We'll know
Right,
for
so
sure if
he's
he
gonna
clicks.
Yeah.
If he clicks the link, then we'll know for sure. It had to be evolution
I think wait a
calling
minute,
from the
this
past.
is survival. This is survival in nature. When he's learning how to be quiet so that the predators don't see him and kill him. I see how this works.
Yeah.
You know, evolution
grew
delivered that.
camouflage.
Evolution delivered that message from the past. You realize that, folks?
Does that mean IP address blockers and proxy site servers are like basically evolved camouflage?
Evolution 2 also,
Well,
yes.
evolved for like, you know, like really like weak, feeble, effeminate men. It evolved IP address blockers and proxy servers and stuff like that in order to hide from people.
Correct. That is adaptation, therefore
It's
evolution.
all
Correct.
got to be related because everything is. XO and I have been going through this. We're going to make a thesis.
It is the most powerful question, the most powerful question to the atheist in history, Crackville, and even a lot of believers don't understand this, is, can you show me an example of adaptation in nature?
Yeah.
Let the fun begin. Let the fun begin.
Well,
awesome.
adaptation disproves evolution anyway.
Well, it doesn't adapt. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as adaptation. That's
of course.
The spin is a product
Even if
of
even if adaptation did exist, though, guys, that in and of itself, if you look at it, right? So if you look at the field of listen. No, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm not. Listen to what I'm saying first.
We're gonna work on you. No, you're on the hot seat, Crack. Define adaptation.
Oh my God. You're not listening.
You got to define it now. You got to define it. Define your terms.
If adaptation existed, it would in and of itself
What's adaptation? What's adaptation?
Adaptation is a change of state, obviously, within inside of one generation would be a form of adaptation.
Did it already have the ability, or is it a new ability?
Warning, adaptation. Warning. Wait a minute. Warning, adaptation. It's been a hijacked word. Be careful.
Of course, it's a hijacked word.
There's no such thing as biological adaptation. But there's no such thing, for the record, no such thing as adaptation in nature, because the creature already has to have the ability. And even the kindergarten kid knows that if the creature doesn't have the ability to survive, what happens? It dies.
It dies. It's the same. Listen, this is the same as irreducible complexity. Irreducible complexity clearly shows how something. Yeah, no, I know all of this, XO. I'm stating that what I'm trying to get at to you, bro, is if they could prove a case of adaptation, that would actually still disprove the original theory under Darwin. I'm saying that they would shoot themselves in the foot if they even if they could prove the thing that doesn't exist. If they could prove it, it would still shoot them in the foot. That's how bad it is. They lose in all directions. But with like irreducible complexity, right? Something is irreducibly complex. You cannot take away one of its parts because if it needs all of its parts in order for it to exist, right? A mousetrap is no longer a mousetrap if you take away one of the key ingredients for it to be functional as a mousetrap. But the point is, of what I'm trying to say is, like the flagellum, you know about that, right, XO? Yeah? The super complex rotary motor,
the
right?
already existing jet engine inside the microbe. Amazing. Yeah, that had to accidentally get there. Yeah.
And then they used the super injector, the microbe super injector, as a form of disprovance in a law in a courtroom, a kangaroo courtroom, because he was actually a liquor and alcohol licensing guy, right, altogether anyway. So he wasn't really a judge that should have presided over a case to do with anything inside of microbiology. But the flagellum clearly showed a gear. It shows different formats to it that are so advanced that it proves, though, any one of these taken away. But they use a super injector as something that looks very similar under a microscope, right, bro? Or in its parts, okay? And they say this is something that could have been a prerequisite to it. This proves that it could have evolved from that issue. The issue is in the evolutionary calendar, they state that the super injector predates the flagellum anyway, by mere essence of a certain couple of its building blocks being older than any of the building blocks in the flagellum by their own calendar. So they used the faulty argument in court. And this all come about because of the book Darwin's Black Box by Michael Behe, he's a microbiologist, and he goes through all of the different things in Darwin's book that he states would have to be disproven in order to disprove Darwinism on the face of it instantaneously. And this guy does so, a microbiologist by the name of Michael Behe. But the key word is irreducibly complex. Something needs all of its parts to continue to exist. Take away one part, the thing as a whole doesn't function, thus it doesn't eat, thus it dies.
Correct. Now watch this. The guy in chat just said that losing abilities of thinking, losing brain power is adaptation. I'm not kidding. Look in the chat right now. This is how stupid demon-possessed Satans are. You can't make this up, Sonny and Crack. He said getting Down syndrome is evolution. I'm not kidding. It's in the chat right now.
You don't really, you don't get Down syndrome. Down syndrome is something you acquire it in the process of being what you in the actual womb. It's a modification of a different pattern growth.
It's a problem, Crack Villain. It's a
I know,
problem.
it's an illness.
Right. Right. And the DNA is so complex and amazing. The DNA repairs and still keeps the human being alive, even with the lack of information with the harmful mutation, because the system already had the ability to make sure that the system is there to keep the creature or human being alive, even if there's a seriously debilitating mutation. So the creature already had the ability, and he thinks now becoming less able is adaptation. You can't be that stupid.
They were never even fully able, but they were never even fully able. So how did they even change state? They never changed state. They were always what they were. There was a malfunction in the DNA code from the beginning.
Right. Is it still a human? So he doesn't think that they're humans anymore. He thinks that they're a new species. That's his claim.
That's great.
It's a new species, Sonny. That's what we have. We have adults with disabilities and hundreds of care provider homes throughout America, and that proves evolution, Sonny. Welcome to atheism.
I heard that. I had to come back and sit down.
I gotta screenshot this. I gotta
a change of state where the thing itself was never in any form of change of state because it literally was developed in that state from the beginning. Because the genetic code was always in a malfunction state from the very beginning of its.
Check this out. Even like everything we see here in nature, it has the same attributes of like a seed. There's all the information in that little tiny seed to create a whole brand new, huge, freaking multi-ton tree. Right?
Yep.
Information is in there already, just like with us. It's the information transfer from the process.
Everything is information transfer now. The microbiome of your gut, right? When people get indigestion, they think giving the anti-acid or whatever, they think neutralization of pH balance of the stomach itself. We have alkaline being anything, above pH 7 and acidic being anything below pH 7 when you use something like a universal indicator, right? And anyway, the point being is that sometimes people think they can neutralize acid, but they forget that their stomach, when we chew, for instance, the saliva creates enzymes, and there are also enzymes created by different types of things like proteins or carbohydrates or sugars. So these enzymes interact with each other, and it's actually the best way sometimes to change things is to input new information to reset the current load of the computer. So sometimes it's better to actually eat something that is acid when you have an acidic stomach. Like, might be better to have a spoonful of vinegar when you get hiccups because it reinvigorates the diaphragm, as it goes down, because that's the diaphragmal spasm. Like,
you got a haircut?
Me.
That's evolution. Yeah, the haircut. That's evolution right there. You
That's
changed. The hair
that's
changed.
why Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-il made them all get haircuts because he wanted them to be the most evolved society.
Exactly right.
And
Now
worked,
that's
right?
science. That is science right there.
All my power comes from my hair, bro. My power comes from my hair. I'm not cutting.
Ask him whether can we find out if he believes in science, guys? Can we find out that he at least believes?
You can't get a claim out of it. Good luck getting a claim out of. They're scared to death of their own claim. You can't get a claim out of them.
Yeah, but just ask him if he believes in science first, because if he believes in science, that's all we need to know.
You can't answer the question.
That may be too complex. Asking him that question is too hard. Got to start with basic shapes.
Surely,
what is a straight line? What is a curve? What is a radius? What does it mean?
Straight line can be
Which of these matches the round hole or the square hole?
What's a triangle? What's a square? What's a circle? Very good.
Here's how you tie your shoes, little Apollo guy.
Here's how you tie your shoe in the daytime.
Sometimes you'll speak to them though, and they'll be like, "Yeah, there are 6 dimensions."
And when you're in outer space, you tie your shoes this way because you see much better in outer space.
You do actually, because there's less.
You don't want that refraction to get in the way, Crackville. And the refraction on Earth, you actually can't know anything on Earth. You actually have to go to space.
You can't trust your senses.
Yep. Correct, exactly. Nailed it.
What
It's the
about
shoe.
vacuum
It's the
chambers?
shoestring theory. It's a shoestring.
I go
dimension.
to
Right.
I go to lowly
That's also evolution.
pressurized. I go to a lowly pressurized vacuum chamber every week just so I can know that I'm in reality, because then there's no like refraction, less refraction anyway, and I
Which
can just
also
know
proves
shit.
evolution because you go to the vacuum chamber. Yeah,
That's
also
where I get my
evolution.
haircut. You're right. That is where I get my haircut.
Correct.
Ridiculous. They know who I am because I called back immediately. They're not answering.
What was that?
Ryan,
Someone
not a
just
big
talked
deal,
shit
Mr.
about my
Earth
mum.
10 Ryan, but you're hot mic and it's not too loud. It's probably not going to ruin the show, Ryan, but you're hot mic and just letting you know. I think you're there. You go, sir. Thank you. Sonny, we're back to step one, Sonny. We have to first, it's just like when the Globers come in here, Crack, and Sonny, listen, Sonny, right, just like Globers, you have to tell them what they're supposed to believe because they have no idea. It's no different with evolution. They have no idea what evolution is.
Wait, we should always start off and say, what is the definition of evolution itself?
And they won't answer. Yeah, you can't get an answer from them. That's the problem.
Well, there isn't really one, is
They
there?
first have to learn. First of all, guys, you have to teach them how to read. You got to give them hooked on phonics and a few hours of sessions of what words mean. To be honest, Sonny, Crack.
Yeah, that needs to be set up right away. That needs to be the terms and conditions. Yeah. They need to be able to understand those two words, terms.
Right. Like,
and
do you
conditions.
know that words have meaning? Would be the first question.
Oh, that should just be a preface.
Yeah. What do you think about reality? Is there such a thing as an objective reality that things just are, or is there no objective reality?
Would you say space-time is similar to a donut?
Everything's subjective. It only matters if I think it. Just like the whole thing of gravity. You mentioned gravity, the thought experiment. So where's the independent variable in a thought experiment?
What was that dumb fucking shit?
Itself.
Is that the chalkboard?
You can use gravity to measure your table or something?
Yes, gravity and evolution actually work hand in hand. You see, gravity and evolution got together millions of years ago, and that's why we have refraction. I think this was Sonny's study, but that's why we know refraction is real, because it came from gravity and what? Correct, evolution. Evolution and gravity made refraction, and that is evolution in the sense right there. Plus whales. Thank you.
Yeah, and a product of evolution. The curvature is a product of evolution through everything being flat.
Exactly right. You nailed it. Thank you.
Flat lines become curved over time.
Exactly.
Gentlemen, let's not forget whales.
Because it's so flat and whales.
Correct. Whales and moths. Don't forget moths too. Thank you.
Yeah, and because whales never adjust for the curvature. I'm sure of it. That's unverifiable, but I'm presuming the whales don't know about
whales are related to
DNA. And just say DNA. Like when you ask them for what's an example for adaptation or evolution, they'll say whales, moths, or DNA. That's the top three answers right now. I love the DNA part because that would be the genetic code that is more powerful than all the. Watch this. Genetic code in a single organism is more powerful than all the computers that have ever existed combined. But that just means it came out of the rocks. It just got really lucky, because if you give it enough time, Sonny and Crack, you can have that supercomputer come out of the pond. It happens.
Well, now here's probably what happened, because see, evolution knows everything. So they probably evolution came to the future when they had full on AI.
Obviously.
Then they took the information back, and that's where we got the information in the first place. So it's all from evolution.
Precisely, just like the Terminator 2 movie, right? They went to the future and made it happen, which is evolution, correct?
So as you see here, that we've illustrated so eloquently, is that evolution can transmit the message from in the past to the future. So, for instance, bisons aren't born with horns, so that was a message from evolution in the past. Correct. And then we have AI for information, because we know information scientifically doesn't come from nowhere. So what it came from is the future when they had AI, and then it went back and programmed the DNA into the past.
And don't forget, it might take 1,000 tornadoes to go through an airplane graveyard to create one on the other end of it, but it will happen eventually.
Correct. It will. It has to. Exactly. That's what the book says. It must. Right here, page 102, Evolution 2009. It must have happened this way. Correct.
When are they going to do an experiment? Like, because obviously there's a theory that I've been working on for a while that obviously rocks are where consciousness came from. The Earth itself being one homogeneous rock that cannot be split there isn't a big enough pickaxe in existence yet, as of right now. Does that mean the Earth will eventually gain its own consciousness? And what does that mean for us as people? And for God? That's the biggest question, I believe, of the 21st century.
Well, Crack. The fact that you didn't have that question before proves evolution, because now you have that
Yes.
question. Correct.
But what about the evolution of the consciousness of the Earth itself? This is
It had right. It happened. That's evolution. It has it. It's there. Duh.
He's trying to change to serious now.
No,
we need to.
no. Evolution is the most serious thing in history. Let's not. This is everything is evolution. What are you talking about, Sonny? Everything is
This
evolution.
is how we get the Globers in here, Sonny. We are talking serious globe stuff right now.
Yes, correct. This is the globe. Right, and that's what he just did. Was he just proved evolution, because we went from evolution to globe. Duh, that's a change right there.
I have it written right here. I have it in my notebook. Hold on.
Thank you. Let's go over the thesis real quick, please.
Where I have a circle written on my notebook. I have everything on the inside and nothing on the outside.
Exactly. So again, let me elaborate. Right. I'm going to elaborate, Sonny. As you see, nothing is very close to everything. They both have the word thing at the end. Therefore, that is evolution. Yes.
Yep.
It's very it's just science, guys.
Everything is inside the circle containing evolution. So that's everything.
Well, it's on, Sonny, you wrote it on the paper, so obviously that's the evidence.
I know. And then the dual purpose of this is it's on a notebook, so I can bend it, and I can see a curve like a paper towel roll.
Exactly right. You just proved that the flat is curved. Exactly. You just proved it. Thank you.
And curved. It's flat. When I'm looking over it, I see, and it's
refraction. No way there. Refraction.
Vision. So left to right is perfectly flat there, but forward and back, because I'm curving it, is
refraction,
curved.
bro.
And then it pops open. No, wait a minute. Now, here's the thing. When you look at it, it pops open, and now it's flat.
Well, it just looks that way because we're on Earth, and the refraction makes it look flat.
I'm sorry, I got it wrong. When you're looking at it, it's perfectly flat. When you turn away, it's curved.
Oh, correct. Well, either way, no matter which way it goes, Sonny, it's still curved. Correct.
Well, the point is, it can go either way because it's an up. Hold on, can you hear it? See that?
That's space time. I can hear space time.
No way. That's the warping. Listen, that's the warping and bending of space time, causing the pressure of. Listen, that's causing pressure on the fabric of space itself, which is warping and bending space time, which is causing mass itself to bend, and also the ricocheting backward up of that space time is causing the Earth. Listen, it's causing the Earth to expand upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? So that's what people don't get. That's what people don't get is that the emergent force of gravity is created by the Earth.
Hold on.
Cause and effect. Don't forget dark matter and whales, guys.
Wait a second. No, wait. I'm going to share this, but before I do this gravity experiment, I'm going to fold the paper across so where it says nothing on the outside. I'm going to fold it across so it fits inside the everything contained in the circle. And there we go. But now, like you said, because you said that 9.8 meters squared, I'm going to have to drop the notebook. Hold on. There we go.
Proof right there. That's science right there. There's gravity, bending and warping of space-time, and evolution. And also, since Flatman said that, yes, whales not only prove whales, they also prove evolution and gravity. Without gravity, you can't have whales, and the moths too. Yes.
And whales are mammals, but they used to be fish. So that's evolution.
Correct. And the Bible. And watch, let me show you how stupid Christians are. Watch this, Sonny. Let's a little twist here. We're going to show you how stupid Bible believers are. There's a story about this guy. Who knows if he existed? Probably not true. This guy name was Jonah, and he was swallowed by a whale, but then it says he was a fish. And that proves that these people are so stupid because they can't figure out if this is a whale or a fish. Wait a minute. But today there's this animal called a whale shark, and it's neither whale nor shark.
Mm-hmm.
It's neither whale nor shark, but it's okay because that proves evolution. Now, when the Bible says it, though, that's wrong. When atheists say it, it's true, and that proves gravity and the bending and warping of evolution. Thank you.
And we've also one secondly. We've also got the Baskin shark as well, which is a cross between a whale and a shark.
That
And I
is
just
what he's
wanted to
talking
add-
about. Yeah.
I know he's not. He's on about a whale shark. Whale sharks are another similar fish
Right.
to this
Similar
other
evolution,
one.
correct.
But but
They
yeah,
have a
that's
common
evolution.
ancestor. We got to get. They have a common ancestor. Correct.
But what my main point would be this, guys. Right? You know, evolution's been proven, so we should really understand that if we think about it too much, we might evolve too quickly. So we have to be very careful with the way we treat evolution from now on. But like, this is the funniest rigmarole ever, right? So the gravity is what causes masses to coalesce into balls in space, right? But
Correct.
gravity, but gravity itself is created by the warping of space because of the pressing down on the fabric of space by a ball of mass, creating the emergent force of gravity from the expression of moving the fabric or the pressure on it. But how did the individual things coalesce into a ball in the first place because of gravity when all of them need to be together to create the expression?
Well, that's the evolution. Yeah, that's
But
the
no,
that's
but
where evolution comes into play.
what they say is that every individual item before it coalesced into one big ball had its own pressure on the fabric of space, having its own gravitational well. But then I would state what would make those things come together when every individual thing has pressure on the fabric, but the fabric bends and warps around the mass, not like on a piece of cloth or something like that. It stretches. It doesn't stretch as if it's stretching so everything rolls to the middle, because if it did, then everything would roll toward the biggest center of mass. In our solar system, that would be a point that doesn't exist, which is called the biggest center of gravity in our solar system, is a place between the sun and Jupiter. But the issue is Jupiter doesn't go around the sun and the sun doesn't revolve around Jupiter. They both revolve around the center of mass that doesn't exist, because apparently they counterbalance one another. But all of the masses in our solar system would slowly, if it worked like a sheet or a real piece of fabric, roll in toward the center of mass, which would be the sun and Jupiter first rolling together and everything after the fact. But it doesn't work in that way whatsoever. So
I just wanted to point out, gentlemen, that hammerhead sharks, even though like I don't have all the proof, but hammerhead sharks are proof that hammers evolve. I know gravity's responsible for it somehow, but I can't verify it.
Right, that's correct, actually, yes. Because the hammers are heavy, eventually sharks knew there would be hammers and it would have some sort of benefit in the ocean to have a hammer, so it's absolutely true. Plus moths, too.
Yeah, but hammerheads used to swim on their side a lot, and so gravity basically made their eye sort of droop to one side, and because of that, they switched to the other side, and then the same thing happened.
I also wanted to point out, because Flatman is he's studying the whales when we have this whale thing going on, because it proves evolution. I want to point out that the balls in space are actually space whales, because they're in the vastness of there's not water, but you know they float around in space. They are space whales. That's what balls are, and because they're so similar, that's why it all ties in. That's the bending and warping of space-time. So the whales actually prove gravity first, then eventually prove evolution.
Holy fuck! I'm so glad you shared that with me. Things are getting clearer now.
They're all swimming around the central point, which is over the center of the flat Earth. Yeah.
Well, guys, this stuff here is we have to admit this stuff's less ridiculous, at least, than the Flat Earth Society's claims.
No, this is science. What are you talking about? This is science. You don't believe in science?
No.
Well, yeah, you're a science denier. That's the thing. You're a science denier. Everything flat, man. I don't know why you're changing your that you're a science denier. That's what science is: the bending and warping of space-time, whales, and moths. What did you not understand?
I get that.
What about the moths? There must have been moths in space too. What would we acquire moths when space? Asteroid. Yeah, the asteroids and meteors. Those are the moths in outer space, and the planets are the whales. Thank you.
Roche 2.0.
Asteroids is how water got here.
We're trying to help people with their evolution claim. That's all. Roche.
Asteroids is how water got here.
Hold on 1 second. Just the fact that people can learn the word evolution is a form of change, which proves evolution. Duh.
So everything did come from hydrogen because basically we have when we had no water on the planet, right? We had asteroids that gave us water.
The moths, correct.
4.5 billion years ago, the Earth's molten core was about to burn out. Remember? And what happened next was that there was a wayward planet, a Thea, the wayward planet, collided with the Earth. It deposited its like molten core that was more awake, which is why we still have one. It deposited it in a glancing blow of the Earth, right?
How do you make a molten core sound?
How do you make a molten core?
You gotta get to the point, Crack Villain. Don't confuse the stupid Christians.
How do you make a molten core of a planet that's on a crash course
Evolution.
for
I've
Earth?
told you this several times. First of all, also Flatman said that this guy's name was Linda, and that proves of evolution. His name went from Apollo NASA to Linda. That proves evolution, right there.
What?
And he's gonna have a sex change, and that proves evolution, right there. I mean, talk about the best form of evolution, right there. Just the sex change operation.
Well, evolution knew that they were going to be on the live chat today, so they they brought this forward from the past. There we go. Once again, proving evolution does time travel back and forth.
Yes, absolutely. It's true because it must have happened that way, and Linda has confirmed it.
Lunatic.
I'm glad we solved this issue. You know, we solved this really difficult issue of evolution, and you know, we won't destroy the technology this time. Thanks.
So,
how you doing?
all right, man. How you doing?
Good. Handshake.
Handshake. What'd you say?
A veritable handshake. A veritable.
You
handshake.
really wouldn't want to shake Crack Villain's hand. He's from England, so that you'd have to go to get disinfected after that, Lou.
Make sure the other one isn't armed.
It's
first.
because he's from England. He's just kind of getting to know him. You know, I think he might not wash his hands.
Or get your tetanus shot first.
Nobody in England washes. Nobody in England takes a bath. Just look at him.
Oh,
Roche,
just for everyone listening and whatnot. Every hand you shake has touched the penis.
Is that Sergeant Roach? Sergeant Barkley. Sergeant Barkley, are you new? You're a gold. Aren't you a gold FE? Yeah. Yeah, you're not used to our little conversation. It'll grow on you.
Right, and it's going to grow on him, which also proves evolution. Thank you.
You've been here since 2017? Ah, right on.
Who said that?
OG.
See, he's mad because I proved evolution. See, he's a science denier. He's mad.
I don't think he's used to the evolution comedy hour or whatever we have
he's a
here.
science denier. I just proved evolution. So did you not hear Flatman?
I know.
Roast 2.0 is OG, yeah.
I don't want you to take away. I don't want you to take away.
So far,
I don't want you to take away my tenure. Sorry about that.
Well, evolution can be over.
Just the fact that Crack Villain has been alive this long and he's never taken a bath—that's evolution, right there.
Well, I don't want to lose my tenure or my teaching credentials, so I'm going to go ahead and agree. I'm going to agree with you.
Evolution. It used to be a German machine gunner. No,
that's correct.
The EXO.
Correct. Evolution. Absolutely. You can't. It's change, isn't it?
Not to be mistaken with Hennessy EXO. But yeah.
R2D2 is back. How's it going there? Anything to say?
Where are the Globers? Because I'm getting bored.
Well, there's a VC verified R2D2. He was here a couple weeks ago.
Wait a minute. You weren't bored. You're bored now. Guess what that proves?
There's possible Glober R2D2. Do you have anything to say? No.
He needs to adapt.
How about the Flying Scotsman? Flying Scotsman. Hey, what's happening? How you doing, man?
Hey.
Welcome to the server. What say you?
Thank you. Yeah, I just enjoy listening.
That's cool. Sounds like you might have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Right, but you would have to admit that you had to turn your device on in the last 3 years, right?
What?
That's
I've only
evolution.
been listening the last 5 minutes.
That's fine. You already answered. It's evolution. Nobody could pronounce superfluous, so he had to change his name to superfluoride, just for the record, which is evolution as well.
Oh, okay. I get it now.
Actually, yeah, they put fluoride in the water. They didn't used to do that. And we know what GE Platypus says about that. Change your diet, Sonny. Boom.
Change your diet to more match the fluoride. Is that...
If you're you didn't used to drink fluoride, thousands of years ago. Now we are.
Now we have to
Done.
change our diet. Okay.
That's evolution. Correct.
You got to stay with the
fluoride.
Stay with the program.
I'm pretty proud of that rename right there. That was superfluous.
I like that.
Changed to super fluoride. I'm happy with it.
Man, that fluoride is good for your teeth, man.
Imagine how good super fluoride is.
Really
That's
good.
the best. Huh? Extra concentrated. It makes your bones grow right in front of your eyes.
And fall out. And turn yellow.
I got fluoride supplement on its own, so I could add it in water. Yeah, I like a lot of fluoride in my water.
You should just go you should go for the pure chemical phosphorus instead.
I got the hexafluorosilicic acid right here, sitting right in front of me. Take a couple drops, in the morning, just boom, boom, makes you feel strong.
Yep, just one more tally on the evolution list. Yep, every time.
That's it. Yeah, we have evolved, man. Did you know that we have evolved to consume fluoride? Did you know that? It's evolution, man.
Course.
Wonderful.
Evolution. Yeah. And that's probably a transfer both ways in time. Back from the future back to the past, and then from the past back to the future. It's like an endless
Correct.
loop.
Right. Yes. Right through a wormhole. You are correct on that. Yes.
Through a wormhole. Yeah.
Yep.
And simply done by just the folding of the paper and the dropping of the notebook. So, Flank Scotsman, what is your take on the topic?
I joined this server because those laser videos, like the Black Swan or whatever. I found them interesting, but I'm still a Glober. But yeah.
Oh, you're still a Glober?
Yeah. So I was asking people about gravity and stuff last time.
Okay. So you're not new to the server then? That new, right?
I'm less than a month. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've seen his name around. I've seen that name.
Other conspiracy theories.
What would you say your confidence level in the globe is right now?
Probably 99.9999%.
Wow, that's pretty high. And what is your favorite proof? Like, if you just could pick one globe proof, what would it be?
I don't really have any. The sunset, the sun going below the horizon. Like, you can see it with your own eyes. You don't even need a camera to zoom in.
Yeah, do you feel any motion?
No. Do you feel motion when you're sitting in a plane going 600 miles an hour?
Yes.
Yes. I feel everything. The engines,
only
right?
if there's turbulence. That's just vibration.
You feel the thing that you're moving. You feel the thing, right? Even in the car.
No, you just feel a bit of vibration.
You feel that you're moving, right?
Motion. Get out of your seat and go up to the head up there, and then turn around and come back the other way.
You can feel the difference.
Like going on a
Doesn't
boat
feel the
at
same.
5 miles an hour.
It feels different
Yeah.
each time, depending if you walk toward the front or back.
It's not even the same because an airplane or a car goes in a straight line. So it's not even comparable, right? You're falling backwards.
Not
you didn't have
in an
a
arc. Yeah, you're falling backwards with the sunset.
Same as a train. I go on a train a lot.
Yeah, so hold up, Flank Scotsman. So you didn't have a proof.
pressurized, maybe.
You didn't have a proof of anything, but you have a
Yeah, I'll post it.
99.999% with no proof. Just to point
Here's
it
a
out.
picture that I've
A
yet to hear
picture.
people
So
explain.
looking up in the sky, you can't determine anything about what's up in the sky because we don't know distance to them, what they are, what source they come from, or anything like that. So if I were to ask you a couple of questions, what if I could show you that everything you think you know about the globe is only a belief? Would you be willing to do
Yeah,
that?
fair. Yeah, I'll have a look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Simple. No right or wrong answer, honestly. I don't know is a perfectly good response if you don't know something. If you do say you know something, I'll probably hold your feet to the fire and ask you for actual proof of
Yo,
that.
Sonny, I'm gonna take gas pressure. Carry on.
Hold on.
Carry on.
Yeah, don't detour me. I get easily distracted. Okay, so the three major claims that the globe Earth makes, right? Our first one is that Earth is a sphere. The second one is that it has axial rotation, and that there's a gas pressure system that we have here, and it is adjacent to a vacuum of space. So let me ask you the first question on curvature. Do you know when, where, and how in history that the curvature of Earth was measured?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
They tried it with shadows, didn't they, or something? But I
Right, but
understand that also works with the flat Earth model.
right. That's what.
Yeah.
That's a very
Yeah,
good
if
point.
the sun was closer, yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. So that's an honest answer. No one in here has been able to give us that either. So you have nothing to verify this actual curvature other than just your belief. So the first count is just a belief on curvature. So now the second one is axial rotation. Do you know where, when, and how axial rotation was detected, and what method was used, preferably?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. So 1 and 2 are both beliefs only with nothing to validate them. The last one is the thing about gas pressure. We do have gas pressure at sea level, 14.7 psi. PSI is pounds per square inch. So in other words, to have pressure, you have to have a container or else you can't measure pressure. You wouldn't even know it existed without a container. So how can you have gas pressure without a container?
Is pressure less the higher you go up, like on top of Mount Everest?
You're talking
Is there
about a
less
pressure
pressure?
gradient. You're talking about a
Yeah.
pressure gradient. You cannot have a gradient of pressure without the antecedent of pressure itself, and the antecedent of pressure itself is a container.
What would
By
cause the gradient? Why would there be difference in pressure?
Because it's inside of a container, it can have a gradient.
But what
Only inside.
1 second, dude. That's not the question.
Density of the gases. Gases have a different density, so they equilibrate at different places at a different level. This can
So
only
that
occur
why-
inside of a container is the only way that can occur.
Yeah.
That's why you can have an aquarium full of gas and a tinfoil boat floating on the top of that aquarium.
Yeah, see, we can measure gradients of pressure
without a
inside of containers like big gas bottles, right? We can measure gradients inside of a container. That's how we know there is such a thing as a gradient. Without a container, you couldn't measure. You would not even know as a human being that there was
What's
such thing as a
another way?
gradient
1 second.
without measuring it inside of a container.
What's another way you can have a gradient, dude? It's pretty simple. Energy input, basically, right? So you input energy into a system, which does what? It changes the actual state of the gases. We have this occur all the time. This could be either, this could be sun itself, which could create a change as the light goes through the medium of those gases. It's going to change their excitement levels, right? These excitement levels do things, okay? They bounce around quicker, they hit one another, they create friction as they do so. Then we also have that's under Gay-Lussac's gas laws. Then we have Charles's law, which would be the cooling of gases and then being almost like less excited, so they become in a volumeric area, they fill less space, right? And that creates lower pressure, and lower pressure means that higher pressure gases next to those seek to push into the lower pressure place. So energy itself, cooling and heating, creates gradient because that creates the exchange of higher to lower pressure. So that's movement.
What determines what is up and down? Why is air thinner on top of Mount Everest? Like, why would it matter which is higher? What is
Because
up and down?
a gradient itself also is created. Where a gas is created. Simple question.
What do you believe the container is like over it? Is it
Listen,
like
wait,
ice
I'm
or
not, it
glass?
doesn't matter. I'm not on about that. I'm asking you.
Where were
Wait, no, wait,
gases
one sec.
created?
Let me just take this a sec, please, Tony. Listen, I asked you, where are the gases introduced into the system? Regardless, where are they introduced?
According to a globe model.
Just according to knowledge, what we know.
I mean, I get they're always here, or whenever the Earth was
Well,
created.
they were created via not where they came from.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. I'm talking about the fact of the matter is gases are created and released at ground level. Okay, right?
Yeah.
Right. They're exchanged. We have different processes where they're transferred. Let's say oxygen, right? CO2. We have the exchange of these gases. They're created by algae in the sea, by lots of various sea life and different forms of vegetation, created in fields, trees. All of this is occurring at ground level or below than sea level itself. Okay, these gases are created in certain amounts. These amounts are limited in capacity to the creationary method of the creation of them and the release of them and the introduction of them into the atmosphere, that being the air. As they're released, okay, these gas molecules themselves, as they are limited to the amount that's released, as they are released, as they go higher in altitude, much like if I was to show you this as a example, would be if I told you to shoot a shotgun in the air, the amount of limited pellets in said shells, as they go higher in altitude, in velocity as they go up, they scatter outwardly from one another. Gases are much like this. They move omnidirectionally, rapidly, and they move so in a path that is in relation not just to their trajectory, but it's in relation to the work that's put into them via the actual pressurized gases around them that create their path upwardly. Their relative density to the medium around them, mixed with them trying to bump their way through different various pockets and microstates of different levels of gases that are at different densities based on their own level of excitement, based on the energy from the system. So they move rapidly omnidirectionally, much like these, but because there's a certain amount of them, much like the pellets that go up, in relation to proximity to each pellet to one another, much like the gas molecules, these things become in distance farther away in proximity to one another as they go higher in altitude. Gases do the same. There's a certain amount as they get higher, they move omnidirectionally away from one another, and in relation to one another, their proximity of the molecules gets greater in distance. Thus, this itself would explain why, as they get higher, there would be a lower pressure rating as we go higher. Water vapor itself is also greatly implicated in the creation itself of this. Clouds exist at a low layer of the atmo, and the water that replenishes these clouds comes from rivers that are at lower layers of the actual ground that we live on. So, and also at sea level, this is the precipitational model and cyclic nature of this dynamic system that also deeply influences this 14.7 pressure psi that we have here. So the gradient again makes sense based on all of the different attributes of what creates these different pressurizations as up to certain levels. The higher we get up, lower pressure, higher proximity of the low level, or should I say certain amount of, or exact amount of gas molecule. That's all I can really say.
I don't understand how the gradient can exist without gravity.
Well, you might not be able to understand that, but as if
Why
you,
isn't the
how
high
do you,
pressure
okay, wait there
top?
then. How do you not have a homogeneous pressurized system? So in your model, you have an atmosphere, right? A sphere is a misnomer. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's no intermolecular bonds between gases in the air. They don't create a homogeneous shape. They're individual molecules, buddy, right? If you had a spherical gas ball around an Earth, right, with a center of gravity all the way to the center of all of them, right, what you would have would be such a problem. You have the Earth's rotation apparently causing Coriolis and storms. Okay, that wouldn't
Yeah,
work
but it's not that
whatsoever.
fast.
It doesn't work like that, buddy.
Because
The
the Earth
issue,
is so big, the
I
1,000,
understand, size
1,400
doesn't
miles an hour
matter.
isn't that
No,
fast.
no, you still have a real speed. you still have the Earth's surface
It's,
going, look, what?
it's never
Tony, what is it?
accelerating
400
or
meters a second?
decelerating.
It's 400
It's
meters a
constant.
second.
Yeah,
It
but it's
doesn't matter
stable
about
once it
constant.
reaches that
It's
speed.
not
Everything's stable.
constant. It's not constant when it separates itself from the atmosphere because it has a different frictional capability because it has higher and lower pressures as you go up and down. So the atmosphere spins in relation to the Earth, right? There is a differential pressure. There is more friction at different points. You're missing my point. The actual air pressure that you speak of has an antecedent relationship to it, which is that to have air pressure, to have gas pressure, you need a container wall for it to bounce off of. The actual definition of gas pressure is the pressing against the walls of a container. And a spherical ball, right?
How can you die underwater if for some reason, because there's no container holding the water down, the
Yeah,
water's
we're not
just sitting
talking
there
about
like
underwater.
that,
Hold up,
and
hold up.
you
water's
can
a
there's
liquid.
pressure.
Look, hold
the
on,
ocean.
flying. You can have as much gravity as you want. We can discuss that because we can ask you for a hypothesis, which there isn't one. But gravity does not affect the gas laws at all.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with the gas laws. It doesn't
Totally.
prevent any gases from going omnidirectionally. There's no gravity in any of these instances. Plus, you have no historical measurement of an actual curvature showing that the geometric shape of this Earth is a sphere. There's nothing to validate that. Or the motion of it either has never been detected in all of human history. So you can't go claiming gravity. If you do, I'm going to ask you for the experiment that validates gravity scientifically.
And wait there 1 second. Can I do something very quickly just before we do that? If I was to even let you have gravity, you still have a problem because entropy dictates higher to lower pressure, right? So what you have is a high pressure system of Earth existing next to a vacuum of space, which is 10 to the 17 negative taut, right? You having a high pressurized system existing next to a low pressurized system such as that would dictate that entropy would create the exit. If I give you gravity,
It does.
Listen, wait there.
The Earth is losing.
It slowly loses a little bit, yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah, a little
entropy
bit.
is rapid change of gases of high to low pressure because it's always high pressure here, always low out there. So all the low pressure out here would seek to fill the void, the privation of space. Listen, if I give you gravity as your container, okay, let's give it. You have your gravitational container of your gases. What we would see would be what we would see with a container, which is where gases would double back on the container, come back forward. And then that makes no sense if your so-called gradient, when I would state the gradient's created by rapid change of the actual system and the production of gases where they're produced, and that's what creates the gradient, and that's what makes sense. You state that it's actually, no, there's a container called gravity, thus that's how you have your container, but you're also not saying it in the way of the dynamic system, because in your system it would have to bounce the container, come back, double back on itself to meet back to create an inward vector of gas because it doesn't have an inherent one. But we're not necessarily saying that's what's occurring with us. We understand as microstates of entropy, we understand the differences. You don't. My point is with Earth, with the moon itself has what, 1/4 of the gravitational force of the Earth. It orbits around the Earth, okay, and in doing so, it would aid entropy as it goes around. It skates inside of the atmosphere of the Earth itself, which would mean that it would cause, in relation to the center of the mass of the Earth of our Earth, in relation to the height of the moon and the gases in relation to how close they are to the moon, now that we know that it's just skating along up on the upper layer of the atmosphere, it would aid entropy, meaning you can't have an equilibrious state of gravitational force of one vector to keep your atmosphere when this thing would aid entropy as it rotates around it. You can't have that. So that would aid entropy and movement of gases into space as well. Even if we were to give you gravity, you have something that would break your gravitational vector, creating this homogeneous shape.
So here's what you would have to do. It's very simple, Flying Scotsman.
Yeah.
You could end this discussion right away. All you would need to do is bring a practical demonstration or show where somebody has definitively done a practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container or gases containing gases. We'll shut the server
Okay,
down.
yeah. I don't understand gases very much.
Look how famous you would be. You would be the glober that stopped the flat Earth discussion, completely ended the discussion with gas pressure, without a container. That's all you need to do. That simple.
And there's at least one flat Earth gentleman that's got 200,000 up. If you can verify, some of, or
Plus,
even
you'd
any of
probably
it.
be a millionaire because there's flat earthers that will give money for anybody that brings a claim like that that can show a practical, definitive, empirical proof of a practical demonstration of that gas pressure.
Dave Wise has he has 2 Bitcoins on the table.
Yeah.
So
No, we had a member in here that would give $3,000 cash. There's others that would put up money. So all you got to do is bring that demonstration. Let's see it.
Can I ask about sunrise and sunset?
Sure, you can.
So how does the sun work on a flat Earth model? Like, does it?
How does the sun? How do you have a gas? How do you have a burning ball of gas in a vacuum?
Hold on. That is actually not a question. That's a claim.
Is this GIF accurate as to how you see the sun work, or is that incorrect?
No, what I'm saying is, your question is actually a claim because it assumes that a model must be provided in order for it to be explained against a model that already exists. So it's essentially a way of asking a question to affirm a separate model. So it is a claim. The claim would be, this works on the globe Earth. So you're stuck right back at zero.
First, I want to ask how the sun works on a flat model Earth, and then how does the sunrise that we can see work with a flat Earth
does.
model?
It happens.
Look. I just said you're making a claim, though. You're not asking a question. You think you're asking a question, but you're not.
What will be the correct way to ask that question? I don't realize the claim I made.
It's how does the sun behave? Why does the sun behave the way the sun behaves?
Yeah,
that's the actual real. That's the actual real question. Because if you ask how does it work on a particular model, what are you doing?
To know what it is.
You're presuming
Okay,
that.
I understand. Yeah, for example, when I asked about gravity, you agreed you don't know why things go down or whatever. So fair
Neither
enough.
do you. Hold on. Neither do you.
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
Yeah.
No, he's referencing a conversation he and I had
Yeah.
earlier about gravity.
So do you have a model of a flat Earth model of how you think the sun works, as in the path of the sun?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because the Earth measures flat, I don't really care about the sun.
Yeah. And do you believe the Earth is perfectly flat, or there's a slight curve?
I believe that it's like this. Think of a foundation to a house. Foundation to a house is flat, but the house is not a flat object.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously mountain ranges and stuff, but yeah.
Right. There's features on a flat plane, which means there's dips, there's valleys, there's mountains, there's oceans, all that stuff.
But the water is level. The water is level.
Yeah. 71%. Sorry, Godrock.
That's okay. From coast to coast, the water is level completely. The entire ocean is all one level, period. It's how water behaves. You pour it in any container, it levels out flat from edge to edge. A pool, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a glass, whatever you put the water in. This earth is a container for the water. The surface has a container edge, contains the water, and the water is flat from edge to edge. The entire body of water, ocean water, it's the same elevation, period. And the land masses stick up out of the water at various different places, and they have their own elevations, mountain peaks, valleys, whatever, however you have it. But the water itself seeks its level and finds its level like the water, the nature of water always does. No matter what you put it in, you cannot make water do anything but find its level.
Okay.
That's just how water behaves.
Is it something else causing the water to do that, or the water itself finding the level?
Water's fundamental nature. That's what it is. It always does this.
That's why I said it.
Do gases do it too, and the atmosphere?
Gases do what they do. They go omnidirectionally.
Rapidly.
Yeah, in all directions.
Told you. I tried to explain this to him. It's like, you don't have a vector of down when it comes to gases. They're unaffected by gravity. So they're not a good way of asserting a form of gravity anyway. We have many vectors of gravity inside of the solar system itself. We have Jupiter and we have the sun apparently orbiting around a center of gravity that doesn't exist between the two large masses. We have all these different vectors of gravity that would effectively affect the equilibrious state of the upper layer of the atmosphere itself, that would be needed to be equilibrious in essence in order for them to state gravity would create a way of there being no entropy or escape of gases rapidly of the actual Earth's high pressure system into the privation of space. So therefore what we need then would be some demonstration in fact of how this would work even in a model sort of system of how all of these forces equilibrize themselves over a grand scale, and even that isn't able to be done. This is why they have this dark gravity, which is the thing that explains why these different bodies of masses in the solar system and everywhere don't effectively rip one another apart in every different direction, which is what they would effectively do as the spherical things with spherical vectors toward their centers around lots of other spherical things. So there are pulls in different directions that are 3D in nature, which is massive, and they're from different masses of different calibers of different types of gravity, because we have the warping and bending of space-time pressing on the fabric, creating the emergent force equal to the pressing on the fabric, or equal and opposite reaction as denoted by the very scientists that talk about these systems. So we have something that is completely convoluted when we actually look at how we live and how we exist and how we don't experience the different things we would need to exist, which would need to exist if this was true. We don't have that happen. Dark matter and dark gravity explains it all, right? No, this is rubbish. This is non-scientific in its essence and in its nature. This is wrong. We have a place that is clearly measurably flat in many different ways. We do not see the globe comport in its size, the dimensions needed with what we would expect to see on a globe with the radius and the size that they say is 3959, roughly 25,000 miles circumference. We do not experience any of these things. These things are, null and void. The way they would have measured the radius itself is fallacious in nature due to the simple fact that you could not measure the radius because you cannot create geometric defined points that are, geometrically measurable on a globe that apparently has refraction, and on every different day, these lines intersect toward the horizon change anyway. The atmosphere dictates these things.
If I could say something about gases, if you don't mind. Gases also conform to the shape of their container. And if there is no container, like if it's next to a privation or a vacuum, it would seek to fill that available space. That's the nature of gas as well. It will take on the shape of the container. If there is no container, then it fills the available space. The available space would be the entire universe. Thus, we would have no oxygen to breathe, no nothing on this earth. It would just dissipate into the available space.
And it's infinite.
Yes, and it's infinite. So,
and expanding.
It stands to reason that we have a container because, again, it's the natural behavior of gas. And that's the gas pressure. It's in the definition. Gas pressure is the gas pressing on the walls of the container. That's the only way you have pressure, gas pressure.
And God rocking. That's why they lie about the nature of what gas does in terms of the relationship with gravity itself, because they need gravity to be something that is effectual on gas because they know themselves that they need a form of a container in order to protect themselves from the privation of space. This 10 to the 17 negative taut vacuum, which is near perfect vacuum, because obviously we have small amounts of gases that escape from different planetary bodies. These planetary bodies are actually, some of them are gases. They emit a small level of entropy, but they state this is only in effect happening due to the fact that it escapes in small amounts due to fluctuation of the warping and bending of space-time on the individual planets made of gases or ones with atmospheres, meaning that bits escape as the gravity fluctuates slightly, meaning it is able to surpass in a way from it using it. And the entropy force is far exceeding the force of the gravity of the mass that keeps those gases locked inside of it next to it, right? So now what we have is, this is an idea, but the point is we don't have an equilibrium state anyway, and if gravity itself fluctuates, but we have more than one issue there. But like you're saying, this entropy, it does dictate this higher to lower pressure thing, right? It is dictated, but like I said, they've had to lie about the nature of gases and the effect of gravity on gases, stating that gravity somehow does do these things to gases. We know that's a lie. We know that's bullshit. We can effectively show that's bullshit. Gases would stick to the base of the actual center of the mass, meaning closer to the bottom. They say that's the higher pressure. Well, that's not true. It can't be true whatsoever. There's more introduced at lower levels, yes, but the fact there is a gradient up to such a high level in their own model, all the way up to the moon gases of our atmosphere extend to, the movement of, in fact, of them going up that far disproves the idea that gravity somehow would be holding them down. When they say that 14.7 is created by gravity, I say, well, how come that it isn't slightly less but up to higher then? Because you clearly state that gases move all the way up to high as the moon, if not double the height of the moon now, apparently. So what creates that to happen with gravity apparently working to keep them here? This makes no sense whatsoever.
Right. They just can't demonstrate. That's why we're always asking for any kind of a demonstration where you can show gravity acts upon gas in any way, shape, or form. Just anything that they can show us that shows gravity actually has an effect on gas would be the end all say all for this. But they can't do that because it does not affect gases.
Like we said, bro, they need a container in their own model. They need a container in their own model. That's all we need to really say on the matter, because it's like they are admitting in one fell swoop that what we need is the same thing that you guys are saying exists. So we're not reality deniers. We're actually expounding outwardly that, like, all right, we're confirming something that you state needed to exist anyway. Yeah.
Yep. This is true. We're absolutely not reality deniers or science deniers or any of that stuff. It's just the opposite, and they're the ones that do that because they, like you said, they lie about the behavior of gas. I mean, that's a big one right there. They say that it's affected by gravity, and that's just a straight out lie. It's ridiculous.
Is that Globey still here? The guy you were talking to?
He got slayed.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'm here, man. Just check out at 224, I posted from a chemistry book. Someone is really hot micing. From a chemistry book, here's the gaseous state. Just read that first page real quick.
And
I got more books to give you, a similar definition from if you want.
Thank you.
What a gas actually is. Yep, gotcha, man.
Yeah, and I also sent you some citations, the same ones I put in the voice text on gas pressure definitions and the statements to go along with them.
If anyone wants to sort of state that we're lying about the nature of gas, the second law of thermodynamics, this is, people think, oh, this is heat relation, and heat relation to the movement of gases itself is directly in relation. They are tantamount to the same thing. You put heat into any system of where gases are, right? You have an airlock door with a small room. You suck all the gases out, put it into a different room. They're adjacent to one another. You have the airlock door that can be opened. You if you basically open up that door, the gas is rushing to the other room, right? Now, if I basically higher to lower pressure systems again, if I cool the one left side of the room down slightly, those gases become unexcited and they will become less. And the higher pressure from the other room, if I heat that up slightly, will sort of rush into the other room. Now, I have more gas in one side than the other with the airlock open. Higher to lower pressure movement. This is what a dynamic system does. This is how you can have different levels of gas pressures in different volumeric areas due to the different changes of the levels of the pressure. That's all due to thermal change. The implication of thermal change onto things. Thermal it exists in the medium of the gas. The gas is the medium in which thermal encapsulates itself. If it's the projector and the screen is the gas, and the sunlight and the heat or whatever energy input is, fire, whatever it is, that is the proverbial projector's light, and the screen is the gas. That's the medium it exists in, and it affects that medium as it exists in it.
And the perfect example of that in nature is storms.
Yes.
Low pressure areas and high pressure areas. That's a low pressure area. The gases rush and into the low pressure area. They bring the storms, they bring the clouds and the moisture with them. Thus, we have storms. That's what listen to the weatherman. We have a low pressure area in this area.
In this area, yes, mate.
Yeah, and you literally have tons of water vapor rising up into the sky in the gas system, and so they're going to be rising up at an incredible rate, and then the water cycle starts taking place, right? So then that water that went up as vapor, then it drops. So how would gravity allow for anything going up like that?
Well, Sunday,
and then dropping back down? It wouldn't drop back down even if it was to be pulled, right?
Yeah.
Even if it was being attracted to, like, the center of mass, which we know isn't even true because that's Newtonian, but in the bending warping of space-time, how could this gravity, which is still supposed to be, I don't know how they get around that. That's such a dichotomy. The center of mass, and they're using it's so ridiculous. So how could something that is being held down go up in the first place at all?
Sonny, I've got something to add to that. If everyone would like to think about this of entropy in the way of so what we have is entropy, right? So we have lower pressure higher up, right? What happens when the sun shines in a certain area and it's at the 12 o'clock position next to another area that's got its gradient, right? It shines down through the medium, it attenuates through that portion of that atmo, right, down to the ground, and it warms it up. What it does is it creates a high pressure section. And as it does so in a path, creating a higher pressure, almost like a pillar of high pressure as it comes along, right? Yeah. In its 12 o'clock path in trajectory or in relation adjacent to the ground. And as it does so, it creates this high pressure column. That high pressure column wishes to now seek lower pressure. The lower pressure is higher above where it is on the ground. So now in a column all the way across, right, from the sun down, we have a high pressure movement of a pillar all the way up to 40,000 feet that wishes to push into the 40,000 feet in front of where the sun is now, further in front. So the sun that's just left one area, all of the high pressure air behind the sun now wants to push itself in front of the sun to where the sun's about to go, right? And it does so up in a diagonal.
Because it's going to follow the higher pressure.
But the higher pressure is going to follow the lower pressure, and the lower pressure is where? High up. So the high up, the lower pressure that's going all the way from 40,000 feet down, higher pressure, the column is going to seek to go up above that 40,000 feet up to like 80,000, right? As the sun warms that bit up, and it does so in a ring the whole day. So we get a high pressure movement in a cyclic pattern of the whole sun and the whole day, like a tsunami.
Right.
And if we had a gravitational wave,
we got a Globey, man. There's a Globey that wants to ask a question real quick.
What's the question, Globey? I was just saying
the same guy, Day.
I just want to ask. I'm not a Globey, but I just want to ask because I actually don't know a lot about all the stuff you're talking about. I'm pretty not that, and I believe that it's flat, but I believe that from quite simple stuff, and you guys are really blowing my mind. So I'm enjoying it. But I wanted to ask, is gas able to be created in do they have a a theory for gas able to be created in space? Because you know how they got like these.
What is gas? What is gas?
I'm just saying, like, I'm listening, and from what I'm understanding, gas
Oh, no,
can't
yeah,
be
I'm
created in
answering.
space, right? So,
I'm answering.
but they've got,
Right there. I'm answering for you. So, right.
Oh, okay, cool.
Right. So, can it be created in space? So, one way of looking at this, how can we create gas, right? Right. So, what is water, for instance, right? Could you take water to space? Probably, right? Hypothetically speaking, space doesn't exist. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation, meaning that it can't really exist. But high altitude planes, for instance, like the ISS, whatever it is, we have high altitude planes, things like that. Vessels that are pressurized high up. Okay, same thing really. Yeah, you could technically create gas in them if you could crack water. Cracking water is H2O, right? So we have two bonds of one gas, hydrogen, and we have one of oxygen. Okay, so H2O. Right, so we have the two gases that create the liquid. If we can crack the liquid, we can effectively turn it into the gas. I know of machines that take in both gases from the from the air, and turn that back into the water. So I believe there are chemical processes of cracking water and turning it into gases. So potentially that is a possibility.
Yeah. So
gases are
listen,
it's a state of matter.
I've
Solid,
done this
liquid, gas.
myself.
Any.
I've split water into hydrogen gas myself.
I've done that myself. Yeah.
I used water and I created hydrogen and I put it in the carburetor of the throttle body on my Volkswagen. And I increased.
HHO booster.
I've done that.
It's a state.
Sonny,
it's a state
in
of matter,
a pressurized system. I'm on about Sonny. I've done that, but in a pressurized system. I thought you were saying, like like on the ISS. Could that be done? That's the question. See what I mean?
Yeah. So my point is that it just baffles me that they would tell me and teach me in science that there's whole planetary systems just made of gas, and I'm thinking, but how could that exist? Like, or there's this whole cloud sitting of gas that you can observe through a telescope. That's what they're telling us, and I'm just thinking that doesn't make any sense.
Have a perfect gravitational force, and the gases
Right.
would have to have gravity effectively able to work on them, and it would have to be so perfect that mass was just big enough that it would be able to create enough gravitational force to keep that exact amount of gas in always, right? While there was still productions of gas going on with inside of it, because you've got to remember, we have planets that create diamonds, and we have Uranus that farts sulfur gas that smells like actual farts, which is hilarious, right? So we have to understand
that gets like more crazy the more I think. Like when I listen to you guys talk about gas, I was like, I never even considered this, and now I'm sitting here thinking that to me is so out there that I'm like, man, if someone said they could walk on water, that's more believable to me than that.
And don't forget
solids,
forget
liquids,
sharks
and
that are
gases
proof
are
that hammers
states of matter,
evolve.
man.
Yeah, so gas pressure,
you
that
with me?
is one of the most fundamental things we know about creation or reality. The way gas behaves and the way water behaves are the most, those are axioms. Like, you don't question, is water curved? No, it never has. That's how we know sea level. It's all horizontal, the whole thing. Yep, so the gas laws, those are definitely one of the most fundamental things. These gases behave this way always, verifiably so.
Two fundamental
I'm
gas
Canadian.
laws, guys.
I'm Canadian. We believe Jesus walked on water. We just think it was in the winter when it was frozen.
All right. Enough blasphemy. I'm joking.
No,
but I just want to say, guys, I appreciate this discussion, and I appreciate the Glober bringing this discussion out, because like I've never heard this stuff, and it's really amazing for me to hear it. Yeah, I'm loving it. Just want to thank you guys for your work in learning this stuff and making it easier for people like me.
That's fine, brother. To be honest, if you stick around, you'll hear a lot more.
Yeah, I've had a few discussions with Day. He's quite brilliant. He understands most of this stuff as well as the rest of us. Maybe not the gas, but he's definitely on board.
Who's that?
Day, the guy that was just speaking.
I didn't know who it was. I didn't catch his name.
Day.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he's on top of it. Trust me.
Good.
You can always tell when somebody's actually looking. So Flying Scotsman, have you heard that whole conversation?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
Yeah. And what would you say your confidence level is now at this point?
I don't really understand all the gas stuff. Like, I don't understand how, like, in my mind, gravity
The Earth
or a container
it
can
wouldn't
both
exist.
explain the gradient.
Well, the gradient.
Scotsman.
What is the antecedent relationship to a gas pressure gradient, Scotsman? How do you get a gas pressure gradient? You need a container to do it, bro.
That's it.
Why?
That's how simple
Because
it
you
is.
do, even with liquid.
227 Scotsman, another textbook reference, chemistry textbook. Check that one out. That's another one. It's my second reference for you if you want. And can you just read out the pressure section? I highlighted it for you.
Which picture?
227 after the
Thank you.
today at 2:27 p.m.
Oh yeah.
See, it's in pink, highlighted. That's reference number 2, and there's another one at 224. Those are two different chemistry textbooks I just pulled off my shelf.
A gas
and just
uniformly
looked up
filled any container.
Boom. It's like the first sentence they start with, and that's college chemistry. It's nothing, it's mainstream stuff, man. And I got a couple more textbooks.
That's wrong, isn't it?
How's it wrong?
Well, I mean, it'll sink. You still have different if the container's big enough. Yeah, it's just on a small scale in a tiny container. You don't notice it, but the effects are still there.
How do you know they're there if you can't measure it?
What effects exactly are you talking about? I mean,
what I call gravity, different pressures.
Yeah, hold on then. Yeah, we discussed this. So
Wait,
I want you to,
gravity,
you're going to have to,
different
wait. You're going to have to, now is the time you get your feet held to the fire, because if you're claiming gravity without curvature, without rotation, you're going to have, and without a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, then you're going to have to show us the experiment from the 1915 paper that Einstein wrote in General Relativity. And you're going to have to bring out the hypothesis. We need the parts of the hypothesis and the inherent parts of an experiment, namely the control variables, the independent control variable, the dependent control variable, and the null variable from his experiment. It should be easy to find, right in his paper from 1915. You're going to have to provide that as a citation and put it in the voice text now.
The tinfoil boat one, how you make a tinfoil boat float on invisible gas.
I don't know what you're talking about. I need the citation for gravity that proved that it was valid through scientific experiment.
He's not understanding.
I've seen that. What about it?
He's not
So, like,
understanding.
doesn't that prove there is some kind of force?
Wait there, you're not
Like, how does that-
understanding. You're not understanding.
Okay,
Right,
yeah.
You cite.
So you
You
know what I'm
claimed.
talking
Where
about,
there. You claimed gravity at one point, right? Basically, right?
Yeah.
So Sonny's asking you for the validation because gravity, as understood, is under the warping and bending of space time, right? This is so what we need is an experiment. Listen with that. We need so for a gravity is under a theory, right? Okay, the theory of the warping and bending of space time. A theory in science, okay, is denoted as a theory that joins certain tangent points together informed by evidences. These evidences are basically formed, or should I say, categorized as experiments. So what you would need to do is now show us either paperwork or papers that show the experiments that are able to validate there even being an existing theory on gravity. And please, if you could, inside of the actual documentation that asserts this to be a real thing, which would be in the 1915 papers that he referred to. This is what he's asking for before you assert gravity, because you need to. Before you can assert something, you need to first prove its existence, and
there's no container. I mean, aside from the fish tank.
Well, the claim of your claim is there is a container because we have gas pressure, and you believe in gravity.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I see gravity as the gas itself, the pressure.
Yeah.
So gravity isn't the gas itself, the pressure. Gravity isn't the gas itself.
Yeah. I can see this one. The ship
No one's ever
he
claimed that.
has two different gases, and the tinfoil.
So what's that got to do with gravity? What's that got to do with
Okay,
gravity?
why
You
is
just
all
say
the gas sitting inside the container when it's
They're in a
completely open?
container. Listen, they're in a
It's off.
container. They're
I
in a
mean, the fish
container.
tank.
Wait a second. They're in a container, and also that container that's in that room is in another container that is Earth.
Yes. Okay. Yes, but okay. So we have two gases. The heavier gas
So you have
is
two.
inside
You have
the
two
fish tank.
containers, and you
and
have two
air.
containers in this demonstration.
Relative
We don't give a
okay,
shit.
yeah.
We don't care. Listen, I'm
Okay,
not going to
okay.
listen to these parlor tricks. I'm sorry. I've been around too long. I
Okay,
need the
but why are the
experiment. I
gases
need.
separate
Hold on.
Funny.
Don't
inside the
spiral.
big
I need the
Earth
experiment from gravity, general relativity from Einstein's paper. That's all I want to hear from you now. Unless you're going to provide the
I don't
curvature
even understand
measurement,
relativity.
a rotation detection,
Yeah.
and the gas pressure without a container. Otherwise, you're full of it. Bring us the experiment right now.
What if Einstein's
Just
wrong?
spit something out real
Bring the
fast,
fucking
man.
experiment. I'm not
The
going to
textbook.
bring the experiment or get muted.
May I explain my theory on the tinfoil boat
No.
floating on the gas?
No.
No.
But I
There's
need
no
to
theory. We know
explain
how
my
we know
theory
No,
how
you
it
don't.
works.
No, you
We know
don't.
it's not
No, you don't.
theory. We know
I
how it
don't
works.
want an
a shit show.
explanation.
We're there. So it's a shit
I'm
show.
not
Relax.
settling
We
for an
don't care.
explanation.
We're there, guys. We don't care about this theory on this thing because it's unrelational to gravity. You're talking about a relative density tower inside of a container of gases inside of an atmo that would keep them there because they are more dense than the air around it, so they stay down. They're in a container, so
but what
there's no
causes them to go
entropy.
down?
There's no entropy. The down is because it is more dense than the medium it is in, which is the air, because those gases are more dense, so they stay down there. Not gravity causing it to be there. It's a density in relation to the medium it's in, i.e., it is more dense than the gases that are
Yeah, but
formed
why
around
down?
it.
Why not sideways? How is the container forcing things to go down toward the Earth and not other
Are
directions?
you being serious? Because the things
yeah.
above it that it's more dense than are far
Yeah, but how
greater in
does that?
number above than below.
If you have a snow
Because
globe,
because
you
it's
shake
the
on air, you
density
hold it
tower.
upside down.
Wait there. It's called a density tower, bro. The Earth beneath that thing is more dense than it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's called a density tower, mate. Like you are where you are and down because what's beneath your feet? The Earth, right? Are you more dense than the Earth? No, you're not. Are you more dense than the air? Yeah, you are. That's why you're below it.
Well, you could dig a hole in the ground.
Oh,
or
so
a
what? But
bunker.
then that
Yeah,
would be
are you
you
less
removing
dense
the
water?
denser thing.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can change the
ground
medium.
is dense
Listen,
enough that I can
listen.
stand on.
You can do it. You can do an experiment right there. You're less dense in the water,
go,
so
go.
you don't go down anymore. You go up. You go up to the surface of the water because you're less dense than the water. Balloons go up in water, like the same balloon that would just drop to the ground because it's full of air. It goes up in water.
Dude, I want
The only thing that
to address
changed,
this real fast,
is
man.
the medium. The medium is the only thing that changed. Density. We don't need gravity. Everything we see here is due to density, relative density. Gases don't behave the way you're saying. Things don't all go down. Gases do not go down. So where's gravity?
Scotsman. Okay.
Right.
In the reference, I posted the textbook. Okay. All right. So people put a lot of effort to actually write this like this in a mainstream, published textbook. All right. Now, if you check out the pressure section, check this out. One of the most obvious properties of gas is that it exerts pressure on its surroundings. So that gas that's in that tank, right, that's forming a free surface now, it's actually behaving like a liquid. Why is it behaving like a liquid? It's a lot denser than a surrounding air mixture, okay? And this is according to the kinetic theory of gases that these guys give us, right, the mainstream science, why it's not dispersing, because you're already 14.7 psi. So when you're filling, when you let this gas, whatever sulfur hexafluoride, out of its container as you're pouring this out, right? It's equalizing. If it's at higher pressure in the bottle, it's going to equalize it's going to release and it's going to expand, whatever, it's going to equalize to 14.7 psi. Then it's going to sink. So it's interacting with the other molecules that are air molecules, some oxygen, 80% nitrogen, blah, 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 blah. This is just following college textbooks, nothing fancy, just according to their stuff. So it's working this way, right? Because in the kinetic theory of gases, when you read about it, it tells you that gases behave, right, regardless of gravity. Their motion is not controlled by gravity. It says that, like, in your face. So you can't come back and tell me that gravity is holding gas molecules, because that's not what the kinetic theory of gases says. It says it's free to move regardless of gravity. So it's like, okay, all right. You know what I'm saying? That's mainstream. There's no flat earth here. This is just textbook, fluid mechanics, chemistry, nothing fancy. And I posted 2 different books, 2 different references, and I have more. Like, it's going to be boring, for me to keep doing this every single book on my shelf, because they all give you the same definition. The gas will always exert pressure omnidirectionally. That's just how it is. That's what they say. So if you say they're wrong, then you shall show me how they are wrong, or show them and get a Nobel Prize. So this is where we're at, really. And it's really simple in the definition. That's why I just took a picture of it with my phone, man, because boom, it's right there. Just look. That's all. You don't have to go any further. You don't have to include gravity, because they tell you gravity doesn't fucking work on gases. You see? In chemistry. But then you take it to NASA. Oh, yeah, it does. Well, see, it's different. Different schools of science. Bullshit and real science,
It works
that
with
actually
NASA.
works.
NASA says it doesn't work because their definition of pressure requires a container.
Oh, yeah, it's true. It's true. But then they tell you hydrogen escapes, but then it doesn't escape. What are they saying? I'm not sure.
Yeah, how come the hydrogen's escaping, but then the helium's not escaping, and the nitrogen's not escaping, and the oxygen's... Okay, so it just stops. No.
Yeah, and if hydrogen is escaping, we should have run out of hydrogen by now.
How did we get the hydrogen?
If gravity's affecting gases like it does all the time, we should have farts floating around everywhere.
I think I mined a bit of quartz.
That small model. I don't think you're not addressing me, right? Cool.
Right. I mean, you're just asking me to explain something in some book I've never read.
Well, you said it's wrong, so it's like, if they're wrong, you're like, dude, this is published McGraw-Hill, like,
yeah, but
they're wrong.
in my
Like,
mind,
are you serious?
in my
Really?
mind, your explanation of it all working in a container also makes sense, as well as my theory of the gravity is.
Yeah, but you have no proof.
Here's the
but
problem.
listen,
Y'all are arguing.
you have no proof of
inside.
your. I'm sorry.
Sorry, y'all are inside of a problem. That's the issue. When you have a model of reality, it's impossible to think outside of that model. So if you've always been told that there's a model of why things fall, you're going to try and interpret. You can't think outside of that. You're stuck inside the problem because you can't think outside the problem.
Yeah, if you become a hammer, then every solution will look like a nail.
You have to get, if you really want to make progress, like with your knowledge, like with actual knowledge, you have to give up everything that is unknown. You have to give up every model and every assertion and every claim, and only stick to what is empirical. That's why I don't have a model of the universe. I don't have a model of the sky. I don't have a model of the earth. I only know, push this, it does that. That's all I know.
Yeah, I've never understood density in gas canisters. That just seems really weird. Like the submarine, like
let me ask you
life
this.
jacket with gas canisters.
The guys who built the aqueducts in the Colosseum didn't even have a concept of gravity. Didn't even have a concept of it. So the world went on fine for 4,500 years of human history of beautiful, beautiful architectural and engineering feats without concept of it. Concept's only what, 100 years old?
Yeah.
You don't even need to think about it. You don't even need the concept of it to exist in your mind to operate in reality. It's literally useless. It serves zero purpose.
Well, I mean, they had to design all the structures with make sure of the right strength to be able to hold the roof.
All the knowledge that we have for strength comes from trial and error over 4,500 years of human history. All of our engineering knowledge comes from that. None of this is predictive. No one sat down and said, well, the theory of gravity says X, and, we can put this much weight. Nobody did that. That's all post-diction. They figured out what worked because the stuff they built fell down, and they rebuilt it, and then that fell down, and they rebuilt it, and that didn't fall. And then they kept that formula throughout all time. And then someone who's a mathematician later on, a couple hundred years ago, oh, there it is. It's reverse engineered. It's a post-diction. It doesn't even predict engineering. Like I said,
I found a good reference, man, for this guy.
How did the Romans build the Colosseum? They built it in 5 years.
Yeah, it's a pretty good building. Yeah.
And then the aqueducts. Go look at what the aqueducts actually are, and how they're actually flat, and the water traveled through hydraulic pressure.
There's Roman aqueducts even in Mexico. I bet you wonder how those got there.
Yeah, so and these guys didn't even have a concept of something pulling stuff down. They didn't even have a concept of it. It's just their ancestors built crap. Their next ancestors built a little bit better, and then they built it the best. That's what happened. It was just trial and error and human ingenuity. We figured it out, what worked through trial and error. We retain all that knowledge because all the structure is still standing. We still incorporate those principles today. In fact, the width of a railroad track was based on the width of a Roman road.
Yeah.
Except for the pyramids.
Okay, according to Google, it said the Roman aqueduct did have a gradient of 1 in 1,500.
1 inch in 1,500 feet. Yes. Yeah. That's
not 1 inch. I think 1 foot in 50.
1 foot. Well, 1 foot in 1,500.
Yeah, that's almost flat.
That is.
They must have had to build it like perfectly flat, otherwise the water wouldn't have flown. I mean, like no errors or anything.
Right. See, that's the thing. A foot in 1,500. In 1,500 foot, that's 1 in 1,500. That's 1 unit to 1,500. That is. I don't know if we can do something like that today.
Wait, how do aqueducts?
That's 3.5 foot for a mile.
How do aqueducts connect to flat Earth?
3.5 foot per mile. That's less than like the gradient of rivers.
Wow, that's the slope those guys got. We're working with.
See.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, they would have to have an absolute flat value in order to do that. An absolute perfectly flat value to be able to do that. And that doesn't relate to flat Earth or anything like that. I'm just saying they were smart. They were brilliant. They make our engineers today look stupid. That's how brilliant they were.
Yeah.
They had that divine simplicity.
Well,
they had lead in the water, I guess. That's the good stuff, not fluoride.
Well, see,
makes you smart.
The thing is, these guys who built things we can't even reproduce today didn't even operate thinking about some force because they didn't have to. Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's almost like that force doesn't even exist.
True.
Or a globe.
Yeah, just get things done, man. They had a better understanding, I think.
Yeah. And these strength and weight ratios, all of that's derived through post-diction reverse engineering. How did they do it? Okay, let's look at their ratios. Okay, now we understand that. Now, what are our theories? Let's apply our theories to that. Okay, here's how it works. It's the ultimate cheat. It's like historical fiction. And I promise you, with the chemistry and ACI certification that I go through, there's because I do concrete engineering and stuff. There's no gravity formulas. It's just weight and strength ratios. Shear and
Think
vertical.
about think about this: that
No gravity.
Querétaro State in Mexico, these aqueducts look exactly like the Roman ones. This one's 1.78 miles. The one thing they don't talk about in any of the articles I found is they never mention when it was built. They say it was built at a time when there was nothing but cornfields. You see that aqueduct? So if you just have nothing but cornfields, are you going to be building, like, who's building that out of these cornfields?
Here's how application of gravity in engineering actually works. You know when you put a boat out on the water and you have to christen it? You smash the champagne bottle over it? They always do.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, because it gives it, you give it spirit, right?
Yeah.
Give it its life, whatever. Yeah.
The fourth dimension. Give it the fourth dimension.
It's something out of the fourth dimension, right? So imagine it like that. They're just christening it. If you don't smash a champagne bottle on a ship's still going to float. It's still going to be fine. Right? Nothing's going to change.
Yeah.
Right? If you don't apply gravity to anything we do today, nothing's going to change. Nothing. Literally nothing. You don't need it.
Bro, I'm telling you, my dad graduated. He's a civil engineer. I don't know, he was, how old is he? He's 60 something. So I'm not sure what year that would put him, like his graduation year. Anyways, he studied everything in kilogram force overseas, so it's, nothing was like, so, the little g, 9.81, right? Instead of that, they just put the letter F. Like, you can find this in, like, the U.S. textbook says pound force. That's it. So you don't even have to because you find it on both sides of the equation, so you can divide it out. It doesn't matter. Or you can keep it as little g. Who cares? Doesn't matter, because you're going to work with terms of weight, and that's all you need.
Scotsman, I have a question for Scotsman. So in the snow globe, what's holding the water? What's pulling the water above the metal flakes?
It is the density of the metal flakes compared to the density of the water.
Well, there you go.
I mean, yeah, but what causes it downwards?
You're asking what causes the density of reality.
Why is water go down?
As in, if you held a snow globe upside down, the metal
I got an answer. Because we're the bottom. We're the ground floor. We're like the basement floor.
Think about it like this. If you came into the universe and it was orientated, let's say left to right, you would experience left to right as up to down. Whatever direction the density gradient is in, that's what you're going to experience as relative up and down. That's why.
How does the gradient penetrate through the glass of the snow globe to affect the water in it?
Because it's in reality, isn't it? That thing's not outside reality.
Yeah. But so does that mean you agree there is some kind of force that gives it the up-down orientation?
No. You don't need a force.
Yeah.
It's just density.
Well, I mean, something has to.
Why did
you agree to that meme? Or
listen to how you qualified it. Something has to. Why?
I mean, something's causing the metal flakes to go downwards.
No
matter which way
Hold on.
snow globe is orientated.
You gave up the ghost. You said something has to.
Because we observe it.
We don't observe anything. We just observe
You can
density.
do it with a snow globe. Yeah.
No, we can do it. We just observe it with density. That's all we observe is density.
And for that fact, density can do work. You could put an egg in the bottom, it'll sink to the bottom of a glass of water. You can put salt in that water, it'll float up. So you cause work to happen.
It's a question of polarity. You're asking, why does a battery have a positive and a negative terminal? And why does the current flow from positive to negative? This is like, in my mind, because I like electricity, this is like the same exact question.
Yeah, I agree.
Of course, no one knows. In the realm of electricity, we all just like, all right, we don't know. Just everyone has a theory, and however, at an honest level, they all say we don't know because you can't see it. It's like we've got no idea why. Just this is how it is.
Why does the universe have laws?
Yes,
Why?
that's really a point. That's a point.
Been set that way, it appears
So
to be.
Scotsman, is salt an anti-gravity powder?
It's because the water's more dense than the salt, so it's going up.
Right. See, in
Because of an
your
external
saying
force
gravity,
of
yeah,
gravity.
and in saying gravity though, salt is an anti-gravity powder, according to
That's
gravity.
water to gravity.
If you just ignore the G, you can do all the work. Everything works without the G even being included.
So
You
salt
don't
is
need it.
anti-gravity. In water, it causes anti-gravity. So yeah, no
If
gravity.
you had a glass full of salt and put a drop of water in it, then it'd go to the bottom.
Well, it does something different, yeah, because that's not the same thing. Yeah,
Well, isn't it?
the
You're just
medium, you
changing the
change the
ratio of
medium
water
to salt. Yeah, if you change the medium to salt water, will it go try to achieve its level? Like it always does. That's another thing.
How would you go? How would you go
There's no
proving
difference
gravity?
in the
What?
medium.
How
You
would you
just
go
proved
proving?
how you just proved how water behaves and how we just proved how density
Yeah,
works.
but I'm asking, is it the water itself causing it to find its level, or is it an external force causing water
It
to
doesn't
find
have
its
to. Now, see, you're automatically qualifying it as an
Water
external
goes down to
force,
the bottom. Look,
and
water
not
goes down to the
just
bottom.
and not just the nature of density.
So you're asking a question like, why did the creator make water go down to the bottom level? Well, no one
A
can answer
bowling
that.
ball
It just
finds
does.
its level.
It does.
Let me ask you this: why does an anvil float on top of liquid mercury?
Yeah, the question you're asking is like asking why is the speed of light what it is, or like why is
No, I
pi
agree. It's
equal
okay to say,
1/4?
okay, there is a force, but we don't know what it like. We
Nope,
don't
there's
know
no
why
force. I don't.
electricity.
Not a
You
force.
literally
No, it's not a
do not
force.
need a force.
You agreed there is a
As-
force last time.
No, there's not a
No.
force.
Yeah, I hold a
We-
TV remote in my hand, let go, it falls to the floor straight
You
down.
have added energy.
You
What
picked
you
it up.
did is you put energy into that to lift it up from its
No,
place
I
of
don't buy that.
equilibrium.
What if it's on
Did
the
the
shelf
hold
and
on?
I pull it down? It doesn't fly up
Did it
into the
spawn?
ceiling.
Hold on, is it like a Bethesda game though? Did it just spawn in the air and fall?
What if it was built, the TV remote was manufactured in a factory on a hill
Are you
above my house,
astrophysics?
and I bring
So
it,
somebody took
then
the
shouldn't it
parts
go
up
up?
the hill to manufacture it.
What if you take it into a bunker that's below where the resources were to make it?
Hold on. I'm gonna let go of this coin. There's a coin. I'm letting go of it.
Yeah,
It didn't
I don't
fall.
believe your hand had anything to do with the fact it chose to go down instead of sideways.
It didn't go down. You know why it didn't go down?
Because it's on the table or something.
Because it's on the table.
Yeah. But I
So
believe
it's
that had
already
nothing to do with your
resting at
hand.
equilibrium, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you lift it, you're removing it from what?
I don't believe it has anything to do with the energy put into it.
Well, you have to put energy into it to lift it. Even the tree that lifts the apple has to be lifted. The leaves have to be lifted. The branches have to be lifted
You
over
could go
years and years
into
and
a
years and
submarine.
years.
So that's
So,
a
like-
that's a question. He asked a question
Thank
though.
you.
So when you move it and you lift it up, what is
That's
that?
it. Potential energy and
What are
kinetic
you removing
energy.
it from?
Physics
What are you
book.
removing it from? Yeah. When you're picking an object up, what are you removing it from?
Rest.
Lol. He made that meme.
Is it that?
It's normal.
Is it that
Listen,
more
hold
dense
on.
than
It's
a state
normal.
of
Oh, yeah,
zero?
it wasn't done. Wait, Geppy. You're removing it from its normal state of equilibrium. That's what you're doing.
No, I don't believe that. Because if you hold
It's
it in your
not that
hand,
you,
then it's still.
bro. It's
Doesn't
not
have
a
to do
belief
with
system.
belief. It
It's
is
not a belief
exactly what it
system.
does.
It's
That
not
if you're holding
bro.
it still in your hand, you let go, then it should just be floating in the air,
No,
shouldn't
you're
it?
just claiming a
If you let go
cause.
still.
Wait,
Wait,
You're claiming a
listen.
cause.
hold on, guys. Y'all listen. Y'all heard a claim. If there was no if it's just density, if I let go, it should just float in the air, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Because
Well,
it's
yeah.
less dense.
If there's no gravity.
Any
I
object is
believe
less
there's
dense than it.
an external
Let him.
force
Hey,
making
I asked him a
it.
question,
Yeah,
y'all.
let him answer. Why would it
I
go
asked him a
float?
question.
Why would it
Let him
float?
answer.
Well, I believe it would do that if there was no force called gravity, and because I believe gravity
Yeah,
does
we're
exist.
asking you why though. Why do you believe that?
Because I observe things going down, and I don't believe it's the pressure can explain it.
What makes you think that it would float up if there was no gravity?
No, I'm asking if there is no gravity.
No, where is that idea coming from? You're the one that said it. I
Because I
didn't.
hear
We
lots
didn't
of
say it.
flat
So
earthers
where does
say
it go
there's no
up?
gravity.
Why would it float up?
That it's all
Why would
about
it?
pressure
Listen,
density.
Just answer about why it would float up if there was no gravity. I want to hear the answer to that.
Well, I'm saying it wouldn't, but I'm saying if the. Well, I never said it was. I'm saying why doesn't it?
I really want to take a
Going
crack at this.
You
with this
said
guy.
why doesn't it? So that means
Yeah.
you think it would. So tell us why you think it would.
No, I'm saying why doesn't it? I'm saying what causes it to go straight down.
Density?
Because it does. Because it because it's
Density?
because
What
it's
you
going
said
to
for
go
water
to
is the same for the
But
air?
do you believe there is an external force outside of the remote
It's not a
causing it to
force.
go down?
It's not a
Or
force. It doesn't need a
something?
force.
It's a
Whatever it
property
is.
of nature.
So you agree it exists?
It's a natural law.
We're just calling it wrong. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have a
Okay,
cause.
yeah.
Gravity is not the cause of anything because it's never been shown to be a cause. The only way you can tell if it's a cause of something is by doing an experiment.
Oh, do you believe natural law is what causes the water to find its level,
Okay.
and it's not the
How
water molecules itself?
how we will call something when we put something in your hand? How we will call that?
I don't know.
Is that force maybe?
Do you know what potential energy is?
If I take an object from the table, you know, and I leave that object in my hand to be stationary, and I don't leave it, and I give that object to you, you know, and you put your hand stationary, you know,
Yeah.
what caused that object to be in your hand?
Yeah, the force of my hand is repelling, or the matter is.
What caused
against
that?
the
What
TV
caused
remote.
that object is in your hand?
Well, the force of you placing it into that
Okay.
position. Where
What
my
caused that anything is in your hand when it's in your hand?
Because something pushed it or made it be there, or I picked
Okay,
it up.
what's pushing something to be in the air and to fall?
The pressure from itself. Oh,
Yeah,
what?
basically,
No, I
what he's
believe there's
saying.
natural law.
Listen,
Like,
you
What
believe
pushing
in the laws of
stones
Newton, so things that rest stay at rest until encountered with a body in motion. Your hand is a body in motion. You pick it up and you input kinetic energy. Do you not know physics?
No, I
Thank
don't
you,
believe
Battle
it's
Mod.
kinetic energy
Thank you.
causing it
It's
to fall
potential
down.
energy and kinetic energy. Thank you.
Okay, the remote could be
Yeah,
on the
Roll,
table.
man.
I pull my
hold
hand
on.
sideways. When I let go, the remote doesn't
If
fall.
you drop the ball in the water, what's happened? Why ball is not going
But
to
you
the
put
bottom?
the energy in it to move it to place of rest. Now I got another question. You say things would just float off of Earth. What force would make them float? By your reasoning of force, you need a force to go down, you need a force to go up too. Because bodies at
Like
rest tend to stay at rest. No,
yeah, I
that's
agree. Helium
what I
balloons going
said.
up. That's density from the air because it's the air pushing downwards, or whatever.
And that object, what you drop, is it more dense or less dense than air?
More dense.
And also
maybe, is it that maybe reason to fall down because
I
it's
really
more dense
feel
than
like
air?
muting quite a few of you guys.
Is
You
it
did this to me more.
is it that a reason maybe because something what is
Sasha, hold
sorry,
on. I've been
sorry,
sitting
Alex.
listening. You're right. I think this is
Cyrus.
Yo, what's up?
Serious.
Yo. Yeah, Cyrus.
Take this shit over. Take this shit over
Dude,
so I gotta mute
it's.
everyone.
Do you understand what potential energy is and kinetic energy, and do you understand the difference? That's my question to you, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, potentially. Like if you have a bowling ball sitting on top of the shelf, the potential energy is the energy it has potential to go down if the shelf was removed.
Is that real, or is that bullshit, or is that conceptual?
Real, I'd say.
Okay.
Or observable.
All right.
I mean,
Fantastic.
yeah.
Now, how, when this ball is resting on the table and it has this energy charged within, okay? Well, a cool question to think about, how's that energy conserved? One, okay, but that's not the question. Okay. Now, how did that energy go inside this bowling ball? Well, because you picked it up from its datum, its 0 point, which was the ground, and you put the energy into the ball, right? Kinetically, like Michael said, right? Because kinetic potential energy up top when it's at rest is maximum, and kinetic energy equals 0 because kinetic energy equals half mv squared. So if velocity equals 0, the whole equation equals 0. So we can rule that out when the body's at rest. So that's where potential energy is the most. And right before it touches the ground, when you drop it, is kinetic energy is at highest, which you can extract it as thermal energy, blah, 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 blah. That's how hydroelectric dams work, and so on. So this is a legitimate concept. And we know, so when we know that when we spend the energy to something off the ground, that is actually rested within this body spiritually somehow. Okay? We understand this. And we can actually harvest that back when we drop it thermally, and we can use it again, or mechanically, whatever, anyways. So,
right. So as far as
don't you
work
understand
goes,
with that?
as far as work goes, your muscles therefore can actually do work. Your muscles, the force in your muscles, are much more powerful than anything that gravity has to offer. You could take something that weighs like 5 pounds in your hand and move it up and down in any way you want to. Your muscles. So your muscles therefore are anti-gravity devices too, along with salt.
So let me just finish up this point real fast. So when you took the object from 0 and you charged it, now you developed a differential, a delta, and when you let it go, if it has a clear path and nothing is obstructing it, it's trying to reach equilibrium that you were screwed with in the first place. And for like the tree, exactly, it harvests solar energy from the sun and photosynthesis. You can calculate it. And it does that for you, and then it releases it because it's a thermodynamic system coming in from the sun, and it better balance out. You better not bring in your gravity BS spending of warping space-time, because if thermodynamically doesn't balance out and chemically, because photosynthesis, and then it's kinetic energy, potential energy in the apple. If you get free energy out of this, well, then, we'll build free energy machines under apple trees, according to Newton. So it must obey the laws of thermodynamics. And your gravity BS gas not expanding into the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space is it's a gnarly concept, man. So just tell me which part of this legitimate science you don't understand.
I don't
that
believe
when you
the
pick up a
potential.
system off the ground. Okay.
So let's say the bowling ball. You said like it had a data point on the ground level. We put it on top of a shelf, remove the shelf, it comes back down. But I don't believe it coming down has anything to do with the fact we lifted it up from the original starting point on the ground. If you took a rock from a mountain the same weight as a bowling ball, brought it down to that shelf, when you remove the shelf, both the bowling ball and the rock will go straight to the ground. The rock won't fly back up to the mountain where you got it from, even though you used energy to bring it down from the mountain.
Listen,
Why
if
did
you
the
have the
rock
shelf,
get up there in the first place?
look, if you have the
there you
shelf
go.
and you have,
Because you're
and you
still
have
not at
air,
0,
wait.
so you.
If you have
We can do this
if you have an
numerically,
object
man.
on a shelf, hold on. If you got an object on a shelf and there is a medium in between it, such as air, and then there's another solid place down below it, let's say a shelf, then the floor. Yeah. If you remove the shelf, then it's going to go back to its lowest point of equilibrium, just like it always does, based on what its density is in whatever it is surrounding it.
Yeah, so I'm saying that has nothing to do with equal and opposite reactions. It doesn't matter if you got the bowling ball from the ground and the rock from the top of the mountain.
Something had to move that object up first.
It does.
Force your muscles.
And your physics book, physics 1 says it does. So I'm going to stick with that. Until you prove the physics book otherwise, I'm going to subscribe to the basic physics book that says it does. Because like we said, the datum is 0. Now pick your 0, okay? Wherever this rock started, ground level. Okay, then go disagree with the physics.
So you're saying
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
Brought a rock down and let go, it'd fly back to the top of the
mountain. Climbing Mount Everest, you have spent energy in terms of joules. Period. You spent heat to climb that mountain. That's it. That's what I'm saying. It's thermodynamically balanced. And when you jump off, okay, and as your body reaches the ground, you're going to have maximum kinetic energy, which equals to the potential energy you charge minus the losses, like friction. If you jumped off on your terminal velocity, you got friction. Anyways, you see? So it has to balance out. That's the first law of thermodynamics. You see, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It has to always balance.
it's all about energy, energy input, available energy, and distribution.
Yeah.
In our thermodynamic system.
Yeah.
Potential energy.
Yep. So check this out. We have millions of tons, maybe billions of tons of gases being released from the ocean floors, the deepest places we know on Earth, on this plane of existence, coming out from an area that is the closest to the supposed center would be not being affected at all.
Yeah, but they all seek up, don't
What
they?
do you mean?
They all
They do.
travel
They all seek
upward.
up, yeah.
Where
Plus
does
you
the
have
heat? Hold up.
They're all going
and
up.
Where
plus you
does the
have
heat or the energy transferred from the sun to the ground go? Up.
Up. Yep.
Yeah.
and plus you have
So,
one of the most
so what
sorry.
Sirius, if you apply it to what Sirius said, it becomes the potential energy in it. Either it's at a loss or a gain. If it's gaining, it goes up. If it's at a loss, it goes down.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, for gravity to be compatible with quantum physics, they posit that there exists a subatomic particle that they call a graviton, which isn't even compatible mathematically with field theory. So do you really think that there's some subatomic particle that's mediating this gravity interaction? Like, that's absurd.
Yeah, I agree. That sounds absurd to me.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that goes along with Newtonian physics, which it's been overridden.
Yeah, and you are saying that it's a force, and you have the most famous astrophysics saying that is not a force. And now I'm confused because you are saying that it's a force, and George Musa he's saying it's not a force. What is your publication, guy?
Yeah. Well, what he said leads into what Cyrus said. No model of gravity can unify with the quantum realm, because if the quantum realm orbits and attractions are dictated by, anybody know? Charge and polarity. Charge and polarity. I don't know where you get probability, but neutron, electron, and neutron, one orbits the other due to electric charge. So if the building blocks of life are built on that, well, a logical man could infer that rings true all the way through from the microscopic to the megascopic. But yet we can't unify a theory that works. And they use the laws of magnetism and electric charge to calculate gravity. They all calculate at the same rate.
But he take the example of the object. I take the container of the gas. I open the container of the gas, and the gas is not going down. Why is that? Why is that?
Well, when you use electric force and electromagnetic force equations on gravity, you pretty much make it synonymous with the electric charge and dielectric nature of everything in the realm. People just don't understand that these are the equations that are used.
Yeah, that's a fascinating field of investigation. It truly is. That whole thing about charge, like the electrical effects or whatever. There's certain things going on with electricity that is so mysterious. We can tell you all these different things about it, right? Like I even measured something like 12 nanofarads of capacity in my skin with my multimeter several inches apart of my skin. I can measure actual capacitance in my skin.
We measure voltage and capacitance in each layer of the atmosphere, and the potential rises as you rise.
Yeah.
There's certain places on Earth. Hold up. There's certain places on Earth where lightning goes from the ground to the sky all year
Right.
round,
I've
never
seen that.
stops. There's other places where it does the reverse effect from the sky to the ground. So it becomes a circuit with the anode and the cathode. And all the only thing is the electric potential and energy flowing through a circuit in a certain direction. If you watch that Electric Universe, Gravity is a Myth, they show its dielectric nature and flow of energy through a circuit.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the Electric Universe stuff. Like it's great stuff.
Yeah, and that's where we come into where if it's gaining charge, it rises. Gases, heat, those are all getting energy from heat. When heat rises, gas rises because it's warmed up. It's in an input of energy, and it's rising. It's rising in potentials in joules. And E equals mc squared. The E is a measure of joules. It's an electric unit, energy. Energy is an electric unit. So when you rise in potential or charge, you rise through the medium. When you're losing potential energy, you go towards the ground.
So now, if somebody could, that brings something to mind to me. If somebody could link that up as far as these electrical potentials that Mike is talking about, how they relate to density, that would be interesting to see.
Well, at the top of the realm, it's an ionosphere full of electrically charged particles, right? But at the ground, they're all negatively charged or loss of potential. It's the same way energy flows through a circuit with capacitors and resistors. The Earth has natural capacitors and resistors. It's called crystals.
So how about you think some of these substances that achieve these certain levels, let's say in a density tower, like we see those different oils, those materials or whatever they are, that they achieve a level based on their charge potential from one side of down or up, what's surrounding them?
Yeah, I do. I also think when you add salt to the water and the egg rises, you've increased the electrical potential in the water with the sodium.
Yeah, and you can measure that. You can measure that.
Well, you can. You can make a battery with water and salt.
Mm-hmm.
It'll become acidic. It'll be acid.
So once again, there you are.
the
You're
charge.
changing the medium. You're changing the medium once again.
Or the flow of conductivity of electricity through the medium.
Through the medium, right.
If you change its dielectric properties, you have to consider that. And this is what Sirius was saying when he was talking about the egg. The electrical potential of the water when you add sodium is increased. It conducts it better.
Yeah, man. His question is a question of like polarity or like directionality. Why is the flow this way and not the other? And I really can't answer that because for me, like electricity boggled my mind since I was like a 10-year-old kid. I got shocked with a 400-volt capacitor. It almost, almost zapped me out of existence. I didn't know what a capacitor was at the time. So anyways, it's been, it's been a childhood thing, electricity. And what are these gremlins that you can really feel, they will kill you, It's not a joke. And we can't see this stuff. And anyways, so it has directionality, like the current flows from like positive to negative, and why? We don't know. That's just how we found it. It just does it. We really don't know why. Because we're talking about direct current, obviously, not alternating. But it's just that's how it was oriented, so to speak. It was made this. We found it this way. It would be interesting. I would love to know why. Yes, I understand mankind is not there yet, and I'm waiting. And I'm looking around. I'm trying to understand too. I'm not just waiting until the new Einstein comes along, but I'm trying to understand it for myself, and we'll see. But I don't know why. Why are things oriented the way they are? Don't know why when a current flows through a wire, why do we get magnetic rings around it? You know, the magnetic field around the wire. When current flows, don't know. No idea, but it just does. And why is there the force of the magnetic field? Why does it have a specific direction and not the other way, right? The right-hand rule or whatnot? I don't know. We don't know, actually. It's like, these are all questions. These are interesting. So why not? Why don't we float sideways? Well, it's not built that way. It's like, I don't know. It's just not built that way. You can just spend energy and walk sideways, man. Spend joules. You want to go up a mountain? Spend joules.
Yeah.
You
So
want
there are a lot of
to make heat go up the gradient the other way around? From cold to hot, you can. It's called an air conditioning or refrigeration. You know what it costs you? Heat. You must spend heat to make heat go the other way up the gradient. You must push it up the gradient yourself. That's just just the laws of the universe.
That's funny, bro.
That's just how it is, dog. For real.
It is.
It's literally, you're pushing up the gradient yourself the other way, so you must spend energy. It's not downslope, it's upslope. That's how it's understood.
Yep.
And like, if you ever
there's
go
so many
outside
things
and you
we
feel,
don't know. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Sonny.
I was going to say there's so many things we don't know. See, the thing is, if a lot of people are uncomfortable, it makes them feel insecure by not knowing the answer to these things. Well, it's much safer if you don't know to actually realize you don't know. Actually, this place is a much more fascinating place, just being in reality, but some people need a story instead. So they'll hold on to these stories that are actually just baseless claims, nothing substantiating any of it. It's just a good story, and people like believing good stories. So some people are satisfied with a good story, and some others are not.
Yeah, there's a lot of empirical stuff that's been done in the past like 400 years, and that's not bad. We can go off of that. And gravity was never a part of it because it was never really empirical. Where's the empirical part about it? Come up with that, then we'll start playing ball. But I'll show you empirical stuff about electricity. It's like, sure. Those guys believe totally different stuff because science, like, you see, it's like it predates like a lot of stuff. They believe like there's atmosphere around metals, atmosphere, and if you have metals of different color, they have different auras, and if you put it in a caustic bath, whether alkaline or acidic, you get fire. That's what they called it, dog. So it's like, hey, that's that's how your car battery is still built the same way, and battery means an array, more than one. So it's a battery of cells, voltaic cells, named after Alessandro Volta. Came up with it. Dude, that's old. That's like 300 years old, more than 300 years old. Still the same exact way. One inventor. It's crazy, So obviously there's something there to that concept because it's still the same way and it works. It's magic.
And we still don't know. Yeah, we still don't know how it worked. Yeah, 300 years.
We know. Crazy, man.
Most people don't know what a battery is. It's a group, an array,
exactly,
an assemblement.
A battery of something. That's what, if you use that word, that's how it should be.
It could be a battery of Marines.
Yeah.
I still don't know why they call it assault and battery. Is that you put a group of ass whoopings on him?
Like a Duracell, that's a cell actually, because it's just one cell. So that is a cell. It's not a battery at all. Like the AA battery, that's a AA cell. It's not a battery.
Yeah, it's a single cell. Yeah.
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 That's funny. And I hope that answers questions for that. I think Flying Scotsman we're talking to, yeah.
Heads up. Yep.
Hopefully, we're trying to clear things up for you.
Yeah, and let's be specific. That's an electrochemical cell, right?
That is correct. From my understanding about what we understand about it. The electrochemical, yeah.
Yep, there's electricity in everything on Earth, from electrolytes to oranges have electrolytes, apples, all fruit, all plants, all humans, dogs, cows, goats, chickens. With chickens, man, you give them electrolytes to balance out sickness, and it almost seems like your body is an electrochemical cell, a battery, and when it becomes too acidic, too alkaline, or not alkaline, you have to balance out its acidity because it is a biochemical, electrochemical battery cell. You're dielectric in nature.
Yeah.
The charged particles in your body could follow a direction of flow of energy in a cell. It doesn't have to be magnetism.
Mainstream does not disagree, man. They don't disagree with what you're saying. It's legit.
Right, so there's acceleration in electric too.
Oh yeah.
So we like have electrode feet, basically.
Yep.
Yep. Funny. Funny looking thing, a foot. Think about that.
And you need salt to live.
Electricity flowing through it from, from the crown.
Right, to conduct electricity in the cells for the electrical, like the whatchamacallit, the nervous system, and for your acid, your stomach acid. It's hydrochloric acid. Where do you get the chlorine from? Right, hydro, water, chlorine, right? Sodium chloride, which is salt. Boom.
Sorry. There's a veritable, the entire pharmacopoeia in our bodies as far as drugs, actually, chemicals, neurochemicals that do all these different things that people don't realize that I believe I realized. I think it's true that we have more control over all of that than we think with just our beliefs itself. And I think for me, it aligns with the creator, the energy, the source energy that put us here, created us with all of these things and everything else that we see, hear, taste, smell.
And it's called dielectric acceleration. Just wanted to throw that out there. And in that you have two kinds, average and instantaneous.
So think about that. If we have control. Think if we have the control over the chemical warehouse in ourselves with our thoughts.
Yeah, so when we equate it to gravity, it's dielectric acceleration in a coherent electric field. Or field acceleration, dielectric field acceleration to shorten it. Coherent field.
So here we are talking about where we exist in the electrical potential.
Yep, particles are charged and accelerated by the input of electric, right? Whether it's cosmic plasma earthbound energies like the sun, and it becomes a thermodynamic cell, just like he's saying, a system with input energy, use of energy, transference of energy, and loss of energy with potentials that all exist in a coherent electric field and are all dielectric in nature. Science can't deny this. It actually promotes it.
Yep.
Yeah.
He disagrees, though, man. Remember, he said he doesn't believe in potential energy. So it's like, all right, I don't know what to say.
You're right about that potential. That is verifiably so. Everything you're talking about, this dielectric potential, this field, those types of things.
Potential energy. Look, that's what he describes when he describes the virtue of its position relative to others, as in picking a rock up and moving it relative to the level stationary plane. And all those energies are calculated by joules. Can't be electric or electromagnetic or even G or little g. They're equated by the same electric equation, so it all has to be equated to electrical energy. Period. I don't know why I don't know why it converts to newtons when it can be equated as potential charge.
Yeah, Newton is based on Newton's gravity. It's like retarded. Presupposition, Bill.
Why don't we try and prove gravity? Why don't we do that for these Glovers? Let's make they can't do it.
Yeah, it can't be done. Yeah.
Did y'all hear? Did y'all hear
Scott-
George Floyd has been
Scotsman
sober
left.
for over a year?
Whoa, really? I thought he was dead. How
Good
amazing.
job, Brad. He finally did something right.
Awesome, man. Because that last little acting job, I don't know, man. Wasn't the greatest.
I heard his performance was a little strained.
That is so funny. You got to seek the good in everybody, man.
Oh my God.
Joe Rogan do?
People believe that?
He got beat sober. Ass whooping's a good learning tool, though, you know. Staff and rod.
I miss it. He got a beating inside.
Who beat him down?
Staff and rod of connection.
The Chauvin guy?
Didn't it all start with a beat down?
No, because Joe Rogan's actually legit, dude. I mean, aside from him being, punking out about the flat Earth stuff, he's actually legit. That dude, he might kick your ass. He's real legit.
Oh, yeah, I thought we were talking about George Floyd.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said Joe Rogan.
Yeah, no. Well, congratulations on you're sober, man. That's freaking. That's not easy for anybody, especially you.
Sorry, something happened there. I cut out. Did the Chauvin guy get a beating in the joint?
Joe Rogan, he got his ass whooped by that transgender MMA girl, Fallen Fox.
What the hell? Oh my God, that's
She beat his ass. He was being mean with his words.
Yeah, them trannies are about to take over the Olympics coming up. I can't wait.
Oh,
The judge gave that Chauvin guy 22.5.
Yeah, Mike, that Fox girl just turned Rogan right around. Just pretty funny.
Yeah, he cut right into her, dude. He cut right into her.
Oh yeah. He just said this shouldn't happen, and she just frickin' went nuts.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh my God, that's so insensitive, mean, and all that universal satanic love crap. You gotta accept me. Listen, tell fat chicks to start preaching acceptance. They don't go around going, "You gotta accept me."
If you look at the body on that chick, her shoulders, she looks like a 230-pound weightlifter. I mean, come on, really? That's a chick.
What?
It's just ridiculous.
No, she's the only one of them to come out and admit she's a transgender. There's quite a few of them that are definitely questionable.
Oh yeah, and they don't even do it. At least she's saying, yeah, trans. That's good for her. But there's so many in MMA. You look at these chicks and you go, "There's no way that's a dude. It's just a dude."
Right.
Hey, Mike, I just want to ask you something. Did you, back in the day, did you ever have any transgenders in your battalion or your platoons or anything?
Oh, you gotta ask, huh? Hell no.
We suspected. We didn't know because it was so long ago, but we did suspect. But Jesus, 30, 40 years ago, we didn't care. As long as they did what they needed to do on their mission and they protected your ass, we didn't care.
I never really thought about that. Now that I have, maybe.
We had this one guy, Corporal Graveline, who was awesome, but he would always revert to this personality where all of a sudden he would change his voice and sound just like a female, and he'd bat your eyes at you, and he'd make these hand motions, and we'd all look at each other and go, "Whoa, Graveline, what up with that?" And then all of a sudden he'd go, "Oh," and he'd change back. It was like he was like a chameleon. We still don't know what's up with Corporal Graveline. It was funny.
That is funny.
But today, like you say, these new commercials that are coming out for the recruitment posters are just, you look at the Russian one, you look at the Chinese one, and then you look at this LGBT crazy, I've got two mommies and really like just this girl that wants to.
That's adorable.
Is that the kind of Marine I want to back me up? I'm sorry. Kind of weird.
Right.
I'm just hoping that the Marines don't lower their standards like the Army is. The Army has always been the ones that has always invited anybody in. You could be a criminal. You could have done anything you want. Come out of high school, and they'll take you because they need those numbers to fill the slots.
Yeah, a lot of those kids didn't make it.
Yeah.
They didn't even make it through boot camp.
Ain't that the truth?
That's true. A lot of them get, 2
Yeah,
weeks
man.
in camp, and they cry and they call their mommy and say, "I want to go home to the basement."
I was like, 50 push-ups? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You want twice that many?
Yeah. Bring it.
I would go and do whatever they needed me to learn, and I'd come home. I wouldn't even talk about none of it.
Right.
I just, that's how I was.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you wouldn't say how many do you want me to do though, bro. You'd be like, sir, yes, sir. Down, up, one, sir. Down, up, two, sir. Down,
Okay,
up,
ask
three,
me
sir.
that. No, I kept my mouth shut. I was only joking.
Yeah, if Gunny, your drill session, drill sergeant said drop and give me 20 or drop and give me 30, you said sir, yes, sir, and you just did it, and then you let it go.
Yeah. I like them 4-count Diamond Dolphin, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Those are all my favorite.
Yeah.
Bends and motherfucking thrusts. Do 'em. Don't count.
Yeah.
Here, Roche, I left you an image in the chat.
Oh, well, cool. Thanks. Check it out. Oh yeah. Nice. Nice.
The friends we made along the way.
It's pretty gross.
You notice the present one, the chick standing up, right? That's the chick getting it.
That's fucking hilarious. I've never seen that. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's horrible. That's how they tricked everyone. They started off saying in the privacy, don't mind what people are doing in the privacy of their own room. So people are all right, I guess they're not hurting nobody. We're not going to invade people's area. But now they got toddlers twerking in public with everyone cheering them on and kids dancing for trannies, throwing dollar bills at them. Like that ain't in anyone's bedroom. That ain't private. It's all TV everywhere, pushing it.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Every single one of those people got the vaccine. Don't worry.
yeah, that is a good point there. Yeah, people used to be able to ignore it because you could watch, like people would just go watch movies or play video games or find a hobby or watch sports. But now, every single thing you would do to get away from the crap you didn't agree with, you can't go really anywhere to get a break from it.
Hey, I don't normally see them in the woods hunting.
Yeah, that's a good point there.
They don't like guns. Killing food is murder.
What's a sapper? Day said his pops was a sapper in the army.
The engineer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the ones that infiltrated the lines, set electric charges. They infiltrated. They were infiltrators, sappers.
Recon.
They used a torpedo to break concertina wire and things like that.
Yeah.
So they're combat engineers.
Right. Exactly.
Hey, you guys, I was on.
All right, I just wasn't sure if it was a spelling error and he meant to say sniper. I'm like, what the?
Oh,
They
please
do-
don't put those up
Yeah, it's
there. That's freaking gross, man. Who's doing
It's a
that?
highly specialized offshoot of engineers. Hey, I was on a podcast thing, like a stage where I went like 3.5 hours where they just bombarded me with questions on the chatter box, and some of the people I went on to DMs and talked to about 40 of them, and some were saying like, hey, I'm not answering the questions that they want, so I expect a lot of people to be coming here. I've probably sent out maybe I don't know, 100 invites to the server, so like there'll be like I said, hey, there's better people than me who can explain this. Like if you're not getting the answer that you need, there's a whole server with experts that can answer your question down to the last detail.
Wow.
And if they're clearly a troll, like just being silly, I didn't even give them a time of day. I said, pass. I've got like the podcast eventually had like over 300 people listening. So there's so many questions that they eventually just had to end the show. So they said this could go on all day. If we keep it, we got to end it.
All right.
Yeah, I was at the Boise State Fair 2 years ago when I was 69 years old, and the Marines were there, and they had this the pull-up bar, and everybody was going, and they said, do 20 real pull-ups, hands forward, chin up, pull yourself up and you get a hat or a shirt or something like that. So I sat there and they said 20 pull-ups. So I did the first 15 and then I looked at the guy and he goes, you can do 5. And so I did the last 5 with one arm and they just went, whoa! Oh my God.
Oh my God, Roche, someone older than me? Wow. How
Yeah.
cool is that, man?
71 years old, but you know what? I was only
See?
like 40 pounds, so I could yank myself up in the air. I laughed at these guys. This one lady Marine looked at me and went, "Damn, dude, you're old. How do you do that?" It was great. It was just great.
Was she hot at least?
No, you know what? She was about 5'6", but she was like about 155 pounds. She was a little chunky. And I said, girlfriend, you couldn't do 20 right now. And she goes, yeah, I can. But she didn't do it.
Yeah, That's funny, bro. Every time me and my daughter go to the fair, she got to go straight to the Marine Corps recruiter and punk him out. My dad could beat you doing chin-ups with one arm. Push-ups, too. Push-ups, too.
Yeah.
Just tell him.
I can't do that
Just
shit
tell him.
now. I can't do that shit now, man, but I don't care. I'm fast as a freaking...
My daughter can do more one-arm push-ups than most grown men.
That's pretty cool, Mike. That's pretty cool.
Well, I don't want to worry about her getting beat up. I want to worry about her husband calling me. Tater's in jail again, Mike. She needs bailed out. She beat me up again. Them's the phone calls I want. So I can tell him, well, you better quit talking back, bro. You know when you're supposed to talk and when you ain't.
He's going to get a restraining order against her.
Yeah, I've thought about that. I might went a little overboard with that one, but
she ought to have a statement with her if someone tries to get close. They need to know exactly all about Dad first. So here's a little statement. So just so you're aware before we get started.
She is kind of humble, but except for the fact that she likes to let people know she could do that. I could whip your ass if I wanted to.
It's good. She'll be that girl that beats up the other kids that pick on other kids. You know what I'm saying? So that's cool.
Or at least threaten them.
You gotta love a woman that you get within 6 feet of her, and all of a sudden she goes into this ninja stance and goes, "Don't get within 6 feet." And you look at her and go, "Damn, girl, you must know what you're doing. You don't even want to mess with them."
Oh yeah, she can go Ronda Rousey on a motherfucker.
Oh yeah. Good for her. Good for her. How old is she now, Mike? Jesus, she's got to be in her
16, going on 17. Yep.
I knew she was almost 20 in her late teens.
Yeah.
The prime of battle mod life.
Time fucking flies fast, man. I'm telling you, it feels like yesterday my nephews and nieces were just little gaffers, you know? One of them's almost 30 now. Like,
Guess
wow.
what? It's going to get faster.
Yeah. You get old and all of a sudden, 5
Every year.
years go into 20 years and you go, where the fuck did those years go?
Yeah, where it used to be like a year used to be a long time. A year or two used to be a long time when I was like 20 or 25. Like then it gets to the point where like a year or two, then it becomes like 5 years goes by real fast. And then pretty soon you're like, decades are going by. You're like, what? That was a whole 20 years ago. That was a whole 30 years ago. I'm going like, what?
It's true. Totally true. Time flies, and it's the truth. It's okay, The weirdest thing is, I've got really good genes in my family. My uncle lived to 105. My mom's 97. A bunch of other relatives lived to be like in the 90s, and I'm like 71. Do I got to live for another 25 years? Oh, Jesus.
Dude, shoot for 120 like I am. Come on, man. We can do it.
It's just
I used to
having to put up with the bullshit of all these government bullshit.
I know.
You know,
I think I'm
I
just
had
gonna
a
outlive them. I'm sorry.
I had a stand-up bit about longevity because they were talking about working to slow aging, so we live to be 1,000 years old and stuff. I'm like, could you imagine suicide in the future? 675. He was so young.
he was
That-
related to Methuselah.
The guy's like, I had enough working and these kids and great grand and great 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 grand. I'm out of here. Like,
Let me go. Just let me go.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever experienced a collapse of a civilization before. That might be kind of interesting.
Well, I'll tell you what. We might be on the brink of some collapsing. That's for sure.
Bizarre, man. I always read about those things. I mean, I never even considered that they could happen in my lifetime.
Well, be a prepper and be prepared in your security. Just be prepared.
Yeah, I do. I have prep stuff.
Good for you.
And a really important thing in prepping is relationships too. Like you build relationships with people, and then things start falling apart. At least you have that relationship with those people who you know. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna ask Mimas. Like, I know you live in Arizona. If you know of any, like, I don't know, communities that are being developed. I've heard there are some, like, even if they're like Earth ships, like people building these Earth ships into hillsides in Arizona and New Mexico, places like that. Like, if there's communities where there's people that are interested in liberty, freedom, and control.
I'm in Georgia.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mimas. I meant EXO. Okay, yeah, you're in Georgia. That's a little further away.
I'm in Arizona too. I'm in Prescott. I'm in Prescott, up in the mountains, about 5,000 feet in Arizona, and we've got two different communities here of some preppers, some retired military,
Oh man.
some of the good retired policemen. And we do a shoot every 2 months. Every 60 days we get together, we communicate, we find out, if the shit hits the fan. We've got about 60 or 65 guys that at least we would get together and we would make a survivable community. And I say everybody they need to find out about their neighbors and where they are. They need to know.
No, like here in the city, I feel it's a lost cause. Like, I'm not gonna do
Oh,
that.
God,
I think I'm gonna have to find a place to get away. Like, I have a son that lives in the Phoenix suburbs or whatever.
Well, you got to get out of the cities. You got to get out of the cities. The cities are just going to be a trap.
It's bad. I'm getting ready to just like dump anything, any value or any benefits that I thought I had by living here is stupid. Like, I'm just getting ready to cut the losses of that and just go on to the next half, create something myself in a more natural environment.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Grab what means the most to you. Grab your firearms. Grab your security stuff, your seeds, your possessions, and then get the heck out of the city. There's a lot of things that we accumulate that we really don't need. We just don't need them. Let them go.
Yeah, it's pretty small. I could fit it in a small U-Haul. So
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big 20-foot U-Haul. I could fit everything that really means everything to me in a 20-foot U-Haul.
Yeah, I just have to have a place to land. Like, I would have to have a place to land. So that's what I need to start working on, because I know there's land up there too. Like, I've heard of that around Prescott and stuff like that. And I like the idea of it getting cold and snowing even, and then like in the summer it gets nice, So
we actually have 4 seasons in Prescott. We have 4 seasons, and hey, I'll tell you what. I should look. I have a 65-acre ranch up here, and I've got enough. I have 2 different hookups for trailers.
What the heck, really?
Anybody needs to bug out and come stay with me, no problem.
I could get lost in 65 acres. I could be gone for months. You might never see me. Be like, oh my God. You're like, how did you get here? I don't know, but I've been here for a year.
Who are you? Look at your beard. You're so long.
Who are you again? Yeah.
Yeah. I hunt.
That's a trip.
I get a cup of coffee and I'm in my robe in the morning, and I go 80 yards to this little lake that's right outside my back door. And I go in my blind and I hunt deer drinking coffee in my robe. How good is that?
What the heck? That's the life for me, man.
Serious. The last deer I got, I was in my robe and a pair of underwear, and I had my crossbow, and I went in there and I go, fucking, here comes this 6-point buck 50 yards away, and I did a lung, and I got part of his heart and a lung shot. He went about 50 yards, and I harvested a deer. And my wife goes, that's just too easy.
Wow. See, I like that kind of idea. You probably have fishing up there then too if you have that much water.
Well, we do have some lakes up here. I'm not really a lake fisherman. I just got back from a deep sea fish, and I got mako fish, and I got mako shark, yellowtail, bluefin tuna, and we got grouper. So I came back with about 150 pounds of fillets. So I'm pretty good.
Wow.
I like the ocean fish.
Where'd you go? Off in Mexico somewhere?
Yeah, matter of fact, look at this great
Cabo San Lucas or something?
No, actually, we went about 500 miles down in Mexico. It was an 8-day trip on a boat, and let me show you.
You near Bahia de Magdalena.
Yes, like Magdalene. We were by Cedros Island and Alijo Rocks.
I know where all that is. I sailed past that stuff.
Yeah.
In 1979, 1980. We were anchored in Puerto Vallarta in Christmas 1980.
So here you go. I'll post you a picture of this 84-pound bluefin I got. You're gonna love this.
Wow.
They wanted me to hold it up above my head, and I said, dude, I can barely lift it up. It took me 45 minutes to land this sucker. I was on 40-pound test, and it was just like, are you shitting me? My arms were shaking. Here it is. It's loading. Check this out.
Wow.
Nice fish.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
I saw that earlier. I was very impressed.
Oh, man.
That's a bluefin. As a matter of fact, I'm going to eat some bluefin tomorrow.
That's wild.
Yeah. I'm a happy camper right there.
All right, man.
Yeah. I try and make at least one trip to San Diego and go ocean fishing, and it feeds me for the entire freaking year.
Yeah, that's where I live, right here in San Diego.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I lived up in Encinitas in North County for many years.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Yeah, that's a famous surfing spot there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was a big surfer, yep. Yep. Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, see, that's good to know, because if I hadn't opened my mouth, then I wouldn't known you lived up there, and there's already a connection up there with my son, you know, like, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's what it's going to take, right? We're going to have to make connections. We're going to have to. So even an old dog like me can learn new tricks.
The connections you want to make are people who don't need to communicate, who don't need a group, who don't need a club, who already know without needing to hear. People who understand just from the inflection of your tone or like a glance what you're thinking. Those are the people you want to connect with. Because you don't need to go forming clubs or groups or making plans with other people. That's how plans get foiled.
Yeah, what it really does is it ruins operation security also, because now you've got you don't know what's out there once you've put something out there, how far it got.
Two, the ultimate survival is just don't take the vaccine. I mean,
oh hell no! You know they're gonna come after us. Non-vaccine.
I actually don't think they are.
They have to, because like, all right. So now the
No, they are working overtime to convince their sheep that now there's a new variant that's going to come get them.
Exactly.
And they already fell for it once, so they're
But
going to have
they're
to go
not-
along with it or give up the
they're not-
idea.
Are they marketing to us? Are they marketing? Who are they marketing to? They're marketing to the sheep, to the cattle who are already getting it.
Right, but meme, that's our freaking family members, man. That's the problem. So they're turning our family members against us. That's what's scary. I'm not afraid, but that's the scary.
It's not scary to me. I don't talk about it to anybody, and I don't warn anybody because everyone has to make their choice completely free without any influence. In my opinion.
Well, they have the influence, of course. They have the influence.
Yeah, so I don't know how they're going to know any of that information. Like they're saying
Yeah,
you have to do this, and if you did this, how are they going to find that out? Because I won't talk to them.
all
There's nothing that
voluntary.
says I have to respond to any of those lines of questioning. That's not about my shopping here or anything like
Did you hear
that.
about?
So.
Did you hear about Duarte in the Philippines, the president of the Philippines? All right, what he said was, if you don't get the vaccine, I'm going to force you to get the ivermectin shot. Wait a minute. Ivermectin is actually good for you. So if you don't take the poison one, if you're one of the smart ones and you refuse the poison one, he's going to force you to take the thing that is actually good for you.
But what if he's lying and he just gives you a Moderna?
Something else.
I'm not taking nothing, dude.
I wouldn't trust it.
Oh, I wouldn't trust it either. But who are they, guys? Who are they trying to kill off?
Exactly. It seems
Not
really quite
us.
obvious. Yeah, it's obvious.
Let's say you want to reset the world. Do you bring along your frumpy, skinny, fat bunch of data types?
Yeah, that can't think their way out of a wet
Your
paper
middle
bag.
class liberals. Do you bring them along, or do you bring the rugged types, the individualist types, who can actually build a society? Who do you bring along with you?
The Stoics.
Yeah.
The ones you can control more.
You bring the people who are strong enough mentally to get through it, regardless of how many people are dying around them.
No shit. That's why I kind of like the idea. Like I've been preparing for almost worst case scenario. It's going to make me better in the long run. Like I'm almost at the point where like I won't even need money. You understand what that means? I could go out. I've already found fruit trees, roots, like things I can eat right out here. Like get to that.
Yeah,
like,
that's me, man. I'm pretty much there. I'm off grid completely. Me and my family.
Like I could be that way. Like I found fruit trees now. I found fruit trees out in the wild right here.
And some meat rabbit.
All I know is I have not tried to talk a single person out of getting their shot. Not one.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I wouldn't either. Why? Like, why would I want to change this order that's being taking place right now?
They're being given that choice for a reason. Let them.
That's just the way it is. It's not sad to me anymore.
Yeah, I've seen conservatives take the shot too, though. I'm just going to be honest. I'm not really political, but
there's
my
plenty
family
of
is
conservative NPCs.
Yeah, everybody's getting fooled in this one.
What's an NPC?
The non-playable character. It's just a bot, an empty vessel that's been programmed that doesn't really have like a soul.
Yeah, they'll be waiting. They'll be in FEMA camps waiting for Trump still to come back.
Another example of an NPC would be those people that pull out a phone and videotape what injustice is being done to you instead of intervening and trying to help you. Those are NPCs.
Yeah, they're just props.
I couldn't believe one clip I saw. I think it was on Live Leaks. An elderly lady getting beaten severely by a big person. I won't go skin tone, but anyways, I don't know how many different views and angles they were of people filming this, and I'm just like, are you kidding me? Not one person is willing to fucking defend that elderly lady. I was flabbergasted, man.
Well, I'm specifically talking about the demoralized people who have been fully demoralized, and there's an irreversible effect. of where
Yeah.
there's nothing you could ever show them that will ever
And
change them out.
I'm thinking that's them when they're standing there watching the cop with the knee on my neck and I'm dying and they're not doing nothing to help me. They're NPCs.
Well, not really, because the police did pull their guns on the crowd.
Yeah. If you try and intervene, the cop shoots you.
Yeah, the cop.
So,
The one guy is actually on trial because there was like a 14-year-old girl who said, "You're killing him," and he pointed the gun at the teenage girl. So he said that was why the other police on normally the other police on the scene don't get charged with anything.
plus,
It's almost like they helped,
like with
Yeah,
George.
we could
George
go to any scenario. What I'm trying to say is those people that freeze when it's time to act, those are NPCs.
Well, those aren't really NPCs.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, bro.
Those
Like,
aren't really NPCs, though. There's a conditioning that comes along with fear of intervening.
yeah, like I'll share a quick story. I used to work in like child protective services, part of my government, and my wife, her and I were at the supermarket. We were doing our shopping, and something was going down in the supermarket. Right, my wife is trying to move me the other direction, right? Because I don't know what's going on. I'm just shopping, and she's like, "Let's go this way. Let's go this way," and I'm like, "What? Why?" And then I turn, right? I see, like two guys fighting down the other end of the supermarket, and I just run down there and I have a look. I see a woman and two little children scared out of their mind while these two guys are going right in front of them, right? The mistake I made, right, was I grabbed the guy who's pummeling this guy and I throw him right across the floor, right from behind. I just grab him, lift him, throw him off, and then the other guy kind of like recovers and then he runs. And I realized that I just threw the victim off who was protecting his family. And I was like, oh, shit. Yeah. And I was like, oh, bro, I'm so sorry. Like, because he told, like, I looked, because he was like just, trying to protect his family. This guy just walked in the supermarket, started attacking, right? And he did what a man should do. And then I said, look, I took them to I basically took over the supermarket, told the staff what to do because they were all standing there like didn't know what to do. I said, can you please go ring the police? Can you go do this? Blah, blah, blah. Let's take care of this family and da, 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 da. And the whole time I was worried. I sent my wife and, I said, you need to go home. I'm going to be here a little while. And I was worried that I was actually going to be arrested, because I actually intervened. But, I just said, well, it was still the right thing to do. I wouldn't have changed it. I wouldn't have changed it, even though I was like, man, I wished I had seen from the beginning. You know what I mean? But it was still the right thing to do, even just to stop them. But I actually thought the guy who was winning the fight, I thought he was the guy beating the, innocent guy up. But it was actually the other way around. Yeah. Yeah, just a funny story. Maybe I'm not an NPC, so my wife knew. She was like, no, I don't want him getting involved.
I think people are conditioned. That people have developed a natural fear of intervening. So I mean,
oh, sorry.
That's just how it is. But like with George Floyd, people keep saying, why didn't anyone intervene? It's like, well, the guy could obviously breathe because he was yelling, so he could obviously breathe. So the whole thing was silly anyway. And plus there was like 10 minutes of footage of him being like gently handled and talked to and persuaded, and they put him in the car. He wanted out of the car. They let him out of the car. He said, put me down on the ground, please. They put him down on the ground, and then he died.
Yeah, I seen a video there a couple years ago. He was pulling the same bullshit. So it's like a shtick. He gets caught, he starts crying and doing all that shit and starts swallowing and trying to dump off a bunch of his little baggies, and he ended up ODing. They had to take him to the hospital. So it was like the same exact scenario played out, but this time he ended up not making it. But with that meth in the system, as well as the fentanyl, extreme uppers and downers like that is ridiculously deadly. Like, that's so bad for your heart. And he already had cardiovascular disease.
On the other side, the flip side though is that as a police officer, you're supposed to compose yourself and to have composure and to control your
Yeah,
emotions.
they were composed.
No, these guys are never controlled. You listen. If you get loud with a cop, it's not a cop's job to get loud back. You understand? That's not his position. His position is to calm the situation, not to escalate it and make it worse. Right? So
Yeah.
you obviously the person in power. You have the gun, you have the taser, you have more people to call that will have more guns and more tasers. So why should you want the situation to get out of hand? So
Yeah, a lot of cops
that's
do
the problem
over
you have to-
escalate, but not in that situation. I
Oh,
watched
fraud,
it.
fraud. You're
Yeah,
used to
well,
dealing
again-
with the New York. You're used to dealing with the New York City cops, aren't you?
Yeah, hey, I'm fucking walking here.
Yeah, like
Yeah, there's that.
I deal with
Oh, sorry.
mostly like hometown sheriff types.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. You got to get away from the city police force. Those guys are just.
Yeah, there's
something
definitely a
wrong.
bunch of cops that are like way too like they antagonize and are aggressive, but a lot of the interactions that I watched though in my dealings with them, it's usually not the case. But I have had a couple times where they were like that, where you do see the pettiness and the bullshit like that. Like I've seen there's an accident and I was a witness to it, and I just overheard them in earshot talking about they didn't like the one guy's family, so they're just basically going to assign him at fault in the accident because there's some dude that in their family that they'd had dealings with. So you do see some pettiness and you see some shit they do that some people won't admit that they do. But I was actually shocked because I had like a natural mistrust of the police. But most of the times I've had to deal with them, I was actually it was a lot different picture than what gets painted. But I don't know.
What sucks too is like say you get into a car accident, right? And it's like the other person's like a police officer or a member, a police officer's family. You just take whatever whatever lick they give you. Just if they tell you you're at fault, just do it. I mean, like my brother was a police officer, and his girlfriend hit a parked car, just ran right into a parked car, not even paying attention to the road. The guy who owned the car was just irate. Dude, you dumb blonde, you just hit my parked car. Why do you have a license? The cop showed up and gave him a ticket for parking too far away from the sidewalk or too far away from the curb. Like he pulled out like you're 13 inches away. You're at fault for this accident. You were improperly stopped in a lane. You know, and then it was like it was like, dude, you just should have exchanged, insurance numbers and just left from there, you know?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of asshole shit from police. Like people will get a burglary or something and call the police, and then they'll just run everyone's name, and then you end up going to jail for having your shit stolen. But I guess it's just like everyone. There's freedom. People have freedom to choose how they want to act, and a lot of people don't like doing their job. Like you'll notice that anywhere if you try and get customer service or help somewhere. A lot of people get an attitude because they're just like chilling out and like they make the same money hanging out there than having to deal with some bullshit. So a lot of people like to hand off work or avoid it.
I mean, for me, coming from Minnesota, just to give you an idea how messed up the situation was, like so many people brought these complaints forward of police, fudging accidents that they finally said that Minneapolis police cannot investigate any more traffic accidents. It's actually, you can look at the news articles. They said that they brought in the state police. Anytime there's a traffic accident that needs to be required, it had to be done by state police only. It's like all the stuff with Minneapolis police didn't just come out of nowhere. It had been brewing for a very long time. Lots of problems for decades.
I watched all the George Floyd videotapes and all that, and I can tell you, like, from seeing people debate it like endlessly, most of the people debating it haven't even watched the full video. They'll see a clip here and there. So it was definitely, you can see right or wrong, you can see incredible dishonesty.
Right or wrong, nobody should come out freaking dead, handcuffed out of a situation like that.
Yeah, but
right or wrong.
if
No,
you
no,
watch,
dude.
no, his kneeling on him, that's a standard police. It's a standard way to detain somebody. His knee was mostly on his shoulder, for one. For two, you can demonstrate it having your knee there. It doesn't restrict people's breathing.
Whatever the case
He
is,
has,
nobody should come out dead. Is all I'm saying.
well, he
shouldn't be
was,
a dead
he
handcuffed
had
person
lethal amounts of
coming out of the
fentanyl and methamphetamine in him.
cares?
That's how
Yeah, that's
Belushi
great. That's wonderful. That's
and
wonderful.
Farley
But
died.
he's handcuffed, so he shouldn't come out dead because he's handcuffed. Let's say they never touched him and he comes out dead. That's fine. But you're gonna be held. You're gonna be held accountable because
I agree. He shouldn't die from what he died of. If he died from drugs or something, that'd be different. But
Yeah, he
what
did
he
die
died
from
of, he
drugs.
shouldn't have died from that.
you cannot prove that. That's the problem, dude.
It's a political.
You
like,
can't prove anything when you don't release like the records, right?
But yeah, it was entirely political grandstanding. There's a million other subjects where there's way more injustice and way more wrong going on. There's a laser focus on that to push that narrative.
Than the way police have treated black people for decades. You're telling me there's way more worse than
Yeah,
stuff going on.
there is.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
there's
You must be white. You
there's
have to be
hundreds.
white.
There's
You have
hundreds.
There are
of
little
white-
kids
Yeah,
getting
see how
fucking,
it's
like,
okay to
there's
be
literally
openly
little kids
racist
getting,
towards
like,
white
decapitated
people.
right
You're
now.
not allowed to do that to other people. I couldn't say that type of stuff to a black person. It's okay to be openly racist towards white people. It's okay to openly talk shit about Christians and other religions, but you can't talk shit about Judaism. You can't anything that has anything to do with being white is being targeted now for division purposes. And once everyone's divided up, they'll select the next target. It's about
When have they
separating.
ever been together? When have the races ever been together?
Put yourself.
I don't think
Sorry.
they should be. I
Sorry,
think
hold
this
on.
shit's toxic as fuck, and I think
Yeah.
everyone should have the right to free association. I think people should be allowed to have communities of people they want to associate with, and then if you want to optionally group up together, you should have a choice. You shouldn't force people together
skin
that
color,
don't want to be
criminal
together.
past, take all of that out of it. Put yourself in those cuffs. Do you think you should have had a knee on your fucking neck that long? Period. Regardless of skin color. If it was you in those fucking cuffs, do you feel like that was proper procedure? Fuck
Yeah,
no.
I feel like they followed the procedures.
Listen to this fucking idiot.
You're
you got
fucked,
morons.
man.
He's a fucking idiot. He's always
You
fucking
guys
moron.
have to
If you watch
wake
the
up.
full video too, you could see him when he gets up. He barely
You're
even had any
fucked,
pressure
bud.
on him.
You're a dumb fuck. Is this person even a flat earther?
You guys have to consider that whole
I don't give
thing
a
with
fuck
George
what
Floyd,
earth he is. He's fucked.
the whole thing with George Floyd was manufactured. It was just to bring Democratic votes. That's all it was for.
Look, even if
Well,
it
no,
was a
it was
stage
more than that.
fucking
That's it.
thing, listen, even if it was theater, put yourself in the fucking cuffs. It wasn't
I don't
proper.
care. Anytime someone's trying to guilt trip me or shame me, then that subject is not it's not relevant. So when somebody comes trying to guilt and shame people, there's an angle for it and there's a reason why.
Yeah, I just let you guys know that this wasn't an isolated incident. I mean, there was multiple things happening over and over. Like every day, there was something going on with Minneapolis
A
police.
young lad had 7 rounds put in the back of him. As he was getting back into his car, he wasn't cuffed or nothing. 7 rounds. Are you fucking kidding me, bud? Yeah, that's procedure, eh? You're bent, man.
Yeah, there was also this guy who was a lawyer. There's in Minneapolis, there's these things called the skyways. You can walk between the buildings that's above the ground because winter's pretty harsh here. So this guy was in the skyway waiting for his kid to release from daycare, and the police said he just matched the description and just attacked him, like just started beating the shit out of him. And they said he resisted because he was holding his hands up to protect him from the baton. It turned out that this guy was like a top lawyer. Like he was like the fifth, like you can look up the court cases. And the guy called him officer. He said, I was trying to be officer friendly, but you fought back. And the city ended up paying like $18 million or something just ridiculous. And it was all, and it was like, is it one thing after another? And that's what they did for people with power. This guy had, the guy they attacked in the subway on the skyway. He had power. He was dressed nice. He was in some place. And you can imagine the people like the prostitutes or the drug addicts on the street. Imagine what they've been going through. And someone with no voice, with no agency. And this Chauvin, that was his 7th body in the line of duty. He had killed 6 other people and got away with it.
Holy fuck! Oh my god!
That was number 7, and he finally went down.
But leave it to the dipshit that's here to defend people like that.
If he would have got the first time he killed somebody, if he would have got, he wouldn't have had 6 more bodies after it. And you can go into police procedure and what happened, and maybe this happened, maybe that didn't happen. But he was under arrest for a counterfeit bill that wasn't even a counterfeit bill.
And this is an exclusive to just America. So in my own country, the native population here, men have been arrested, right, handcuffed, put into the back of a police car, and they have died of suffocation because they've been held too tight with a policeman on each side of them. And they've been telling them, I can't breathe, and they just don't care. Get to the station, the guy's dead. And that's happened more than once. And then there's other cases where, like you got the policeman with the gun, the guy is coming towards him, and he's shot him 9 times. My wife's own cousin was in his home with his children, had a fight with his wife. His wife left. She was really mad. She rang the police, told him that he had threatened her with a knife and was threatening the kids, right? So they sent in like the SWAT type style setup, right? The SWAT type style gets there. He tells them, "You don't come in my house," da 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 da. And they said, "We come for the children." He said, well, he said to his children, "You can have her child," because they had children from previous marriages or previous partnerships. But he said, "You're not taking my 2 children." And his 2 children didn't want to go. So that one child that was, hers and his, that child went, and that was fine. And then they just 3 hours later, they just didn't want to wait, and they said, "Oh, the kids were under duress because they weren't being fed." They walked in. He was in bed with both his little girls who loved their dad, and they just shot him to death. And then they tried to take the kids. Right, the family went in. Said, "You're not taking those kids. They don't belong to you guys." And they got the kids, and the kids told them, "Daddy was in bed. We were, They came in and they just shot him in bed right in front of his children." And they were trying to take the children so that they could try and, brainwash them into telling their story. But the children told the family. And then they started telling everyone on the news, and they shut the family up. They were threatening the family. They just told everyone that he was holding a knife to his own little girls, and he didn't do that at all. He didn't do that at all. He had some issues, right? He had some issues. I'm not going to lie, but what they're saying he didn't do, and his own little girls have told the family. And then there is some sort of, the family is very upset, and they are looking into what they can do, right, to get some justice. But it's pretty hard when you come up against the system like that, right? It's going to protect them no matter what, protect their system no matter what. But that's not exclusive to to America. And even then, it doesn't matter that he's a native, because he's both native and European, right? He wasn't just like a native. He's both. He's both Viking and European Viking and native. So, he hails heritage from both sides. But they just class it like, oh, he's a native, so he's going to be a troublemaker or whatever. But at the same time, it's like you said, they've got all the guns, they've got all the power. Why did they have to go in?
Right. Why did they have to play the aggressor?
Why did they have to do that?
I don't ever want to have to shoot anybody, right? Or ever want to have to hit anybody with a baton if I was a cop. See, this is why I would never become it. This is why I became a firefighter, because we save people. We don't take people's life. We have to clean up their fucking mess. Whenever they fuck a guy up, who do you think they call? They call us the first responders. And we got to clean up the shit they fucking started. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't fucking handle themselves. Because they're fucking on steroids, whatever, juiced up, and whatever the fuck they fucking take. I know these motherfuckers. I've had them as friends. I've seen them change into fucking assholes from when I used to know them before they were fucking just the regular fucking dude. Because you join a fucking gang. That's what it is. You join a fucking gang. You gotta hang out with the gang. You gotta do what the gang does. And you have to protect the fucking gang mentality. That's how they fucking are. Any government society or whatever you want to call it like that. Even as firefighters have a certain code. But we don't get along with them motherfuckers because they do shit like that, you know?
Yeah, I would also say that there are lots of really good communities too. So this isn't like every single community, obviously, and it isn't the same with every single scenario, every single department, every single crew, right?
Yeah, but we
'Cause both of
understand
my
that, man.
brothers,
As
yeah,
adults,
both
we
of my
understand.
brothers were policemen, and in Queensland, Australia, and they both resigned. They both resigned about a year apart, and they just didn't want to do it. They just didn't want to do it, you know. And so, and that was before all the real, you know what I mean? This was before all that real stuff starting to come out. They were, you know, like, and it did change. It did change especially my younger brother. Like he used to be this really, you know, really awesome, loving kind of dude, and then he just became this very hard. You know, he was telling us how much he enjoyed beating the crap out of people. You know, this is my
Exactly.
little brother,
They
and
people change.
yeah,
It changes you. And
he was
and
just,
people
you
here
know,
that
that
don't
was his
know
life,
these
man.
guys want to defend them and they don't understand it. I work with these fucking assholes. I've worked next to them. There are, yes, you have one or two good ones, but like you said, they resign, they don't last long. I had a buddy who left the whole thing, but he was a park ranger, then he became a cop. He's like, nah, I'm not doing this no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
he was in there like 6 months, 6 fucking months. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
people trying to defend it because they got family members in it. But I get that. But fucking let it be known. Don't just fucking outright defend these motherfuckers, the fucking group as a mentality, as an association because of one guy you know. Okay? Historically, black people have fucking got their asses kicked by fucking cops. So whether you want to believe that or not, it's up to your fucking ass, whoever fucking was defending these motherfuckers. But that mentality hasn't changed. For you to say it has and not even fucking know anything about it, it's bullshit. You know?
Yeah, well, one of the things that really struck me was when I went to my older brother's graduation. Right, I flew over and went up, and it was really good, you know, to see him achieve this milestone that he wanted, you know, to become a policeman. And what really struck me is he was only one of four from the entire 80 recruits. He was one of four that swore to God that he would uphold the values of God. The rest of them, like, I was like, wait, so 76, because they do like their oaths, right? Only four of them acknowledged that they would be accountable before God, and they had the Bible and stuff, and then the other 76 were like, no. And I just thought that was really
opted out
profound, a
of it,
really
really.
profound change. You know, I thought that was, you know, I was just surprised because I thought, man, what moral compass are they then if they, you know, I mean, because we were a Christian country, and I'm like, wow, like this is different. Like, man, you know, I was just really surprised. I didn't realize that, you know,
Well,
things
I mean,
had
you
gone.
think about it like this: if you're a Christian, you're not given the power to kill. But if you're a cop, you are, right? So who's your God now? Who's your God? God. Moses was reprimanded for killing a man, and he was in the right. Okay, he had to go in 40 years in the desert because of what he did. Now these cops are just killing people left and right, claiming he had this, you know, or claiming he had that. Guys end up dead. So who's their God? Obviously, it's not the Christian God. It's man. Man is telling them they can kill people.
Yeah, yeah. So I just wanted to point that out. That was one of the things that concerned me, is that I thought, what type of moral standard are these other police now held to? Because, you know, 76 of them didn't have one, or could be whatever they wanted it to be. Whereas four of them stood up and said, we will adhere to this, you know, those 10 commandments, you know? And I was just like, wow, that's kind of concerning because you're going to get a policeman who doesn't believe in those things. And so you're going to get whatever they believe in, plus they follow their rules. And I thought that's a little bit, you know, that's a little bit bit of a hard one to swallow. So,
And because I don't blame the individual, because it's the system that's enabling it, right?
yeah, yeah. And I'm not trying to make it like a religious thing. I'm just saying that,
Right,
that
yeah,
surprised me how far it changed. Yeah.
It's the system's not the individual. So these cops are going to act a certain way because the system allows them to get away with whatever they get away with, right? So I technically don't blame them, but for people to sit here to defend the behavior that these guys exhibit is fucking crazy, you know? And that really gets me pissed off because they obviously don't know the history of policing in this country. You know what I'm saying? Obviously they're just willy-nilly forgetting everything that these fuckers have done. Putting hoses on people and dogs and shit like that. Also, all of a sudden they changed their tactics. It's just you can't show it anymore, so because everybody's on blast, you know. But they would still do it if they could.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I hear you, brother. I hear you. I appreciate your input. So I think if we could just calm things down a little bit, and just because it's good, you've got some good points. Just I know it can get very emotional when you've experienced the type of work you're in, and I think you're doing. Being a fireman is a very tough job. Very tough job. You do all the. You're the one that picks up all the bodies, man. Yeah.
The tough part is sometimes, the hardest part is taking calls that people don't need to be on. I'm taking a call that somebody don't need to go to the hospital. That's the fucking worst calls. Where they're just fucking abusing the system. That's what I hate, when people take advantage of the system. And so that's what's been going on a lot in this country.
Yeah, it happens a lot, right? It's like an entitlement thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Cars are good.
Are you still a firefighter?
Yeah, I'm still a firefighter. I don't work here in this state as one. I work in Alabama. So if ever I go back, I go back and I work at the station. Just to keep my hands in the mix. Because every now and then you got to get back in.
Yeah. Well, you keep safe, brother. That's a very dangerous job, and we need firemen. So we need good firemen. So you keep safe, keep fit, you keep well. God bless you, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. But it's just a job, man. I know people like we're heroes and shit. No, it's just a fucking job, dude. I mean, it's just you do it because it's something you do.
Let's make a mold later.
First responders is a very important level of the position in the community, and I'll say towns and counties. It's a very underrated position, I think, at the moment. It's almost like it's being demonized, bringing people to argue against the first responders and everything. Like the police and everything. But I think it's the policies. It's almost like instead of being a community thing, it's almost like it's obviously an operation. It's done based on operations and everything. But I think it's underfunded. Maybe the technology is behind, and it could definitely be better for the the firefighters. The police side of things, the policies they're enforcing is just too much policing. It's over the top. All the laws that they have to use to accuse people of something just to monetize it. So, but it's still an important position, I will say. It's just the policies are bad.
You compare it to Rome, they're just centurions roaming the streets, right? But with first responders, the thing about it, why it is underfunded and underrated, because you can volunteer, right? They have volunteer departments all over the place. So that kind of gives it this it's not that important because anybody can do it. But you still have to do the class, the schooling. But if you do it, then you're not necessarily going to get paid for it or paid what you work. So some guys, you have volunteer departments like here in North Dakota. We have a volunteer department. It's freaking huge too. They have a lot of equipment. I was surprised, but it's an oil state. So all the departments here are gonna have the equipment. But we have maybe 6-7 stations in this small city, which is only 25,000. So that's a lot of stations for such a big city. For a small city. But it's funded well because of the oil field. The oil, it's oil town. You know, so they get a lot of props. We have more firefighters than cops here because we don't really have that many issues. You know what I'm saying? The police here aren't necessarily dicks, but they're not cool either. You know what I'm saying? It's the whole fact that you can kill somebody. That's the difference. A cop can kill somebody. As a first responder, you're saving lives. People don't understand the difference between those two things. It's a very big difference. Okay, a police officer doesn't want to be a firefighter, and a firefighter doesn't want to be a police officer. For the simple fact that, hey, I have power over you. Hey, this guy, you have the power. I'm trying to save you. Right? So the psychology is totally different. People don't get that shit.
Under a fire situation, life-threatening, the people with experience, like let's say the fire marshal or whoever, they should have definitely some authority, and people should follow because they're the ones, you know, with the knowledge about how to deal with the fire and all that kind of stuff. When there's a fire, you know, run for the exit or whatever, but you gotta deal with it. You gotta
I had
allow
that.
some.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I finished.
I was thinking like when NASA was claiming that their spacesuits protect them from all this radiation and heat that's out there in space and stuff. I was thinking, wouldn't NASA's tech be used to help protect the firefighters here on Earth, where they go into hot temperatures and
I was
fires?
thinking around those lines. I was saying, where's the space technology for the firefighters? Just throw some gravity bombs in the fires and done deal.
Absolutely.
But look at
Absolutely.
look how much funding goes into police, and then you compare it to the first responder.
Yeah, like if you just scrap the space program, right? Take all that money and put that back into all the other areas that need it. You'd have so much money. You know, kids would be able to have free lunches. You'd have free education everywhere. You'd have, there'd be so much money.
How about all that money for infrastructure, fire resistant
Homes, man. Homes for everybody.
You know, homes not built like torches. You know, building your house like a torch and then wondering why is the kitchen on fire. Like,
yeah,
come
like
on.
they have
All the
materials.
firefighters, the house is on
80s
fire.
that
Yeah,
can
it's built. It's
that.
built like a freaking like a torch.
But if you look at it like this, I mean, if this country's heading towards martial law, dividing the people, dividing by race and whatever, they're not going to need more firefighters. What are they going to need more? People to police these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. They don't care about who cares about who. All they want to make sure is everybody follows the rules. Okay, and if you don't, this is what's going to happen. So I'm not surprised by the way these police officers act. I'm surprised by the way that people come on here defend these motherfuckers. That pisses me off because these same dudes are going to be knocking on your door in another 10 years, trying to pull your ass out. You know what I'm saying?
Might as well be defending Hunter and Joe Biden.
It's like, bro, so what the fuck you talking about? The same guys you're defending is going to be fucking coming after you eventually. It's like, you got to figure out a side, man. Just for believing in flat earth and not taking a vaccine. Watch what's going to happen to us. I'm not afraid, but I know what's coming. I see that shit every fucking day. Because the system's not changing for these motherfuckers. You're still allowed to do whatever the fuck they do. And it's going to get worse. You see, just watch.
Imagine if people, like communities, got to vote for who they wanted to be their police officers and things like that. The ones that have the type of power that they need people who have that power. There's a lot of power, but we do need it, right? We do need that type of protections. But imagine if, if everyone got to vote, and then would make sure that we got the best people who would not be, not be just shooting people, right? There would be, you get a really good, and it would be based on your community. So, if you've got a predominantly black community, you're probably going to have more black policemen in that area. And if you've got a predominantly white community, then you'd have more white policemen just for the fact of, of the community.
That sound logical?
But that won't fix much if you're talking about about policing. I mean, the policies that bring the police to police, I mean, those policies have to be changed. because it's not working. The war on drugs, all that stuff. I mean, they hire more police because they make more laws every day, right? Okay, well, we got more laws, we need more police.
Yeah, it's just
So
it's just like right now the solution is
we gotta enforce all these 50,000 books of laws that someone else wrote.
yeah, the solution right now is our environment helps the criminal gangs to thrive. So let's give our police more guns, more power, and shoot more people. But except they're not shooting like the gaming members because they're shooting each other. They're shooting a lot more, other people who do need help because a lot of people, have a bad day or whatever reason. But that doesn't mean that they could have escalated to a violent situation. I think that's where there's they're just taught to respond straight to that attack level, and I think there's a lot of change that needs to happen. And you can see that with those audits. I think those audits are amazing where people do first amendment audits, and you just see how some, the majority of the time they're not treated well, and that's just education because the cops aren't being educated correctly, and
Yeah, it's not like I'm saying. It's not their fault. The system doesn't listen. They don't want these guys to have brains and think. That's for the SWAT team. You have a certain. There's degrees. Just like you have a detective. You have a beat cop. Beat cops, they want to be fucking dumb and stupid. You know what I'm saying? That's how they want them.
The young ones.
They want people to be afraid of them. They want you to be afraid of these guys. This is how they want it.
It's funny, you guys were talking about this earlier, and people were getting all on me about wanting law enforcement. And I was thinking, you know what? If you guys don't like law enforcement, I say we just make everybody in here a moderator. Even the Globers that come in, just give them moderator role. Because according to people that believe in no law enforcement, everybody should be able to self-regulate, control their speech, control their temper. But clearly that doesn't happen. If we gave everybody moderator role, people would abuse it. So we have some people that are mods in here that have special privileges elected because they enforce the rules,
You pick
that's exactly real quick, and that's why I brought it to the policies that are enforced, right? Because in the law enforcement, it's important because we gotta have rules. We want communities to be safe and everything. But the over policing that is going on at the moment is what is bringing the good, let's say, the law enforcer into going the extra mile to enforce policies and get in the way of people's freedom and pursuit of happiness. And that's the big problem.
Yeah.
Because law enforcement, everybody should be in law enforcement. Like if me as a neighbor and me another neighbor, we see a thief going into the other neighbor's house, we gotta enforce the law, because there's no stealing around these areas. You understand? So that's everybody should be law enforcement. But these positions of power that they use obviously are important part of the system that we live under, and we don't live under the law of the jungle. We don't want that. We want the real law, right? But these extra policies is what's bringing the whole ant colony to start killing each other. Because who wants to enforce what?
Listen, in this country, you can't even buy land anymore. So they force you to live in cities. So every piece of land, like I look around here in North Dakota, every fucking piece of land around me is owned by somebody. So you're forced to live in cities now. You can't. It's hard to get off the grid if you want to. Now, if you do, you're gonna be on somebody else's land. I guarantee it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're forced to live in cities, so you have to be under these rules and regulations now. So you have to abide. And so you have to.
Yeah, I live off grid. I live off grid.
They don't want to enforce
I live off grid, and we enforce our own law. We have our own guns. We look after each other. All my neighbors, we all know each other. If we see people coming up here that we don't know, we start letting each other know. Hey, there's a vehicle. I've even stopped on the road and had a hunter stop and show me his license to be up there to hunt, and I'm like, Yeah, you don't have to show me, but thank you for showing me because then I don't have to worry about you. So, even the people coming up here, the hunters, they understand that the communities here are different because we're not in the city. We look after each other. We can't wait for a policeman, right? No policeman's going to show up when trouble comes. We have to take care of it. We live by the law, but we also live by those moral laws that say we are our neighbor's keeper, right? So when my neighbor's cows go missing, I go and help my neighbor. I let my neighbor know, hey, I've seen your cows, going down here, and you know what I mean. And there's a lot of rustling going on, a lot of people coming up stealing sheep, and I just let my neighbors know, well, I've seen this vehicle, here's the description and all. And I think that's missing in the cities, that community type spirit of looking after one another. It's
Yeah,
like
because we're all
living with
divided
strangers.
now. And here
And
we're divided because
no
of the
matter
system.
where I live, no matter where I live, I do watch out for others. And if my neighbor's not home, regardless of the neighbor, if I see something wrong or something up, I intervene. I'll act. I won't sit there and wait for them to come home and find out they've been broken into, or let them call the police. Like, pretend I didn't see anything. And they in turn would do the same for me. When I'm out, I'm not home, nobody's here. I trust that at least one of my neighbors, if he heard something up, he'd at least fucking get on it the same I would if I was home.
Wouldn't that make
Cities are
the
hard.
police officers a lot better? Like their jobs a lot better if everybody was supporting them and doing that sort of thing. Wouldn't that make their jobs so much better, and they would feel so much more connected to the community, knowing that the
Yeah, if they
community
stick to
were,
if they
yeah.
stick to law enforcement, it will be easier. But there, right now, a lot of the city has a lot of policies. So the police are policy enforcers instead of law enforcers. So that brings a lot of gray areas, a lot of getting in the way of others, because they see you fishing and you don't have a fishing license or something, or they don't like you walking at this time of night. That's a policy that we don't like that they have. So they have to be police and they have to be enforcing those policies, and that's an overreach of what the good system, the law enforcement system that we should have, and everybody agree on under certain rules, constitutional and all that kind of stuff. But this policy enforcement that we have at the moment is definitely overreaching.
And I think a good
Beyond
example
overreaching.
of that was the COVID, right? The way that policies were being pushed by all sorts of workplaces and schools and people, and there was no legality to a lot of the stuff. So you had a clash between, hey, but this is my law, these are my rights by law, and then they're like, no, this is the policy, and you're like, well, which has the authority, the policy or the law? And so there was a lot of this, a lot of this crossover of policy was taking over, or people's belief that they thought was right was taking over what the rights of the person, like when you have a person walking in a store without a mask and then they're being attacked by people with masks saying, you're the one that's causing us problems. We're like, but they have a choice, right? It's not law that they have to wear that. And so, I think that's the sad part about what's happened is they've made that such a confusing issue that it's like everywhere now. Everyone's getting confused, and I think that's a planned thing. And I love flat Earth because when we just look at the flat Earth and we just talk about the flat Earth, that is so easy to just kind of sit there and go, wow. Like when I hear people talking about the gas today, I learned so much about the gases and how that all works. And I was just like, wow. And I'm a scuba diver. So I was like, yeah, I never really thought about that. But now it all makes sense when I scuba dive, why everything is the way it is, why my equipment has to be checked, right? The way it is. I have to make sure, or I could die down there, right? If I don't do things to protect myself and look after myself. And I'm thinking, wow, that all has to do with what they're talking about within that, having the right cylinder to make sure that everything's the right pressure and that I'm not going to end up, losing my ability to tell which is left, right, up, down, underwater because of the pressure has just waxed my body, which is also like a cylinder that I have to learn to control that cylinder even underwater. So it's really, you know, that container type system was really interesting to me, and I really appreciated that discussion this morning. Yeah, so you know, I'm just saying, like, bringing it back to flat Earth. You know, we know that like a lot of stuff is being pushed by the same people that I think are pushing the flat Earth, not the flat Earth, the globe Earth, and trying to keep it that way. And I believe that in the 70s and the 80s, I think people were really waking up to the fact, especially the 70s, and I think that's why they did the whole, we got to have the moon landing now because that's the only way we're going to keep hold of this globe model. Because right now people are starting to ask questions. There were so many people like trying to figure out things, trying to be free in the 70s. I don't know, like I was born in the 70s, so I didn't really experience it. I saw more of the aftermath in the 80s, but I certainly saw that in the 70s there were a lot of people around the world trying to free themselves, go into these little communities, do what we know works now, right? Go off grid. They were trying to do that in the 70s. Big time, big time.
It's almost as though the hippie movement was derailed by color television.
Yeah, many of them were taken to space. Many people were taken to space for a ride, and a lot of people are coming down now again.
Television is a beast, man. That's a real powerful entity. The tube, it's so powerful. It's changed the way people think. It's changed people's minds. That's how they believe because of TV.
It's one of the greatest Trojan horses of all time. You can convince people to buy the very thing that keeps them enslaved. Because everything that every expectation you have about reality, it comes from your television.
Someone said that said this already, but I like repeating it. He said that in TV, you bring people inside of your house that you will never invite in real life.
Yes, and ideas that you would never.
That's true.
That's not necessarily. I've met some famous people. I'd let some people I've seen on TV in my home. Like I've got Lou Ferrigno's autograph. I got Elvira, Mistress of the Dark's autograph.
Ooh, did you get to put your head on those? Sorry, the lady in the room. My bad.
It was in a public setting, unfortunately, and we weren't private. Like I'd have done the candlelit dinner and all that to get my face there, but no.
Yeah, but I mean the amount of programming that's involved in it now is at a level I never thought would happen. I mean, it's amazing.
I think Lou Ferrigno's hilarious too. Like he played a great Hulk in the early series, and then his parts he plays on King of Queens. And I like that lady, the lady Carrie. She's like she pulled herself out of that Scientology crap and started waking up to all that people up to that bullshit. And Leah Remini, I like her.
She's sassy.
No, she's
that.
Said she's sassy.
Yeah.
I saw her on Joe Rogan.
I came up with a new acronym. A friend of mine on Facebook, I guess, is going through some issues. And they posted a meme they had posted a year earlier about fine. And then somebody put in the comments, fucked up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. So my new acronym for it is funny, intelligent, naughty, and exciting.
It's funny. I've been watching this guy named Kevin Samuels. He's pretty funny. He's like, he gives girls advice on how to get married, but it's like totally the opposite of what we've been told. Like that we shouldn't have opinions, that your money doesn't matter to a guy. It's pretty crazy.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't.
I don't know if you guys have heard him, but I just laugh, and he'll get chicks on there, and they'll be like, okay, how much money do you want a guy to make? And I'm like, 6 figures. And he'll be like, you're a 5. You look like you're a 5 out of 10. So you need to aim for a man that's making 30,000. And the girl will literally be like, oh my God, like, you don't think I'm a 10? Like, Kevin, I'm not a 10. And he's like, you're a fucking 5. Like, it is so hard.
I gotta watch it now. It's Kevin Samuels. All right, as soon as I get to the house.
Oh my God.
Does he have a
Yeah,
special on
I
Netflix?
think I've seen them guys. I think I've seen them guys. They had 3 models on one time. It was awesome.
Yeah, he just has YouTube now, but he's getting pretty popular because, you know what? Like, I like 60% of the things he says. And at one episode, he was comparing women to dogs. He's like, okay, ladies, what kind of dog are you? And like, can strays be domesticated? And I don't know. I think women, we have too much of an ego right now. And we're just allowed to get away with too much shit, when especially like if you're not shit and you're thinking you're hot shit. So I don't know why I brought him up, but
No, I'm looking him up now. Thank you. Thank you for that.
so funny. He's so
I
funny.
am too. I'm looking him up. My wife and I had an interesting discussion this morning because she was showing me a clip of like Justin Bieber walks up to his wife and he says, would you like to go do something? She goes, no, I'm just going to read my book. And my wife was telling me how how sometimes he'd really treat her in public, right? Like really bad. And he said things like right on camera, like if you didn't look so good, I wouldn't be with you, and just really stupid stuff like that. And I said to my wife, I'm just like, darling, like the fact that you're hot and that you look amazing to me is the bonus, right? Like even if you didn't look like that, I'd still be happily married to you. But the fact that I get to stare at you every day, right, is just the bonus on top.
Now,
And,
part of that is
yeah.
a load of shit. Part of it is a load of crap because if she looked like shit, if she didn't look as hot as you say she is before you met her, you would never have met her. You'd be like, because you didn't know her personality. Now that you know her personality, you could accept the fact.
No, I dated her for 2 years. I dated her for 2 years.
That's what I'm saying. But if you met her knowing and she wasn't hot, is what I'm saying. See what I'm saying?
Oh, I agree. Like, the looks had a factor, right? Like when I obviously, like I was looking at the looks, right, when I was a young man. No lies. Like I wanted a hot wife, right? Obviously, that's a perceived thing, but still, there is a type of bias, and I'll totally accept that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, see what I learned is women will kind of let that shit slide, but a dude won't. We are driven by, is she freaking hot? And then if she's crazy, then I'm like, all right, we'll date her for a while, but all right, she's too crazy, I'm out. You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna love Kevin Samuels. He hits that exactly. He's like, women need to know their sexual marketplace value, and men don't care if you have your PhD. They don't care how much money you make. They don't care what you're involved in. What it really boils down to is, unfortunately, but realistically, how you look. Which is true. You know?
Is that like ghetto talk? Because I don't understand this language.
What are you talking about? Is your wife ugly?
Me?
No, I know it's a joking, guys. He's making a joke. I understand that. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. You're being sarcastic. Okay.
He's doing ghetto talk. The joke, the joking guy.
You know what's funny to me though is that I think my wife looks better now after 20 years of marriage than when I married her. And
but dude, you have to understand, you love her personality too. So what I'm saying to you is, like, if she was smoking hot, and she was driving you crazier every day, eventually she's gonna be ugly. Doesn't matter how fucking hot she is. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing about beauty. It is inside, but you have to at first be attracted to the outside. It's not gonna happen the other way around.
Right. Yeah, I understand, and I would agree. Like it took me probably 10 years just to really learn who she was, and then the next 10 years was just like amazing because I grew and I grew and I grew because she helped me, and I used to think I was the smart one. I thought she was dumb, and then I figured out, after 20 years, probably about 15 years of marriage, she was the smart one, and she was the one who walked in the room and said to me, "I think the Earth is flat," and then walked out.
No fucking
And I
way.
just,
Wow.
yeah, this really happened, bro. This
You
is
got
this
third.
is what
You got
got me
third.
out. She walked in my room like she knew me so well, right? She didn't come in, show me a bunch of shit, nothing. She just walked in my room, right? I was sitting there on the bed watching the big screen TV, happy as you can be, right? She walks in. I think I was playing Fortnite at the time, right? When Fortnite first started coming out, and she walks in, she just goes, "I think the world is flat," and then walks out of the room, and I'm like sitting there, and then like 10 seconds later, I'm like, did I just hear that? Like what the hell? My wife's gone nuts, And then I was thinking, and I thought about it all week. We never talked. We never said nothing. I thought about it all week, like that one statement. I thought, why would my wife say that? Why would my wife say that? And then she knew I was the kind of person that instead of going to her and saying, "Show me why you think it's flat," right? Prove it to me. What do? I'm that guy. I go to the internet, start researching everything I can. All of a sudden, I walk into her room and I say, "I think you're right." I don't know how it all works, but I see so much evidence to tell me all the bullshit. Like, because when I went looking for that, I saw so much. They reveal so much about the stuff we're being lied to that I was looking at that evidence and going, now that all makes sense. Stuff that I saw before that didn't make sense. Now it all made sense because I'm like, wow, if the Earth is flat, no wonder they're doing this shit, right? No wonder they're telling me that they're going to the moon, and I'm like, well, why did they stop at 1975, right? Like, that don't make no sense. Why are they saying now, "Oh, we're going back to the moon"? I'm like, we should, if we were able to land on the moon 1975, shouldn't we have a whole city up there by now? It's almost 50 years, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, come on, man. You can't tell me that we only went there to look at the moon and then that's it. Like, that just makes no sense, right? So, yeah, so she opened my eyes, and, I've been grateful every single day of my life to recognize that, because I knew my wife was intelligent by that time. And I was just like, there's no way that someone as intelligent as her would believe something like this, and, unless there's something to it. And that just tells you, right, the power of a very intelligent woman. And now, like I said, not only is she hot, but like she's intelligently hot as well, I guess.
See, and I was gonna say she could be an 8 or maybe even a 7, but if she seduces you and you find out she's like kinky and stuff, that could bump her up to an 8.5.
Yeah, I'm
If
not gonna spill those secrets, bro.
if she's a flat earther, by default she's above a 7 already.
Yeah, that's the
Like
one thing.
I'm saying,
met
boys,
a
like
lady with
I don't know.
I'm saying, boys, that a woman who can figure that out, she's adventurous, right? Only an adventurous woman would look into flat Earth, I think, or someone that would like to kind of experience things. And I'll say that I won't go into details, but I will say that it's been good. It's been good.
Yeah, that's a box I would like to check. A flat Earth lady. That'd be nice.
Come to ladies' night. Lots of girls.
Oh, you mean dating one? I know for sure my next woman will probably be the last one, and she will be woke. She'll know what I know and blah blah blah. And I hope to have at least 2 kids and stay there, like father, not baby daddy. That's bullshit.
I'm trying to decide if I need my husband to be a flat earther or not. Because in some regards, I'm like, yes, but then in other regards, I'm like, if we get along with everything else, will it really kill me? I don't know.
It'd be. I mean,
Let's be honest. I've never
4
even met an
decades.
actual flat earther in real life, so that's a
Yeah,
tight window.
I could not see myself with a lady. I don't care how smoking hot she is, how kinky she is, how much money she has, how many kids she wants to have with me, whatever. If she's talking about kids, we're going to go to Mars one day. No, it's not working for me.
And if she's not saying that,
You don't have to
Well,
marry
no,
her if she's hot, bro.
that's what she was explaining. She doesn't know if her next gentleman has to be a flat earther. I'm saying for me, if my
Yeah.
woman was a globe heliocentrist saying we're going to Mars, it would drive me nuts.
Well, because it doesn't. No offense to the guy, but it's like, okay, if I don't want to vaccinate my children aren't going to be vaccinated. Like, I don't really care my husband's opinion on the matter. Same with the shape of the earth.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be at work, honey, and I'm going to be so grateful for you being at work. But when my kids are at home and I'm teaching them how to speak, they're going to learn flat earth. Like, I don't care. But
I think you've answered your own question.
That is a very strong position, and when it involves children, you definitely need a man that agrees with you on that sense.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think she's answered her own question, right? Her own question. She said, like, when it comes to vaccination, that's the sand line in the sand for her. So I think what you need is to find, like, it doesn't matter if he's a glober or a flat earther. If he's against vaccination, you're going to be okay. You're going to figure it out, and then he's probably going to come to the truth if he's against vaccination, because that's the type of person that ends up being a flat earther.
Yeah.
Well,
I
and I
know
just
it's
hope
in
my
the word too
husband
much.
will let me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jinsey. Sorry.
No, go ahead. My bad. He was addressing you, so go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I think, I want to let him be in charge of the man stuff, but my job will be the household. So, and the children, So I feel like if I'm giving my trust, like, you can be in charge of the money, and I'm not gonna, I'm gonna let you drive the car for the money. Like, you can be in full control, which is hard for me because I like to control my things. But then in return, I need to be the one who's making these health choices for my kids and stuff. And I hope he'll trust me.
Let me give you a word of
to do that.
advice. Let me give you a quick word of advice. As a man who's been happily married for 20 years, I gave my wife all the control of money, and we share it. Like, if I ever want anything, if I ever need money, I can just say, yo, how much is in my account? She's like, $250. Just spend whatever I can spend on whatever I want, right? And then, and if I run out of money, I just call her up, say, hey, can I get some more money? And she's like, cool. Like, doing that, like, I guess it's about learning which of you is best with money, right? So if I was better with money, it would make sense for me to look after money. But I'm stupid with money. Like, I'll just throw it away like nothing, So I'm like, honey, right? You look after the money because I know she takes account of everything. She pays every bill. I said, you can buy whatever you want. You can go and get your nails done, whatever you want. I don't give a shit, right?
Money management is not such a big deal between a couple and two adults. This money management is important, obviously, but when you take into account what you mentioned about the children and everything, that's a bigger step, because that when you manage the children, you also managing money, because you mentioned that you want to be home with the children, obviously, right? Taking care of them, taking care of the house. That's home base. That's one of the most important positions in the whole relation, family wise, right? Long term, you want to be in the home with the kids. That's fine, and obviously you're gonna do other stuff, because to these days, having the children when they grow, they don't want to stay home. They want to go to places. You gotta go. You get to go to places with the children as well, right? Because you want to do that as well. And and the husband, you guys are healthy, because the V thing that you mentioned, I mean, who knows? Obviously, you want your children to be healthy, obviously, right? That's what you want. That's what every parents want. So you're taking that position. So you guys, obviously, this is a talk that eventually you're gonna have with your partner, and it's something. Children is a big commitment and a big agreement between two, and when taking those decisions like that, yeah, because if one person disagrees, it could be really bad if
Yeah.
the other person disagrees.
Yeah. I
That's
think it's
true.
about
I-
setting those rules together.
You don't
If
know
I
how
may
much they're gonna
share,
be pressuring people in the future too. So like with the vaccines and shit, if they really start cranking down, I mean, obviously it's up to personal preference how much you're willing to disagree with your partner on like life direction and stuff. But if they really start pressuring people, then it's like it makes stuff quite a bit more difficult and complicated.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
you're pretty much explaining my parents right now. My dad does everything that you just said. He takes care of the money, does uh all the work in the house, and then my mom is the one that she's on board with a lot of things. She knows what vaccines do. She knows, I introduced her to like things like the water. They say you get most of your intelligence from your mom because she's home with you all the time, and she's kind of grown me up to realize all these things. But she's like she's like diet woke, so she only cares about things that are gonna harm children, and that's it. And then what you say about like the dad, or in my case, my dad, he doesn't care. At the end of the day, he's always after is I need to be financially stable. I need a house. I need land for this, that, and the other, and that's it. He doesn't really care what's in what or how this is gonna be, and none of that matters. He's just after right now. And that's all.
That's why I let my wife pick the house we were going to live in, the next one, right? I bought like big farm, this, that. And then I said to my wife, you can pick the next house, right? And you know what she did? She put us in the middle of nowhere, off grid. And when I went up, when we bought it, I was thinking, well, this is beautiful, right? But this is so impractical. Like my son's got to travel an hour to get to school every day. My high school son, my little ones, we can take them on the 4-wheel drive on a 15-kilometer shingle road to the nearest country school. But my eldest boy, he's got to get up at 6 every morning just to catch a bus, to sit on there. He reckons it takes 2 hours. I'm pretty sure it's about like an hour and 20 or something. But like he has to do that every day. That's one way and one way back, and it's amazing because I've seen the difference. Like in the first year, I really felt scared a lot, like because you're so remote. When you drive, I'm like, man, if I break down, I had to learn to be prepared and everything. So now that we've learned how to do that, right, become self-reliant, I can hunt. I've got geese now. I learned so much from the community here. Now I'm like, I'm just like, I can't go back to the city. And at the time, I was looking at my wife like, man, why did I do right? Why did I make that decision? Like, But now I'm like so grateful.
But you were able to trust her, and I think like marrying somebody who's not a flat earther is probably equivalent to marrying somebody who's in a different religion than you, and it is really challenging, but it can be done. And also when you're getting married, it's kind of like you want to have the mindset more that you're finding like a business partner. I mean, I'm just talking out of my ass because I've never been married, but I would have the approach like you're finding a business partner. You need to have somebody that you can work with, rely on, trust. But do we have to have the same religion? No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I wanted to share this, and I don't know if my dime store advice will help, but we've all been in successful and failed relationships. I've been in relationships with well-off women as well as broke women. I don't know if the women that have been with me for money at times. I'm sure some of them have. I don't care about what's in their bank account. It's more the qualities of the woman that I care about, and I've always said to them, if we ever go separate ways, it won't be over money, plain and simple.
Yeah. Some things are a little bit different though, because like to me, the vaccine stuff, that's like life and death to me. That's not like we disagree on like a school district or homeschool versus sending them to private school or something like that. So I think it's a little more complicated these days. But yeah, that is definitely something I would say you need to check in with because there's a lot of people are just kind of wishy-washy and they're like, well, I travel for work, so we have to get it. And or if people are on disability, I think they'll start, if they haven't already, like if you're on disability or rely on the government in any way, they'll start requiring that stuff. And then some really hard decisions start coming in because now your life, your quality of life is affected. You might have to take economic hits, or you might have to move if you're not willing to budge on that. So it's that that part right there, that can get pretty complicated, because to me, that would be a be all end all. That's a hill I would be dying on, is nobody is coming near me or my family with a vaccination. That's a threat to our lives, in my view.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
add to that.
It's a valid view, bro. It's a valid view.
I was gonna add to that really quick. From a woman's perspective, it's really easy to find a dude who's kind of like my dad, who just doesn't care. Even though a man should care about his children, I think obviously the wife's always gonna have closer relationships than the man. And if I'm I'm 25. If I go out and try and find a girl that doesn't want any of the garbage today, it's very hard. And when you look at it in the long run, if I find a woman and she is indoctrinated with all this garbage, it's going to be very, very hard to separate her from that and not have her basically inject poison into a child, because she's going to be on board with all that, whereas a man is more focused on other priorities.
Yeah, I guess
I'm one
the
of
woman
those.
gets to control that. Yeah.
I'm one of those rare species, right? Where I had lots of girlfriends because my mom told me, she said, son, have lots of girlfriends, but don't have one, right? So I started counting them off, and I ended up with, like, from my young man days, I had like 37 girlfriends, but I never slept with a single one of them, right? Because I made a decision when I was very young that I would sleep, I'd have my first experience like that with the woman that I choose to marry, and I kept that. That was something that was personal to me. I felt like God was real, so I made that commitment just between me and God, and no one else. No one else knew that. And then when my wife came along, and we started to date, I didn't understand. I was like, I didn't know what love is. I can't figure this out because I didn't know what I'm supposed to feel, experience. And the day that I asked her to marry her was a week before, when she came to me, and she basically had a ring and everything, and she was going to get down. And I saw her going to do that, and I said, no, no, no. Like, I was like, nope, give me that ring. I grabbed the ring. She didn't get to say nothing. I took it away, and a week later, I took that ring that she was going to give me, which was a family heirloom ring from her, and I gave it back to her, and I asked her to marry me, and I got her another ring, to me, I was just like, no, you can't do that. But it told me that this was a woman who wanted to spend her whole life with me. Like, when she was willing to do that, break that kind of traditional thing, because I was taking too long to figure out what I wanted. And and she's just so patient with me over the 21 years we've been together. And I haven't been with another woman, so she's the only woman I've ever been with, and so I don't have the experience of all the failed relationships. I only have the one, but I came from a broken home. I came from a failed relationship. So I didn't think that there was a way to have a relationship that you could rely on. But it's totally possible. And not trying to preach or anything, but for me, it had to involve a creator. I couldn't have done this on my own with just me and her. We had formed a bond with a belief in a creator, and it's served us ever since. That's all I'll share about that.
That a lot of people hear this like, ooh, that's amazing, right? But it was done like that in the past. A lot of people used to do it like that in the past. They were born for life. People were born for life. And my great grandmother from both sides and great grandfathers, they lived together till they died, and they had big families. And before them as well, they bonded for life. So yeah, that's
I think
congrats
these
to
days
you.
we got a lot of attacks on the family unit, so I think they make it intentionally easier to break up. They incentivize people to be apart. Like, normally you want to make the things that are right to do easier to do. I think they make the right things harder, and they make the the things that are not good for family
Overcomplicated.
unit. Yeah. So it's
I would agree, man. I'd agree. Financially, it made no sense to be married and together. We would have made more money had we just been like a partnership that was separated and not together, like not legally or saying declaring our union. We would financially be way better off. You'd think that, except like that God factor came into it, and I'm very well off now.
See,
I don't know how to explain that. We only ever had one. We never had to both work. We always had only one in the home, one working. All this thing about two people working and they can't get ahead. I don't know how to explain that, because we have only one person working, and we've got everything. Everything.
I would save so much money if I got married. Splitting the rent and splitting groceries, I would be balling out. Buy myself my dream car, yo. I'm like looking at my finances, and I'm like, if I could just make an arrangement.
Yeah, I'm at. They don't necessarily have to be. They don't necessarily have to be flat Earth, but if they can't, if they believe in the moon landing, then it's not going to work out. That's too far.
And it's like, look, like I don't want to sound.
That's the one's way too. That one's.
What
I
do
don't
you
want to
mean?
sound like
What do you
a
mean
gold
splitting the groceries? What does
digger.
that mean? Splitting the groceries? What does that mean?
The bill, like the money.
Yeah,
You mean
splitting the
like a
money.
roommate? So you want a roommate, not a husband.
No, I don't want a roommate. I've had so
But
many
it helps.
bitches roommates. They go crazy. I can't. And I want to be able to have complete decorating control, because I'm obsessed with interior design. So I need to have complete decorating control.
Splitting the bills never works, because one person
Can he at least have a man
more.
cave where he decorates in his own way and some
Of
sort
course.
of house? Oh,
Of
well,
course,
that's
of course.
that's
But
that's
roommates, it's a little bit more complicated. But
Splitting
for
the
me,
bills
like,
doesn't work.
we're not splitting the bills, but splitting the rent would be great. Like splitting my rent alone would be fantastic.
I think this is where you got to look at the concept of becoming one, right? So when me and my wife married, we saw that everything we had was one. So we owned everything together. It didn't matter how money I brought in, whatever. That was both of ours, and we could, like if I wanted a new computer just to play video games on, I'd go to my wife, can I get a new computer to play video games? And she'd look at the price of it, and we'd sit there and we'd discuss like what would be better. Should we get a car that would be more useful? Should we do this? And then you get to a stage from, if you can keep that union where you'll always be able to discuss and work together and spend the money wisely, you end up in a position like me where I can just my wife makes me buy new shit, right? I had a perfectly good laptop, and she makes me buy a bloody $3,000 laptop. She goes like, I want you to buy this. And I'm like, I'm okay. I've got this old laptop. It's lasted me 3 years. It's still, I just like to type. And she's like, nope, I'm getting you this. And I'm like, why? Like, I don't need that. And so I've got two laptops. I've got this one, brand new one, and one that sits in the lounge. It does nothing. Because she wanted to get me something nice. I'm not complaining.
Mrs. Musk, I'm the type of guy, if you're willing to put your body through giving me children, I'll pay all the freaking rent.
Damn right. Amen to that, brother.
There you go. Set up a date. Ha.
Well, okay, I don't want to sound rude or bitchy or materialistic, but okay, I spent a lot of time in Vegas dating a lot of, guys. And I want a guy who can give me a really nice lifestyle. Now, I'm not thinking that I am just going to sit at home, because I'm definitely going to work. But, he's got to make, the kind of money I make, right? But I'm not saying that you don't. But I just have and that's to me, honestly, more important. Like, I rather have a man who is a high earner, not because I really care about the lifestyle so much, but because that shows to me that's attractive to me. Just like a guy wants a hot girl, girls want a successful man, and that's important to me, because at the end of the day, like, I don't give a shit if we agree, like, if the earth is flat, if we can't pay our bills, like, fuck, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, living in
Let
a
me
box,
ask you a question.
living in a box in an alley on a flat Earth isn't fun.
What if it's not his
No.
fault, right? What if the authorities come down? They say you don't vaccinate your kids, you don't give up your beliefs in flat Earth, you don't work here no more. Do you expect him to throw away all that he believes in just to do that? Or would you rather have a
No, that's
man
why
who would stay
if he
committed
wanted to
and
get
be poor?
vaccinated, so be it. I can't control that. I have to accept that.
That's
Now
not what
my
he's
children aren't
asking
getting
you.
vaccinated.
Yeah, that's
What
not
are,
what I'm asking. I'm asking if someone if like the people that give you the money, right, to live this nice life that you want, right? If the people that are giving
for
you
my
that
job.
say to
My
you,
job.
yeah,
My
right,
job.
say to you to keep that lifestyle and that money coming in, you're gonna have to do these things. This is not a request. This is mandatory, or you're gone. What do you do? Would you are you the kind of person that's going to go, you know what? I'd rather be poor and be, and have to live a less extravagant lifestyle than to be
Of
tied
course.
into what you're forcing upon me.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
already made that choice. I would rather go move back in with my parents.
It seemed
Fuck
like
it.
she
I
may
don't
be
like
referencing more like just an ambitious spirit, because I kind of know what you're talking about. I've been in relationships where like the person wasn't very ambitious, and it ends up not working out because one person's going one way. Like I'm wanting to work out of the system because I hate bills. I hate having to be somewhere at some time. I hate having to worry about money. And I'd rather just bust my ass off and never have to worry about it again. And then you got one person, their standards are different. They're okay with worrying about not having enough money this week, or they're okay with situations where you're not okay with, and you end up being uncomfortable a lot of the time. But just the ambitious spirit, like being similar where you want to be in life. But even if people like fuck up and they fall or stumble, that's easily forgivable. But it is very difficult to deal with when you're busting your ass and it doesn't really mean much or anything at all to the other person. So it's if that's what you're saying, I dig, like I understand that fully. So I've kind of been there.
Yeah,
And I
I
would
want to
agree with
marry
that
somebody who's a
also. Yeah.
workaholic. Like I want to marry somebody who's a workaholic, and I'm
Nope,
okay
you
with that
don't.
because
I'm telling you, man, you
well,
don't.
but I like my space. Like I actually get like if a boyfriend I'm dating is too clingy, like I can't handle it. I don't know. I personally understand that women can't have it all. And I think I don't know if Indio's here. Oh, if he was here, I was going to say I've been watching. Like Kevin Samuel says, women, you cannot have it all. You cannot have this super high earner that's also going to be there and be able to like go to PTA meetings with your kid and be there every weekend for you. You have to make a sacrifice. Like you
This
can
is
either have,
true.
yeah.
This is
Thank
true.
you, Battlemon. Woo!
If you
Women
want the
can't be under
Beamer,
the delusion.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
if you want 5 cars in the barn to choose from, the man that maintains them and also goes out, makes some money, and run his own business, you got to allow him to do those things and be
Exactly.
trustworthy. Be trustworthy while he's doing them.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
you have to be able to let them, you're not going to have them at home at 5:00 every night. Like there's going to be nights where you have to go to bed alone, sweetie. And I'm okay with that because I want a man who would is honestly like his job is his number one thing. Because that I respect. I get that. I'm going to be
Hey,
like
the
second.
the
And that's
thing
okay
with
with me.
men that have a good work ethic, they also have hobbies that they put a lot of work into. You want a man that's good with children, he might want to go out and be part of the Big Brother program and help other children who don't have a father figure. So, yeah.
And that's okay. If he puts his job before me, that's fine because I put the creator before him. So that's just how it is. You know?
That's how it should be. But you
Amen
should
to that, sister.
the 2, 2, and 2 rule. Go out every 2 weeks. Take 2 weeks every 2 years.
Yeah, and you get a lot of people that are ambitious. Like you get like in a hot streak. Like you get in the zone. And you want to. You're up and at it, and you're motivated. You get streaky, and you want to just run around and fucking haul ass. because you know you're getting ahead. You know you are getting all the fruits of your labor. When you're making your own money, you're paying yourself. I know if I'm getting up earlier and I'm
Absolutely,
staying
brother.
later, I'm getting all that back. So, I mean, and you're younger. I mean, you know, okay, my body isn't going to be this young forever. It's not going to be this easier later. Now is going to be the easiest time to get this shit done.
If my woman can match me on a physical level, I'm good. It's the other part that scares me. I have abandonment issues and shit, and like, you know, I'm gonna give you the next. I'm gonna give you the rest. I'm gonna give you the rest of my life. I'm gonna give you the rest of my life. You know what I mean? The rest of my life. I gotta know you're gonna be happy with just me.
No, it's not just you, bro. Don't forget about the children, and do not miss out.
No. I'm not. Yeah, no. I'm saying that she's gonna stay committed to one man. That I'm gonna make her happy in the bedroom area for the rest of her life. You know what I mean?
Dude, stop being a fan. Come on, dude.
Okay.
Hey, they want a cougar in the garage and a tiger in the bedroom. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's got their personal preferences though too. A lot of people they're gonna want a more chilled back, like home life, and not kind of go fly by the seat of your pants and like easy come, easy go. So it's all just personal preference.
That's why marriage shouldn't be taken lightly or entered into easily.
Yeah.
Hell fucking no. I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
For like
Save a lot of people a lot of trouble.
For like
Dude,
Flatman
take
Ken,
your time
you
with
should
it.
not be. Flatman Ken should not be looking for girls then that are like hustlers that like have a career path. If you really just want somebody to love you and be at home, then look for girls that are like have a low key job, not a high earner. That's your style. If you want a girl that's available, then you got to find one that doesn't have a lot of goals. Like, as bad as that sounds, like that's what you need.
Listen, yeah, some women aren't happy just running a home and children. They need other things too. Women got dreams and fantasies too, you know.
Yeah, and
and
you,
a lot
you
of
got to give them
people,
that too. You got to give them that.
and
You got to be all that in a bag of chips.
And the tricky thing is a lot of people don't even know what they want, and a lot of people change too. So you don't even know that you find and discover new parts of yourself. You grow as a person, and I mean, I don't think people really start even becoming their self till like 25, 30. It's
Yeah, people change.
Yeah, everyone here sounds crazy besides Zedek and Battle Mod. The rest of you are out of your choking up.
I married my high
You
school
heard me.
sweetheart. Hey, I married my high school sweetheart. She even waited for me through 12 years of the Corps, right? We had 3 children. She thought she wanted a man who worked all the time and only came home when he could. But later on in life, that changed.
Yeah.
That's why you shouldn't enter into
That kind of happened to me a little bit. I'm out making a shitload of money and doing good and all that, but then
21 years of marriage out the window. Yeah, I'm saying.
I had 13.
Yeah.
I was like, the stuff that she's
So,
wanting, I was like,
yeah,
well, we need a dad. I was like, we got to adopt a dad.
But
So
here's
that
the
was
thing.
That was my point right there, Battle Mod. I could have 50 million put away, meet Mrs. Musk, get to know her, fall in love, marry her, have 2 kids. 10 years from now, she's bored of me in the bedroom, she's leaving. It doesn't matter about the money, you know?
Here's the thing. People don't drift from us. We let them drift from us. You got to understand that. I do. I
think
one of the big myths, though.
If you have 50 million in the bank, she's going to leave you because of the money. So, sorry.
I think one of the big myths, though, today, right? I think one of the big myths today is that women are taught to look for a man that already has money. And here's the thing: back in the day, like when young love found each other, most of the time they didn't have anything, right? They just had their parents. Both of them had good, supportive parents, and and I was in the same boat when me and my wife got together. We didn't have nothing except for what we had in our savings account, which was pretty much enough to pay for our own wedding. And we paid for our own wedding, but the funny thing was, right? Then the parents come in and they give us all the money back. Like So when we walked away from the wedding, we were like, wow, all the money that we committed to, we were going to walk out with just a wedding and nothing. And then the family were like, here you go. Here's your money to get started. And so we were like, wow, we got all the money back and we could get us a little flat. And, and then we grew that together. Like we grew our life together, our money and everything. And, and that journey was amazing. Like, if I don't know what it would be like because I didn't live like a journey where she had money or I had money. We both came from broken homes, so they didn't have a lot of money. Although, if the parents die now, right, we get a cut of their inheritance, which is fine, which is cool, but we don't need it. We're at a stage where we don't even need their money. My dad walks in my house and says, "You're gonna get nothing from me, boy," da 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 da, because he's angry, whatever. And I just go, Dad, what makes you think I need anything from you? Look where I live. Look what I have. You don't have any power to over me like that anymore. I'm not the son that needs you anymore like that, Dad. So I just think that's a myth that's being pushed purposely to make people wait longer. I say get married when you find a person that you want to spend your life with, no matter what age you are.
Right.
Whether you're 18, 20, 30, it don't matter, man. When you find a person that you want to spend your life for, well, go for it, man. Like, go for it. That's what I say.
No, but that's the thing. But the
I feel
thing is,
really, really sorry for you. That
for me
you
personally,
and so many other people are
one at a time.
Go ahead. Why not?
I was just going to say, for me personally, because I've tried, I almost married the same woman twice. We were apart for 7 years. So if it's Mrs. Musk for the rest of my life, it's Mrs. Musk for the rest of my life. Or whoever the next one is,
Fucking handle this, okay? Sorry. Manifest your dreams, Flatman can.
No, because you were using getting married as an example, and I'm saying for me, the next time I get married, it's got to be the last one, you or whoever it is, yeah.
Okay, who's the dude in the back who keeps who says we're all delusional? Who's that guy talking? I keep hearing him talk.
I just listen. There's nothing delusional about a woman wanting a man to take its proper godly place. You're the chief high priest of your family. It's your gift from God. You're the head of that family. It is your responsibility to take care of them, all of them, for a lifetime. I still take care of my ex-wife. She helped me build my business.
But what if your dick gets blown off?
Well, that's your flesh talking, not your heart.
Where did that come from?
I know. So, if you love a person and no longer love them, if you can't say, when I love a person, I love them for a lifetime, that doesn't mean I'll always be happy with them, then you don't know true love. That's just my opinion. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think, especially if you have kids together, you'll always be family. So even if you don't have access to, romantic aspects of the relationship, it's still, even if you hate each other, you're interlocked, you're in each other's lives for a while.
I look at it as it was a blessing when I got it. It's a blessing now. I still have it, just not at the levels it was at. And, all things are forgivable. Some things just aren't acceptable.
Yeah, that makes sense.
My wife's a saint. We ended up getting married about 30 days after meeting. And now we're at a point, we've been married for 12 years, and we're at a point where it's more of a partnership type thing. We got a family. We realize we got to take care of that for the rest of our lives. It's kind of become a partnership more so than a romance.
I see that. I think people should think of okay, who would you want to start a business with and marry that kind of person?
See, that
I don't
was
need
the
to
girl
start
I
a
almost.
business. I don't need to start a business with a flat earther. I need to start a business with somebody who has their shit together and is on the same page, as me with financial and big time decisions.
That's what I did with the woman I almost married twice. We did run businesses together.
Yeah. My ex still handles contracts when I'm not there, because contract holders have full faith in her. She did it for damn near 30 years.
I wanted to.
And I've had 2 people curse me saying I'm going to be with her again a 3rd time. One person was in this live stream. I'm like, don't do that.
Oh, you're still with her right now because she's on your mind, bro. Just not the way you were with her before and married.
I know.
Well, I just accept reality. Listen, the only thing that changed in my marriage is my old lady moved back across the street where she grew up. She inherited her parents' land. I still pay for her. She still works for the company. She just goes home to a different man when she's done putting the same effort into it. For our kids, we do that for our kids.
What?
For our children.
Yeah, that's noble.
Faith that 2 people can
Yeah,
still
man.
remain civil even after bullshit for the good of their children. It gives them faith in life.
Yeah, that's
My
what we got,
wife's parents are like that, bro. My parents aren't. My parents just they can't go near each other, but my wife's parents can. And you know the funny thing is that my parents, their whole marriage ended over the loss of money and trust. Right, my dad lost all of his fortune. He lost his business, and the trust went right. My wife's parents, he went and committed adultery, man. Like he shacked up with another man's wife, and they were doing that on and off for 2 years, and they have a great relationship. Like it's amazing to me, that they've, like she's still, I've seen her cry when she's talked about it. Like it's still her too that he did that to her, but she loves him enough that they're like flatmates now, right? They've even had like he's even lived with her for a time before I took him on, to look after him. He even was able to live with her as a flatmate, and I was just like, wow, that's amazing. Because she's a widow now, like her second husband has passed, so she just has a girls' club. But so he's still like a really good friend to her. Like they're still good friends. But when they split, the difference was when they split, he gave her everything. Like he went, you have the house and everything because those are my kids, and I need you to be able to take care of them, and I can't be there anymore. And then he went off and he worked. Yeah, that's what he did. He gave his whole fortune, everything that his father gave him, he gave that to her to look after her kids. So when she dies, we get an inheritance. Her kids are going to get inheritance from their father through their mother, through the mother. Yeah, it's not hers. It's his inheritance. Yeah.
I couldn't do
Both
that.
of those sound like pretty messed up stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's messed up, bro.
I couldn't do that because my family's assets are part of an estate and they're owned by the bloodline. So I can't just give it away. It has to adhere to the bylaws of the estate. But I can use it to keep her in the life she had. Hell, her Corvette's still stored in my barn. I still maintain it.
I think in the situation is he did the wrong, right? So he recognized it wasn't her fault. The reason why, like he was the one that went and got beguiled, and so he saw that it was my fault. I'm not gonna let her suffer and the children suffer because of a choice that I
A
made.
lot of
Right?
men don't hold that value of honesty.
Yeah, when it's something like that, it's someone's fault, and there's no getting around it. You did a bad thing.
Yep.
No getting around it. You weren't meant for a loving relationship. You're not worthy of it.
Yeah. I get shit from my brothers all the time for still taking care of my ex, but hey, they just don't get it. I get it. That's all that matters. My kids get it. I see they're happy about it. I see it in their eyes, their confidence.
Absolutely, that's their mum, man, and to see even though their dad isn't together, to see their mum taken care of, like I would love that too. As a son that came from a home where, I never saw my mum because she was working till early in the morning till 9 at night. So when I went to work as a young man, I paid half the bills. I gave her half my money. I said, Mum, this is to help out. Because I never got to see my mum. She was working so hard, and I understood that. Understood that she had to do that because she had to take care of 7 other kids, because my dad was no longer around,
Sounds like she had a few too many kids.
That's a
Well, she
position I
had
never
them
went.
she had them together, and he was wealthy, so he could afford it at the time. But once he lost his fortune, she was left to raise all these kids, and now she had to go and get a degree. Now she had to go and get a job, and she had to do all this from being a stay-home mom with having everything supplied. Now she had to go figure it all out on her own, and my mom's amazing. She's got a doctorate now. She did that all part time while she was looking after her kids and working, and
She may have done what she had to do for her kids, but it sounds like she had bad taste in men, and that's on her.
You are listening.
Well, she's a workaholic, bro.
You are listening to Flat Earth Family Ethics. Thanks for joining us. Please continue to listen as we lay the standard for what is a godly family.
Well, that's why if girls want to marry a rich dude, you better go to college too, girlfriend, and you better have a job that makes 6 figures or be on the path to be making 6 figures. So if anything happens to the guy and he falls off the earth and gambles all his money away, you yourself aren't.
That's not what getting in a relationship is about.
No,
You
but
think
she
it's
knows
about
what
love?
she's
You think
talking
it's
about.
about love, fundamental? I think it's about love.
I think it's about having good
She knows
taste. I
what
think it's
she's
about having
talking
good
about.
patience.
Listen,
I think it's about flexibility. I think it's about foresight. And I think it's about giving it your all, which a lot of people aren't capable of doing because they aren't over themselves.
yeah.
Well, you do need to get over yourself.
Listen, she does. She does know what she's talking about. I got 3 companies, good money, and the only women I talk to have at least $1 million in assets. Why? Because I don't want them to love my money.
I think it's about living within your means. I think it's about having realistic expectations. I think it's about being
What if
flexible
my
and
expectations are
adaptable.
realistic? What if my expectations are realistic?
Yeah, that's why it's important to get to know each other because everyone's
For my
different.
situation, what if my expectations are actually realistic?
What about you having realistic expectations?
You're trying to say that I'm delusional, and I'm saying, what if I'm?
That was based on other things we said.
What did I say that was delusional?
You know what I hear?
Who cares if he's a glober? Who cares if he doesn't spend too much time with me? A girl's got to learn to spend a lot of time on her own. Whatever it takes, as long as he can provide. I'll take care of the rest.
Have you ever dated somebody that makes $1 million?
Yeah.
Fundamental.
What he's missing here is it's about
I just
equal
have to ask him this
standards.
question. Fundamental. Have you ever dated somebody who makes $1 million before?
I'm not sure. If you're saying like in a month or a year or a week, I don't know.
No, I'm saying that their annual earning is $1 million plus.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I know anyone personally who makes $1 million, guy or girl. What about it?
Wow. Okay. So the reason I'm asking that is when somebody makes $1 million. I'm not saying I need to marry somebody that makes $1 million, but
I know you want a sugar daddy, over or not.
High money. They work a lot, and if you want somebody who's going to make that much money or eventually makes that much money, you have to be self-aware enough to understand that they're going to be working like 70, even up to 100 hours a week. So it's not like I'm trying to say I don't care, but if
you want it right from the start, right? You want it right from the start. You want to meet someone who's already making the money. That's what's important to you. You want that sugar daddy, don't you?
Yeah, let her talk.
Wow.
Let her talk, man.
If I wanted a sugar daddy, I wouldn't have gone to college, and I wouldn't be in the job I'm in right now. If I really wanted a sugar, honey, I've lived in Las Vegas for 3 years. I know exactly what it takes to be a sugar baby. I did not take that route. Okay. But I know what it's like to date millionaires. I know personally firsthand. And I know the sacrifice women have to make if you want to date somebody who can make that. Who cares? Honey, if you, why do you care if I care? Why do you care if I care? It seems like you're upset that I have a dream life. What's wrong with that?
What?
Yeah,
listen, I want to cover that. It's about equal standards. When you have money, you don't want a person.
You can build a dream together.
Excuse me. I'm talking. I don't want to have to mute you.
Okay.
It's about equal standards. When you have money, you don't want a person that loves you for your money. So you want a person of equal standard or quality who also has money.
No, you don't. That's not necessary.
Well, you're saying this from a standpoint of a person who doesn't have 7 digits in the bank.
Yeah. This is some young, frustrated, broke dude attitude. And let me tell you, honey, look, not
I'm a lot
every
happier than you
girl.
are, I can tell you that. You sound like sad and desperate. Just looking, desperately searching forever and ever for that perfect sugar daddy.
I don't
No,
need
you're
a sugar
twisting the
daddy.
logic to fit what
Go ahead and call me young and upset, but I'm much happier than you.
How do you know that?
It doesn't sound like you are, brother. It doesn't sound like you
You're
are.
attacking me.
Yeah, he's not only twisting your words to fit what he believes, but he's also twisting mine.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
I'm giving it from the perspective. Listen, my property's valued at 1.3 million. That's not counting my livestock, my car collection, and my barns. So, do I want a woman that makes $24,000 a year when she's just going to fall in love with my money and not me? You're leaving that out.
Of course, you don't want someone who just wants for money. Why would you even say that? That's obvious.
Well,
what do you guys think the virtues of a good relationship are?
Equal standards, equal ambitions.
Equal ambitions.
Yeah, it actually is important.
It is important. If you have different, listen,
I want someone with a dream
if you
who
have
tries their best.
different
I want a
dreams
hard
or
worker, no matter.
If you have different ambitions and dreams than your partner, you're going to leave them down a path that doesn't fulfill their wants and needs.
Getting what I want.
Yeah.
Would you date a girl that's 400 pounds? Fundamental.
How tall is she?
five.
Got you. Got you. Come on,
If
laugh
she ain't
along.
280, she ain't a lady. You like some big
laugh
girls.
along. How's it?
Hey,
How's
I
it
dated.
Let's see.
How's
You
it
think
distributed?
I'm
How's it distributed?
materialistic?
Does she got it where it counts? Does she
She's
got
an
it where it
Olympic
counts?
weightlifter.
Yeah, shut
Let's
up.
see how materialistic you are. So, would you date a woman that's 5 foot, 400 pounds? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't even be caught with her. Don't even give me that shit. Men want women that look a certain
I have
way.
considered it once. I have considered it once. I won't lie. I have considered
I'm
it.
talking so thick, you gotta buy her 2 airplane seats, okay?
Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. You got me, girl.
Judging women who want a man who's
Cancun's out
successful.
of the question.
Men
I know
want
I
a
have
woman who looks very attractive. And it's okay for them to want a woman who looks very attractive and have a certain size ass, certain size boobs. But if a woman wants a man who makes 6 figures, God forbid she's a sugar baby and has no ambitions and is a user. Absolutely
Why don't you speak for yourself? Why don't you speak for yourself?
Big girls need love too.
That's right.
I
And
think
by the way,
somebody
400
wounded
pounds is
me
so
because
hyperbolic of
they
you.
got
It's
shot
absurd.
down. Hyperbolic.
Yeah.
I think you're
What she
being
said was so hyperbolic. Do you
I
think
think you're
anyone
being
wants someone so
hyper
obese that they're
about
ready to fucking
economics
have
because
their
you're poor,
large
because
filled
you're a
arteries
pleb.
just like about to collapse?
Plebeians
No
all
one
think
wants
the
someone on the
same.
verge of death. People want a long and loving
You don't want me
relationship.
to start
When someone weighs
giving you my
400 pounds,
opinion.
it probably won't
My
be that
real
long of a
opinion.
relationship.
Okay, what if she's fit but she's ugly? Like, what if she's dead ass ugly? Would you marry her?
That's going to be dealt with in the courting phase and in the dating and the searching phase.
Would you marry a girl who's completely hideous, completely ugly, not on the verge of death, completely ugly?
How much money does she have?
Why not? Why are you so? Why
I
are
didn't
you
answer.
so self-absorbed?
I didn't answer.
Does she make $1 million
I already
a
know your
year?
answer.
I didn't answer yet. And let's just
Yes,
replace
because you know I'm
woman.
right.
Let's just replace woman with person. All right. Would you date a person who is repulsive? Well, I think I have a lot more options than that. So maybe if she had outstanding qualities that override her hideousness.
Bullshit.
I don't think you could
No way.
date
major bullshit on that. And the only point of this
He
question was
needs
to
a
show
quiet woman.
that people have certain standards and expectations they want. And if you want a girl, that looks like Kim K, I'm not going to judge you for saying that you want a girl who looks like Kim K.
I'm
Okay,
already happy.
and
This is
okay,
already
well then
dealt with.
shut the fuck up and stop attacking me for speaking out on what I want, dude.
Listen, if you
Especially
can't
if
take
it's
a little
something that's
criticism to your words, then don't speak those words. You're here to hear what other people have to respond.
of course, and that's why I'm challenging you back. That's why I'm challenging you back.
He sounds
One of my issues I have with ladies, one of my best female friends, she was
nothing wrong
bigger
with
in her
ladies.
younger days. She was bigger in her younger days, and her and I kissed for 8 hours. That's all we did was kiss.
Oh my god.
We never slept together. We almost did when we were older, like in our older years after she had a kid or whatever, but it never happened. But was my best friend, and then I posted a stupid fucking meme. She starts calling me racist. I haven't talked to her in over a fucking year. That's women for you.
I got a song to mention for that girl I was talking to. You're so vain. I bet you think this song is about you.
Some girl dumped his ass hard. That's all that happened. He got
I
fucked.
guess I don't
Oh,
understand.
he's one of them motherfuckers that thinks women shouldn't have an opinion. He couldn't date a strong-willed woman if he wanted to because he doesn't know how to shut the fuck up.
Well, I don't look. I'm not even mad at this guy because I
I'm
get his
already
frustration. From living in Vegas for 3 years, I saw guys get so pissed. Young, attractive 25-year-old dudes would see hot ass bitches with some 50-year-old man because that is what the women wanted. They want at the club. It's the older gentlemen with the younger girls. It's not the 25-year-old guys. And I get it. As a 25-year-old dude, I would be pissed because it's like, hey, I make okay money and I'm looking like decent. And these women don't even want to give me the time of day. So I understand the frustration. Now, I'm not mad at you for thinking I'm vain. I understand where you're coming from. But we as women have our reasons for why we want men who are financially successful, just like you as men want women who look a certain way. So I have no hard feelings with you. Vegas,
like a
if you
soft
feel
bitch.
crazy, come to Las Vegas or come to LA and you'll see what's up because I'm not.
Dude, stop being so soft like pudding, man. Go somewhere else with that shit, please.
Yeah, I just want you to stop and let other people talk sometimes. You don't have to be the only person talking here, guy.
I got you, Battle Mod.
I mean, we can hear you're triggered because something is against what you believe. While you're telling other people they're here to hear other people's opinions, you're not letting them have their opinion.
Hey, I'll slow down, all right?
Thank you.
Well, you guys don't have to just get on my defense because I'm a chick. Like, if you
I'm
guys
not.
disagree with me, it's
Oh, no,
okay
we're
to
not.
be like, it's
No.
okay to be like, you're a bitch. But you know what, though? Like, some girls really, really want a man who will always be there for them.
Well,
They
it's
want
not
someone
always,
to hold their hand.
listen, it's not always a sugar daddy. Money wants money, success wants success, happy wants happy.
Well,
You're
define
just
sugar
twisting
daddy.
it.
What's a sugar daddy? Let's define it.
Someone who's got all the money because you don't have any.
What's a sugar daddy?
The guy with all the money because you don't have any, but that's not the situation you promoted.
Wrong.
Yeah, no.
That's me. I have high sugar levels most of the time, especially these days.
Yeah.
You don't get it. The girl I married, she's so rich, she takes care of all the bills, but there's a lot of upsides after that too. She's also beautiful. But
so
really,
you're
I
a sugar baby. You're a sugar baby.
oh
You
yeah,
sound
no,
like
no.
the woman.
She's my sugar mama for sure. That's all I'm
Yeah,
after.
but you sound like a woman. You sound like a woman, though, bro. You sound like the woman in the
So you're a whip dude, right?
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Dude.
I homeschool all my kids and take care of the homestead. So She's that
Nice,
word
bro.
mama,
Nice.
turning the bread.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yep, that's a hard job. You learn a lot about your mom when you do that job, bro. You learn a lot about a woman do that job.
Yeah, but Ryan, you're not crying like this guy over here. You're not sitting here crying about your position. You know what I'm saying? This guy over here is crying like a little bitch. I mean, what the fuck?
He's crying about people being sugar babies, but he's a sugar baby himself. He just said his woman pays for all the
Well,
bills.
you're
She also
caught
pays
up
you
in his
too.
fucking
Listen,
Hey,
lady.
dude.
I don't have your name here, but listen for a sec. It takes one to
Hold
know
on,
one,
wait,
and I'm just
don't-
calling you out as a fellow, sugar baby.
Wait, Batamont, what's the opposite of the sugar daddy?
The
Sugar
broke
mama.
daddy.
Oh, that's this guy.
Yeah, he thinks he's a
Yeah.
player.
So
Getting played.
listen,
Wait till he gets
I
traded.
want to cover something that was said that men want beautiful women. Yes, we do, but you know why? We want beautiful children.
Oh yeah.
How about the salt daddy?
There's no shame in that. If women want to say
No.
that they want a man to make a certain amount, then they cannot get salty if a man says that they want a woman to look a certain way. You can, as a woman, you cannot get mad. If you want a
Just
man
know
to
who
make
you are.
then you can't get mad if your husband says, "Yeah, honey, you need to be under 130 pounds." You can't be mad about that.
Yeah, she keeps me nice and lean and fit. She's got me on a diet. I can't keep my sugar down without looking good.
She's got you.
You're
on
what
a
they
high.
call a toy boy, bro. You're what they call a toy boy. You're a toy boy, bro. That's what they call you, bro.
Probably
She
because
get-
she pays the bills
better
with
than
credit
anything
card.
on cable.
Ain't
And
nothing
she
wrong
saw-
with some eye candy.
Hey, she saw the
You're a
she saw the
Kindle, bro. You're a toy boy.
I'm
she
having so
saw
much
the
fun, you guys.
invoices
This
from
is
the McDonald's.
Yeah,
She
Yeah,
got
bro.
the
He's a
invoices
toy
of
boy.
the fast food places. That's why you're on a
He's
diet,
a
man.
Kindle, bro. Kindle. That's what they call you.
Yeah.
Kindle or toy boy, bro. You pick. You pick which one you like, bro. You can be a Kindle or toy boy, bro. What do you want to be?
Hey,
Oh my
Did you go to
God.
college? Fundamental?
my
Did you go
chick
to
got to
college?
look as good as the Impala, so men just get even more jealous.
I
No,
bet you're a
they're just
good-looking
hating on
fella,
you.
though, bro.
They're just
You're a
hating on you
good-looking guy.
because your girl pays the bills, bro. But it's fine. You're good.
And
You gotta be a good-looking bro to be a toy boy, though, bro.
my Impala's hot. Yeah.
He sounds like he's lying. You don't want somebody to start saying shit. Say shit. Fucking. He sounds like he's 15 years old. Know what the fuck he's talking about.
I would
I
say
will
maybe
never allow any
20,
woman to play her
21 and just got rejected. He found out his
Sounds like you
ex-girlfriend
guys
was
are talking
sleeping
about
with
me.
a 50-year-old.
I was distracted for a little bit,
Ouch.
but I'm
Oh,
back.
man, that's rough, man. That's rough.
I wouldn't let my daughters date him because I have the expectations that they'll get a successful man who's not scared to work, and they'll keep them in the
Oh,
same life that they're used to.
Yeah, they're probably too poor for me. I only go after those rich bitches.
Yeah, okay. This guy's definitely a troll.
No offense. Listen, no
Just shut
offense,
up.
but I guarantee you my daughter has more money than you right now because all my money is hers.
That's not my
Guy,
job.
can I ask
I'm not
you
the
an
money
honest
maker.
question? Are you
No offense. No
still a
offense to your
virgin?
daughter.
Are you,
Rich girls
dude? Are
don't
you still a
like
virgin?
bitches.
Are you still a virgin, bud? For real?
Yeah,
Are you
rich
still a
girls
virgin?
don't like bitch boys.
Yeah.
Toy boys, bro. Toy boys are a real thing, man. Let him speak, bro. He's a toy boy. Let him cheer with us about his toy boy life.
In Michigan, we call it a
She
bitch
makes me
boy.
pleasure her with her toys. I'm still a virgin. Yeah.
Yeah, we
You're
call
just
him
there
Big
to
Orange County.
hold. You're just there to turn the on button. That's lovely.
I'm like a butler, you know.
Yeah, toy boy, bro. That's why you're one of those toys, bro. You're basically a human vibrator.
Does she feed you well?
Hey, there's nothing wrong with being a virgin. Come on, guys.
Someday she'll let me inside, but for now I'll just please her with toys.
Clean
Does she
that
mix
coffee
in
table off. What are you doing? Get to work, bitch.
Hey, does it count if you wear a condom? Does that make you a virgin?
Use a coaster, damn it. That's real wood there. That's mahogany, motherfucker.
What
That's
do you
some
do?
of the
What's
hardest
your
wood.
career, Fundamental? What's your career?
Oh no,
Bigelow.
Like for real though.
I'm a
Juice Bigelow.
stay-at-home dad.
No, but I'm saying before you became a stay-at-home dad. What's your
No,
career?
no,
What did you go to school?
after graduation, I knew it was up. I'm not about to, stress my body out too much. I know what I'm after, and I
Oh,
got
so
it.
you never had a 9 to 5?
Oh no, I got people taking care of that for me. My ladies.
Yeah, you don't know the value of shit.
Can't relate then.
My sugar mamas.
Can't relate. Can't relate.
You're a dad. That's one of the best jobs ever.
Well, it's not my child, but
Your
I
father
I
at
still look
17
after
and
him.
a half?
Making peanut
With an
butter and jelly
attitude like that,
sandwiches.
you can't be that good of a dad.
All right, guys, all at the same time. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Bitch
Oh, there
boy.
you go.
What are we saying?
All talking.
I'm opening up a bottle of wine, guys. I'm having
Toy boy on 3. 1, 2, 3. Toy boy.
Toy boy. Fundamentals, boy. Yeah, looking good though,
bro.
I got like 5 hours in the gym every morning. I got to look good for my sugar mama.
My gym's at my house, bro. Here, I'll show you.
Good work. He's taking
Don't
care
worry,
of the child. He's taking care of the child and he's working out. That's smart.
I have sympathy for fundamental, but you know what,
Taking care
honey?
of the
That
Don't
attitude
need-
is exactly
I don't
why
need it.
I will never do
I
He's
don't
got
need
the
it.
the nanny watches the kid.
I
He's
don't
gonna
need it.
say the
I'm
nanny
set.
watches.
I'm set. There's plenty other benefits besides the money.
Hey, Sonny,
Watch it, bro.
do you homeschool?
Watch it, bro. I'm a single father. I watch kids too. But I work my ass off also.
Sorry, you should find yourself a sugar mama. It's great.
No, men
There you
are
go, bro.
perfectly
That's the movie you
capable.
need to go watch. That's you, bro. Right there. See that
Men
movie
are-
spread? That's what you need to go watch.
Men
I'm
are
sorry, I'm not
perfectly
looking at the chat.
capable of raising their children.
Who is this?
Most
he
are
new?
just too lazy to try.
Nah, I've been
No,
around here for years.
Just annoying.
Wow.
Do you homeschool, big guy?
Absolutely.
Yeah, at least you get
Good
that.
job. That's good.
If you want to call it a job, I enjoy it. A wise man said, a man who loves his job never works a day in his life. So I don't see it that way.
There you go.
This is true.
What wise man was that?
Me, I said that. No, that was me. I said that.
Listen, I homeschool my children too. It's not a job; it's a responsibility when you're a godly father.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Hail Satan, for sure.
The fuck?
Dude. You know what you're saying, bro? Wow.
The history of this guy.
Yeah,
I
I'm
wonder.
not
Wait,
saying.
what are you're a flat earther? Why don't you give us your 3 best proofs that the Earth is flat? Let's
I was
switch the
thinking the
gears.
same thing.
Yeah.
That's so easy. It'd be a horrible distraction, but if no one minds taking a detour from the conversation,
Oh no, it's not a distraction.
it's even more on track than the relationship talk. Sure, I'd happily oblige.
It is. It's what the server's about. Yes, it is. Fake flat earthers and flat earthers. Yep.
Okay,
We're always on the hunt.
Before I give them, I'm not stalling anything, but
Yeah,
what
you are.
caused you to ask? No, I'm not. You can trust me. It'll come.
No, I
You
can't.
can call me out if
I can't trust
You can
you.
call. You can call me out, and I'll happily accept the call out in like a minute. I just want to ask real quick, like, why would you like to hear my top three?
Because you said hail Satan. So
Sure.
stop
hail Satan.
sidetracking and just go ahead and say the proofs that the Earth is flat. Best ones. Thanks.
Okay.
Well, I
Well,
wonder.
plenty. I can name a few, but plenty of long distance observations are one great place to start out with. Plenty of infrared footage that shows literally the past lake, all the Great Lakes, Lake Michigan, and all the rest. Right? Wonderful, right? Just seeing way too far. That's one of my favorite long distance observations. Along with, the Black Swan, always a good one. Seeing the horizon past, the oil tankers, all 3 of them in a row. Horizon even further than it.
Glovers are
here's
good at parroting.
That's very strange, but we'll carry on anyways. Okay.
How is that strange?
Okay. It's strange because you're so wrong in some sort of weird assumption you're making. So that's why it's strange. I'll continue if that's okay with you.
Okay, go for it.
Is that okay? Okay, strange person. Anyways, another one is I would expect that volcanic plumes of ash that go miles into the sky above the mouth of the volcano to drift a very specific way always, due to them raising in altitude and the atmosphere and their just trajectory upward, to be left behind in the dust due to the faster rotation of the surface, opposed to the further out distance with the longer circumference to travel around the theoretical, spherical Earth. And it would be like a train chimney with the smoke trailing behind. You know what I mean?
Let him finish,
sorry.
bro. Come on, stop interrupting.
Anyways,
I thought it was
just to summarize that, I would expect, even though they, the whole Velcro style of atmosphere that they claim doesn't work out in the first place, relating to plane flights traveling south to north with a sort of northeast trajectory, needing to take less time than a northwest trajectory airplane flight, which doesn't happen once they've left the inertial frame of the surface and become their own vector traveling in a straight line with something they're detached from traveling beneath them. So that'd be one. It relates to the volcanic plumes all needing to trail behind in one direction like a train chimney plume. Anyways, number 3. Let's see. Long distance, Coriolis, and number 3. Oh man, I want to mention the Foucault, but that ties us back into
the lack of.
Coriolis.
You said Coriolis, but the lack of, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was saying there would be an obvious Coriolis effect on volcanic plumes and plane flights traveling northeast versus northwest or southeast versus southwest. And long distance photography was the other one. So long distance photography, Coriolis, and all its many aspects that it would apply to if the Earth was some sort of magical floating outer space Big Bang ball. And then another one would be, it's going to come down to Coriolis again. I'd say Felix Baumgartner going the opposite direction as he falls versus how he should in his free fall. But I guess that does remind me of the horizon being flat, and Neil deGrasse Tyson saying even Felix Baumgartner saw that stuff is flat horizon, even though you can Google, which is one of the most embarrassing things for a Glober to say, hey Google, can you see the curvature of the horizon from an airplane? It says, yeah, as long as you're 35,000 feet in the air. And it's like, well, actually, you're just flat out wrong because your fucking preset otherwise. So that's another good one, that you can never see the curvature of a horizon, but that doesn't necessarily proof positive for the flat Earth. Laser tests, plenty of those. They kind of tie in with long distance photography, in my opinion. They're almost one and the same. I'd love to see that force the line, sort of cutting through, dipping into the, if it were there. But it comes down to the tensile strength of the string to actually prove its
Why is
spot.
everyone? Oh man. So why is everyone's questioning this guy because he said hell Satan? Is that right?
Yeah,
No. Hi, Witsit.
Hola.
He was just being a little sassy.
Listen, people were mocking my lifestyle choice of having a sugar mama, and then they question me if I'm even a flat earther. So they're just like kind of bullying me.
Okay. Well, you did explain some fire stuff.
Sorry, Muffin.
I'll be honest, man. You need to work on your tack, bro. Like, be a little more concise. Jeez Louise, bro. It's so easy. Water finds its level. How is 70% of the ball level? It's called fluid statics. You can't have pressure next to a vacuum. That's impossible.
Oh, yeah.
It's called the
I
second
should
law
have
of
mentioned
thermodynamics.
high pressure next to low pressure. Yeah, I'm surprised that one slipped my mind. I just didn't think about it. Forgive me.
My point is much more about how. Did you see how quickly I said the 2 points already?
Yeah, I mean, I like taking my time. That's my style. You can insult me for it if you want. But
I'm not insulting you, man. I'm not insulting. I'm trying to defend you, man.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't care if
Let's
you
be
have a
friends.
sugar mama, bro. Go for it, dude.
Yeah. Listen, Austin, you're a cool guy. I'll speed things up in my delivery if that's your style that you want from me, but I might just do my own thing otherwise. I don't know.
Do your own thing, man. I just,
All
you
right,
know.
well, we cool. We cool.
All
Love you, bro.
well, yeah.
Good stuff on Glowbusters, bro.
Thanks, man.
Just tell these guys to get off my back for having a sugar mama.
Can I ask you a serious question though? Can I ask a serious question? Do you truly
Absolutely.
when you made that? Yeah, when you made that, so you make that statement. Do you love Satan?
No, it's different than love. You wouldn't understand.
Well, they do have
I've met him, so I've met him, so I'd really like to know your have you met Satan? Because I've met demons, man. I've met the real deal, bro. So I've seen shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
So,
but yeah, if you really want me to explain, I can in one word, or maybe like 3 words.
So I'm just wondering, what brought you to that place where you want to hail him, bro?
Just
So,
gonna hand wave it. I mean, what are we doing?
sorry, I
here?
didn't hear
I
your
just want to pop
question,
this
bro.
bubble, dude. Satan comes from Satan in
Yeah.
Hebrew, which actually means opposition. So, anyway,
I love that opposition. I love the resistance.
Okay, man.
Hail
Yeah.
opposition.
I messaged you.
This guy is just, I don't know if he wants to be a troll or just.
Yo, passed your test,
annoying,
didn't I? Passed your test. Thought you'd back me up into a wall if my 3 best flat Earth pros proved you wrong, didn't I?
honey.
Let's get a little
The reason
response.
I had
No. You challenged me. No, you asked me. You asked me. Did I pass? Did I
Stop
pass?
interrupting the female.
Calm down, Linda.
Jeez.
Calm down, Linda.
had you answer
Did I
that
pass?
question is so you would
No.
stop lying and actually start telling the truth, because you were lying so much before
I
about
never
your
lie.
wonderful sugar.
I never lie. Don't call me a liar. That's rude.
All right, I'm done talking to you.
Wait, are we gonna hear the answer for the question of the comment? Because I didn't get to understand. Or we're not talking about that. Oh, we're not talking about that at all.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah.
Okay, on another note, I had a squirrel eat an almond out of my hand yesterday. That was pretty cool.
Oh, badass. Was it the first time?
No, I did a lot.
Oh, that's even more badass.
I love squirrels. Squirrels are my favorite little.
I had one that was living with. I had one living with me for a little while. It would sleep in my house coat, eat out of my hand, sit on my shoulder when I answered the door. It bit mom once or twice, so I let it go free.
Yeah, dude, my friend one time, his dog brought a squirrel up to the house because it was like just born. It was gonna die, and he raised it. He nursed it back to health, and he had a little pet squirrel that would hang out in his hoodie. It was pretty funny.
I had a friend that did the exact same thing. They were trimming some trees, and he's on the upper level, and so some branches fell onto his balcony, and sure enough, there's little baby squirrels attached to it. Had that thing for years.
So yeah. Anyway, check this. I was in Game of Panda server, and I went in there, and I was like, "Look, let's just agree to disagree on the nature of the Earth, okay? I'm not here to debate about flat Earth right now. I just want to ask you guys a question. So if you really believe in all this mainstream science about the Earth and the solar system and the universe, how can you think that all of these random coincidences compiled upon one another, but there was no creator?" And they all spiraled and called me a bunch of names. And then I went through them, right? Well, supposedly everything exploded from nothing, which is a misnomer. There was a pre-existing energy. And then after this random chaotic explosion, we now fast forward to where we have a galaxy and a solar system within, and we live on the Earth within that. And on this globe, Earth is coincidentally 93 million miles away within the Goldilocks zone to have an inhabitable climate. And then a Mars-sized body hit the Earth, exchanged energy to its core, broke it up into a bunch of pieces of debris, with just one piece of debris stuck around, not like the supposed orbit of Saturn where it has all the debris, but just one piece of debris stuck around. Then gravity coalesced both the Earth mass and the debris into perfect spheres, one of them being the moon. And the moon spins at such a perfect rate that if it was going 1/4 of a mile per hour faster or slower, we would actually see a change. Yet we've seen one quote unquote side for all recorded history. And at the same time as all of these coincidences, our galaxy is perfectly flat out of a gigantic chaotic explosion. And the sun is actually 400 times greater in size than the moon, but by cosmic chance, also exactly 400 times further away so that we can have total eclipses. And all of this just randomly compiled onto one another, and you guys think that that could happen without some type of orchestration. And they literally all said yes.
Can I add some more? That's so good. That's great stuff. Can I add some more?
Yeah, go ahead. There's tons.
Yeah. In their model, because Freemasons designed it, the distance between the surface of the Earth and the surface of their moon fits 108 moons between the surface of the moon and the surface of the Earth. And it just so happens, due to that 400 ratio, that in between the surface of the sun, on average, and between the surface of the Earth and the surface of the sun fits 108 suns on average. And between one side of the internal diameter of the sun to the other side of the diameter of the sun fits 108 Earths diameters between the two. And the moon takes 27.3 days to complete a sidereal month. And the moon is 27.3% the diameter of Earth. And it takes 27.3 days, the same rotation rate as the sun. Or the moon, I didn't even mention that. The moon rotates once on its axis, supposedly, at the same time makes one orbit, perfectly lined up. So something 27.3% the diameter of Earth takes 27.3 days to orbit the Earth, and takes 27.3 days to make one rotation around its own axis. At the same time, it has a 29.5 day full moon cycle, and the distance between the Earth and the moon is 29.5 moons in diameter, or 29.5 Earths in diameter between it. And the circumference of the sun in their model is 27.3 million miles. And the background radiation temperature is 2.73 Kelvin, and absolute zero, which is only a theoretic possibility, is negative 273 degrees Kelvin, or Celsius. It's all a bunch of Freemason numerology worship.
Yeah, and all of this is utilizing gravity discovered in 1666 by Isaac Newton. And we're on a 66.6 degree tilt going 66,600 miles per hour, with the North and South Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees. And the Selenilian eclipse debunks it, and the first time it was supposedly recorded was 1666. Cool story,
Don't even tell me the curvature rate of 100 miles.
0.666 feet.
No, I said don't. I can't take it.
And the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 6 times 6 times 600.
It's a globe, goddammit. I don't care about all this numerology. Freemasons didn't give me the solar system blueprints. Jesus did.
I'm gonna have to add all the numbers you said to my little presentations where I do the sixes. So I'm gonna have to memorize that and then be like, because I say you guys think
don't worry
that
about
I'm
it.
a conspiracy theorist. You got it written down or something?
SGD. SGD, there's a YouTube channel called Sacred Geometry Decoded. Unfortunately, he is a glober. Maybe email him. He is very accessible. He's replied to me lots of times, comments and email and stuff. I can even give you his email. But SGD is the most knowledgeable person I know about the solar system. But he's convinced it's how it's been told. And the reason he loves it so much is because he knows more about the ratios and dimensions, diameters, and like orbital rates and diameters and rotational speeds and stuff. And it's all, he thinks it's like some sort of symphony. This is his way of putting it. He says the solar system and the measurements involved in that are a symphony of coincidences. And I keep on trying to get through to him. Like, listen, it's not a symphony of coincidences. it's a blueprint drawn up by Freemasons honoring the numbers they've always worshipped.
Yeah, I didn't know a bunch of those. It's pretty crazy. I just think it's like
He's got them all on his channel.
I think I love to make the point, like with those people, right? In Gamma Panda server, their main contention is not the nature of the Earth, bro. It is that there would be a creator, bro. And like even within their model, there would have to be a creator. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. There would have to be a creator that made it so perfect that it defied astronomical odds compounded on one another. And they cannot handle that or even entertain the possibility of it. And so that shows you why you will never break through to some of those people, because their contention is not the nature of the Earth itself, rather the implications of a flat Earth, right?
It's fear, man. It's fear. Let's not pretend we don't know what's going on in their minds. I mean, it's a little arrogant, but we're all human. We all have human tendencies. And to the sort of thoughtful, introspective person who knows thyself, the more you know yourself, the more you can understand other people. And unfortunately, they're operating on a sort of, I hate this terminology because it's new age, they're operating on a sort of predictable low vibration sort of status. And it's like, let me help you break free from your chains. But, skepticism is a virtue. That's all I can say. Open-mindedness,
Yeah, but it's just like Edwin Hubble, right? The guy who said, well, it'll never be disproven that the Earth is the center of everything. That cannot be disproven, but we must disregard this possibility because it shows the Earth is at a favored location. This must be avoided at all costs.
Mr. Hubble said that himself?
Yeah, Edwin Hubble.
Oh, man. It would just break their hearts if you really showed them that quote.
No, dude,
sure
they breeze right past it, bro. Yeah.
They don't believe you. Yeah. Denial's the first and most
Yeah, but then I
predictable
go and
human.
give them the actual paper. It's like a book he wrote. And then they just say, well, so what?
Maybe they're just not even real beings. I mean, at a certain point.
Low key.
Low key, yeah. I don't want to say that, too high key. Just low key, possibly. That's the case.
Especially nowadays where everyone's genetically modified.
Oh, that is one of the most flat out, straightforward ways of putting it. It's like, dude, you had your RNA change. Like, simple as that. Like, you're not how you used to be. And how many people took it not even knowing the changes on a fucking DNA level that were going on with them? To think, like, when someone says, like this is what someone said to me the other day when I tried talking to them a little bit about it. They're like, how could something so small have a big impact on my entire body? I'm like, you ever taken a little fucking drop of acid on a little fucking sheet of paper? Like, that fucking makes your whole body. Like, little things can have drastic full body impacts. Like, you don't understand how, like, when you ingest something, it spreads throughout your entire body. When you drink alcohol, which I do and I love it, like, but understand, that alcohol goes into every single cell of your body, and so does that vaccine. Even
Well,
though
don't
it's not
say it.
even
Don't say it. Don't say it. Like I use genetic modification as the code word. Yeah, like genetic modification skirts through the censorship. One of the things that I was saying in New York a lot in New York City on the mic was like, dude, this city, everyone thinks they're so woke that before they order their muffin, they're like, what exactly is in this? I need to know all the ingredients before I eat this muffin. But they won't look at the ingredients of something that they literally put inside of them, dude. It's insane, bro.
I don't care about immortalized fucking baby stem cell cancer bullshit getting injected into my fucking veins directly. I don't care about that. I just need to know if this muffin has gluten in it.
I'm thinking about getting shirts made that say organic or I'm still organic, homie, or something like that. Like, I'm still organic, homie. Because we're actually going to be surrounded by like Yo, GMO robots, bro. That's what I came across like the best meme ever. Just sick.
Yeah, I don't want GMOs on the food, but I'll take it in the injections. Sure.
Yeah, but they've been conditioned. They've been conditioned to trust these idiots, these doctors, and all that crap. What do you expect? I mean, this is what they've been taught. Trust the doctors.
Generations of trust for
Trust
doctors.
Fauci.
Generations.
Trust Fauci. He knows it all.
Yeah, but I play him on my PA system. I play him saying that
There's no need for a mask.
that they're just to make you feel better and that they don't help you with anything.
Wow.
Play it on a microphone, super loud volume, dude. I'm like, since you guys don't listen to me, yo, check out how fire that meme is, though.
Have you seen Media Bear with his like blowhorn at the top of his car, just like driving around in circles in parking lots?
I have not, but we do that as well. we use the PA system, and he holds out the window in New York City traffic. It's so funny,
Hey,
bro. And the
listen.
cops like thumbs up me, dude. What's up?
Oh, sorry. I was waiting for you to finish. Sorry.
You're good.
I did watch a little bit of your live in on Times Square. It must have been a really surreal moment for you. Your presence was amazing. I was so happy for you. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the whole thing.
Well, thank you.
Job well done, man.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to get better at it.
Dude, you're a natural. You know what I was thinking? I was like, damn, all those hours that he hung out in here talking with people incessantly, it's paid off, dude. You already practiced. You already know what to do.
That's what it is. I'm like a
You know what
flat
I'm
Earth
saying?
robot. Yeah, for real.
So I thought it was a stellar event being there.
Thank you very much.
I didn't watch too much, but I'm gonna go back. I need to go back and I need to listen.
Well, they're pretty long, like they're pretty long. And then like after a new group of people come, I basically run through it all again. It gets a bit reiterative,
Austin.
Yes.
You know how I told you I sent you a super chat and I don't know how much it helped you get to New York? Well, yesterday I tried to send a super chat to Canadian Rights Media and they censored my super chat. I wasn't allowed to say no Fauci ouchie required or space helmets, only just no space helmets.
Dang.
Feel free,
Of course
What
not.
you can't,
You're not even allowed to
they're
type
telling
his
you what
name.
you can and can't say.
Dude, you can't even type the word goyim in
On
YouTube anymore.
YouTube.
Yeah, they don't like that
fucking
one.
kidding me?
They don't
the
like
fuck is
those
going
who
on?
shall not be named getting named.
Oh, man,
And
I'm currently on strike.
I posted on Facebook that same day after I asked, what's wrong with my statement? I didn't say, don't get the Fauci ouchie. I was just saying it's not required.
Yeah,
dude, they don't care, dude. Dude, I went to a .gov website and read a medical journal word for word and then moved on and got struck for medical misinformation.
Yeah, they're censoring people even from their own official sources. Anything that can be perceived at all negatively towards the genetic modifications.
Yeah, see, it's a beautiful word, man. It's a beautiful thing. Genetic modification, bro.
Makes it sound a lot more safe too. Huh? They're like, what are you talking about?
Did you say just from reading information?
Yeah, yeah.
No shit.
Yeah, bro, from a .gov website, bro. And it's the ingredients.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm sorry, guys. Can I just quickly respond to Dave? I know, Dave, but I'm just happy putting something in somebody's pockets. I don't care what the middleman's taken.
Yeah, they take 33%, man. Get it right.
So bizarre.
No, that's cool, dude. Super chats are still a cool thing because I completely forget about them, and then they throw it in my bank account like once a month. And I don't even, I'm like, oh, look, a couple $100 I forgot about.
So where
I
are
always
you
say
now?
every
You home?
little bit helps. Sorry, truth prevails. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's Jenny. So are you back? Are you done with your tour? What's it?
No, I'm in Niagara Falls right now. We did activism the last couple days in Niagara Falls, like waterfall. It's just on Glowbusters activism because my channel was struck.
You know what? I do have that marked to watch later, I do believe, because it said activism. So yeah, a little bit behind on your content, dude. Sorry, but I know you always do an amazing job. Are you planning on, like, if you get home, doing some clips of some of your content, your massive amount of content?
Yeah, like I wanna get an omnidirectional mic. Like the nice ones are like $400, but that way when people come up and interact, you can hear them. And because we have like really funny clips of people like spiraling and freaking out, like typically boomers, and then people asking good questions, and you can just see them, And like I would clip those up, but I don't have the mic yet. And then I'm thinking about doing it anyway. It just it's so much stuff to go through. It's like I need a.
Well, if you find a super good one and their sound quality is shit, you can just do captions, can't you? I mean,
That
if it's
crowd of
super
people.
stuff.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I don't even know what they said. Like I talked to like thousands of
Oh,
people. I'm like,
damn.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Hey, Witsit, how you doing? Good to see you, man.
bro.
Hey, that crowd of people sitting there, and your song comes on, and the look on your face is priceless, man. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, cool.
It's funny, bro. Give them a warning shot. The PA
Yeah,
system.
I know. They're gonna hear all that stuff, whether they like it or not. They'll be like, "What?"
Dude, I had the boomer come to me. He's like, people come here from all over the place to look at the waterfall. They not come here to hear your nonsense. I'm like, are you mad that waterfall's not going upside down right now? And like I'm like, bro, you just get the $200 then. $200, get 3 questions right. He's like, I'll give you $200 to leave. Like he was so mad. I love it, bro. I love when they get triggered, bro. I'm like, I'm sorry we didn't go to the moon. Like that's my go-to. I'm like, I'm sorry they lied to you about the moon, bro. Like,
Especially
okay.
for those poor folks, they're in my era. They're all sorts of lost.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I swear, if you tell a generality here, of course, but if you tell a boomer we didn't go to the moon, dude, it's like you ripped their heart out of their chest, bro. Like they cannot take it.
It's
Man,
boomer
I don't
kryptonite.
understand that. I don't understand that. They got freaking their brain cells fossilized apparently.
We went to the moon, damn it. What have you done, millennial? They get so mad, bro. I'm like, dude, calm down, bro. I did not fake the moon landing, bro. I would have done a better job.
I know. They're worse than the liberals that try to run me off the road when I'm on my bike and then call me names after they try to run me off the road. Then they call me names.
Yo, people will be rocking with me so hard, and then they hear my song say, eugenics is exactly what abortion is, and bam, I lose half the crowd, bro. Yeah, dude, that one line, bro. You see all the like mixed hair or mixed colored hair, like they get triggered, bro. I'm like, dude, chill, man. It's just a song, bro. Jeez, it's wild.
Art.
That's the problem. Yeah.
I like how they'll watch all that Satanist shit, like the ceremonies and all that. I'm like, oh, it's just art. It's just art. But anything
Dude, the most famous songs in the world are the most vulgar things ever, bro. And they'll bump it all day, bro.
It's disgusting.
That's a hard topic for me. I have a gentleman down in Windsor that adopted me as his little brother because we both had Greek blood and whatnot. And the lady I went down there to marry and be with, I had engaged her previously. We spent 7 years apart, and then we got back together. I moved from my hometown to Windsor to be with her and stuff. And she said she got pregnant and she aborted it. I forgave her. My adopted bigger brother hated her for it, told me I should dump her ass and get rid of her. It's a hard topic, man. I really want to be a father and a parent, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm sorry, bro, because I've had my homies like some of the hardest people ever legit cry to me. But like I phrased it in a way that it's like it doesn't even venture over into dude, it's just a fact, bro, that the eugenicists of the world, they wrote about how this would be a very efficient way at performing eugenics in plain sight. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, choice or not aside, right? Like, my point is just that if you do the choice, I mean, there are some psychopaths that like when you do it. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. No, I didn't make the choice. It was all her. And then the part that breaks my heart even more so is after that, another like follow-up relationship. The girl I was with slept with a gentleman, or well, he's not a gentleman because he was with her when he knew she was with me. I was on the road learning how to oil paint, but he looked exactly like me. And they have a son now, and my one buddy calls the son little Christopher because even though his name's Richard, because I'm Christopher and I'm the guy that was with her originally.
Aw.
I know, man, it's crazy. The world, eh? It's weird.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just as good as it is bad. That's what I tell myself. Don't expect all sunshine and rainbows. There will be sunshine and rainbows, but there's gonna be fucking hellfire and sulfur rain too.
Yeah,
Prepare
I wasn't trying to necessarily like hone in on the subject or anything. He just reminded me of that when he said something about like the leftist or liberal or whatever. Like, I don't know. I can go in there and tell them everything they've ever been told a lie. The government has made you slaves. I'll say things like, you know who else used to have to wear masks? Slaves. You know, and like all that's cool. But like, there's no way you can appease everyone, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, there's you're gonna like offend someone, guaranteed, no matter what you do.
Yeah, some of that stuff seems like you trip like their MK Ultra programming on some topics.
Never. I've never offended anyone in my life.
Yeah, you're so delicate. Yo, dude, one thing that makes people storm off is when I tell them that the CIA runs the news.
What?
Yeah, I'm like,
What's up?
what
What's
up,
up,
bro?
man? What's
Where
up
you
with
been?
the CIA off there? What's up?
The CIA is on my side because I am an American citizen and my government loves me and works for me and cares for me and protects me.
Yeah, I love hearing people saying that. They're like, yeah, but why would they do that to their own people? That don't make any sense.
I'm coming out with a cannabis information agent T-shirt.
Okay.
I haven't designed it yet, but I'm going to very soon.
That's
You guys
really
have seen my
deep.
T-shirt.
Deep, man. It's just deep end stuff right here, huh?
I know. Hey, QE.
Hey.
That was I sent you that super chat there. Fight the good fight the other day. Good show.
Good fight. I don't. Damn, there were so
Chris
many super
Chitteris.
chats the other day. I
Chris
couldn't believe
Chris
it.
Chitteris. Remember the weird name?
Oh yeah, I keep calling it Chris Clitoris. Sorry about that, man.
I've heard that once or twice. That was my nickname in the joint too. Hey, get Clitoris his meal, man. It's dinner time. Get him his food.
Damn, bro, they were showing you some mad love.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hey Austin, are you still talking about that like incoherent dielectric acceleration type of downward acceleration thing going on?
I mean, I don't talk about it too much, and like when I'm out talking to everyday people, because it gets a bit technical. You know, all I'll ever
You still
say,
leaning that way a bit?
yeah, dude, but forever.
I feel you.
I feel
Yeah.
it. QE seems like
Hey,
he has something to say.
Austin, you don't have to be you don't have to hold yourself because QE is here. You can talk about it.
I talk to you
great.
about it all the time. What are you talking about?
Witsit
But,
talks
like,
freely about it, no matter whether I'm here or not.
yeah, I'm just saying, like, no, I haven't been talking about it a lot lately because I've been on the mic, like, in front of a bunch of people, like, trying to explain incoherent dielectric acceleration to someone that thinks that Niagara Falls is upside down is a little.
Right, there's more pressing issues. I see.
Yeah, they don't know what the difference between level and curve, and he's talking about dielectric acceleration. I don't
Yeah,
know what the fuck
exactly.
was.
Like, the most I'll say is, when I ask you these questions, you've been trained to say, like a dog, to just say gravity over and over. So I'll address it. I'm like, you'll walk up here and drop something, be like, oh, you don't believe in gravity? And I'll say, no, that was more dense than the air, so it went down. And believe it or not, helium balloons aren't gravity proof. They're just lighter than the surrounding air. I'll say, on a side note, if there is something called electrostatics, like if you scoot your feet on the ground, touch someone, it shocks. If I take a balloon and rub it on my hair, it sticks to the wall. That's electrostatics. It's known to be 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. That's 39 zeros, and it cannot be isolated or controlled. So if you can't get rid of that, and it's that much stronger than gravity even claims to be, how could you ever have claimed to find gravity? But that's the most I'll ever say, and then I immediately move past it. Like, I don't, sometimes I say it, sometimes I don't. But it just depends on if I know there's a few like kind of smart people in the crowd that are, I don't know.
Following.
Oh yeah.
Look at
Oh yeah.
Vander-
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
if
Well,
you-
we have fucking photographs of the
Oh
Earth
my
from
God.
space.
Oh yeah.
Mic
Oh yeah.
drop.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mic drop.
What the fuck is that?
We have photographs from the Earth from space,
What
dude.
the hell is that, dude? I was gonna say, besides the oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
academic
That was
discussion
that was
Van der Waals
electrostatics for you.
forces. See, I can't even get the.
Why are y'all rumpusing QE so hard, bro? What is going on?
I don't know.
It's about
They have a
time.
death wish or something. You got a death wish?
Yeah, bring it on.
You're delicate. We all know you're delicate.
Fucking, I was
Been a
gonna
rumpus
say that
fest.
electrostatic. Listen, they just can't fucking do it, man. All right, I ain't gonna say it then.
Please
Boy,
say
you
it.
got my message on it.
Oh yeah, I did. Thank you for that.
Make sure when they challenge you, right, you just bust them in the chops with it.
Yeah, no doubt. I appreciate
Yep.
that greatly.
Yep. You in here aren't gonna be able to hear it.
Nope, I'm not gonna say it either.
Oh. Anyway, we found out this morning that salt is actually an anti-gravity powder.
But hey, if you actually sign up for QE and I's Patreon, no, I'm just kidding.
Shut up and take my money.
Did I
What's been
just
going
hear
on?
you say
Go ahead.
that salt is an anti-gravity powder?
Yeah, exactly. It actually creates a force. It pushes the egg up where previously the egg was down at the bottom of a glass of water.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right.
we were having this discussion this morning, so I asked this dude this question. Scotsman was his
Right.
name. Anyway.
So the saline is dense.
Yeah, so we were asking him like, so where's gravity? Like, if salt can like push this egg up, by changing the medium, then is salt like anti-gravity?
We definitely have UFOs then. Jeez Louise.
You know what? Speaking of UFOs, not to derail, because I think you wanted to jump in or something maybe, but on the radio, because I listen to NPR, that's the only amount of like mainstream news that I can handle really. And they brought up aliens, and I'm like, oh shit! So I'm like really listening, and so in some testimony of an observation of, UAF, that it went into the ocean. I'm like, oh shit. So
Yeah, I've been
I don't know
predicting
what you
that.
guys
I've been
been hearing.
predicting that for like 4 months, bro. Like when they come, they're gonna come out of the water, for sure.
Yeah.
That's
So
been
it's like,
that's been part of the narrative for a while. They're called USOs, unidentified submergible objects. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
that's
but
the
yeah,
story.
I heard that a long time ago. If you heard that just recently, that's interesting.
I know you guys have heard, like, of course, extraterrestrial, extraterranean. They've hidden land pretty obviously. If something comes from there, that's
right.
extraterrestrial, and then that would be the outer space. We live in the inner space. That would be the outer space.
All right, David Weiss.
Thank you. That's where I heard it from. I was chilling with the Graveler himself, and then he told me about that. I was like, wow.
And I want to share something with this one guy. I chat with him from time to time. He's a little different. He was once part of a cult. He's not no more. Anyways, in speaking with him, he saw like the table in front of him or the car he gets in as outer space, and inner space was inside of him. And I'm like, wow, that's so different. And he's like, well, what do you think the coffee table is? And I'm like, physical reality.
Hey, why can't scientists trust atoms?
Why?
because they make up everything. You guys are actually gonna sympathy laugh at that, but actually, side note, I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly.
I heard KO laughing.
Sympathy laugh.
Hey, Austin, did you hear about the explosion at the shoe factory?
Was Brenda involved?
Many souls were lost.
I went hard on it the other day. She was. It was like, these are too high level of physics for you to even be discussing. I'm like, says the one who's yet to comprehend low level biology. You know, but that's kind of mean, bro. That's kind of mean. But dude, I went in there. Q, you weren't here. I went in there with an experiment of sorts, not a literal experiment. My bad. Please don't railroad me. Okay, I went in there. I went in there with a test, right? And I was like, okay, I don't want to argue about the Earth. Agree to disagree. If you think that the Earth is in fact this ball, right, and you believe in the current universe model, quote unquote, right? So how could you believe in that without there being a creator? You know, everything came from nothing, but there was a pre-existing energy, and then we have a perfectly horizontal galaxy, and then a Mars-sized body hit the Earth and exchanged energy over to the core and broke it up into big pieces of debris, and none of it stayed around except for one piece, and they both coalesced into perfect spheres damn near over the course of billions of years, and the moon is spinning at the perfect speed that if it was 1/4 a mile per hour faster or slower, we would see a different quote-unquote side of it, but we've only seen one quote-unquote side of it for all recordable history, as we're 93 million miles away from the sun in this perfect Goldilocks zone for sustainable life and a habitable climate, and the moon, by cosmic chance, stopped 400 times closer to us than the sun, and it's coincidentally exactly 400 times smaller as well, that we can have total eclipses. How can all that happen without orchestration? And dude, they spiraled and freaked out. So like the heart of the issue is fear of a creator, not really their contention with the nature of the Earth itself. You know, the very heart of the issue is that they're scared of the idea that there could be a creator.
Well, you know, even in their mathematics, I got two things to say here. So even in their mathematics, there's no way like Earth's gravitational, alleged pull could even catch the moon, after that collision and like retain it in its orbit, right? It would escape it, even in their mathematics. But not just that, even by their description of the solar system, the Goldilocks zone Earth is the only planet with a moon that could even come close to occulting the sun. That at the distances of every other planet and the sizes of every other inner planet in their solar system, there's not a single chance in hell, and not even a realistic, except for there it is happening, of course, that like there's not a single moon in the entire solar system, in Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, whatever, that even comes close to being able to block out the sun. It's just Earth's moon. Earth's moon just happens to be the only one who just magically pulled it off and it perfectly fits. And the other ones,
dude, it's crazy. That's crazy. I forgot about the math. Doesn't even explain that the moon could stay there. It's like once you saw a video of your girl cheating on you with some dude, you just cannot unsee it once you see it. You know.
Yeah.
But like they've yet to see it. I guess I don't know.
You have to believe in like 1,000 miracles to think the solar system is legit.
And that means you would have to default back to orchestration. That's what I don't get.
Yeah. I literally I just went off on like one of my old friends from high school a few months ago. I just told him every single coincidence of ratio and diameter and whatever of the alleged solar system, and guess what he told me?
No.
Okay. He said, that sounds like things just finding their natural place. I said, no, you fucking programmed idiot. There's no natural place. Do you not understand their philosophy of randomness? They're saying all this is just, they're saying that these are just a bunch of fucking dust and rocks and gases just bumping into each other randomly. And he's like, oh yeah, of course the moon would be 400 times less in diameter and 400 times closer than the distance to the sun. That's just things finding their natural place. I'm like, you are just, there's no helping you. There's just nothing I can do for you.
The answer I got was entropic law.
Oh, that explains it.
What's that?
Entropic law.
Or what is
Tropic
that?
law for what?
That was the answer to why all these random things have occurred. It's actually not even hard to believe. It defies no odds. It's quote unquote entropic law.
It's pretty crazy how brainwashed these people are.
It's just a symphony of
agree, man.
coincidences, as SGD would put it.
Say again?
Scrivs, I know you used to believe. And then I got you on this.
Then I got educated.
The W.
I think you should hit him with the claim of how the atmosphere got here in the first place, because when I first read about that, it was really dumb. That first they said, yes, the atmosphere did all get sucked away, and then they said enough gas appeared, and then it stayed. Like what?
We gotta stop you right there because atmosphere is a
Yeah, I know it's
right at the beginning. I know what you're
gases have
saying,
no
but
shape,
still
yeah.
using the term. Yeah.
I'm using their words.
Did you know that all the water on Earth came from meteorites with water trapped inside of them, making small deposits millions and millions of times?
We're making like bank deposits? That's crazy.
Yep.
That seems legit.
It really happened. It really happened. guys.
Sound. Logically sound.
Dude, it's actually like we're playing with children.
Yeah, don't insult children.
whales. Don't forget whales.
Huey,
Mars
I want to know if you ever got an explanation for because they explain that this Atmos is being held in, right? As in it's getting pulled down. But as the Earth is supposedly traveling at like Mach 80 speeds, what's keeping the vacuum from being pushed towards the Earth? You know what I mean?
Vacuums don't push. No,
Well,
it's the opposite.
no, do you understand what I mean? Like it's
No,
being
because
pulled.
that's like 3 steps down the begging the question fallacy, second law of thermodynamics violation lane. I usually don't go down that far.
I know,
Yeah,
but
and what you're saying
even
doesn't
if
really
you
make
gave
sense.
it to 'em.
To be fair, it doesn't make sense. No, because what they're saying is stupid as this is that when the gas molecule is going up, it's actually simultaneously being pulled down, and then it just gradually seeps out. And so like it's still going out the whole time. It just only some of them actually make it.
So it's going out and in, and that's enough to
the
keep
argument.
it.
Hold on a second. He's got a good point there. He almost said my argument that I passed across the other day, that things can accelerate up and accelerate down at the same time.
Yep.
What? See, I haven't actually heard that. That's like an actual response that I would expect them to say.
No,
I've never
don't
heard them
expect
say
it. They're saying it.
Yeah. Well, that's
They're also
ridiculous.
saying
It
things will go
seems like the
backwards and
rumpus.
forwards at the same time.
It seems like the rumpus has started. Rumpus starts a lot of this stuff, right? Like elevations from the center of the Earth, and he just spouts this stuff off, and these guys pick it up like on the boundaries and just run with it, right? And they just get clobbered about the head and shoulders with a nail spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger. I like those guys saying that shit, and those other guys picking it up. I love it.
Yeah, it's all right.
They also say that the plane goes forward and backwards at the same time.
Did you
Now
guys
planes
know that
flying
the
backwards. That's
quantum
coming out. That's
curvature-
coming out shortly.
I actually have
wait
a.
second.
Oh, yeah, you're nice.
Huh?
Awesome. You have you
The
have
curvature wave function collapses when looking long distance.
No, that's crazy.
So you're saying you have an
planes
elliptical?
flying backwards is coming out in the next 2 weeks. I could guarantee you that.
When I set my
heard that
coffee
one.
cup down, the coffee table's going up also, right?
I don't know about that one, though.
That's what they say, man.
You guys.
Wait, is
Who's
this a
number
new
two?
thing? QE, is this a new?
Levitating bearing. Sorry.
Because I've heard
Hold
the
on a
plane
second.
going backwards before. Is it like a recent thing?
No, that's the before. That's Daily T. He got caught here on 24/7. I caught him.
Okay. Yeah. Good times.
So there's a lot of people with VC Verify. Have we spoken to a lot of them?
No.
Like there's Vital, Scrivis. What's up, Vital? What brings you to the server, man?
Balls accelerating up and accelerating down at the same time. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm looking for answers, really.
Okay.
Aren't we
Sure.
all?
What do you think of the shape of the Earth so far, though?
Well, I'm not entirely convinced either way.
Oh, I got answers for you, bro. Don't even worry about it. So when you see the horizon, is it horizontal?
Well, yeah.
It's because it's horizontal. There's an answer. Do you know how water always finds its level?
What do you mean by that? Like,
Well, we
water's
put
always, like, leveled out?
Yeah, we put fluid in levels. That's why it's called sea level. If you take a bottle of water and tip it over, it's going to keep finding its level, you know. So, do you know why 70% of the earth is water?
No.
Well, it's on a flat earth and it's level. Pretty profound answer for you there. So, whenever you see the sun and you see it move through the sky, you know why it looks like it's moving through the sky?
No.
Because it's moving through the sky. But wait, Wizard, if you said 70% of the earth is water and all water always finds its level, what part of that would be a ball?
Good question.
Side that's not flat.
No, that was a trick question, man. Gwitz had said, "Why is the Earth 70% water?" Well, that's
Yeah.
the creator. Well, that's
Yeah,
the way
of course.
the creator made it.
Yeah, and
That's
also we're
philosophical.
presupposing the 70%, of course.
That's true.
Hey,
We're just told that.
Yeah.
Any Glober, you go over to the channel Sacred Geometry Decoded SGD, and he's going to point about 2,000 numerological coincidences in the solar system as described by NASA.
It's
And
because
you
it's a
tell me,
Freemasonic lie.
and you tell me whether you think the solar system, floaty outer space floating, balls in an infinite void is what you think with a symphony of coincidences to the tune of like 2,000 alone, crazy fucking absurd chance, alignments, or do you think that maybe 2,000 numerological worship numbers given to you by NASA might just not be how it actually is?
Hey, this dude said he's looking for answers, not questions, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
got
he might
another
have
answer
questions,
for
though,
you.
Wizard. He might have a question, though, Wizard.
Right, I got another one for him. Okay, do you feel like the Earth is spinning?
Well, no, not exactly.
Do you know why?
Not exactly.
Well, no, but no.
Because it's not spinning.
It's not.
Crazy, huh, bro?
But Mama said the Earth was spinning.
So, look, we can go back in reverse. So maybe we won't go too far, right? So we see the sun move in the sky, and remember the profound answer for that? It's because it's moving in the sky. You know what the globe Earth model says? That when you're watching the sun set, quote unquote, it's actually sitting still and you're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour, and it just looks like that. Does that seem legit?
That's my roller coaster sound. That's my backwards roller coaster sound.
Vital,
I
do
got
you
my
think
hands
you're a
in the air.
complicated rock?
What's up?
Do you think you're a complicated rock?
Do I think I'm a
Well,
complicated?
that's a different sort of philosophy, to be honest.
I mean, that's their philosophy in the whole heliocentric model, though.
It's not a bad question.
I mean,
Do I think I'm just space dust that has formed itself in a way that's conscious?
Oh, I'm losing brain cells. All right, dude. Calm down, man.
No, I'm asking the question.
yeah. Are you? You think do you believe in evolution?
Yo.
Do I believe in... Okay.
Please don't do this to him. Please don't do this to him.
No way. No way.
Okay. All right. Look, I gave you.
Here, fishy fish.
Calm down. Calm down. We're gonna talk about the Earth for a second. It'll answer the evolution question for you anyway, bro. So here, I gave you a few profound answers. So I got a question for you. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It's flat.
Let him
Bro.
answer. Really?
No, well,
On Vital, you got this.
calm down, man.
Easy for
Yo, bro. Hey, look, check this. If the surface of my table isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It's flat,
Well,
man.
be flat.
Oh my god.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, cool. So,
Not
are you
fair. Somebody help
familiar?
them.
Are you familiar with star trails?
No.
Nah.
Okay, well, if you take time lapse of the star trails, it will show that they go in concentric circles around Polaris, which is the North Pole star, right? They've done this for all recorded history. So when we look up, it looks like the stars are moving around the North Pole star. You know why?
No.
Because they're moving around the North Pole star. Isn't that profound? You know what the globe Earth says? They're actually still relative to the Earth, and we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and it just looks like that.
Hmm.
So you see the two options you have here?
Yeah, I would like to ask about. I would like to ask about eclipses, though. I'm not too sure how those work.
Oh. Yeah, because if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere and is provably flat, and there's literally no evidence for any type of motion, it still has to be a ball if eclipses. So, dude, look, bro, if I walk into your house and I point up and I say, look, there's a light bulb, that must mean the ground's a light bulb. Would you think I'm crazy?
Well, no.
What?
A little bit, yeah, honestly.
Right, of course you would think I'm crazy. So, like, what's in the sky is actually not related to if the surface of the Earth is curving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we've actually measured the surface of the Earth all over the Earth, and it's not curving anywhere. And we discussed that if the surface of something isn't curving anywhere, then it is, of course, by deduction, flat. But there is something called the Selenilian eclipse, where the sun and the moon are both up above the Earth during the lunar eclipse. And this is literally impossible on the globe Earth model. It's also called the impossible eclipse. Do you know what the supposed explanation for a lunar eclipse is in your model?
Well, it would be that, just pretty much basically that. I don't know exactly how this would happen, but it would, the Earth, not the Earth, but the moon and the sun line up, and they completely, almost completely envelop each other until there's the corona. And that's
You're talking about a solar eclipse.
okay, go ahead.
So, okay, based on the globe Earth model, during a lunar eclipse, supposedly, allegedly, in this second law of thermodynamics violation, the sun's light is being blocked by the Earth, and it's casting a shadow onto the moon, right?
I don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is.
We'll get to that in a second. QE will tap in. So if the model says that the sun's light is being blocked by the globe Earth, and then it casts a shadow onto the moon, how can that be happening if the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the eclipse?
Oh,
It's real simple, right? How can the Earth be blocking the sun's light if the sun's above the Earth?
well, I think thought it was Earth's shadow in some sense.
Yeah, it's Earth's shadow because it blocks the sun.
Happen?
Good morning.
Sure.
It can't. It's a geometric impossibility. It couldn't happen.
I doubt it.
All right, let's just get to the second law. Q, are you available?
All right. Do you want me to teach the second law right here?
I just want you to briefly cover it delicately, please.
Delicately. That's a good one, man. Are you going snowflake on me?
Yes.
Be careful with that gas pressure.
All right. What does he want to know about the second law? He said he doesn't know anything about the second law. Is that correct?
Just
Yeah, he wants to know how it applies.
Well, I mean, just tell me what it is first.
You need to sleep, right, Israel? Actually, he's already tall.
Background, my man. You got background.
You stopped growing at 21. You stopped growing at...
What's your bank account number?
Blood type.
It's the funny.
All right, we got that stop.
On your credit card.
Didn't you have a question about the moon you were talking about earlier?
No, we're into the second law.
Oh.
Remember?
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
it's only been about 6 seconds.
No, just go ahead, bro.
First attention span, something bad.
Just
Ironic.
essentially the second law just states that all spontaneous processes produce an increase in entropy of the universe. That means everything goes from concentrated to dispersed all by itself, naturally, in nature.
That would be
Essentially,
like
that's the basic.
gas filling a room almost.
Hot to cold, high pressure to low.
Yeah, hot to cold, high pressure to low, energy concentrated to dispersed. Yes.
All right, so he said it'd be like gas filling a room. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Got it?
Yeah. Just it.
And how are you still breathing?
Well, I guess that would come down to my.
Been nervous.
Well, no,
It's okay.
I'm trying to
You
think
got
about
this.
it.
What allows your lungs to inhale that air?
What would be my muscles?
Okay, chill.
No,
Let
no.
QE talk to him.
Yeah, no, not down at the anatomical level. I'm saying big picture because you have gas pressure surrounded by a vacuum. That vacuum's volume is 3.58 times 10 to the 80th cubic meters. So according to the second law of thermodynamics, that volume will be filled damn near immediately and try to equilibrate with its surroundings. So on Earth, we have something around 14.7 or 760 torr gas pressure. So there's a problem there because that gas should attempt to fill the available volume, but it's not doing that. It's going against the second law of thermodynamics naturally, according to NASA. So and all the fairy tale physicists, personally, I don't think they thought about this until I bring it up to them or someone else brings it up to them. That's a standing second law of thermodynamics violation. That means either the second law of thermodynamics is false or somebody's lying. What do you think best chances are?
Well, the second law of thermodynamics has been tested extensively, I'd imagine. So I'm going with the latter on that.
Ding ding.
The latter was the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Mm.
Oh, that was the first.
Oh, the lie.
It's either the second law of dynamics is false or someone's lying.
Now it's right if you go with the latter.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, please?
No, hold up. Don't let this point go away because this point, it exactly annihilates the entire heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. It's over. Right there. So why go on to another point? Do you got something bigger than that? Go ahead. Floor is yours.
No, the floor's not yours. The floor's not yours. It was a joke.
Yeah.
Let the other guy soak this in response for a second, man. Do you get what he's breaking down to you?
Yeah.
All right, so you see, this is a big deal, right? Because the second law of thermodynamics, as you said, has been extensively tested, if you want to put it that way, more so demonstrated. It's a natural law, right? So it's just something that happens always, forever, every single time, and we documented it, right? It's just something we know to always happen. It's not a theory or anything like that. It's a natural law. So you obviously can't. Go ahead.
So there can't be a vacuum of space. They can't be. It's Narnia. Can't be. So anything associated with the vacuum of space, any type of claims associated with it, are hereby heretofore extinct.
Yeah, can I ask a question, please?
You just did.
No, go ahead.
Let's go ahead.
What? Can't we get a
okay.
follow from him? Hold on a second. This is really important. Does he follow this argument?
Yeah.
Okay, so in conclusion, the heliocentric model has just been jacked yard.
Jacked yard. Cheese and crackers.
So, I mean, like,
I want my hot dog.
I think I'm starting to get this.
I like cheese and crackers.
So I do think that, like, my boys over there got some questions. So, like,
your boys, they don't got anything against the second law.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so if any of their questions has anything to do with that area that supposedly exists, which is equivalent to Narnia, it has been decapitated, right?
Yeah.
Right. And you know, very simply, the macro here is the only way you can even propose this globe Earth model in this solar system is to say that there is in fact a vacuum. That's the only way that can even be proposed. And so since that's literally impossible, the entire model is wrong. That's why flat Earth is censored, my man.
And you say to yourself, boy, that sounds so simple. Why is that so simple and no one gets it? Yeah, that's the trick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJs spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. Thanks.
Man, I can't add anything to that, man. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, can I ask a question, please?
Smoking them.
Go ahead, ask your question, man.
Okay, I've heard that people say that that there's pressure next to the vacuum, that the atmosphere is high pressure next to the vacuum, which can't occur. But from my view, the high pressure is separated by 70 miles from the vacuum. So they're not next to the vacuum. There's 70 miles separation.
Where'd you get the gas pressure from in the first place?
Why do people say that there's atmospheric pressure next to the vacuum?
Where do you get the gas pressure in the first place? You're appealing to gas pressure gradients. We're stating that you can't have gas pressure without a container, without physical barrier.
No, my argument is, why do people say there's gas pressure next to a vacuum?
Because there is. Yeah, there is.
Well, they're separated by 70 miles. So
they're not separated by 70 miles. You can't have a gradient existing in perpetuity, right? That's impossible. And like I said, that's a red herring fallacy to the discussion. As a result, as a logical follow-on to the second law of thermodynamics, there must be a physical barrier between the vacuum of space and the gas pressure. my first question is, how do you have gas pressure without the container, without violating Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, second law of thermodynamics, and Brownian motion?
I'm not saying that. I mean, I believe in the flat Earth anyway. So,
Why do you believe it? You should know it.
Yeah, I know it anyway.
All right,
I know
good.
it. I'm just saying, people say there's pressure next to a vacuum.
Yeah, I've heard you say it
Then there
3
isn't.
times now, and I've told you.
No matter where you put the pressure, no matter even if your atmosphere goes all the way past the moon, the fact remains that you still need a container. It doesn't matter how far you pull the atmosphere out. The point is there's a vacuum waiting for it, and we want to know what it's containing. You know what I mean? So it's red herring. I agree, 100.
Why do you need a container?
Why do you need a container? Because without a container, the gases will increase in entropy and fill the available volume, which is 3.58 times 10 to the 80th cubic meters at 10 to the negative 17 torr. So my question then to you is, why isn't it sea level 10 to the negative 17 torr?
My answer to that is because you don't understand the physics.
I don't understand the physics.
You mean the model, not the
Really?
physics.
I'm not saying the model. I'm not saying the model. I'm not saying
What physics are we? Hold on. Relax.
I'm saying the actual model of how it works.
Hold on. Let's stick with his claim. I don't understand the physics. What physics are we talking about?
I'm saying that what people believe happens is genuinely okay for the physics on the Earth. But what actually happens is when we go up into the atmosphere,
dude,
at the higher that we go,
dude, wait. You said I don't understand the physics. We're not talking about people's beliefs here. What actual physics do I not understand, sir?
Yeah. Generally speaking, the physics is okay, but when you go up higher,
how does guy have a flat Earth tag, bro? Because it's hysterical, probably. My man's listen carefully, bro. Listen carefully, bro. You're talking about a gradient, a change in the pressure as you get higher, it gets less. That's cool. We're talking about how it's impossible to have any gas pressure here at all if it's next to a vacuum without a physical container.
I understand all your theories. I understand the flat Earth.
It's not a theory.
They're not theories.
Okay, they're not theories, but I have gone well up above your levels of understanding.
Oh, okay, and you're still quoting
Really? Okay,
atmosphere.
whoa. Hey, he's mine. What is the second law of thermodynamics in equation form, and then describe it?
It doesn't really matter because what happens is when you go up
do it.
There,
No. You're not red herring fallacy away. You said your understanding is greater. I want you to post the second law. Don't over fucking talk me now.
Damn.
Listen to what I'm telling you. I want you to post. You got 10 fucking seconds. I want you to post the equation for the second law of thermodynamics and then describe that equation for us right now. 10 seconds.
I'm not going to do that because I'm trying to.
You're going to go on mute then.
You don't want to know about how the reality works.
Astro, look, here's the deal. Yeah, okay. So I'll reiterate it for you. This isn't an optional thing, dude. I don't even know how you got your role or who gave it to you, but you're being incredibly disrespectful, not to mention just dumb, right? So you said you've gone way above our understanding. Well, then what QE is requesting of you is to show that you're at least at the same level of understanding that he's already broke down for everyone, since you're so far above everyone. This isn't optional. We don't want to hear you monologue about what you feel like or anything, any more personal ad homs or diversions or red herring fallacies, nothing like that. I will mute you if you start doing it again, So now you're going to oblige the request because you've dug yourself in this hole by saying you've gone way over everyone else's understanding. So prove to us that you at least have the same understanding of the basic physics that we do.
The understanding, and from now on, I'm going to keep quiet because you don't want to know. So, okay, fair enough.
Okay,
Bye-bye,
perfect.
Did you just say
dumbass.
that we don't want to learn? Is that what he just said?
That we
That
don't want to
fucker
know.
He couldn't.
We are not going to be taught by you. Sorry.
He couldn't teach the bionic woman hearing if he chained her to a fucking dump truck and drug her around the nitroglycerin plant. Clown.
Were you saving that for a perfect occasion?
No.
That was pretty darn
Around
good.
my
That was
regular
a pretty-
routine.
It's in his chamber, bro. Come on, man. You think someone just spitballs that? This man would be on tour as
man.
a comedian.
Dragging her around in a what?
He has a
Drug
list
her
and he
around
just
the
checked it
nitroglycerin
off.
plant chained to a dump truck.
He checked off his list now.
I'm like, damn. I gotta write that down, man.
Tag that name. Yeah, make a note on this guy's name. I would
Just
remember.
watch Christmas Vacation. You'll get it.
And while you're making notes, write down that 99% of the population will not understand it.
I'm gonna remember that one.
I gotta watch that one. Oh shit.
Tag that one, man.
So, to the guy we were talking about, do you have any further questions? Or you said you had your buddies here. I don't really know where we could go from here, but you know.
Are you talking to me?
Of course not. You were pretty rude, man. You're gonna need to sit on the bench for a sec. Gather your thoughts.
I'm extremely sorry to be rude. I didn't mean to be rude. I understand the flat earth. I understand all what you're going through. And
All right.
yeah.
Apology accepted. Apology accepted.
All I
So
can
just
say,
You know,
I'm
it's not
sorry.
theory though, right?
Bro, you're in a really good
Yeah,
area
I'm
right
really
now
sorry.
relative to where you were a second ago. I would say pump the brakes.
I didn't mean to. Yeah, I'm really sorry. But I mean, if you didn't want to learn stuff, I'm not trying to be.
bro.
No.
Anyway, I'm not trying to teach you anything. If you don't want to know, then you don't want to know.
Hold on. Let him give us knowledge of the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yes,
Nothing
please.
to do with the second law.
I mean, so you don't need gas pressure to have. I mean, you don't need a container to have gas pressure. I mean, that's what we were on about.
What the actual reality of where we live in has got nothing to do with the second law.
Okay, see, this is the thing. Listen. Let me break this down to save us some time. Okay, so we were discussing to this guy who thinks the Earth could be a ball why it literally could not be because the model is impossible. If you're going to then go into a realm of speculation as to what the realm is, whenever we actually can't even go up to verify the characteristics, that's a totally different conversation. Why do we have a gradient? What's up above us? There obviously isn't a vacuum. There is some type of container. What's beyond that? We don't know. What's close to it? We don't even know. What's the characteristics of the firmament, i.e. the container, whatever you want to call it? We don't know. So that's a speculative area. And when we're trying to enlighten someone as to the aspects of this conversation and how the Earth's not a magic spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum that defies physics brought to them by Jesuit priests, we're not going to get over there and start muddying the waters for them as you try to clap back, but not very elegantly, and so you're confused, or at least being confused, right? So there you go. If what you're attempting to do is expound upon a speculation as to what the true characteristics of the Earth are, that isn't what we're doing right now. We are actually showing this guy and the new guys here why they were lied to since they were like 5, shown cartoons of a ball that couldn't exist, given a little globe that says not for educational purposes on the bottom of it, then just told the word gravity over and over like it was their deity, and then brainwashed with cartoons and fake images from someone that gets $60 million a day. We're going to show them that they were lied to. The Earth is provably a geocentric stationary plane. It has to be contained. That's the only way that they could be breathing. Okay? And then we can move on later or something, and you can enlighten everyone. But don't jump in the middle of someone that's new to the conversation, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, stick to the standard physics is probably much easier to understand. Yeah, okay. I accept stick to the standard physics. It's much easier to understand. I'm sorry to interrupt. And yeah.
One thing I can guarantee is that whatever is up there on this flat Earth, it definitely adheres to the second law. So
I want to
anyway.
add to that, Astrock, that what matters is the curvature, not the spin. Now, because if it's not curving, then the spin and all these other in the model doesn't matter. So, if you just stick to curvature, you won't be confused, and you won't have to try to explain things in a model. That you won't have to guess. Go ahead. Just the curvature is all you need to focus on. If it's not
Sure,
there,
if you're going to remain in the intellectually honest ground where you admit what you don't know, you're trying to venture over. I'm trying to throw this guy a life jacket, basically. Okay, he's trying to venture over into the speculation of some of the things that we don't know or have access to verify, and he thinks he's put it together and he's going to enlighten us. But the truth is, it's purely speculation. It's intrinsically limited to speculation. And the gradient within the gas pressure adheres to the second law because it is contained. And then we have numerous other variables that play into it. So we don't need to muddy the waters for someone that's new to the conversation. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you're right as it pertains to the discussion of if the Earth is flat or not. He has a flat Earth roll. You know what I mean? That's why he needs to just chill out for a second.
Yeah.
So to the Globers that are here, do you have any other question as it pertains to how we just ripped the fairy tale of space away from you, or any other questions? Oh man, we were doing so good. In a world
where flat is curved. You see how
In a
that doesn't.
time. No, that's incorrect. In a place. No, that's incorrect. Out of the booth. I like it in here.
Where you said you had some buddies.
Where everything's a lie. That is a lie.
In a world where psychopathic incestuous losers said that you could bend concepts.
Astro.
Why, dude? Why?
What? No, why? Yeah, check this out. It's gonna be funny. Hold on, I want to hear what he was gonna enlighten us with.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna fight you, dude. I'm pretty close to Wisconsin, buddy.
No way, I'm from there.
Much from Wisconsin.
Oh.
Start with curvature then.
You're just itching to know, why, dude? I'm gonna lead with the left
I
in
don't
case
know how
you're
you
wondering.
do what I was about to do.
Even if they're a flat earther or a glober, it doesn't matter. You just bring them back to curvature, and you fix them there, right?
Well, I'm actually one of the people that don't mind speculation, but it needs to be founded, and it needs to be prefaced with "this is just speculation,"
Well, come on.
Yeah.
Don't we all get a kick out of hearing some of the outrageous things that people say though? I wanted to hear it. You guys cut them off.
Yeah, I guess that would show you that no, we don't all get a kick out of it. I think it was the delivery, dude. That was the problem.
So no one would even know about a gradient of gas pressure unless they had measured it with the assistance of a container in the first place. You wouldn't even know that there was such a thing as a gradient of gas pressure unless you could measure it. You have to have a container to have the pressure in the first place, or you wouldn't even know it. You couldn't use the word if you hadn't measured it first. So now they're claiming that something that can't exist without a container is in an open container, when they wouldn't know that it was there in the first place if there wasn't a container.
Basically, vacuums don't exist.
Not without a container.
Even in a container, a vacuum would be filled by stuff. You know,
You would need,
so vacuums can't exist. You know
to
what I
even
mean?
make
'Cause-
a vacuum, you have to have a container too. So that blows that side of it.
Yo, do you think I should add that to my thing? Like when I'm out on the mic, I say, if you can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, then we'll give you $100 cash. Sometimes we bump it up to 200. And I tell you, the first question is, how many times does the globe Earth supposedly spin every 24 hours? That's the easiest question I can come up with. If you can get that right and the next 2 questions correct, then we'll give you $100. And this is to make the point that if you think I'm crazy for not thinking the Earth is a globe, you should at least know what it supposedly is, or that's like telling me you know the Bible's real, you've just never read Genesis. Should I add like $100 to anyone that can demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, but I would put the questions in a hat so they don't have time to
$200.
Google it. Right, so they don't have time to Google it, so they just take the questions out of the hat, like something
No,
like that.
no, bro. Like I want them to know the answer to the first one.
Dude,
Okay, yeah, up to you.
You should carry around. Well, you don't. Yeah, I don't say you give them $1,000.
For that one, for that question, I'd
Well,
say
no, I can't
$1,000.
give. Oh, yeah, for the gas pressure one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no one's correcting that one. So make it incrementally higher, $1,000 if you can provide this demonstration.
All right, we've been on the verge of giving the $100 away a couple times. Like people have gotten to the third question a couple times. Like yesterday or the day before, my second question was, how far away is the sun supposedly? Right, and someone knew 93 million miles, and so then I was like, okay, what's the radius of the Earth? And they said 250 miles. So like, yeah, but so there are basic questions about the globe Earth model. Like, it's very, very possible someone wins the money. You know what I'm saying?
Well, make the third question unanswerable. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
250 miles is how far the ISS is.
No, I don't want to make the answers no, I don't want to do that. Like, I have the $100 folded up, right? It's been sitting there for weeks in every major city in the United States that we've been to, and no one gets it right. You know, like no one in the real world knows anything about the story. And that's a very valuable tool when you're trying to wake up. You're talking to like 500 people. It's very valuable where everyone has to sit back and be like, damn, no one here can go take this guy's money to answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth model, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of wakes everybody up from, holy shit, we don't know anything. Nobody knows anything. It's like, exactly.
Yeah.
Walking around thinking you know, but we don't know. Nobody knows. It's shocking. Yeah.
Because I'm like,
Yeah, that's a
dude, think
good
about
tool,
it. You're
man.
telling me,
Yeah.
you're telling me the Bible's real. We've never read Genesis, but I'm the guy that has studied all of the Bible and even in Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to know something about it. Because we run across zealots in here that hide behind anonymity. It's a lot easier for them than someone in person, you know. And the questions are always really simple, like how fast does the Earth spin? How far away is the sun? What's the diameter, or what's the radius of the Earth? What's the circumference of the Earth? What's the tilt of the Earth? These are basic, metrics of the globe Earth model, and no one knows anything about it.
Have you ever thought about teaching them the globe Earth model just so they get, they don't get confused by all that propaganda? I mean, it kind of better prepares them for the shock, right, when they go out. You ever thought about, like presenting yourself as a globe educator, right? And undercover type of thing, I think
That's not a terrible idea. That's not a terrible idea. Like sometimes, sometimes you only have like a 10-minute span or a 5-minute span where people are on the move. You know what I'm saying? But I try to integrate that in there anyway, like with the stuff like I did with that guy earlier. Like, You know, so when you see the sun move throughout the sky and it's warmer when it's directly overhead because it's local, it moves in the sky and then eventually you have a sunset, and everyone here has seen a sunset. What the globe Earth says is that it's actually sitting still and you're falling backwards 1,000 miles per hour. What the globe Earth model says is that Niagara Falls right here, that's one of the 7 great wonders on the Earth, is in fact tilted backwards going upside down. I do it that way, you know. But yeah, it's not a bad idea. I'm trying to think of ways to make the audience, you know, engage more.
Exactly. That's why I said that, because it encourages them to, you know, when you see somebody like, you know, preaching something, you're kind of like distance, right? But if you feel that, oh no, this is a you know, education. Oh yeah, I want to participate. I know, you know what I mean? Like I think it encourages engagement, but in the
I
long
think
run,
that-
it's teaching them.
I think
Go
at
ahead.
that particular location, the Niagara Falls would come out 90-degree angle from the front face and curl back on itself and then go back upstream.
Niagara rises.
That was actually a great place to be, bro. Because I'm like, so according to the globe Earth, this is going upside down. I walk over to the rail, and to be fair, I'm competing with like one of the 7 great wonders the Creator made. That's incredible, you know. But so I walk over there. I'm like, does anyone here think this waterfall is going upside down right now? You know, and it makes them think. And then I'm like, you know what I think it's doing? I think this waterfall has got water falling. You know, like really simple stuff. Because, dude, we are talking about zombies in the everyday world. Like, they don't know anything about this conversation. And so you got to find a way to engage with them. All they've ever heard is Flat Earth Society in the real world.
Gotta start simple. Triangle? Can anyone guess the shape? Hold up a triangle.
I thought about like having pictures, all these pictures from NASA up on a big poster or something, and saying like, you know, we'll give you $20 if you can pick which one of these is supposedly real. But that's not too great. But I just want something that really encourages engagement. Like when people feel like they're on the spot, even with the $100 for the basic questions, where I tell them the first question, they're like, "Oh, there's a gotcha here." Like the 2 and 3 are going to be harder, and they're embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm thinking about it. Like the sign helps a lot. People come up there, and what I found out is, once one person comes up and asks a question, then like 30 people will come over and all ask questions. It's just mob mentality, you know.
You should put up the blue marble, the one that has 8 different images, and ask them which one's real. And we know they're all official NASA CGI, but you could ask them which one's real.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, because they got 8 choices. Then after that, you can show them how the continents are so different. Like 2/3 larger. North America is like huge in one and tiny in another one.
Yeah, it'd be cool if one day you dress up as a glober, put on your mask, go out there and teach them the actual proper globe model. You know what I mean? Show them the NASA photo, and then the other day you go out there as, you know, yourself. You know what I mean? So you're teaching the proper globe Earth model, so people don't get confused by Professor Dave and his bullshit and all those people on YouTube.
Oh man,
And
you would
the
have
next
to be
day-
dragging me on the ground, bleeding from the mouth with broken
Oh,
limbs
to wear the
for me to
mask.
wear a mask.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Right. I was like, it's more of an operation than you know what I mean?
There's no
But
way.
it's an idea. It's an idea. You know, I just wanted
Without
to
the mask, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, without the mask, you know, you don't have to wear the mask. But I'm saying, like, you go out there as a globe educator, right, on the model, so that when they come here, you know, they don't even have to come here, right? By you teaching the proper globe model, maybe you can activate some of those thinking skills, and then when they hear your flat Earth guy go
It's a
out,
good
they'll
idea,
put
bro,
it together.
yeah, it's a good idea because I actually thought about this, like wearing a buttoning it all the way up my neck, like all the way to the highest button, putting my glasses on, tucking my shirt into some khakis, you know, and then I'll just because that way maybe we can get a clip that maybe could go viral somewhere. and I can like act like I'm teaching it, but it'll be the most preposterous stuff ever. Did you guys know that however many billion years ago a Mars-sized body hit the Earth? You know, you could tell the official story.
Almost sarcastic, but just good enough for people to be like, "Wait, this is the globe Earth model," but wait a minute, you know what I mean? Right?
Yeah, this
it's
sounds
like,
dumb. Is this the real story? And they'd be like, I'm just kidding. Unbutton my shirt, throw the glasses down. They're like, okay, let's get real.
Yeah.
So you get how ridiculous this is, all right? All right, take off your boom, Superman.
With
And now
humor,
time for
with
flat
humor,
Earth.
yeah, with humor and parody and sarcasm, you can actually teach people a lot because it attracts their attention, and you already have an audience. They're already listening to you anyway, so you could utilize that creatively. You could do a little skit, just like you're saying, and then come back, ta-da! Like,
Yeah, for sure. Like untuck my shirt, unbutton it. Be like, okay, that's a good idea because comedy is such a beautiful thing. It helps people hear uncomfortable truths. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, if you could make them laugh, telling them about the globe model, like there's a lot of funny stuff in there. Like when you hear it, you go, "Holy crap! I believed in that nonsense." But yeah, if you're standing in front of them, that's really pretty cool. And you're like, all these globe ideas. Even
Yeah,
people
I'm definitely
that
gonna do
believe it,
that.
they would start laughing. I bet.
Probably,
this thing, the wayward planet came and hit, then they squished together the freaking molten cores, and then just so happened to throw off a perfect sized chunk that stays perfectly orbiting without changing its.
I'd be like,
as if a sphere has ever done that ever.
did you know you're a very
I need to get some NASA memorabilia too, man.
Yeah, memes. Yeah, the memes in there. Did you know that you are a very complicated rock? What about you? Did you know that? Well, according to NASA, we are all. You know what I mean? Imagine saying that to somebody on the street. Be like, what the?
Yeah, but instead of
according
according to NASA, it's NASA has discovered. You know.
Exactly. Right. Well, according to NASA, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's got their stamp on it. Look at that. Yeah, yeah. So that's your officials telling you what's up.
I know you think the globe Earth is this beautiful cube ball, but did you know that it's actually a potato? And you bust out that potato gravity, like model.
Because I'm also looking at this from multi angles. Like I want to find a way where if you can get a 5-minute or less clip that's so hilarious that you can cut it up and then push it through the internet like TikTok and stuff, and not on my channel, somewhere else, that maybe, just maybe, it'll go viral. You know.
Hey, Austin, do you have any T-shirts or anything like that you sell?
No, not right now. I got censored on my merchandise store, so I have to make a new one.
Another idea I just had, like, you know how it's such a freaking dorky trend to wear NASA T-shirts and shit like that? When you're out there, if you have your own T-shirt, try to convince somebody to, get somebody wearing a NASA T-shirt to come over to you and try to get, make it a thing where you're trying to get somebody to trade the T-shirt. That's
a good idea. Because they're everywhere. NASA memorabilia is everywhere, dude.
Get somebody to take off the NASA shirt and put on a flat Earth one.
Yeah, I like it.
There's another black swan, that 19.62 miles platform grace. Wow.
Since I do T-shirts, I'm gonna have to design up a flatsa for flat Earth.
Hey, what do you think about Tom McDonald and what he's talking about? He's not talking about flat Earth, though, right?
No, I think that he's like me when I was 13. Like, yay.
But do you think? Because I think it's like a trend of truthers coming out, but they're not talking. I think truth is trending, but they're not talking about flat Earth. So I'm wondering, like, why
I
are these
think to
guys
guide the
blowing up?
revolution, I think to control the revolution, you have to guide it.
The diet woke, yeah, they got to have that middle ground, that diet woke, not quite woke, and then you got the sleepwalking, sleep woke.
Yep. I was like, this guy's blowing up hard, and what's this is getting censored. Like, flat Earth is a problem, man.
Maybe I should drop a Tom McDonald diss track.
Yeah, maybe I should send you these drill beats. How do you
hit
feel
me up,
about
bro.
drill, man? How do you feel about drill? You drill? You can do it? Doesn't matter. Does it?
I mean, I'll rap on a drill beat. I'm not gonna go full Chicago drill.
Nah. I don't care about that. Just as long as you got, yeah. Man. I'll send it. Yeah. I'll send you
Yeah,
one
I've
to
had a
hang
lot
up
of
now,
people
bro.
ask me to, like, because the one
Sit
song I play all
down.
the
Hey,
time, dude,
hey,
I did it on some gaming
you're
headphones.
in trouble. Look it. Look it. You're in
Wait a-
trouble.
Who's in trouble?
Yes, you are.
We're
You
all
need
in
to sit
trouble?
down. Go ahead,
Okay.
lay down. That's fine.
Well, I like sitting right now, but thanks.
Is this guy talking to a Glober?
No, he's talking to his child. He's talking to his children. There's somebody.
Yeah, no.
I sent you that beat. I'm working on this beat right now, so let me know if you want to use it. Oh,
So check it out.
Blue
Check it
pill.
out.
send me your vocals,
Blue
bro.
pill.
Send me your vocals.
Blue pill has
That's it.
no. All right, we're gonna get back to the subject. Blue pill has no rose. We're gonna see what's up with him. Hey, Blue pill. You have control of your mic.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man.
Not a problem, man. Sure. How do you find the server? How did you find the server?
I got an invite from one of the guys in the room.
What do you think of the shape of the Earth? Think it's a sphere?
No, yeah, it's flat. You know, I watched Eric Dubé's like, what is it, like 200 proofs or whatever. You know, like 2014, 2015, and I was pretty convinced from then on. I went to a flat Earth convention in North Carolina last October during like the COVID craziness. It was called
No,
Flattoberfest.
Flattoberfest. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really cool. So, you know, I'm trying to get more active and, you know, get out there. And I really respect you guys that are out there doing street activism. I think that's really cool.
All right. We ask 3 questions usually here about what are the 3 best proofs you have about the Earth being flat.
Yeah, I like the no gas pressure without a container. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. Then there's no curve measurable anywhere. And then for me, it's like the Freemason, like science, the 666 fingerprints all over it, and then the astronauts doing their little devil horns rituals, and they're all Freemasons. You know, it's just pretty obvious that it's a control mechanism like everything else. So,
Bro, that's pretty much what got me when I was like, dude, like 666 everywhere in this thing. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not natural at all. You know, it's obviously bullshit.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, gravity was discovered in 1666, bro.
Yeah, that's another one. Who was it? I think it was you that said it. I was like, wait, what? No, what?
Wasn't the Big Bang theorized by a Jesuit priest too?
Yes,
yeah, of course. And dude, and then I found out the other day on accident that the Selenilian eclipse was first recorded in 1666, supposedly. So like they know it debunks the model, so they went ahead and just said it was first recorded in 1666, like as a joke, you know?
Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Pretty funny.
It's crazy. I was telling my nephew like some stuff about airplane, like, you know, like it flies over a flat plane and stuff like that. And he was like, "Why would they lie?" I'm like, "Well, you know, money. NASA, they get, what was it, $60 million?
Yep.
You know, just the answer to everything is money. It's a money hustle.
Yeah, but the biggest one, in my opinion, bro, not to interrupt you, but that resonates because like the government takes way more money than that. Is they said that, you know, the Earth's a ball, there's no more land, you can't go here. And so like they could be hiding immense amount of land. You know, like when people think about that, they're like, whoa, yeah, of course that's a motivation to lie. Like you know, money's a good one, but like land itself.
Land and resources. The resources that are inherent in that land. Yeah, all kinds of resources.
Well, I know you guys have probably seen that old video with Admiral Byrd, and he's like, "Yeah, there's more land than the United States, and it's full of natural resources." And that was, what was that, in like World War I era or something? And we haven't really heard shit from it since. And that Antarctica treaty is like the longest running, least disputed treaty like in world history. So like everybody agrees, you know, that it's there and to keep us away from it. So it's pretty suspicious. It's kind of like you might not have evidence for some of these things, but It's in law, they kind of call that like the totality or the preponderance of evidence. Like if you're smart enough to put two and two together, you can kind of figure it out without somebody telling you.
Basically divides NPCs from normal people.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Of course, they also are hiding the creator, yeah.
Yep.
Because like if the Earth's the center of everything, it had to be placed there. There's like no other way. So like you can't even pretend that there's not a creator. There's literally no other way. One I say on the mic a lot too is it's very useful for brainwash, right? So if you're nihilistic, which means apathetic, to not care about anything, you're materialistic, you don't care about anything, it's very easy to brainwash you. And there's a psychological impact if you can't trust your senses anymore. So whenever you feel like you're not spinning, you have to blindly believe you're spinning. When you see that the earth looks flat everywhere, you have to blindly believe it's curving, it's just too big to see it. When you see the stuff in the sky moves, you have to blindly believe it's actually sitting still, but we're moving and we just can't feel it, and it just looks like that. And whenever you can't trust your senses or your observations, and you can no longer determine the difference between truth and fiction yourself, you must turn to authority to get all your information. That makes it the norm that you have to turn to an authoritative figure to get all of your info, and that's perfect for a slave state, you know?
Yep. It's like the first staff meeting of the CIA, the director said, when everything the American people believe is false, we'll have done our job, you know? For sure.
Yep.
What's it?
What up, homie?
What up? What up? Sorry, I missed you the second time around, man.
Nah, you're good, bro. I know you're busy.
How's it going?
It's going.
Yeah, I got some observations, but I'm about to get in this elevator, so I guess I gotta wait till I come back down.
All right, bro.
Yeah, so when Admiral Byrd did the Longines show, it was 1954. He was born in 1888, and he died, guess what, 1957. Guess how soon afterwards the NASA was created? The next year. The next year.
And I might have to recheck this, but my research shows they started creating Area 51, I believe, in 55. And people are like, where would they fake the moon landing? I'm like, well, how about Area 51? And the other thing I found out in my research is Canada has an Area 51 too.
Do you know the story about Area 51, how it started with L. Ron Hubbard's, Jack Parson, Walt Disney, and all those cast of wacky characters? What they were doing out in the desert?
Yeah, sickos.
Doing sex magic with L. Ron Hubbard's wife that they used to like to pass around to try to get this huge, like, something or other, you know, like conjuring up this. And then that place that they used to go to doing that was where Area 51 was created.
Oh, Rosemary's Baby.
And you could be executed if you cross a certain line and you're an American citizen and you live in that country.
Yo, let me make sure I got these years right. You said
nothing's
you
government
died-
funded. It's all funded by the taxes of the public. So technically, you people own Area 51, but you're not allowed to go there.
They're telling me. That's why I went up to the Pentagon and did a live stream. Though they said no photography permitted, and I told the cops to get their supervisors, and they had to let me stay there. So, but like, just to get the dates right, so I can like ingrain this in my memory. You said that Admiral Byrd, he went on TV in '54, died in '58, and then NASA was of course founded in '59, right?
No,
Okay,
NASA was created. NASA was created July 58. He died.
Okay.
He died in 1957. So the timeline of 1954 Longines, where he opened his big fat mouth, probably got himself in trouble. Got his hand slapped.
Right. So
And then
Operation
he had-
High Jump, mid to late '40s. Then he jumped on national television, '54. died in 57. NASA
Yep.
was founded in 58. The Antarctic
58.
Treaty was signed within a year of that.
50. Yeah, I think you're right. I think. Hold on. Let me look that up real quick. I always forget. But there's
Well,
something interesting about the timeline with all
Jack-
of that stuff.
Jack Parsons, when all that was going on, I think he was with JPL, and then they moved into NASA, so the years might be a little bit earlier.
But yeah, that's off on that. The Antarctic Treaty.
1959.
59. Yeah, 59. Yep.
December 1st, 1959. So because to the normal person, they know none of this, right? And so when they're out there and they hear me lay it out, this should be pretty eye-opening to the open mind, right? So you got Operation High Jump declassified. Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated military general, went and explored the Antarctic region on behalf of the U.S. military in the late 40s. And then he went on national television in 1954. He said that it is astonishing to me that there is an area as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources. And then he died in 1957. NASA was founded in 1958, and the Antarctic Treaty was founded and signed in 1959.
Yeah.
And then do you guys remember that BBC documentary where they showed the slide in the rocket for the astronauts? They could slide to a bunker underneath in case it was going to blow up and stuff. So they could go down the slide. They're in the bunker. The rocket takes off, lands in the water. They get in an inconspicuous vehicle, drive to Area 51 to pretend they're landing on the moon and shit. You know what I mean? Everyone
Yeah,
thinks they're in the rocket on the way there.
Yeah. Well,
They don't have to physically be in the rocket.
So check this out. So then, following the timeline on a little further, so 1962, we dismissed the arms testing ban, the treaty test ban, right, and allowed mortal enemies in the middle of the Cold War in 1962. Operation Dominic allowed U.S. and Russia at the same time to blast these bombs, whatever they are, up into the sky. Operation Dominic, which means of the Lord. 31 nuclear test explosions, blah, 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 blah. In the Pacific, let's see, from all kinds of different altitudes. So I think, personally, they were mapping what the firmament was. And thank you, Werner von Braun, helped out with those rockets from the Nazis. Couldn't have done it without you, bro.
Yeah, I'm adding all this to my presentation. So, okay, so we got Operation High Jump, 54, he talks about it, 57, he dies, 58, NASA's founded, 59, Antarctic Treaty, 62, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic. Where
And
they
then, so
basically tested
Dominic included fish. So Fishbowl was part of, I believe, so you have Fishbowl, Dominic. So Fishbowl of the Lord. Within that whole project was Starfish Prime. So starfish in the fishbowl of the Lord.
And then remember John Thor's channel, he had that footage of the capsule when they returned back from the moon, the capsule being dropped out of the military plane and splashing down in the Atlantic with the 3 astronauts on it, like, we're back.
Come out, say that last part, Sonny, what'd you say? What'd you say?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember all this.
Yeah, so we have Project Dominic, which Dominic means of the Lord, and then within that you have Fishbowl, right? Fishbowl was one of the projects, and then within all of those, Fishbowl, Starfish Prime. So you have the starfish in the fishbowl of the Lord.
Okay, so look, dude, major part that we forgot here, right? So you go 59, and then you go to 1961. JFK gives a speech and says we're going to land on the moon.
Yeah, look at that, man.
Yo, you did it in 1961, and then in 62 they started mapping out the bro.
Dude, yeah, he goes, we're going. So they started listen to all these bombs. Adobe, April 62. Aztec, April 62. Arkansas, May 62. Cuesta, May 62. Frigate Bird, May 62. Listen to all these bombs in May 62. Yukon, 62, May. Masilla, May 62. Muskegon, May 62. These are all bombs when I was just a little kid. Thanks, bro. Swordfish. There's another one. Swordfish in the fishbowl of the god, along with the freaking starfish. Encino, May 62. Swanee, May 62. Chetco, May 62. Tanana, May 62. Nambi, May 62. Alma, June 62. Truckee, June 62. Yeso, June 62. Harlem, June 62. Ricanada, June 62. Dulce, June 62. Petite, June 62. Ottawa, June 62. Bighorn, June 62. Bluestone, June 62. Sunset, July 62. Pamlico, July 62. Androscoggin, October 62. Bumping, October 62. October 62. Chama, October 62. Calamity, October 62. Housatonic.
Yo, this is so wild. Like, if someone can listen to my presentation and leave, I don't even care. Let the dead bury the dead. Yo, 61, May, right? May 61, May 25th, 1961. JFK says, we're going to go to the moon in 8 years. 62, Operation Fishbowl within Operation Dominique, which means of the Lord. So that's Fishbowl of the Lord. They sent high altitude, quote unquote, nuclear weapons all throughout the next few months. And then the 7th year after JFK's speech, the astronaut comes out and says, we'll never get there. We can't communicate within our old buildings. Hangs a lemon on the module and then explodes in a routine checking of wires. And then we miraculously are able to go all the way to the moon after not being able to get to low Earth orbit the very next year on the 8th year, like predicted after JFK was killed.
Wait, you gotta add this one in. 1968, Space Odyssey came out, right? Kubrick. 1969, we go to the moon, and Space Odyssey wins an award for best special effects, right? We go to the moon, and what do we see? The same shit we see on Space Odyssey. That's how we went to the moon.
That Space Odyssey had the cleanest looking spaceship. Now that's how a spaceship should look.
They had tablets. They had tablets. They had iPhones in it.
Totally does. Look at all the cables and freaking the ISS. Cables all over the place. Shit hanging around in your freaking space.
And I think instead of trying to trick the astronauts, why don't we just hypnotize them? Come on, I mean they're willing and able. They want to be hypnotized.
Probably working on all of that. Yeah, I'm sure.
But I mean, dude, I'm not. You gotta realize, like, you're talking to blue pill normies, bro.
right.
You need to be able to go Google everything I say. Seriously, they have to be able to Google everything I say. That's why I would say nuclear bombs. I wouldn't say Nikola Tesla said that he disintegrated quote unquote atoms with billions of volts and nothing ever happened. Now, I can't say that.
Yeah. Now you heard all those different nuclear weapons tests that I mentioned, right? You still have Anvil, Aqueduct, Arbor, Argus, Bedrock, Bowline, Buster, Jangle, Castle, Charioteer, Cornerstone, Crescent, Crossroads, Cross Tie, Dominic, including Starfish Prime, like I said, and Emery, Fishbowl, Flintlock, Fulcrum, Full Sleer, Greenhouse, Grenadier, Grommet, Guardian, Hardtack.
Right.
It goes on and on.
So Operation Paperclip started in 1945, and then Operation High Jump started in what, 45 or 46?
High Jump. Hold on. When was High Jump?
I was going to bring up the paperclip shit and how the Nazis were being smuggled into the States and all that. Yeah,
because like this is what I do, right? So a bunch of people think we have pictures of the globe Earth from space. They've all heard of the blue marble. It's the infamous default wallpaper on the first generation of the iPhone. We've all heard it, right? According to NASA's own website, you can Google it on your dumb phone yourself, nasa.gov, Robert Simmons, blue marble. It will tell you that we take high altitude pictures. We then stitch it to a flat map surface, wrap it around a sphere, bring an artist in to do an artist rendition that matches what the observer expects it to look like. This artist, Robert Simmons, is quoted saying verbatim. Of course, it's Photoshop because it has to be. So keep in mind that the only quote-unquote real picture we have are from the supposed moon missions. Now I'm going to give you guys a history lesson. And so then I will start with, there's something called Operation Paperclip, where we brought Nazi scientists over here in 1945 that ended up helping us get to the moon. And one of these guys is Werner von Braun, SS officer, in 1945. And then in 1946, we had Operation High Jump. And then I'd go from there, right? And so it brings them all the way back to the fact that supposedly the Nazi took us to the moon. At the end of it.
I don't know, it might be too intense, but you might want to add like Werner von Braun was a V2. He was in charge of a slave labor camp and I think Poland creating the V2 rockets were thousands, like 36,000 slave labor, and a lot of those people died. So he was there and watched the bodies.
Dude, I can't with a clear conscience get into the depths of World War II.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I always even say like we're gonna rock with the mainstream narrative.
Yeah.
So,
Just continue on with that.
but I feel you. My Werner von Braun talking points is, of course, he wasn't just some innocent scientist. He was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. Because talking to a normie, you just rock with the Nazi thing, dude. And so, like,
yeah, that's enough said. Mm-hmm.
Right, and then of course also on his tombstone, Psalms 19:1, the firmament, and then he also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s where the main character's title was Elon. He supposedly takes us to Mars. Because the way that I say it is that I'm like, so I guess whenever this Nazi wasn't busy trolling Americans about sending rockets to a medium that couldn't exist or mass murdering millions of people, he was also a prophet, right? And to kind of try to get some laughs, you got to try to bring some like comedic relief. It's intense for people.
Well, you could show him the picture of Disney and him together with a rocket. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, touche. I'm thinking I'm gonna bring the iPad out here. So this has been super productive so far because if you really look at all those timelines, that's when they decided that's when they made the decision. We're gonna rock out with this lie all the way. That we're officially gonna do it.
Yeah, and check it out. It even goes back further because, like, I freaking loved this UFO thing before. Like, I looked into it a lot. I knew about every secret freaking crash landing in freaking Arkansas, or like like places in Missouri and stuff like that. So they went back like all the way to 1899 in Texas, where this thing, and it sounds like a dirigible to me, but they claim that, so this is the first part of this thing that started way back then. Then you have, what's his name? Jules Vernon and H.G. Wells, War of the Worlds. Like, this was all planned for a really long time, a long, long time. So they just moved it up as the technology and the media, the ability to transmit information changed. Then they just started ramping it up as time went on. I just watched it my whole life,
And is it
That's
just
so crazy how obvious
it
is.
Is it just coincidence that Tom Cruise, Scientologist, played in the modern update of War of the Worlds?
Yeah, exactly. So wait a minute. I just remembered. 1947 high jump, Roswell, New Mexico. 47.
I might can work that in. Yeah, I might as well throw it in. I don't know.
Yeah, but see, you could do it like a loose summary of all those things, but there could be a more advanced level where there's more intricate details. This should be a freaking book, like a novel. This ought to be written down.
Or you could just go into the Nephilim.
No, yo, bro, I gotta keep it where I can remember
It's a red pill for just one red pill. Just throw
Because
it
like
in
I'm
there.
like a flat Earth robot now, and I want to like just integrate with it, I'm trying to download the
Accidentally
algorithm.
throws red pills.
I do occasionally say stuff like when I was in front of the like the Abraham Lincoln Memorial, I'm like, it's crazy that everyone's idolizing this guy like he was some freedom fighter for the end racism, and he's literally quoted as talking about how black people are beneath him and they should never integrate. But he's also on record to saying there used to be giants. What a coincidence! They trolled you and put a giant statue of him. I say stuff like that. But like to average people, they're like, dude, this dude just say there used to be giants. Like that's all they heard. All they heard. So I gotta tiptoe. It's like I don't talk about the intricacies of World War II. I just rock with the official narrative. I don't.
Yeah, that sends to set people off real quick.
Exactly. I don't tell people nuclear bombs are fake. Like they just check out.
But I think the timeline is a really good way to go about that, because you could do just a brief summary of that timeline. It's incredible. You listen to that, like it doesn't take too many times to hear that whole timeline, and you go, "Holy crap!" There was a lot going on, and if you put those pieces together, it's like this puzzle, right?
Yeah, you can't even make it up, man. Operation Paperclip 45, Operation High Jump 46. It's like right after it, bro. It's directly after it.
Yep. So right then, what was that? Project Paperclip the same year as Roswell and High Jump.
So yeah, right. So you got Operation Paperclip and 45. Damn, I'm gonna have to try to remember all this where I can say it without messing it up too. I refuse to write anything down, dude. I'll die first.
I would just go with your own instinct because I think you're good. I think you're good at collecting that information and keeping it in your head, and then when it comes out, it seems to just flow out. So I wouldn't even worry about it, man.
Yeah, I'm not. I definitely want to integrate all these because that way it really, especially even to the older generation, this will reach the older generation, right? Because they're like, wow, dude, I did not know they were doing that when I was, however old or a few years before I was alive.
Yeah, so paperclip was happening between 45 and 59, all the way through that period is when.
Yeah.
Is there a reason you don't want to write anything down? Sorry, if it's personal.
I just don't. No, it's not personal. I just don't do it. Like even with music, I just not my thing.
Like I've been teaching myself how to write and print and whatnot with my left hand for a while now, instead of just.
I thought about doing that. That's a good thing. Yeah.
And I have dyslexia, so like I've written very few letters in my life. I wrote one to my lady when I was doing time. I wrote one to my mom when I was down in Windsor. I'm gonna write one as soon as I'm done getting good at writing with my left hand to somebody that's currently in prison right now. They're getting out in 2030 though. So anyways, yeah, I think it's helping to connect both sides of my mind,
Well, yeah, it does. It just subjectively does. Like whatever hand you use lights up the other side of your brain.
Yeah, check this out in paperclip. This is incredible, man. So in paperclip,
I like diagrams. I think diagrams help people visualize things better, stick better. But everybody. My room is like a crazy person's room. I have diagrams everywhere. It's like, yeah.
So
I'm just like a real. I'm like when I come up with lyrics in my head, if I start to write the lyrics down, it literally slows my brain. It slows my brain down by like 100x. It's not even in the same ballpark, So
it stops the process, right?
It makes me overthink each thing, and it's like, dude, it was so fire just a second ago, and now I've crippled it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm like that. I haven't learned to do what you do though. Just keep going, just flow. Yeah.
I know.
Stuck in OCD world.
I only get a chance of a little blip of like a couple of lines at a time. Otherwise, it gets messed up.
How oblate is it though? That's how OCD I am, right? Like, how oblate is it though? So as oblate as a cue ball?
So, we heard these things in Paperclip that it was only like 1,000 or 1,200. Listen to this stuff. It says the primary purpose for Operation Paperclip was the U.S. military advantage in the Soviet and American Cold War and the space race in a comparable operation. Sorry, I'm reading too fast. Relocated more than 2,200 German specialists, a total of more than 6,000 people, including family members. During one night on October 20th.
Are you sure it wasn't 6 million?
Hold on. Listen, in February 45, Supreme Headquarter Allied Expeditionary Force, SHAEF, set up T-Force, or Special Sections Division, which grew to over 2,000 personnel by June. T-Force examined 5,000 German targets with a high priority on synthetic rubber and oil catalysts. New designs in armored equipment, V-2 rocket weapons, jet and rocket-propelled aircraft, naval equipment, field radio, secret writing chemicals, aero medicine research, gliders, and scientific and industrial personalities. That was not a small thing going on there.
Obviously, the Germans had better stuff than us. I mean, better scientists, better thinkers. That's why I think they brought them over, because they had the technology and the know-how. And
Yo, dude, don't make me come over there and fight you, man.
And it's a good. This is for us, the Red Pillar, the Reds, all right? Because it leads up to, because I like how we went to Cold War, right? Immediately after space, right? Star Wars, and then Reagan, and then everybody's afraid of aliens and
So I hate to be this guy. Like, guys, just help me talk through this one more time. So maybe this is how I'll learn it. I'll remember it, right? So we have 1945 Operation Paperclip. We bring Nazi scientists over here. Then we have 1946 Operation High Jump, 1954 Admiral Byrd comes on national TV, talks about the land, dies in 1957. 1958, we signed the Antarctic Treaty. 1959, NASA's founded. 1961, JFK says we're going to the moon in 8 years. 1962, Operation Fishbowl and Dominique, we start shooting missiles up. And is that it? What did I miss?
Yeah, NASA's 58, Antarctic Treaty 59.
Oh, I said that backwards.
Yeah,
And I don't know if you want to keep going, Austin. I just wanted to interject and say that before we got to the moon and Nixon took the call, Kennedy got taken out of the picture.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because he was talking about it. The military-industrial complex.
Man, I think that's all.
And
I think JFK's a psyop.
Death of the king, and the death of the king. You know, the whole.
But yeah, it's a perfect
ritual.
example of how when you're talking to normies, like I can't say, did you know JFK was a sodomite? And there's glitches in all the footage, and they didn't release the Zapruder film until 8 years or 7 years after the fact. And no, I just say it's a conspiracy theory to them alone that there wasn't a single shooter. You know what I mean? Like you have to meet them where they are, kind of. Like you have to rock with the mainstream narrative. It's wild. It almost feels dishonest.
I feel like Oswald, Harvey Oswald. I feel like I could have brainwashed. I could have hypnotized them into. I mean, because hypnotism is a real thing, and the government does it. I'm not saying you should say these the blue pills, but
JFK wasn't shot, bro.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the
That's
story
my opinion.
is.
My opinion is he wasn't even killed.
Yeah,
that's just my opinion.
Right. I don't doubt that. Yeah,
because his longtime best friend from high school was Lim, who was openly gay. He moved him into the White House, and then Lim is the name of the lunar module. He was the first Jesuit president, open to be Jesuit president. He looks a lot like somebody else, right? And then you look at the different images. There's like a different vehicle. The autopsies is just a complete oh man, that's a rabbit hole in and of itself. So like
a deep one. Yeah, that's a very that whole JFK thing is a really huge open abyss. That's a hard one to get through.
It's the ritual. It's the ritual that to shock the world. It's like to me, it's like 9/11. You know, it's the trauma.
Yeah. I think it's subconscious brainwashing. It's like, do you hear this guy that just called out the elite? This is what happens to you when you buck the system.
How about McAfee?
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the modern day version.
Yeah.
Like I think that's all a psyop too.
What do we really know? Like Marilyn could have been a fake too. I mean, that whole thing.
I think Marilyn's story was a fake so that you would not notice that he was gay. Now he's so not gay. He can't even just sleep with his wife. He's sleeping with other women.
Yeah.
I don't know. They go all ways, you know, like in their little groups. So there's no telling. But it's really weird.
Yeah, that's probably all subterfuge to cloud the waters to make you not realize what was going on. It's always been going on in those circles. They have a long incestuous relationship with Hollywood, DC, all of that.
You know, some info I came across recently is that what these quote unquote elite bloodlines do is they all wear masks, literally, and they have these giant orgies so that they can't tell for sure who impregnated who, so that they won't eat their own because you could potentially be killing one of your own immediate family. How insane is that?
That's really sick, man.
Yeah.
Look at that, the Hollywood land, like Holly. It's all esoteric stuff, man.
Yeah, Hollywood used to be used for female masturbation, which is where the broomstick comes from for witches. It's all sexual degeneracy, bro.
Yeah. Rebellion.
Oh yeah. Whatever the Torah says, dude, they're gonna do the opposite.
Yeah. And make it look like they're doing good. advance the human race.
Have you guys ever seen the video of Megan Fox saying she's a dude?
Yeah. She said that
Bro.
here in the
She's
city I live in
serious?
at the Comic-Con. She was right here in San Diego when
She literally said, "I'm a tranny, I'm a dude."
Yeah. Is she serious though, right?
Yeah,
I was
she's
like,
serious. Look at her
"Yeah,
hands, bro. They're huge.
Probably.
Right?
Yeah, they got a.
Doesn't Megan Fox have toe thumbs?
Have what?
Her thumbs look like toes. Like big
Man,
toes.
when you start seeing that, you see it in all these programs, man. I'm not saying like I used to think, okay, it was like 90%. I'm like that may be a little bit steep, but I would say probably there's a lot of these
Yo, it's a
actresses
ton. No,
you
it's a
think are
ton, dude.
females, and I know it bursts people's bubble and shit. I don't care. I fucking seen it myself. Like you wouldn't believe it, man. That is a whole generational freaking thing, man.
Bunch of
Well,
weirdos,
if you understand their ideology, then you know why they do it. It's
Exactly.
because you have to transcend duality. This means light and dark, good and bad, male and female. The Baphomet represents this. The Matrix was representing this. That's why Neo. That's what Neo and Trinity represent. You have to, and that's why when they've got through making the movie, they came out as transgender. That's why all of these like famous people's children are now, you know, cross-dressing at a young age. And they look at it, they're so twisted and deluded, they look at it like they're giving their children a heads up, like a head start. Right. So like when you start to realize that this is actually a very deep Luciferian ideal, then it makes a lot of sense. I mean,
Yeah, and it all has to do with damaging the human spirit and damaging human beings and making them sterile. It's a whole get rid of human beings. Human beings are the problems. Is you know like you are useless eaters. You know, so that whole thing. So there's a targeted population, just like it was in the '80s with that big fake, another freaking fake disease, politically created, just like we have now. You know, it's all a big lie to target certain groups, kill them off. And the people that are being killed off are going, yay, we have a hero.
yeah, you just wait till the fall, man.
Do you mean autumn or do you mean?
Yes, like autumn.
Autumn.
This year. The long winter.
Yeah, they're gonna try something out. Yeah, they're gonna try to.
Oh, they've already done it. They've already done it. We have literally witnessed mass genocide, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But like,
yeah, me too.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, man.
Up here, no, you're not. I wish you were. What's it up here in Canada, or Austin? Sorry, up here in Canada, they just found the mass grave at that one residential school, and then they found another. They knew they were there, but they were unmarked. 751 or 752 unmarked Indigenous graves next to a marked graveyard, like where Canadians were buried. You know.
Well,
Not
let's
saying,
just say that
not saying the Aboriginals aren't Canadians. I'm just saying they had like the residential school people buried without marking them. You know.
Yeah, let's just say that those mass disposable graves may be making a little more sense here soon.
Breaks my heart, gentlemen.
Bring back
Yeah, and then if
Nuremberg trials. Bring back Nuremberg.
dude, in this current psyop, it violates every single one of the 10 codes. Every single one of them. There's an awesome Greg Reese video about it. It's only on BitChute, of course, but look up Greg Reese. You know, type in the infamous word we can't say, and you'll find it. It's insane, bro. It's really kind of wild what's going on, to be honest. But you know. And then think about this. What's the percentage they say they have to reach? 70%. Well, whenever we truthers like Dave Weiss came across a while back, this website that predicts the world's populations, and for America, it predicts 100 million in 2025. Well, that's roughly 70% lower than it currently is, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Just a coincidence, probably.
No surprise.
It's the third.
Oh my lord, gentlemen. Oh.
No, trust me. I hope nothing more than I'm wrong. But like, when you start reading the Georgia Guidestones and you start reading their literature, right? Like, it doesn't just say maintain human population under 500 million. It says guide reproduction wisely. Like, this is their way of beginning that, because it's like this weeds out the lower, the way they would say it, the lower IQ people. And it's not just literal IQ the way we think, like the lower intellect people that have chosen to do this or fall for it, they shouldn't be allowed to add to the gene pool. That's how I look at it. So this is a way to get them to handle themselves,
So in a way, those who are smarter are unintentionally elites.
Yeah,
I
the
don't
new
know.
world order will be for you.
I don't know if this is true, but I saw a video. It's called Fundamental VAC. You know that they were trying to administer to the people in the Middle East. You know, back then, it's to get rid of. They call it the religious gene, right? So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you don't, IQ. I think that's what IQ means, right?
The Luciferus.
People that can't be controlled. People that
Well,
speak
yeah,
up
people you
against
don't
the
think, yeah, but most of them will still be controlled, man. That's the whole trick, right? You get rid of those that are just goners, that believe everything, listen to everything. Then you have the other people that are at least enlightened, quote unquote, enough to not do that. And then you swoop in via the Hegelian dialectic with the final trick, which is peace, prosperity. We're all gods. This is all about love. There's no more debt. Here you go. This is when
Unity.
you get the New World Order. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna be left for that shit.
Yeah, that's when
I
you have
never.
to. That's when you have to stand tall for the creator and specifically the true creator, and say, "You can kick rocks, buddy."
Yeah.
And when
I
they
never
say,
believed the.
"Look over here, look over," the Christ is over here. Come over here. Look over here. Do not listen to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I tell my son every day, like, when you hear something, you come talk to me. All right. Don't think about it when you hear them. Like anti my belief. Yeah. I teach him about Jesus, man. No Christmas.
Yeah, I think they may even use that name, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. He uses Yeshua now. I'm so proud of it.
That's what's up, bro.
And it's like, yes, now I gotta stop talking to these blue pills, so I don't have to keep using it.
Yeah, like I don't have it. It's whatever. I get that, but like I just saying, I think that they're gonna try to use that name.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like for the fact that there's a secret society of Jesus, that's the most evil group of people ever. That should tell you a lot,
Exactly. I was like, the secret society of Jesus. Society of Jesus. I was like, what's up with this name?
Yeah, it's like the anti-fascists and the anti-racists. You put anti in the name, or
Well, you know that there's, of course, in the based on the Talmudic interpretation, Jesus comes from Yeshu, meaning may his name and remembrance be blotted out. So the secret society of blotting out his name. And so then what does Antichrist mean? That's imitation of Christ. So if a figure comes and says that name or absorbs that name or at least imitates the true Messiah, right? That would be the final attempt to blot out the memory of the real Messiah by replacing it. And that's, of course, what Antichrist means. They are setting up the world for a Messiah.
Yep. And it's the blue-eyed, blonde-haired Messiah with the halo on the photos, right? I'm like,
yep.
Well, I don't know who that guy is, but
with statues built of him all over, like the incredibly tall statue in Brazil. And there was an apocryphal text removed that says that the image of the Antichrist will be circulated throughout the entire world before he reveals himself. Well, what image has everyone seen?
Mm-hmm. Catholic Church.
You see why they're so cocky and arrogant. They have a plan that is insane. Like that, they think there's no way you're gonna fall for it. Like they know there are some that will in fact be led by the Spirit that won't fall for it, and then all their efforts will be focused on getting them. And that's when you have to be right with the Creator, because you have to be willing to go as far as decapitation. Frankly.
Yeah. pluck out my
Yeah,
fingernails.
if I go there, I want them to put me on my back so I can see the blade coming.
Hey, your decision is either get decapitated or live forever.
Or tortured till you get the. You know what I think about?
They're
I
gonna
think
tell you
about
can live
torture.
forever.
Man. It's bad. Yeah.
They're gonna tell you that you can live forever, man. They're gonna tell you. This is my opinion. I'm speculating, man. But like, they can reverse cell degradation. You can at least live 300 years or whatever. There's no more aging. There's no more illness. You can defy death. Now, everyone needs to really be honest, not just saying it to me on Discord, right? Like, can you turn down not aging anymore?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't think
I thought about it. Yeah.
quote unquote.
I might take it, bro.
I
See,
have
someone's
thought
being
about the
honest.
question. Yeah, very long, and I might answer. Right. And the answer.
Your name?
When you say that, though, can I still be killed? Can people shoot me in the head and I die? Because
No, people will long for death and it'll flee them.
yeah, no. Yeah.
Starting to make a lot of sense now, huh?
Yeah.
I'll pass on
Well,
that.
you know, after 40 years on Earth, I do feel like, I don't really feel like being here anymore, not with all the crazy shit. So it would be the worst decision ever to
Right, but that's not the
prolong.
same. That's not like, bro, technically, to not be too morbid here, you can go jump off a bridge. Like, it says they will long for death, but it will flee them. Right? So, like, you can't
Yeah.
just go jump off a bridge, bro.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I
what's
mean.
going on? What, like, this is
I
weird.
was gonna go to my comedic bit earlier that like because they talk about longevity and people being able to live for 1,000 years in the future if they can accomplish this, and I was like, imagine suicide in the future. He was so young, 643 years old. Like, when's enough of the daily grind here? Like paying
But yeah, the
bills.
crazy part is that it says that you don't get to do that.
Don't get to do what?
You can't commit suicide.
No, I know, but I was being like joking about people living for 1,000 years and some people not wanting to be around that long.
Right, but like, just think about what most people put their importance in. Some people actually think there's no creator. They actually think that makes sense. Like, if they tell you you can have you can experience something that feels like you're having sex with the most beautiful female in the world, and you literally can't tell the difference. You can do it all the time. You don't age anymore. There's no more poverty. You can telepathically communicate. Dude, people are gonna fall like flies, bro.
Yeah.
But
no,
technically
I'm
they're
not
not
saying-
people anymore, right? Like
AI
technically,
hive
yeah.
Well, once they take it, yeah.
Yeah.
Where do
like,
I sign up for that?
The mark of the beast.
Hey, we found one.
Hey,
Like,
hey, Witsit. What question? Which apocryphal book was that statement you made?
I don't know. I have to find it.
No. Yeah, I have a copy I bought of the Lost Books of the Bible. It has some of the apocryphal texts in there. In here, it's pretty cool. Interesting stuff.
Get the Sefer.
I had the revelation about the Armageddon's fire when I was in prison.
Get the Sefer.
And
the Sefer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think all scriptures can be. If you read scriptures, the Bible, anyone who mentions the Bible should recognize that the Bible is about the Son of God coming to redeem us. If that's not what you're seeing or following in the Bible, you can be misled easily, into any kind of other cosmology, because that's what this book is about. That's why I try to tell people it's about this God's Son.
It was a very long way to get to the Son of Man. When I read the Bible.
Right.
Yeah, but like he's prophesied like hundreds of times in the first half
of the Bible, the Old Testament, is
Even
very
in Enoch.
hard. I was judging myself. I was like, I don't deserve anything. I should be burned.
But here's the crazy part, right? Here's the crazy part. I just gotta speak the truth. That's the way it is. Like Yeshua said, "Do not think I came to abolish, but rather to fulfill the law. For not one jot or tittle shall pass until heaven and earth pass away." Okay, so it's not that works earns it or any nonsense like that, any strawman like that. But that code has not gone anywhere. It's still the code. It's the code until heaven and earth pass away. Well, Earth's still here, bro. So he said it in such a way that it literally can't be misconstrued. Do not even think this, for none of it will pass away until heaven and earth have passed away, right? So like, that's the biggest trick right there, because no, it's in on my heart now. I make it up. That's an antichrist doctrine. The word became flesh. Okay, so you aren't the word. You don't have the list of what it is. That's you imitating the word that became flesh. That's a dangerous game to play, right? So that's where I'm at. But I also do know there's forgiveness and ignorance and stuff like this. But I would just encourage people to like just kind of continue to grow and relook at that first half. We've basically been brainwashed by the Zionists typically to just throw that part of it out. No, and even like the people that like the Talmudic interpretation stuff, they know not to change the Torah at all. They just, that's why they wrote the Talmud, bro, was because they say read that before you read the Torah, because they know they can't change the Torah. So what they've done is they've written the Talmud's supposed to help you interpret the Torah before you read it, right? That's their little get around.
Yeah.
It's the most powerful
Just like the Catholic
compilation.
Church.
Yes.
Yeah, just like the Catholic Church does. They don't let you read the Bible. They give you their interpretation of it.
Oh,
Yep.
I've been in Germany and I saw they don't have the Bible. They have a book which there are many songs in it, Nothing like stories from the Bible or
Dude, Germany is has huge Roman Catholic influence.
yes. He's full Catholic.
Crazy stuff. Of course, that is where you would track a modern day Assyrian, and guess where Trump is from? Guess where Trump's lineage tracks back to?
Where?
Modern day Germany, which would be Assyrian. So the son of perdition is Assyrian. I'm not saying I know he is, but that dude is definitely someone to keep an eye on.
Didn't he go to like a Jesuit school? I forget what school it was, but
yeah, Jesuit University. Yeah. I could talk about Trump for hours. Trump literally means little horn, which is what the Antichrist is called, because trumpet, a smaller version of it was called a trump. You got Trump pence, which makes trumpet. He was printed on the Zionist coins, and that he instructed us, compared to Cyrus, who instructed them to build a temple. Well, they're trying to rebuild a third temple, Solomon's temple, which ultimately the son of perdition will sit within and claim himself to be the creator. And then, of course, on that coin printed by the Zionists, which beware of those in who claim to be, but are in fact the synagogue of Satan, right? It says anointed. Anointed in Hebrew is Moshiach, which is, of course, Messiah. And then on the 66th floor of the Trump Towers, all Apollo worship. That is the sun god, which, of course, they are sun worshippers, thinking it's enlightenment. They will basically bring out sun worship back into the open. He looked up into the sky and said, I am the chosen one, on the same day that he retweeted, the Jews love Trump like the second coming of Christ, like he is the king of the Jews. You can't. He spearheaded Operation Warp Speed. Like, it just doesn't end.
And he recognized Jerusalem.
Jerusalem. Yes, he moved the embassy to Jerusalem.
Yeah,
bro.
Now imagine if he, quote, takes down the deep state with all his Q bullshit, and then so many people believe, like, oh shit, he's the savior, he saved us. If they add a bunch more bullshit to make it even more like spiritual, or add all their like, oh, we've got a quantum computer and all this fucking shit.
He'll have to take a final form, right? He'll be possessed by the Luciferian spirit, if you want to call it that. He'll have to take a final form. Maybe it is quantum computing, artificial intelligence, or whatever. He'll have to come back. There are many reasons why he had to leave, though. Like, for one, he printed trillions of dollars, so like the dollar's going to collapse. But Trump couldn't be in office while the prices went up, because everyone would be like, "What? You suck. You're not. What do you?" So now everyone's blaming it on Biden. Dude. Biden's second too, of course, but Biden's not the reason the gas prices are going up. Trump's the one that printed trillions of dollars, bro. Like, that's why the gas prices are going up. It takes a little bit. It's called a bubble. It builds up and then it comes down. That's what a bubble is.
Dude, check this out, man. Right when you were talking about Trump, my finger landed on this very thing. I got to read this, man. It's from Command 7. It says, thus, therefore, is the Spirit of God. No, that's not it. No, 9. Command 7, verse 9. Hear now, concerning that earthly spirit which is empty and foolish and without virtue. And first of all, the man who is supposed to have the spirit, whereas he hath it not in reality, exalteth himself and desires to have the first seat, and is wicked and full of words. Whoa.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. And that's insane. And he's good with his words, bro. And that's what we're told. He's good with his words. And people are like, no, he can't be the Antichrist. The left hates him. No, worship means to
He's
be
got.
obsessed with. The left's
Oh, it goes
obsessed
on.
with Trump.
Oh, wait, it
He
goes on.
has the best words, right? The
Wait,
best
it goes
words.
on.
Keep
Hold
going.
on. Hold on, listen. And 10, and spends his time in pleasure and in all manner of voluptuousness, and receives the reward of his divinations, which if he receives not, he does not divine. Should the Spirit of God receive reward and divine, it doth not become a prophet of God so to do.
Yeah, of course, divination, like to define something, like basically what we would call intuition in a way. Like it's a mental capacity of the subconscious to divine something, which is where it gets really interesting when you look at the Hebrew of Genesis, right? Because the word is like to define or intuition, and they translate it to hiss and say a serpent. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty wild. Pretty wild.
I have an interpretation of divination for today's times. It's data collection, because when I look back, how were spirits able to know what could be in the future, right? Well, by knowing the past, by having the data. So when I think about simulation and the globe model, right, that's what it feels like. You know, they collect the data and then they divine the future. They predict the future, manipulate human behavior. Is this not divination, technology, witchcraft?
Yeah.
We look
I think
into
they
these
like
phones,
the
black mirrors.
They often use the word data instead of collection of facts. Whenever they mean they have a collection of facts, they use the word data.
Right.
We have data. Our data shows.
Yeah, I think they like to plant shit too. Like at a certain point in time, then later on, they try and match shit up to their prophecies and shit, just so that way, just like they used to do with eclipses and stuff, to show like they had mystical powers. Like, oh look, we can do this. So they try and bring their shit into reality and match shit up that way. So that way, like I think with Trump, they had I forget what book it was, but with Baron Trump and Time Traveler and all that other shit. It's
And
like
Trump is marvelous. His marvelous adventures to the Middle Earth, and then the
yeah.
same author wrote another book where there's a final president. It's called Final President, and then they go and riot on Fifth Avenue in New York City. This is in the late 1800s, and then in the book, and when he appoints to his cabinet, his name is Pence, and in the book, Pence betrays him, just like happens. You
I
know.
have that. I have that. The Last President. I bought that book. I have
And
that little.
they already plant people in like with fake names and shit. So it's like it's an outsider, like you're not expecting it. When you start actually looking back, you're like, oh shit, this they must have a time machine or they must have a quantum computer. And so that way they will, I mean, they'll be able to get a lot of people when stuff like starts looking like it's coming true, like that all those things line up. But I think it's just another trick, like you were saying. It's to trick people into thinking that like this is the good guy here and we're but
Yep.
it's not going to be the good guy.
And when the scriptures talk about false prophets, like it doesn't just say like if they make a prophecy it doesn't come true. Like that's one of them, but it also says sometimes they can make prophecies, and that if they don't align with the word, the law, the Torah, which is actually more accurately translated to instructions, then that is how you know. So it's telling you, implicitly that false prophets can make prophecies that are accurate. Like the scriptures say that. So imagine when he comes back, the economy collapses, everyone blames it on Biden. Trump comes back, he removes our debt, a jubilees of sort. It'll all be imitation of Christ, imitation of the Word that became flesh. There's a jubilees, right? So he'll do a jubilees where he resets everyone's debt, He'll come in and supposedly get the pedophiles. He'll out the current government. He'll out the CIA, the FBI. He'll out the media. He'll come in as the hero. They're already building statues of him.
Yeah, you know how many people were like all the censorship and everyone feeling like the world's spiraling down, there's no hope and all this. And then all these like Epstein shit just got swept under the rug. Now here comes the hero. Imagine if he really does. He executes all the pedophiles, and they have live tribunals, and all the shit comes true. Like that would draw massive amounts of people. They're already wanting him to cross the Rubicon and just do a military junta. And there's people who are like all over the world. They're like, I'm from so and so, and Trump is my president. Like they're already asking him to be the president there.
Yeah, and he's the only to give an international decree of religious freedom. So, like, since when does a U.S. president give a decree for the whole world? Like, he gave a religious freedom decree for the entire world, an international religious freedom decree. So, the writing's all over the walls, bro. Of course, it also says he'll be like a lion with the wings of an eagle, and that's literally Trump's logo, a lion with eagle wings behind it.
Yeah. We need a worldwide president.
Cause they got almost an open. It's like an open secret now. If everyone is wanting the all the Hollywood and political pedophiles, like it's like, all right, we know all these fuckers are sick. Like, who's gonna stop them? There's nobody. They're just fucking. Nothing's happening.
And that's something everyone can agree on, right? Like left and right, they would agree on that.
Yeah.
Like, and it says that he'll appear to suffer a mortal head wound. Well, Nimrod was beheaded. So if like the Nimrod spirit basically possesses Trump, that would fulfill it. But of course, also with a vote of an election, you have a head count effectively. It looked like he suffered a mortal head wound, as in he was removed from power. It looked like it appears that he was removed from power. And then you look into the Insurrection Act and how there can't be a transition of power in time of insurrection. He signed the Insurrection Act. Objectively, he signed the Insurrection Act before he left office. And then you start looking at Biden glitching out and all this crazy stuff. And I don't talk about it a lot because it adds to the QAnon nonsense. And people just eat it up and they're like, oh my God, and then some people get mad at me. They're like, you're a Q. No. I'm trying to expose potentially the biggest deception the world's ever seen before it happens.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? And so he appears to suffer a mortal head wound. That's what it says. He appears to. So people have always said, the modern church has always said, oh, like Obama's going to get sniped and come back. No, he appeared to suffer a mortal head wound, but he comes back to power. And if Trump is in fact the Antichrist, he'll have to go reign over the world from Jerusalem, which is why he moved the embassy there. Of course, the Antichrist will be in charge of the epic Middle Eastern peace deal. Well, guess who was in charge of spearheading this Middle Eastern peace deal? Trump. That's still in the works. And now there's a tension rising. So we'll have to come in and actually finalize the peace deal. And then the 10 kings will hand their power over to him. In the time of national security, you're broken up into different sections within the United States, and there's a council of 10 governors. Well, they could hand it over, or these quote unquote aliens present themselves. Of course, there were 10 leaders, 10 chiefs to the watchers. There were 10 of them. If they represent themselves once they've been removed from bondage, as Enoch says will happen, which is, of course, for end time generation, so people will come to and fro and knowledge will increase. And so if these things come and they say, look, we've been watching, Trump wanted to tell you about us. I don't know if they go with the aliens from space or aliens from water, aliens from whatever land. Trump wanted to tell you the true nature of the earth. Trump wanted to tell you that we were here. We told him that you guys weren't ready yet. We've chosen him as the human representative to spearhead y'all into the next spiritual step to peace and prosperity, world peace. Trump's the one guy that can get you there. If they turn their power over to him, it fulfills it.
Yeah, I got a question. I heard, I think it was Elon Musk or somebody was talking about AI, and they said that AI is going to be more of it would be more like an alien. Those were the words. So I think it might be coming from AI. What do you think? I mean, this idea
I think it's a combination. I think that the actual metaphysical entities present themselves, and then AI is one of the huge technological advancements they show us to attain immortality and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
I think they come out of the oceans, dude. Like I think a lot of them do. Like, have you ever heard of like Neptune? Like I was in Washington D.C. not long ago, and in front of the National Library, um, is of course a Neptune statue, right? So like people think it's all like just fairy tales. I don't think so. And then what does DC stand for? I speculate it could stand for Divine Council. And of course you have America was founded with 13 colonies. Nimrod was dismembered into 14 pieces, but they didn't find his penis. They just found 13 pieces. So we had 13 founding colonies. In the capital of the United States, you have the gigantic phallic symbol that's 555 feet 5 inches, which is 6,666 inches. We of course know it's symbolic of Nimrod's phallus, right? Which ISIS supposedly couldn't find, and then replicated with gold to impregnate herself. And so if this could be maybe the headquarters of where they run this section of the world order, because when there was Babylon, it was all over the world. That's why there are pyramids built the same all over the world, because it just shows that you're part of the one world order. And so they have that set up with a supreme courts, right? They have all these buildings set up to run an order, a governmental structure, and now it's shut down. We were there. You can't get up to the White House. You can't get up to the Capitol building. You can't get up to the library. It's all shut down. And there's statues of all these pagan gods everywhere. There's also statues of all kinds of masons and men, but these things will come and say, look, you built statues of mere mortals thinking that we were fairy tales. Rip them down, and then it's always been absurd to think someone would worship a statue. Well, if these creatures are real but not always present, how would you worship them when they're not there? You'd worship them through a representation of them with a statue. And these are very intricately built statues, bro. I just saw them in person, and they're all over the place. And they have Neptune there. They have every single like Roman god you can think of. They have naked babies everywhere. That city is a little bit deeper than we may know. And of course, then you get into the Tartarian thing, how they build these buildings. How old really are they? Was that used to be used for rain back in the day? Why did they select the United States? Half of the buildings they go underground. Like there are windows that are halfway above the ground, as if there was giant layers of soil that were there, like a mud flood maybe. And they all have the dome, which is for resonance, right? And the cathedral, cathode, atmospheric energy. Like we're getting into some serious gravy right here. But they replicate the dome not just to show that the Earth has a dome, but because it's the most energy efficient way. Because the geometry itself harnesses energy, because the Earth is a perfect, efficient battery, and so they've imitated it with the structures themselves. So it gets really crazy.
Let me add to that. I'm Samoan, and I was studying architecture because cyclones and hurricanes are always hitting us. But the Samoan houses, I did some research into it. It goes all the way back to the gods. Like Tangaloa is the god. He held a meeting and decided we're trying to figure out how we're going to build the roof to these houses. And then days went by, and then finally the god Tangaloa was like, "All right, this is how we're going to design the roof." And these are the words. We're going to design it after the sky, like a dome. And that blew my mind. I thought, this could be very useful, but I thought I'd throw it in there. Polynesians, this is how we build our houses. And they're they're the most, like, hurricanes, it's built for hurricanes. It can withstand hurricanes because of the way it's built. Short poles, but a very big dome-like roof. Hurricanes won't knock that down. We
pretty
build
obvious
houses today with
we
brick.
were.
Can I just ask, because tonight's convo is so amazing, but Ghost Cities of China, I just wanted to throw that in. We can touch on it whenever.
Yeah,
That's interesting. I don't know. I think it might be propped up to fake the number of the supposed world population a little further. I don't buy the world population. And then maybe they house people there. I don't know.
What do you reckon these buildings were before? You like you were saying, that's probably why they chose America. Like, what do you reckon these buildings were before?
They were used for atmospheric energy within what people call the ether, but would be accurately defined as Hashamayim, the unseen existences, which is mistranslated to just the word heaven and told that it's up above you. It's all around you, but it does extend up. Anyway, you harness energy from there and the water and the air and everything, frequency, vibration, resonance. That's how you have endless energy. And so they had a one world civilization, including here on this continent. And these buildings were built intricately with advanced technology all over the earth, and this is how they harnessed a perpetual electric grid. And they're certainly not built by people in wagons. So that's I would say for energy purposes and for the one world civilization that used to exist.
But they destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back. They're never gonna bring it back.
But basically, they found the technology and then covered it up. Is that?
But they didn't destroy it. They didn't destroy it. It's still there, and they didn't actually just they let some people find it. It's like when you see pictures of this thing from back in the day, it's like the buildings are there, they're beautiful, they're intact. Parts at the bottom are covered up with mud, but there are no roads. There's supposedly a population of 250,000 people, but there's no humans in any of the pictures. They're just training in tons of orphans. It's like they repopulated it, hid the true history, made up the story. They knew 100 years later no one would know. And it's pretty crazy. I think there was an advanced civilization, bro, and they practically rushed in a new population. Like we just now went to Buffalo, New York, and you go down to City Hall, and it's an incredibly beautiful building that looks like it could be a building that was built a long time ago, right? And then you look at modern buildings beside it, and they look dumb. They look stupid. They literally look dumb.
They act dumb too. Like,
yeah, you're like, wait, this is the modern one? This sucks. It's crazy, bro.
It's not hempcrete. Why not? Like, I don't get it. Like, hempcrete is like way better. It gets stronger over time.
Metal and glass straight up, and then you look over, it's like the most beautiful art you've ever seen. You know?
Yeah, modern art, right? Cubism. Just a bunch of cubes.
Same thing whenever we went to Philadelphia to the infamous Rocky Steps at the Museum of Art, and dude, that wasn't built with horses and buggies, and dude, all over it and all over all these places, just like City Hall in Buffalo, hybrids, gods everywhere. Like at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, there's actually a statue out front of a dude like having sex with an eagle. And there's literally, dude, having sex with an eagle, and there's an egg underneath them. And then you look up to the right, and up on top of the building to the right, it's all kinds of hybrids, like centaurs, all kinds of crazy stuff. And so, yeah, bro, I think that we would be amazed at what was here very recently. And of course, that is how you could deceive everyone, is to make sure they didn't know it used to be here. So if they see it again, they'll have nothing to go off of, right?
Yep. He who controls the past controls. He who controls the present controls the past. He who controls the past controls the future. Yeah, I think I read that somewhere.
And like everyone, like
elites said that.
They write shit in a book, and people just take it as gospel. So it's like, yeah, that's history, man. Read a book, but like they can just write whatever the fuck they want in there.
Then they told us they were
You also heard it. You just quoted Rage Against the Machine.
Oh yeah, accurate.
Dark Ages, like that adds like 500 years or so, and then you look at the anthropological evidence of the Exodus, because the scriptures are the most historically accurate compilation that exists. Like, dude, most atheist historians agree on that. It's just pretty objective. But so it describes the Exodus, and then there's tons of anthropological evidence of it. Tons of it. Like Semitic civilization was in the Egyptian area and left quickly. All kinds of like physical evidence, right? But they always find it. They say, "Oh, well, this can't be the Exodus because it's the wrong timeline. We know that supposedly happened under Ramses. That's no, it isn't real." They added like 500 years there, so that's like 1,000 years in just the last 2,000 years that have been added that weren't there. If we look back, I bet you that you would be amazed how recently some of this stuff we're discussing.
All of this happened. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what part of America is in the Bible, because I believe that some of what they're talking about was actually in North America. Some of the place, I'm trying to track that down. So if you get any clues,
there's actually even evidence for there's evidence for that too. I would as to what stories, I don't know. I haven't looked into that. But even the native tribes, they had like the quote unquote commandments. They had them chiseled into stone, dude.
Proto-Hebrew in Cherokee, yes.
Yep.
And a lot of other tribes. that were here. They have that's like pre-Hebrew.
Yeah, and the story is that they were primitive and had no way of ever getting this information from the Eastern world, and yet they had the exact same. And of course, they call him like the Father Spirit, which is or the Great Spirit, whatever they call them is one of the part of the terminology used in the scriptures to refer to the Father. So like, we've been lied to about everything. That's what I know.
Yeah. So they lied about the Phoenicians having transatlantic travel. Which why would the Phoenicians admit they're the ones? The Phoenicians are the ones that were doing it. They lied about that they were able to travel back and forth. There were these multicultural places all over Earth, right?
Yep. And of course, the elite think they track back to the Phoenicians. Their bloodline tracks back to the Phoenicians.
Yeah. Yep.
But
and if you look back at it, like the Britons came from Troy, they were Trojans. Like Brutus went to Britain, and they're supposed to be the people of they're Jewish people. They came from that area.
Of course, just to say this real fast, Jewish mean like to be a Jew. Well, for one, of course, it's inwardly, and not everyone from Israel is of Israel, but there's a misnomer. Like if you're like a Hebrew tribe, that's Jew. Like Jew came from Judah, the tribe of Judah. There were 12 tribes, but the tribe of Judah is a Jew, right? Like it's not any of the Hebrew tribes. So they've muddied the whole thing, bro, so that we can't tell what's going on.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting stuff, man.
Which is why that's the most evidence for Yahuwah as opposed to Yehovah, because it's Yahudah to say Judah, right? So I don't know. Side notes there, but that's the most attacked thing ever is the true name of the Creator, the true name of the Messiah, the true interpretations of the Scripture. So it's like for me, just as a conspiracy theorist, quote unquote, researcher. I could not dismiss the Scripture. I would have to be dishonest because it's like the most attacked thing ever, and then there's like the Earth right beside it. Like it's insane. And so this is where people should look, especially with what's coming around the corner, bro. Where they're gonna come and be like, "Bang! Here, let's wipe out some of these people so we can turn the electric grid back on." You know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna turn the electric grid back on of the one world civilization.
After they have it off, you mean?
Yeah, they're going to turn the loss of energy, stupid AC generator electric grid off, and they're going to turn the real one on.
Crazy, man. Yeah, they don't care about energy. I swear to God, there's all these high skyscrapers that are basically completely emptied out. Floor by floor, they systematically went and emptied these 25-story buildings, 30-story office buildings. No one's working in, maybe 10% capacity now. So they leave the lights on all night long. All the lights are on in these empty floors. Nobody's even there. They removed the offices.
And the homeless man or woman, and on top of that, the homeless man or woman on the sidewalks getting a fine and being told to go somewhere.
Yeah, and then like I walk through New York City and it smells like piss everywhere. Imagine if one of the things Trump comes and brings, reveals and gives to people is free electricity. Like perpetual energy. Like he will be revered as a hero of all ages.
Yeah, that'll be the time to go somewhere else.
Yeah, as soon as they start coming out with the mandatory mark, you got to flee to the wilderness, man.
Be somewhere else. Yeah, I'll go. Whatever happens, man, I'll go.
Yeah, it'll be a second Exodus. And what happened? A bunch of people were just complaining like little babies. Like, oh, you saved us just to let us starve to death? No. Man is raining from the sky, and so, yeah, you'll be fine, man. Like, just get right with the Father, bro. Like, he loves you, dude. It's like a personal thing, bro. It's not like some, forever needs to hear it. I don't want to preach to everybody, but you guys, I mean, I'm later in the grave, so you understand maybe the impact of what could be going on here. It's not as simple as get genetically modified necessarily. I think it's it's a lot bigger than that. Now I'll stop monologuing.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I may have to go up there in northern Arizona and buy a little piece of property from a friend of mine here that I met last night on here. So we'll see, man. Nothing happens by accident. This is wild.
But yeah, our history should be really easy to question. Like when you see, and like with today's technology, people you can video record shit and stuff right in front of you, the stuff they lie about and get people to believe. Now imagine you've got hundreds of years or decades, and you don't have all that stuff. How easy it is to bury stuff and change stories and rewrite shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they do it right in front of our face. People have
Well,
video
yeah.
evidence, and will just say, no, that's not what you just saw. And then they get enough people to believe it to where they'll peer pressure and shame everyone else into repeating it. And then it just eventually becomes true.
Yeah, then you have people like Gammon Panda server that will scream the story like they know it's true. It's crazy.
Yeah, they believe everything. Like it was nuts. I tried to find like something like to see if there's any like brain activity going on, but it's like literally everything that would come out of the teleprompter at a news station doesn't deviate at all. Like weapons.
No, they're like NPCs, bro.
Yeah,
It's like, wait
it's
a
like
minute.
Yeah, weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, they believe all that shit. They're like, there's Arab terrorists, there's weapons of mass destruction, it's lone crazed
Exactly. Just to add on to your
gunmen.
point, there are still humans. There are still humans that believe the official 9/11 story. So like, that there's still humans alive that believe that. Of course, they could lie about something that happened hundreds of years ago, bro.
Yeah, and it's like even according to your guys' narrative, there's supposed to be some big conspiracy to oppress and like shit on people. So you admit that people can conspire against people, but the same thing they say is oppressive and systematically corrupt. You're like, oh, so maybe they lied about this stuff they just told us, and it's like, no, not
Yeah,
that. They told us
was the
truth.
strangest thing. That was the strangest thing I saw. Like, what was it, last summer or, something like that, with everybody like, okay, down with the man. Yeah, the man's oppressing us all. They gotta go, but we're gonna believe them when they say, do self-suffocation methods.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, I thought we
bro.
were
I get on the
opposing
mic. One thing I say
system.
on the mic.
Fucking crazy.
Dude, on the mic, I say stuff like, new announcement from the can't say them, the 3-letter acronym. The air is now gonna kill you. It hovers at 4 feet. You need to crawl on all fours and bark like a dog. It's the only way you won't die. New astonishing discovery. You must wear shackles so that the air doesn't kill you. And I'm like, you guys think I'm joking, but if it said it on CNN, you guys would wear shackles
and knee pads.
Yeah, it's safest to stay home so you don't have to crawl around dodging the death. Yeah.
And next week,
America's so free, we have lockdowns.
and next week it's going to be shoes for your hands. Stay tuned.
And knees, knee pads, right? Knee shoes.
Well, knee pads when you're not walking, and when you're walking, you'll have to walk on your hands. So you're gonna need
the crawl way, right? The
really good gloves. They'll turn they'll turn gloves into shoes, hand shoes, and knee pads.
People crawling around.
Get your license tomorrow. They'll be lined up around the block 4 times around the block. They'll be lined up for that line more than they do for the donuts down the street. No. Oh man.
I'm still waiting for somebody to try to check me for not wearing a mask. Some guy gave me a look. I gave him a look back, and I scared him. But it's like
now they're blatantly trying to have statements like, "You're gonna do this if you don't do that." Like, how are they gonna know the difference? Really?
Yeah, you're supposed to be wearing a mask. I'm wearing my sunglasses.
What's freaking
it's a
next?
mask. It's masked enough.
Well, they're doing that on purpose, just because of that very thing you said, right? Like, how are you going to know? They're going to get the people themselves to demand a way that you know.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It seems like they're trying to encourage people to lie about being vaccinated. The next variant, then they'll be like, oh, see, but now we are back to this shit because people are lying. We need a way to be able to track for our safety.
Yeah, vaccines are awesome, man. What are you talking about? So what they're trying to do is get people to lie about being genetically modified, and then go ahead. I'm just saying, I don't know how much this place gets honed in on, but I'm used to like it's over, it's a wrap. But yeah, exactly, dude. They're pretty smart, you know, like pull up that rule, say that. So either this or wear a mask, and then everyone stops wearing a mask pretty much. Not everyone, of course, but like a lot of people do.
Mm-hmm.
And then the people that did go and then obediently get genetically modified, they're like, this isn't fair, right? Like I should be having the perk or the privilege of not wearing a mask because I'm genetically modified.
Yeah.
So we need some type of system that will show us who really has been. They're going to get the people themselves to demand it. That way they can get away with it.
Yeah, maybe they'll die off sooner. I hate to say that because I have family members and I don't want that. But it's sad. But I just have to freaking like take it like it is, man. I'm like, maybe they'll die off before they get a chance to do that.
You know what's awesome
I-
plot twist?
It's horrible.
Like an awesome plot twist. Like if I was the New World Order, the evil guys, I would like flat earthers to be on board because I mean we need the smartest, the best minds. That's just the plot twist, I think. What if?
Well, even the
What if
Illuminati
we're the
cards,
ones?
even the
You know,
Illuminati
right?
cards say that. Yeah, they say
Well,
it
no,
themselves.
whenever these metaphysical entities come, they absorb flat Earth. That's still my prediction for sure.
Well, I don't want the stupid guy that thinks the Earth is a ball, even though his eyes tell him it's not, right? I don't want that guy managing this part of
Well,
my
that's why you
operations,
rush
you know?
this. Yeah, but you rush this out, and if it's potentially mass genocide, you get rid of those stupid people, and
Then you just
then you
try
come
and
in and you say,
psyop.
okay, the Earth's actually flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Then
Yeah,
brings
Stop
us
and
back
psyop
to
the
the
flat earthers.
right. I always think, I
You
always
still
wonder
have
if
to
the
do what
New
we
World Order
say.
is going to be. Sorry, I'm just
Go
saying.
ahead.
I wonder if the New World Order is going to be a flat Earth.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely.
Has
Because
to.
think about this. So because those are the same people that are organic still, right? They're not going to fall for it. They're just not going to fall for this rudimentary, elementary side that's going on right now. But what they may fall for is when they come out and they say the government's bad, the Federal Reserve is bad, peace and
Yeah.
prosperity, no more debt, the Earth's actually flat, get rid of the government. What does the modern flat earther that isn't right with the Creator? What do they have in contention with them now?
There's more of those flat earthers than any other one.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
the
Try and
savior, the Messiah.
psyop and recruit the
Yeah.
smart people. Like, all right, we cleaned the system out.
Now we got to get the rest. Like their objective is to get everyone, dude.
Yeah. So then, yeah, the Earth is flat, but you still got to do what we say.
Well, it won't even be by force. It'll be like, yay, now they've come and told us that the Earth's actually flat. And they'll give us answers. This is where I think they get the flat earthers, okay? There are a lot of things we don't know, right? Like we can't figure out everything. They're going to come and tell us the answers.
They're gonna hold that carrot up in front. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to know what the sun and moon really are? You want to know how they really work? You want to know where the firmament really
they
is and how it
will.
really works? Yeah.
Yeah. That's power
Yeah.
right there, right?
And that's gonna sift out a bunch of other people that are just like, yeah. It's gonna sift a bunch. It's gonna keep sifting.
Yeah, they'll probably have like these
Sift
are
a
the
lot
real.
of flat earthers.
You'd be like, these are the real scriptures. These parts were rewritten, and here's the originals.
Yeah, and we wrote that, and we created Yeshua. But they will say Jesus.
Right.
They won't say his real name.
Exactly.
But yeah,
Exactly.
we created him. We created him. We created Muhammad. We created whoever else they say, right? We created all of them. We created the scriptures. Blah 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 blah. Here's the real truth of it. Here's what the sun really is, the moon really is, the firmament really is, how the earth really works. Here's how you can telepathically communicate. Here's how you no longer age. Here's how you avoid dying. Here's how you avoid illness. Now there's no more poverty. Boom.
And here's the man that has brought us all this, right? The
and
Messiah.
don't
right?
step
Yeah,
another
exactly.
foot. Don't step another foot on my property, or you might get an arrow in you.
Yeah, dude, arrows are the way to go, dude. That's endless, infinite ammo, bro.
I still like rocks, but yeah, arrows go farther. Exactly.
Yeah, go for it. Silent kills and infinite
They go
ammo.
through.
Rocks aren't bad. They go through, yeah.
Rocks, you gotta hit the head. You gotta be a good shot. But arrows,
Yeah,
shoot
a
them anywhere.
sling. Have a sling. Have a frickin' wrist rocket or something. Those are handy.
Yeah. Throw a baseball. Throw a baseball.
Yo, just take this little thing that makes you not age anymore, man. Because when these entities come, it's not like the government came out with something, bro. It's the things that don't die, that don't age, that can teleport, right? They're the ones giving it to you, bro. You're like, yeah,
What
this is
about
legit.
what about that? I heard that the mark of the beast could be forced Sabbath on Sundays. That could be part of the mark.
Yeah, well, yeah, what they'll say is there's an international religion of love, and everyone worships and practices it on Sunday. Yeah. This is what little Austin Whitsitt can come up with, right? The deception will be so great that if it were possible, the very elect would be deceived. So why don't you add like 100x to what I'm speculating?
So they're gonna bring
I
back
mean,
the summer
I
of
wouldn't
love.
say
They're gonna have
little
the summer.
Wissit, but
Wait, they're gonna have the hippie revolution times 2.0. The summer of love
yeah.
2.0.
We should call you Big Wits. How about
Don't
that
fall
one?
for it. Don't fall for it, people. Don't fall for it.
I think they'll have some crazy ass shit.
They're gonna say there's some wild party over here, man. They got the hottest chicks over here at this party. I mean, they got freaking disco balls again. Like, you're not gonna want to miss that. Yeah, don't go there.
Yeah, we're talking giants again. They've conditioned everyone with superhero movies, so they'll worship these entities when they come because they'll effectively be superheroes. Women will be lined up to have sex with them. They're not gonna have to be convinced. Like, all you have to do is like not be a loser nowadays, and you could get laid 20 times a day if you wanted to, because females are so promiscuous and sunken in depravity, and there's no strong men. Wait till these things come, right? Like, I think what's around the corner could be science fiction books on steroids, bro.
One of the reasons I've been single and alone for quite a while now is what you just said, Wits.
Yeah, like I refuse to wife up a female that's like a scuzzy running around like, like a runaway getting plowed by everybody and twerking on TikTok. So that really narrows it down.
Yeah.
So I feel you.
It sure does.
Oh man, yeah. What's up with
And you
that?
go with me, I'm like, I need her to be younger, want to have children from the jump, like want Torah observant, like, oh my gosh, we're really getting to low numbers,
Yeah, and they go to church on Sundays.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, those twerkers on TikTok, yeah, and then they go to church on Sunday, and then
Yeah, they do.
I mean, shit.
Yeah, because they did away with the law, bro. I mean, you can do whatever you want to, man. Just remember John 3:16, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And it said,
spinning monkey
they will-
ball.
Yeah.
A lot of the elect is already deceived. They think they're freaking on a spinning ball.
They're not elects.
Yeah, they're not a lot.
Dun.
Yeah,
It
most of
says
them.
in the end, even the
I'm not
elect
gonna wait.
will
Time
be
out, time.
deceived.
Let me walk that back. No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It says that if it were possible. So it says it's not possible. Like, if it were possible, even the elect would be deceived, and the days shall be shortened for the elect's sake, for no flesh would survive. That's what Yeshua said. So, like, if it were possible, and so it means deceived specifically by a great deception, where the world order is attained. And so I do have faith. Like, I came across a guy yesterday, and there's no coincidence that he came across me. He's from Texas, was coincidentally in New York at Niagara Falls. He has no idea the Earth's flat, right? But Yeshua got him to move to Texas, and he's been, a believer for like 8 years. He took him over there to meet me, and he thought that I was working for Niagara Falls because I'm on like a headset talking to everyone. So he comes and talks to me, right? And then we exchange information. He hears about the Earth. He DMs me on Instagram. Right, so it's like I don't go as far as to say if someone thinks they're on a ball, like they're done. I don't think so at all. None of us have it all figured out, but yeah, that's definitely, you're a little far behind. And if it were possible, even the very elect would be deceived. And so believing, knowing things, reading this Bible, saying things, talking a good time, none of that matters. It's the truth. It's if you're actually of the Creator, because you're actually sincerely, humbling yourself and want to do whatever it is He wants you to do, and you've sold out to Him completely, right? So that's a little different. Again, not to try to be preachy, but like there's a difference. So for me, I'm not like, oh, you think there's a spinning ball, you're done. Like I just think that he's pulling the elect towards that truth, and they will be forced to accept it if they are in fact right with the Creator. And then of course Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, and so they're going to either accept the knowledge with humility or they're not. And those who humble themselves will be exalted, and those that exalt themselves will be humbled. We don't know everything, trust me, bro. Like, and in fact, Enoch says, and I would not say this in like a globe earth debate, right? But Enoch says the sun goes through portals, man, right? And and it's just right about everything else. I don't know. And it says that the beginning of the year is when it's in its fourth portal, when there's equal day and night. That's the vernal equinox. Then you get to 3/23/21. It's like March 20th or the 21st of the year. Well, then what's the skull and bones number? 322. Well, that's because, in my opinion, they know that they mark that as the beginning of the new year. And it's the safe way, because if it's on the 20th or 21st, it's always after it. 322. And then what do you say on New Year's Eve? 321, Happy New Year. 321's the day before 322, New Year's Eve, right? And so what's 322 really represent? The vernal equinox, according to Enoch. And so the sun would be going in and out of portals. Are we ever going to be able to fully explain the phenomena of the sun without addressing that? I personally don't think so. So there's another little bit of gravy.
Yeah, the moon goes in and out of portals too, and then think about that, the new moon, it disappears completely. For how long? It disappears for a couple days, right? A few days before the moon starts coming back again. So where does it go then? That doesn't make any sense at all if you're on a ball. That's just stupid. So that makes a lot more sense, like how the mechanisms, like when I heard that, I was like, wow. The mechanic in me went, wow. Holy Toledo. Batman.
Holy smokes, right? The Batcave, Robin.
Yo, if you were taken up like Enoch was and shown everything, your mind would like melt. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So
there are no words, right? I mean, like, that's the thing. Like,
we don't even kind of sort of understand everything. We just know the Earth's not a spinning ball in a vat. We're like infants. Everyone's always known that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, relative to everyone else, we're way ahead of the curve. But in the grand scheme of things, like we're way behind. And dude, in fact, Enoch was shown all of that. And think about how incredible that stuff is, to see the portals, to see the mechanisms, everything. And then he was like obsessed with this fruit. He was like, but what's up with that fruit? And he's like, Enoch, why are you so obsessed with the fruit? He's like, well, I want to know everything, but what's up with that fruit? I can smell it from here, yeah. So there's some fruit that's so fire that like you could see the portals of the celestial bodies and be like, yeah, but I'm hungry, bro.
Wow.
I kind of saw that fruit as the Messiah, because I read somewhere it will be like a nice aroma, like coming from their bones, right? Like the gospel, the mysteries of the gospel is like life to the bones or something.
Yeah, it's very interesting, because of course you'll know them by their fruits, the fruits of the spirit. And so what would be the perfect fruit, right?
That's what I was wondering. I was like, I wonder if these trees are actual trees or symbolic of something, because we don't know. We're from Earth, right? We go to heaven and we see stuff. It's like, I have no reference. I don't know what I'm looking at. But if you see a tree, you're like, okay, it's a tree. You know what I mean? I understand what a tree is. You know what I mean? Like, how can I tell you about heaven when you don't understand things here on earth? So I was like, yeah. But then
No,
there's
that's a
paradise.
trip.
Yeah,
It's a trip because there's something definitely about us and trees because our brains and our lungs and then the
Yeah.
tree limbs and the roots, and we're constantly compared to trees and the fruits of the trees and well,
A
what runs through
vine,
them,
right?
water. And if we're if we're in a fallen state, it seems like maybe we have water instead of blood before the fallen state, and now we have blood, and so trees still use the water. Then what is water? It appears to be sentient. It has memory, changed the molecular structure of the vibration. Certainly isn't, little subatomic particles that are spheres hitting each other and turning into water. So it starts to get really deep. Like we're getting into some serious gravy, bro.
Yeah, yeah. Serious gravy. Yeah, very thick gravy. Eh? And then there's the
Yeah, get your biscuits, bro.
yeah, and then there's Psalms, right? A person who keeps the law of God in his heart is like a tree planted next to a river
of life. Yeah.
Right. It's like so the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. I try to talk about it like they're not actually trees, but I don't know where to go from there. I don't know how to present to people that
Well,
idea
trees
that
may
they're
be different in the metaphysicals. Like, okay, we
right.
experience trees in the fallen world. Yeah. So maybe they're limited to not being able to move and they're what we call trees.
Right.
I don't know. It gets real. Yeah, it gets really
Yeah.
deep. Like I don't. I think okay because also it's almost as if all of the fruit, like everything you ate, was up above you, and then there was the fall, and then you had to work the grounds,
Yeah.
right? So like it's like it
Yeah.
changed. Now we eat out of the ground, and fruit hang from trees, and were they in like an etheric metaphysical sense? Because we were as well, and that's why Adam had to be pulled out of the garden, right? Because he could no longer be in it. And that makes you think about what's in the center. You can't go within 500 miles of each direction. All the stories of this magnetic mountain and this gigantic tree that extends all the way up. Yeshua was taken to the top of a mountain to see everywhere on the earth. Well, where could you do that better than the tallest mountain in the world that has an equidistant view of everything on the earth? And then there's this magnetic force that's so strong, the physical body literally couldn't go through it. It would physically prevent you from going through it. You would have to be in the metaphysical state to do so. And then you look at heavens, which is Hashemayim, unseen existences, which is all around us. So all the way down to the bottom, all the way up is Hashemayim. If you go to the center, it's a different version, a metaphysical existence, and then these entities maybe existed within there. And from that vantage point where they could see all over the earth, they saw the women of the earth, and they longed after them because of their hair, not because they were thick. And then they ventured out and grabbed them, right? They jumped up out the middle, basically.
Not because they were thick. I don't know, man. I think they were pretty thick too.
Yeah, but I mean, I just always find that interesting. Like they weren't like, dang, she's got curves. They're like, look at her hair.
I think that's another that's another that I'm not trying to be sexist, but like the sons of God are males. I mean, this is the first time you've seen something, right? Like Adam. Okay, Adam looks like us, but when God made Eve, it was like Adam is attracted to Eve, and us being male, the Elohim being males. It's like, wow, a woman must be very, very attractive. You know what I mean? Like that even the sons of
Yeah, they were jealous,
God,
right? Because he got something that was new to existence that they didn't get.
I don't know if it's jealousy. I think it was actually the beauty of women. Like how God created the woman. Because
No,
when I
I'm
look at
saying like
Adam
they
and
were
men,
jealous of Adam because Adam got something created for him that was brand new that they didn't get. You see what I'm
I
saying?
don't know if I understand what that is, but I don't think that's the case in my opinion. But
Sorry, okay, what were you
it could have
saying?
been. It could have been. Go ahead.
Maybe I just misunderstood you. I thought you were saying that you thought I said they were jealous of the women. Like they're not jealous of being female or anything, right? Like they're just jealous that.
No. I meant lust. I'm talking about. I mean, yeah. I guess I'm saying that the sons of God actually lusted after women the way we lust after women.
Yeah, I agree. And they were like, "That's not fair. Why don't I get that?"
Yeah, exactly right. It's like imagine, imagine being an angel and looking and seeing a woman and be like, I wonder what it feels to have your own children, right? Like they couldn't predict that what they were gonna do. I mean, they rebelled against God. I think that's crazy, you know. What I mean? But man, the destruction
Right.
that came after
Makes
it.
a lot more sense. And then, so in Enoch, you know, when they do the whole petition and everything, he's like, man, I made you to intercess on the behalf of humans, and you're coming here having a human intercess on behalf of you. But petition denied and on behalf of your
Yeah.
children. And he's like, that was not for you. I gave them children so that they long for nothing.
Yeah.
You don't need that. You already shouldn't long for anything, right? Because you have everything.
Yeah.
I was just
I think
thinking, you know, maybe I should talk against the Bible for a little bit. You know, not all pro Bible here.
I mean, you could try. Hey, what's up, bro? Go ahead.
Maybe or we could just move on. I mean, you can go ahead.
Oh,
I'm just, I know where that always goes. Well, no, I'm not even saying it because I'm a bias. I'm saying the only reason we typically avoid these conversations is when they get confrontational. But go ahead.
So it's one way only positive. There's no negative.
No. It's just that. Okay, yeah, go ahead. If it gets like confrontational, that's when we always say take it down to the religious room, right?
I don't think the more is going to get confrontational. You know, he's
You're
right.
good.
I mean, yeah, he's going to. Yeah. But I'd like to hear.
Well, I think, you know, when you start with a story that asks Abraham to sacrifice his son, to kill his son, it's not a good story. It's not a good story, is it? It's not a God.
Well, it was all symbolic of he didn't actually have to. It was so that he understood the magnitude of the future sacrifice, how insane it is to even try to wrap your mind around that, because the Creator was actually going to sacrifice his own son on behalf of us. He was never going to actually have to do that.
So you're saying he didn't tell him to do it? Did he tell him to do it?
No, but what I have an answer for that too. To add to what he said, right? Yeah, that's part of my answer too. But to add to it, during that time, you got to think about like the context. It's like everyone was sacrificing their children to gods, which is why God pulled Abraham out, because he was against it. He actually knocked down the gods and of his father. He questioned his father. So this was the practice of the people in that time. I'm not saying it justifies what God has asked Abraham to do with his son, but when you go back to Genesis, right, there is a prophecy that speaks about the blood pays for the sin, and that animal blood sin. So there was the foreshadowing of what was going to happen. But in that time, in the context of things was happening, this was probably normal to Abraham. Okay, like,
Well, he did ask. Yeah, I mean, the blunt hard answer is yes. He asked Abraham to do it. Yeah, that's wild to wrap your mind around it. Like you said, it was like the social norm, but Abraham had proven himself to be loyal and devout, and so he took him out and he told him to do it, knowing he wasn't going to let him do it, but it was to show for the history that follows, even though it's somewhat contradictory, that's the immense amount of sacrifice that would be done on behalf of humans in the future. So he didn't actually have him do it, bro. It's just like he knew Abraham had interacted with him on a personal level, knew for a fact he was real. He's like, I can't even understand why the Creator would ever ask me to do this. Imagine how heartbreaking it is. But I know he knows more than I do, because I know for a fact he's real. I've literally interacted with him. So he knows more than I do. Maybe he's going to take him to where he lives better, and now he's with him. What better place to be or whatever. So I guess I will be obedient because I know he's real. He knew that Abraham would follow the order, and then he stopped him just to show the rest of the world forever. That's the amount of sacrifice he did for us. Imagine actually going through with it, right? That's the reason that it happened. So.
Oh, he was going to go through with it. Abraham, 100% was going to go through with it, because he said so himself. He said, God in all his power can do whatever he wants. He can even bring Isaac back, right? But I think the important part to understand is the knowledge of the people in those days, like what they knew about the origin story of the earth, and that Abraham was trained and raised by Noah. Did you guys know that Noah was still alive during Abraham's time when you look at the timelines? Well, that's what I heard. But I think Abraham was not ignorant to the prophecy in Genesis 1:1. And I think Abraham knew what God was planning, But whether he was to actually kill his son or not, I think he was 100% going to go through with it.
Well, God told
I
him
know,
to
right?
do it. Like,
Right.
are you gonna do what God says or not? Like, you think he's
That's
testing
where
you or lying to you? Is that what you're saying?
Knowing the prophecy, knowing Genesis and what God, because he knew this, because this is what he was taught, right? He probably, I think Abraham understood exactly from what God was doing. God said to him, because he believed God, God credited that to him as faith, right? And faith is the shield that we use to, well, faith is faith, as if believe in God and all that. But it makes sense because I used to wonder that question too. Like, this is, why would you ask anyone to, that racked my brain. But then when you go back to when you actually put it into context, this is normal back in those days, and people understood, what God's were. And
Yeah, but God didn't ask him. God told him. He said, "Do this."
correct.
And then
And
he
because
stopped
he
him.
was
And
going to
then
do it.
would it not say that it was an example of how the Lord was going to sacrifice his son in the flesh on earth?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know, I have, Abraham knew that. I mean, how could he have gone through what he have gone through with this God of the Bible if he didn't know that? After you tear down gods for sacrificing children to them, if a God asked me to do that, I'd be like, no, I just rebelled against those gods, because you know what I mean. So he had to have known about Genesis, about God's promise, about the redemption. His son is coming.
right.
And her seed shall bruise your head. You shall bruise his head, but you shall bruise his heel, but he shall crush your head. The seed of the woman. And Abraham knew what was up. Abraham probably knows more about the earth and science and math than any of us do here today. People here think the earth is a ball. I mean, can you imagine what kind of education they had back then? The people that built the pyramids, the common knowledge that man had. I mean, all these in context, yeah, it kind of sheds light on the answer. You won't be so angry about it, What do you think, the more?
I think this isn't the only example of language that's this disgusting when it comes to things that God said he's going to do to people. Or he's going to punish them. Right?
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is awful. Right?
It is awful. If I were God, I'd throw Adam and Eve in hell with the angels right there and not give anybody a chance. But that's just me. I'm not a merciful person.
So
But
is God all loving and merciful, or is
I
he?
mean, if he was not all, that's what I'm saying. If he was not all loving, he would have thrown Adam and Eve and the angels that rebelled into the whatever. That's how our courts work, right? You break the law, you get punished. We don't say that's disgusting. We don't. How many times? What about capital punishment?
Well,
Right,
it depends on
capital
what the
punishment.
punishment is, right? Like, come on.
Right, but God lets man do whatever he wants anyway. And man still doesn't do what's right. So of course you're going to punish him. I think in the end, if there is a God, there's God's way, and then there's the wrong way. If there's a God, there's God's
I'm
way and the
curious.
wrong way, right?
I'm curious. What was your opinion on capital punishment? Sorry.
Right. We don't look at capital punishment. Yeah, go ahead. What do you think about it? Do you think
Well, I don't know
that's
who
disgusting?
he's asking. Well, I mean, how far do you go with it? Chopping people's heads off, hanging them, what are you talking about? Burning them alive?
How about the family of the victims get to choose the method? I don't know, but something creative.
Well, I think man is worse
I
than
don't think we're
anything.
intended to diabolically torture anybody for any reason. I don't think that's why we're here. I don't think it's healthy
I
for us
wasn't
to do
going
it.
diabolical
Other people,
torture. I was saying,
any
as
circumstance.
far as capital punishment goes, this is how I feel. If somebody in my family was taken from me and it was an option in my state or province or whatever, wherever you want to place me on earth, okay, in the judicial system, the options were locked up forever, never to see the light of day again at the taxpayer's expense, executed by the government and or state or however you want to put it at a cheap cost and in a humane way, or victim of family of victims choice. You know, I'm gonna I want him taken out like this, hung. I want him taken out guillotine. I want him. You know what I mean?
Well, hanging was a normal thing back then. Just go read Esther and look at what they did to Haman and his entire family.
Well, that's because Haman
Yeah.
was trying to
Sorry.
genocide
No, I know, but I'm trying
all
to
of the
bring it
people.
up. Sorry, but I'm trying to bring it to modern times where there's no like false accusation. Some innocent person's getting hung that can't prove their innocence. I mean, where the DNA is it's undeniable. The person was caught over the bodies, whatever, you know. There's no doubt. We're not executing an innocent person here, or we're not letting a person never see the light of day that is innocent. We know they did it, so they're locked up forever and the taxpayers agree to pay for them to stay alive.
Yeah, but how rare is the circumstance, right? How rare is it that someone actually witnesses this crime? You know,
Well, no, it happens all the time, right? Our most embarrassing military official, Russell not Russell Simmons.
So I
Anyway,
guess I think
Simmons.
I think I made my
Simmons.
answer clear.
He hurt 4 different Canadian women in his civilian life here. He lived in my city. Like he's a piece of dirt, you
Okay,
know.
that was an example, you know, of we were talking about punishment. But the thing about the Bible, the God of the Bible, and me, right, and me, is that if the God of the Bible is not the real God, if he's not God, right, this is just me. If I didn't believe that the God of the Bible was the real God, I'd be a Freemason. Come on, man, think about it.
Why is that a better option or an option?
Because if the God of the Bible is not the real God, all these other gods, well, I don't agree with them. Therefore, if the God of the Bible to me is not the real God, then I'm rolling with the New World Order.
So
I mean, that's just me.
I'm sorry. I just wanted people's opinions on if somebody was convicted and charged and proven guilty of taking one of your loved ones or something, and capital punishment was an option. Like, what are your feelings on that?
Well, like I said, I'm not, throwing rocks and stones, hanging people by the cross, all that stuff. I can't even go there. As far as
but so the thing I think you're
that's the way
forgetting. I think you're forgetting that there's mass genocide happening right now. It's been happening right under all of our noses with these wars going on that are killing innocent people. Yeah, 5,000 millions of people are being murdered because for profit and control and power. No other reason. So you can talk about the God of the Bible all you want. You're not remembering what's going on right now in real life of millions of people in prison for non-violent crimes living in profit prisons. And then these wars being fought all over Earth under the false premise of some kind of bullshit, like they're transmitting freedom and liberty by murdering innocent people, babies, old men and women, and thousands of soldiers that were given sanction to go ahead and leave an area under like surrender conditions and then just slaughter them out in the desert.
And convince people that would never want to harm another innocent person that you're doing it for patriotic reasons or something, right?
Cambodia, the killing fields.
Go there and fight, kill these people because it's patriotic or whatever. You know,
Vietnam,
they tug on whatever strings.
Vietnam, Japan.
The Mein Kampf freaking law enforcement handbook that was used, that was the same people, the people that came in and created NASA, like Werner von Braun. They went in these high level places in the American Dental Association, the American Medical Association, all the law enforcement, all the intelligence, all the everything, into surgeries, the whole thing. So I don't know where you're coming from now.
The what God did ask Abraham to do, like there's a big question there for me, but it's because I've answered it right the way I'm satisfied with my answer, but that's not good enough reason. That's not a good enough reason to to deny, that this could be the real God. You know what I mean? It wasn't good enough for me because there was so much more to this God than just this. You know what I mean? Like, so I think a deeper study, because we don't know what God is like. We don't know what the world is like, and we don't know all the truth. So I'm not going to trust men. If there's a God, I'm going to trust him. And if there's not a God,
So I think that capital
what's the point?
punishment was sort of like the question about an eye for an eye, right? Like, do I believe in an eye for an eye? And I don't. I don't think that there's anything to gain from taking somebody's eye if your eye has been taken. Like, violence begetting violence, right? Do I need to commit an act of violence? I don't think there's any gain for me in doing that, regardless if someone committed an act of violence against me. I don't think
right.
there's
Well, it's not
The
just
problem
violence.
comes in.
It's not just violence. It's not talking about violence. It's talking about equality. Right? If he takes, right, it doesn't have to be an eye though. If a person steals from you, that person has to pay that back 10 times over if they've stolen. These are the laws. So, but the eye for an eye kind of covers all that, and it's been changed in the New Testament, in the new covenant, or in our new contract. He says, you have heard it said, right? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You've heard that said. He said this, but I say to you, right? Do not deny a wicked man. If he asks for your cloak, give him your tunic as well. He flipped it. Now, what does that mean? Right? Like, does that mean God is not just? Right?
I was trying to go where, like, okay, please, just for an example, we know, and I don't like saying these scumbags' names, but we know Dahmer was a real piece of junk. What was the value of putting him in prison and keeping alive for another prisoner to take his life? Should he not have just been executed? Where was the value? Like, the question to the room is, was there value in trying to save that life in any way, even behind bars?
Well, as a psychologist, I'm not trying to play the. If I was a psychologist, I would find value there. Yeah, I would definitely want to understand how this brain works. How it developed and how these behaviors manifested itself into it. Because Bundy, you guys know that Bundy
Okay,
guy.
let's say
He
you
talks
get
about
those
it.
answers. Now you got the answers. Why keep him alive further? Finish him.
Why take his life is the question. Why do you have to be the one that
Or
kills?
do you find value in letting him live in prison, reliving his fantasies, going through all the crap he did to all the victims every day, pulling his pin? Where's the value in that?
Well, if I can grab him and put him in front of you and give you a sword, would you cut his head off? Like, are you able to do the act?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. Well, you don't know until you have to do it.
Oh, and
Because
that's the
look,
point.
you're about to take the life of another human being for what you believe is right and wrong. You're making
I know.
that decision,
Earlier, I
right?
answered a question for Mrs. Musk about defending yourself if someone came home, and I answered. There are two outcomes, but there was a third possibility that I didn't consider. The intruder could get the upper hand, and I could lose my life. But I would, at the very least, lay a beating on them and/or make them disappear. But they're not just going to come into my home and attack my wife and my kids and my mother and my sister and I'm not just going to passively let that happen.
Yeah, I agree. You don't even tell the cops about it. Just make him disappear. Yeah, I would.
And I guess that's my point, especially in a place where if I did turn him in and he was found guilty of murdering other families' homes he broke into and everything, they're going to keep him alive in jail?
Yeah. Well, these
Fuck
days
that.
they might charge you for defending yourself.
Oh, that's why you don't tell the cops. You are you do what you need to do to protect your family from the law and from murder from people. Yeah.
Amen.
It's your decision, anyways. Yeah.
Well, as far as the Bible goes, I do agree with that judgment is reserved for God, not for me. I'm not here to judge, right? I'm not the judge, jury, and executioner. So if you want to be that, go ahead. But I don't think that's very godly.
Right. Well,
God puts governments in place for judgment as well. So if God's the one who puts all governments in place, then he puts them there for a reason, because they're supposed to try evil men and put them to death if they do wicked things, because that's protecting people, the innocent. And that's God's plan too, because if there's wicked people running around killing people, they got to be tried by governments, and governments are that's their purpose. That's one of the
in them.
government, to
Yeah.
serve us and to get rid of criminals and put criminals out of place. And if you're going to murder people, then I mean, you're putting yourself at a place where you're putting yourself under judgment yourself. There's consequences for your actions, and if there's no consequences for your actions, then you end up with people that do horrendous things and think they can get away with it.
Yeah, like Rick and Morty. The scenario was I wasn't running out and murdering someone. They were coming into my home to cause me harm, right? There's 3 scenarios. They get beaten the fuck up, life beating within an inch of their life. I inform the authorities and the medics. He gets healed up and whatever, goes through the court system, or he disappears. Or the third option would be he gets the upper hand. I lose my life. Who knows what happens? But in a place where I know he could walk free someday after harming my family. Do you see what I mean? Because there's no capital punishment where I am, you know? Why would I let him go free?
It's good. Self-defense is good.
Right, but the duty of government isn't to put bad people away. It's to protect private property first and foremost, which they don't do.
That's true.
That's their primary objective. Everything else is secondary.
Did the Romans do their job perfectly? Not really. They did a lot of bad things too. They killed Christians and did bad things. So a lot of governments are corrupt and do the wrong things that they shouldn't be doing. So that's true too.
Exactly. That's the problem.
So we have a lot of corrupt governments that are not following God, and they never did follow God. But they used God's name.
Their mandate is corruption. Their whole life is corruption.
They had become the criminals. The criminals have infiltrated into the government and taken over the system.
Exactly.
The criminal system.
Mm-hmm.
Terrorism.
Yes, and that's what police are there for, right? They're there to help the criminals.
Mm-hmm.
There are some good police, though. I mean, there are a couple of good police. I mean, there are some good ones as well.
Yeah,
show me one police officer that's taken a fucking politician to prison right now, and I'll change my mind.
All the good police officers are either dead or resigned.
Yeah, there's security for the elite.
Yeah, that's only a hypothetical.
You say there's good cops. You say there's good police. However, not one police officer in the last 200 years has served a lawful warrant.
And I'd like to postulate that if you take the view that all cops are bad, then or good, then you're also taking the view that all criminals and or criminally minded people are all bad and or not good, because the topic before was where certain criminal organizations regulate shit. Like, you ain't getting away with that.
Yeah. So the Pope is the boss of all of them.
All over the world, they kill.
Don Polipopionio.
They can be okay, neutral, but they'll always be like misguided, and they're not gonna like go against the grain. Like the ones like the other guy said, they'll quit. Right. The ones that are actually like, oh shit, they're wanting me to take away
because it's inherent in that club. If you're not fully in the club, which will become self-evident in that particular club, if you're not in the club, you're just not going to be there one way or another. You're going to be pushed out, or you'll be forced, or you'll disappear.
Yeah. How do you think they get the drug trade going? It's all with the cops. They use the airports, the planes. They fly the drugs into different countries. And then they distribute it through cops, and the cops get big cuts from the drug dealing.
You're run-of-the-mill like street beat cops. A lot of there's a decent amount that think they're doing good and they're misguided, but then a lot of the time they'll go with the flow when they know stuff's kind of not right, and they're like, "Yeah, what are you gonna do? The world's not perfect, and I got a family to feed."
Yeah, you got those kinds.
So there's a special place for them too.
And then the
other way.
the ones that are really like, oh shit, I know what happens when governments start taking people's guns. Like, I don't want
But
to
you
go.
need
I'm not.
you need some cops though. You still need cops at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're gonna quit. They're not gonna like fire on their sergeant and like assault the precinct. They're gonna be
But
like,
you
fuck,
still
I
need them
can't.
at the end of the day.
Well, if we still need cops, then we still need gravity. Okay.
I don't believe we used to have a militia. What happened to that? Like, yeah, you still need cops, but you have no choice of who they are. They don't live in your neighborhood. They come in there and
We need
shoot
leadership.
people.
With good leadership, almost anything can work, and with bad leadership, you can make anything not work. So
Well,
it's
You only say we need cops because your guns were taken away. Think about it. If you had your gun, if every family man had his gun, right? What's a cop there for, huh? Well, what's a cop gonna do? Like, he's only there to write
Take your
tickets
guns
and
away.
and do paperwork. That's what a cop is, paperwork, right?
The cops are the ones that took everybody's guns away.
Right. So you say, so that's why people say we need guns, is because you can't defend yourself against people that have guns. That's why we say these things. But if you had guns, you wouldn't want to think, hey, what's the cop gonna do? He's here to do paperwork. That's all.
Yeah, a lot of them get like annoyed, like you're like they get paid the same just sitting there bullshitting in their cruiser, like or sitting in a cafe. So when you call them, like most of them, especially domestic shit, like they're really annoyed. They're like, "What the fuck do you guys want?"
Messing up their lunch
fucking
break.
paperwork.
And they
Yeah,
start
I mean-
running everybody's name. And
really,
like they don't give a fuck who's right or wrong. They just run everyone's name, and they're like, they seriously try and train people like, don't fucking call us. 'Cause you're giving them work to do. It's like, I don't know. It's almost anywhere you go. You try and get people to do their job. A lot of them get annoyed because they'd rather sit there and like fuck around on their phone and have extra work to do.
Brothers and sisters listening, I've watched a lot of
that comes
maybe
from
a
people
little
not
too.
having anything really to work for. They don't really understand it, but they don't have thing like it's like they don't want to work because they don't have anything to work for in their life.
Sorry, brothers and sisters. I've spent maybe a little too much time watching television, but I'm telling you, I like real life stuff when I'm watching television, other than fantasy movies, action, adventure, all that. Anyways, one episode, I think it was of DEA I watched, this couple gets pulled over and they search their car. They find a very small amount of marijuana. And I think they confiscate it and they let them go. They might have given them a fine or whatever, and they let them go. And the DEA officer or whatever comes back to the car and he's like, little do these two know, they're part of a major investigation now. And I'm just thinking, really? Holy fuck.
What only
That's
thing the
bad.
police do, they don't
Sounds like a troll.
Yeah, the police don't protect. They don't serve. Their one role in society is to be an expert witness for the prosecution. That's it.
Yeah,
That's their
that's all a little club there. Like,
They're like little lawyers walking around.
Yeah, they're
like-
witnesses for the prosecution against the citizen. That's
They
their
remind me
only
of
job.
little lawyers, basically, like little lawyers just walking around with the law all over the place.
With a gun.
Yeah, that's why we
They
Their-
don't even
their role-
know. They don't even know law. Here's what they are. They're policy enforcing agents, and they're there to enforce a corporate policy, which would be the city, the state, the county, whatever jurisdiction. They're all of those entities in those pseudo government institutions or departments are sold on Wall Street for profit. They're money-making organizations. It's a corporation. You can look it up yourself. They're listed as a corporation. So is every member of the Congress and the Senate and every official going on down, all the way down to these people that are in city councils, the county board of supervisors. They're
Yeah.
sold on Wall
Gang.
Street. They're corporations.
most
So
gang.
they have a book on how much stuff cost. So this number, this infraction of a code or statute is a corporate law. That's what they're assuming you giving consent that you're part of this corporation, that you're under the corporate rule, so that it applies to you.
No,
So they're
citizen,
just
because you're a
they're just
citizen
money
too.
collectors. They're illegal. They're tax collectors, but you don't have any representation.
And a citizen is an
It's like they're
employee
trying to trick you the
of
whole
a
time.
corporation. Do you know that?
Like a scam.
The word citizen means employee. So you're a citizen. You're an employee of the United Corporations of America. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, the law is as a society. They have their own language. They use word magic. The word you think are in English that they use are not the same word that you think it is. They use a completely different word. If you're not in the society, you're not privy to what the language is. So they'll trick you and say, "Do you understand?" And what it means is that you're standing under their authority.
Understand what gravity
Are
is
you
now?
are you a citizen? That means basically in Black's Law book, that's their language they use from Black's Law library. That you're a citizen means slave, servant, chattel, property, a subject. But yeah, they'll like you guys were saying, they'll enforce whatever policies, like, because whatever's decided top down that they're pushing, and unless it's like really, like, even if it's against their beliefs, they'll kind of like eye roll and still go along with it.
They don't question
It's like, it's just part of the job, like, but it won't. And then the people that are really, really against stuff, those are the people that'll just quit, and they're like, man, fuck this, I gotta find something else to do. This is getting crazy. Yeah, they all make an oath, don't they? They put their hand on the Bible and they make an oath to uphold the Constitution, don't they? They make an oath, right? But they don't even know what the Constitution is. I bet if you ask, 9 out of 10 of them don't even know what's in the Constitution. They don't care. Because what they have to do is study the corporate policy.
Yeah,
all those numbers, all those infractions, criminal behavior.
Just ask them how many elements there are to a lawful warrant and watch them waffle. There's 5, by the way.
Yeah, they'll think you're a troublemaker. You're busting their balls.
Has to have judicial oversight. That's one of them.
Yeah, there's some really bad attitudes that you can see when you're meeting some of these cops. Some of them are fairly nice, to be honest with you, but there's a lot of them with really bad attitudes. It's like they're just trying to find something wrong.
I wouldn't try talking to any of them. Don't talk to them if you can avoid it.
Did I tell you guys about my last interaction with them? It was so hilarious. I was working, doing deliveries for an Asian noodle house on Bronson and Gladstone, and I locked my keys in my car, and I was trying to get them out. I guess somebody saw me doing that, so they called the cops. And I'm standing outside waiting for CAA to show up to unlock the car, and like the corner just gets swamped, like two, 3 cop cars. This guy coming out of the pizza, they kind of swarm him. He's what? Huh? They come over to where I am, where whoever called in was, and they see me, and they're like, someone said they saw somebody trying to break into a car here. And I'm like, oh, it was probably me. It's this Honda. I told them the name of the person was registered to, and they ran the plate and it was all cracked. And he goes, do you have any idea? I go, I don't got to show you nothing. That's, the car's not, it's legal beagle. I told you who it belongs to. I'm standing here. I'm like, if you want, you can park up the block and wait and watch for 3AA to come and unlock it. But that's it. We're done. And he tried to pull this, somebody that doesn't have anything to hide wouldn't be afraid to tell me who they are.
Yeah.
And I'm like, just, kick rocks, motherfucker. And he literally parked up the block and watched for CAA to show up. What a joke.
Yeah, they really don't understand that the average person, like, you don't they're like, okay, the police have to keep some type of order, but the average person, you don't see the government and the police is like above you and like, oh, you're like, okay, this is just another person. I work and pay my way through life. Unless I'm doing something really out of line here, no one has the authority to be telling me what to do and when to do it. But
And then sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Oh, that's fine. But yeah, they
My
just they'll kind of get like they want that acknowledgement of like they're like you need to submit, like be
Their
fucking
power.
kissing their ass
Yeah.
and shit.
Their
And like,
power.
yeah. It's like, but especially when people like just get off of work and shit and they're dealing with life, like that's the last thing you want is somebody fucking hassling you and fucking with you. Like you already got your whole life to deal with. You got actual problems, and now some random fucking like a highwayman sticking you up. Like they can hold your freedom or take it away. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, my afterthought after the interaction was, what a fucking brilliant detective. It's like the cop that shows up at the bank robbery expecting the bank robber standing outside the bank waiting for him, you know? Like he showed up to where the car was being stolen and the thief is still standing here waiting. Like, duh.
Oh, I got one for you. If they ever say that bullshit to you again about, oh, if you got nothing to hide, wonderful. Then if you have nothing to hide, give me your indemnity bond and I'll give you the name.
But I do have something to hide. All my information, officer.
Sometimes it's fun to think about fucking with them. Like, okay, just don't look in the trunk, man. Here's my name.
Well, I'll give you
get them
my
all
I'll give you
thinking
my
shit.
driver's license. I'll give you my information if you give me yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're gonna watch
Address and
them
everything.
fucking beat you or draw guns on you. Ugh.
I just want this guy's information. I'm not dealing with the officer. I'm dealing with the man, right? Because you're dealing with the man. We're dealing with men here, right?
Right, but they don't understand.
Yeah.
That's why I only have the coroner on speed dial.
Yeah, I guess it all
I'm not
depends
calling
on,
the cops.
I guess it all depends on the person and how they handle authority. Because I've worked when I was a teenager, like working retail and even fast food and shit. There's people that abuse like any amount of power, authority, and be completely irresponsible with shit that you give them. But I do think that police work and stuff like that attracts like an unusual amount of people that are willing to abuse the power that you give them. But there's definitely people that are trying to do good, and even if they're doing shit that isn't really right, they're like believing they're doing right. And then there's some that are, so it's just person to person, but that profession, I think it largely attracts people that are more willing to kind of go overboard with the responsibility and power that you give them.
The
Yeah,
thing is,
sociopaths, psychopaths. Yeah.
the thing is, being a citizen in a city that I know, at least 1,000 cops on the local city force get paid over 100,000 a year to do their job. Him parking up the fucking road to watch me and wait for CAA, that was not valuable taxpayers' money being spent there. Fuck, I'm sure there was more important shit that he could have been doing.
Yeah, and it's also cultural and it's also leadership. So like you can kind of draw you can draw the boundaries and parameters and you can kind of guide people on which way they're going to go by so which things you actually will punish, which things you'll reward. They can guide the culture of workplaces. So you got people that are already kind of douchey, it can encourage them to be even extra douchier. And people that aren't that bad, or good, you can get them to be less good. So then, like, and the people that are really conflicted by it, like they're saying earlier, they'll just quit. So you got you. I think it definitely gets pushed towards very toxic culture there and very toxic um, situations. So you got people that are already like it's attracting people already they're kind of dicey, and then you're culturally and by the rules and leadership, you're encouraging and reinforcing, and like they're definitely I don't know, they definitely benefit by having that over excessive and like militarized police force.
Want some insight into what's going on? I'll give you one book that'll give you more insight than most people can handle. It's The Law of Nations by Imre de Vattel.
I like the law of God better though. Huh? It's awesome.
That's dude. Imre got his sources from the Bible. Brr.
Right. Nice. Okay, I'll check it out.
John, stop trying to put damn sticks in my spokes, bro.
I'll check it out. You're right. Thanks for letting me know. I'll check it out now. The Law of Nations. Yeah, I've heard it. I think I've seen it somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the one book that was checked out of the Library of Congress after they switched the government over to England under George Washington. One of the actual representatives went into the Library of Congress and checked that book out after it had been voted in as their standard to use for law enforcement and everything else. It was actually adopted by the previous Congress. One of the senators went and checked it out so there wouldn't be any copies, because that was what they were supposed to adhere to. Just like Robert's Rules of Orders, when you adopt something, you have to adhere to it without a vote to get rid of it or to replace it. That's it. You have to do it. That is the law, period. But see, that's what law enforcement is supposed to be going by, if there is such a thing as law enforcement outside of myself, is the Law of Nations. It's on the books. They adopted it in the 1700s.
Do they teach? Do they even teach police officers about it?
Bro, the attorneys, the police, and Congress are supposed to be following the Law of Nations to the letter, because it restricts everything that's evil and it allows for everything that is good.
That doesn't sound good for the New World Order, then, right?
No, that's why that jackass checked it out of the Library of Congress and never returned the book, so that they wouldn't have copies to make in order to pass out to Congress and teach the police and yada yada yada. So now we have totalitarianism.
The law of the jungle.
Yeah.
No, because I can't shoot one of them jackasses and go pick some bananas and be good for a couple months.
It's illegal.
As soon as I shoot one of them cocksuckers, that's it. They're all coming.
Well, they'll first make you look like a psychopath on TV, and then they'll associate it with flat Earth, right? Right.
Even though he was trespassing and he wasn't supposed to be on my property, and I told him to leave, and then he drew his gun, pointed it at my baby, and then he got shot in the face.
And then you made him disappear.
Buried him next to the cat in the backyard.
Fluffy, you got a roommate.
I buried him next to the idiot cat, though. I wasn't letting him near my good one.
The one with the weird eye and missing a leg? Yeah, that one.
The one that always ran into everything, including the ground.
I'm going underground when shit hits the fan. Off the grid.
You know that something I haven't thought of for their excavation machine that tunnels. There's actually several groups of people that have already gone underground. So if they're tunneling to find the groups, good luck. But there's like 1,000 people underground right now with cattle and all kinds of shit, and they're living it up under there.
Right. I didn't mean by that. I just meant disappear, from the world.
I knew what you
Well,
meant. I was like, I got your back, brother. I'll open up the Underground Railroad. He's like, this guy's moving underneath the earth, like
Joining the Illuminati
No.
in the bunkers.
If anyone finds me, it's like, yo, you're gonna have to kill me or I kill you. Like, what's up? Like, are you off grid? Are you going underground too? All right, cool. You can live over here next to me. We don't exist. Yeah. Anybody can-
I was
can-
reading your mail, but he's going underneath the earth.
If I could, I would, right? I mean,
the bunkers in New Zealand.
I think.
Yeah.
I was thinking, what do you need? Passports? What do you need?
Let's go underground with a
lot of
flying
shovels.
city.
I mean, yeah.
I got a design for a flying city. Let's go underground in that.
I think DUMBs and underground bunkers were there for the nuclear holocaust scare. Back before the star, the laser was put up there. I think that's what that was all about. People were afraid of a nuclear war fallout. But now it's a virus, an airborne virus. I don't know what the hell. Viruses aren't airborne, dude. Like what? Like
Yeah. It's so deadly.
I'm not digging a hole for that.
They've been stacking bodies up at the corner of the street, and they have to burn the houses when they drag people out so don't spread.
The virus was so bad they burned up half of California before it got here.
Yeah, there's ambulances whirling around 24/7.
There's a server they wanted me to go to talk about flat Earth, the street epistemology thing, because it was from another server called the Chatterbox, which everyone went to, about a month ago. Then the rules they wanted me to agree to was no deliberate baiting, or okay, hold on, it's not the way it worded. It's worded something like that. It was provoking. You can't provoke deliberately or bait someone. And I said, but don't you guys just say that anything Flat Earth related provokes people and baits them? And they're like, yeah. I go, how the hell, right? How, in your worldview here, in your epistemology, can I present Flat Earth at any level and not break one of your first rules, like no baiting or provoking? And then they had another rule about keeping death threats to a minimum, right? I was like, what type of server are you on? Like, you actually have a rule because there's so many death threats that you have to make a rule about death threat jokes even. Like, no more, there's enough death threats going on in the server. The admin have to step in to curb the amount of death threats.
Yeah. We can't stop them all, but we gotta keep the numbers low.
Yeah, so and you want me to come to this server and talk about Flat Earth? Are you off your rocker? Are you like seriously, dude? Why don't you go down to like Djibouti and talk about or wherever go to ISIS and talk about how gay you are, right? And then they'll tell you though you can't provoke them, right?
Well, I think death threats are provoking, isn't that like? How can you keep?
Yeah, it's like how can these people how can they in their mind think that they're serious, that they're actual?
Yeah, well,
they're
never mind,
logical. Yeah, it
There's-
really boils down to their atheism. I mean, it's just bizarre.
Too
And of course,
retarded for me, man. Yeah, that's just that server sounds too retarded for me. I can't even, like join it. Man,
Yeah, I can't
that sounds
even.
like a retarded ass server. Yeah. You're not allowed to provoke people, but you're allowed to death threat people. Just keep it to a minimum. This is some retarded. So how are death threats not provoking, and how are they allowed? Why don't you just write no flat Earth talk? Why don't you just write that? Come on, man. We all know what this is about, right? You can talk about anything about flat Earth because it provokes people, but not death threats. Try to keep it to a minimum. That doesn't provoke people at all, right? Yeah, atheists, I don't
Okay,
bother with
wait,
them as
sorry, I'm
well.
trying to
Just like the New
understand the
World Order
parameters.
doesn't bother with them. Yeah, I wouldn't. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I was trying to understand the parameters of the room. They want me to go in there, talk about FE, but I can't provoke or I can't threaten anyone.
And the first thing you say is, well, the earth is flat. Boom! Bombs everywhere. Oh my god, ban him. He just provoked me.
It's their only provocation to communist little piglets. That's commie logic for you, buddy.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the commie type shit, they always rationalize stuff that the double standards are fine as long as, because in their mind they're fighting evil. So if they silence you and selectively enforce things, it's fine because they're stopping the bad guys.
Yeah. So me telling you that the government is lying to us, that provokes people, right? Like that provokes them, right? If I tell them that, if I say, did you know that
I
the
don't know how
government
that.
lies to us? Yeah.
I don't know how the truth provokes anybody. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah. It's a lot. It sounds like an author. You have to the narrative. You have to stick to the narrative, authoritative content.
Yeah, because the narrative has a lot of inconsistencies, but you can be consistent in following the narrative. So even if they switch it or it doesn't make sense, if as long as you repeat what the narrative is saying, you're still being consistent because you're following the good guys.
I mean, if somebody told me the Earth was a ball with a radius 2,959 miles, and I went out and checked and it wasn't there, I would be so provoked. You know, I'd be so like you guys should be telling NASA to stop provoking people with their lies. You know,
Well, if anyone had a clue how to get redress of grievances and a chancery within the states, you could have some fun. Because fraud is against the law, mind control is against the law, psychological warfare is a war crime.
Yeah.
But those are white collar crimes, so you don't get locked up for that.
No. Chancery court, not your local bullshit kangaroo court. Different.
That was
different.
sarcasm. That was
You got to stop the
that was
spread of
sarcasm.
misinformation. It's a threat to the democracy.
it's a threat to
Communist
freedom.
sarcasm provokes. Communist sarcasm provokes the shit out of me. Stop it, motherfucker.
It's not 1984, right? Or is it? What year are we living in?
But yeah, it is weird. Like they'll admit how corrupt and the system's fucked and super corrupt, and we're going around and fucking people up all over the world if it shouldn't be, and it's super corrupt. And you'd be like, yeah, so that means they could be lying to you when they tell you that they're not lying about this. Like, well, no, on this we're not lying. It's like, wait, you already acknowledge that it's a very corrupt system, so you can't. It doesn't make sense to believe them if they're corrupt when they say, no, we're telling you the truth on this one. You'd start like when somebody's a known liar and they're known to be corrupt and lying, you'd start questioning them on everything. Like, yeah, they're super bad and corrupt, but they're not lying about this. They told us.
Well, yeah, they've lied about other stuff, but this
Yeah. No, the
beer bug
vaccines are good.
is
They
real.
told us.
Yeah. The beer bug's real and the Fauci ouchie's okay. Don't worry. Be happy.
But then you're like, wait, I thought you just said the system is super corrupt and they're going around and fucking everyone up.
You've been sitting at home with your thumb in your ass, not working. You're broke as fuck now, but don't worry. Be happy. It's okay.
Mic check.
What's up, Roger? Loud and clear.
Everything's fine. Where the ballers at?
They're around. Probably on YouTube. Too scared to come in here.
Did you see their new website?
New website.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh shit. They've got a new website where they talk about flat Earth as a black swan. And they're like, well, the black swan of the black swan. And I'm like, what? Some jerk sent me that crap when they were spamming one of the rooms that I'm in on another app. And he just spammed this website. So I went and looked at it, and it's like everything's real. And they're like, we have math, and then we have cartoons. But the flat Earth is the black swan. They're probably over there.
The black swan is actually the globe. Like, think about it. Flat Earth will always be flat, right? It will always be flat.
It's communist logic. Remember, it's communist logic.
Yeah.
So the lie isn't the black swan. The lie is the white swan. The truth is the black swan, bro. You got it backwards.
Right. What I was trying to say, right? Without, if the globe didn't exist, we wouldn't be talking about a black swan. You know? So we only say black swan because people say the Earth is a ball. But yeah, it's always what it is. It's always been what it has presented itself as. You know.
I'm just
You get what I'm
wondering what they're putting in the water bottles on that ride for that shuttle. I'm pretty sure it's going to be acid.
LSD.
Well, that's what some of the other guys got. The astronauts and such. They got them high, and then sent them up in a plane.
I'd just put them in a studio. I would just, bring in the hypnotist, the real one, do his thing because it has to be someone. But that's just me, Yeah, I'm just saying there's so many easier ways to do it. Like we don't have to figure out what kind of people these astronauts are, or you know what I mean. It's the studios. So easy to fake everything.
Didn't they have this whole project called MK Ultra where they controlled the mind?
Exactly. Yeah.
Sure
Remote viewing.
Which is against the law and the Geneva Code and this treaty and that treaty, and I got a string of treaties in it.
But it's for national security, man. Come on, man.
What national?
National security.
Am I the national? Are they securing me?
Imagine if the world. Can you imagine if the world was not fighting the way we were fighting? Right. We would probably figure things out ourselves. So we need a bad guy and a good guy. If you think about it, right? The bad guy allows us to break these laws because national security, right? So who wants to be the bad guy? Russia? You want to be bad? China? Who wants to be the communist? Right?
Yeah, but without a social compact agreement, you don't have a national or a nation.
These are just words, like actions are what matter, right? Like it's not what people think it is. That's just people thinking things, like the actions matter. What you do matter. Right? That's what people believe.
Social compact agreement is something you do.
well, it's an agreement, right? And
it's a physical piece of paper that you have to sign.
Right. And if I'm trying to deceive you, right, the people, okay, I'm just gonna sign it, right? I don't have to honor it. Look, I'm trying to deceive you. You know, I don't have to honor anything. That's what I'm saying. Like in the minds of people, they think
it's all.
these things should. Yep.
It's like a big wrestling match. You got the heel and the hero. It's all just a big show, though, so it looks like something's going on, but what's actually going on, you don't see it all.
Yeah, what's actually going on is they're breaking these laws that mankind would rise up against. This is why we had, well, what is that ethical at all? Like what? What, cloning people using stem cells is, well, we shouldn't do it, but they do it. They're gonna do it. They find reasons to do it. I mean, look, Bruce Jenner is Woman of the Year. They did it. And people congratulate it. People celebrate that shit.
Yeah, she's so stunning and brave.
Right.
It was weird for me to watch a pastor take a stem cell shot that came from aborted babies.
Yeah. They do it. We think they're not doing it because it's unethical and there's a piece of paper that was signed. Right? Where's all this technology coming from? Where's all this research coming from? Like, who's doing these things and then presenting it on the movies and then presenting it in the real world as if, like, didn't we agree not to do this? Like, well, you know, the world has changed, times have changed, and bad people are like, what bad people?
Can I say
Yes.
something, please?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you know that the studio moon landing stuff it's all been put onto WikiLeaks?
Yeah, but I don't trust that one, right?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to trust it, but you just have to look at it, and it looks real because all the studio stuff it was filmed in the desert, and they had all the audio
hold on.
of what they were speaking and all that sort of stuff. You know, it looks pretty realistic to me.
Yeah, but they claim it's how do you say that? But set footage from Capricorn 1, right? So it's just set footage. They filmed the set of Capricorn 1, they put another filter over it, and then they put something of WikiLeaks on it, right? So people will look at it and say, yeah, look at this fake moon landings. Even WikiLeaks is coming out with it. And now ballers are then saying, no, this is just a fake video made with set footage of Capricorn 1. So these gullible flat earthers will believe anything, right?
Yeah, have you watched the footage?
I did, and then I saw the debunk with the set footage, right? They deliberately put out fake footage for people to bite, right? They want you to look at it, and then somebody comes along and tells you, look, it's fake. Somebody faked it. Why do you believe these stupid flat earthers? They're feeding you fake footage.
Then they'll
So
think all the rest of the shit. Yeah, they'll think the rest of the shit you seen is fake too. I seen them doing that with a lot of other shit too, like even the McAfee stuff. They're feeding in photoshopped and some fake shit. So that way when you present it forth, you don't check the sources or anything. You're like, look, I found another piece of evidence. Then somebody else can come in and say, no, look, this is obviously fake. You guys are falling for a bunch of bullshit. This is all fake.
Right. So with the WikiLeaks stuff, I would be very cautious.
Yeah, I think WikiLeaks, Snowden, and all them, Assange, that's all bullshit. Like, there's no way. There's no way, like, they just sit there and let everyone access shit they're not supposed to be able to access. It's like, that's just another angle, another layer for the fake.
I
facade.
I think it's all part of the disclosure project. You know, like you have to. People are ready to know the truth. You know, like is NASA doing this on purpose? Are they being incompetent as like really? But are they doing this on purpose? Because well, no, they're doing it for children, right? Like you know what I'm saying? It feels like it's all disclosure. Like they want us to know certain things. They want us to feel a certain way and think a certain way and behave a certain way. So I think it's all part of the plan.
Yeah, it's all.
What you mean
It's,
NASA? What you mean, like NASA doing so many errors on their footage that if you look at it, you can tell. You can see wires and all that sort of thing. Do you think that's done on purpose? I think so.
Yes. Yes, I think it's done on purpose. I think they're more concerned about their real research than like what they put out on that side. I think it's good enough for government work, good enough for children, and it was good enough for me when I was younger. And none of these adults are going to convince the children unless you can convince them that NASA's lying to
So
them.
it's all a distraction to what NASA's really doing. Then
I think it's good too. It's always good, like a feeler to make sure you've got enough people still asleep too. So like if you have shit always airtight, you can't really tell who's still buying the bullshit and full like asleep at the wheel. If you put in some real obvious fakery in there, and everyone's still buying it, they're still under the spell. But then I've also heard it explained. It made sense. The Luciferian angle is they're trying to absolve themselves of karmic debt. So if they tip their hand to kind of show you what they're doing a little bit, if you know what they're doing and you don't do anything to stop it, they're manufacturing consent. So you allow them to do it. So in their retarded beliefs, they're not responsible for it. You're responsible because you didn't stop them.
Yeah, what NASA's really up to is about kids, and in a bad way. So you probably know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but no one looks at it because we're all looking at the ISS and all that sort of stuff. We're not looking at what NASA's really up to.
Yes, and that's highly classified in my opinion. Who knows what they're doing, right? Like
yeah, yeah, they're not.
Right. I mean, we're talking about the heavens here, man. We're talking about life and death, like right.
Yeah, they've
that
got
kind
a
of
little
information, man. Yeah.
They've got a little bullshit little world constructed, a little Truman show, like you said, with cultural things. They model what you think life is about, what your goals should be, and they've got a boundary of what you're allowed to think, and it's constructed so you can kind of contain what people's lives are going to be like. It's all within this little boundary and facade and this world they've created, but who outside of that, who knows what the fuck they're doing.
I see CERN as NASA. Like when I see CERN and what they're doing, I don't know if I know what they're telling us about CERN and LIGO is bullshit, right? But what are they really doing? What are these rituals, man?
Yeah, I seen what is that underground tunnel in Europe? I just watched the ceremony video.
It's scary, hey. I mean, it's so creepy, man. I watch a lot. I listen to a lot of creepy pasta. It's kind of scary. But watching this ceremony, it was like, oh, holy crap, the real creepy pasta. Oh my god,
Yeah,
it's
like
creepy.
What'd they find? Digging in their fucking tunnels.
Shit.
Who knows
Like,
what the
man,
fuck
these
they're
guys
up
are.
to.
Yeah, this is not science. That's what I said. I was like, man, this is some witchcraft, man. If you're a scientist and you're watching this, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, what the fuck? kind of science is that? Because they had like that goat guy come out and their
it was
fucking portal open up and the people in the robes.
It's like, is this the Super Bowl halftime show? It was like, no, it's the opening, CERN. It's like, what? It's
Yeah,
the
it's like
halftime show. It's the same shit.
I was always like super anti-conspiracy. Like everything had a logical explanation, and there's a reason why people are superstitious and all this. But then, like after a certain point, it's like you start seeing shit. You're like, come on, guys! Like I'm against conspiracies as much as the next guy, but this shit's right in front of us. Like, what are we doing here, guys? What happened to Epstein? Like that shit didn't creep you out. It's like Bill Clinton got a blowjob. That was the world news for like a decade. Every Saturday night show and late night show, constantly bringing it up like it was such a spectacle. Oh my God, a world leader. He did this horrible thing in office, and then he lied about it, and it was such a shock. But then you got the entire world's elite flying around banging everyone's kids on a secret fucked up island and openly killed, suicided, and all we get is a shitty meme. Oh, Epstein didn't kill himself. But that is not normal at all. That's not normal
missed
at all.
some footage then, brother, because there was footage outside of the jail. There was a delivery that night.
Yeah, I've seen that shit. They refused to sign in too.
Well, bro,
didn't
the
sign
guy,
in.
they showed somebody getting snuck out of the jail and put into a van in the footage.
They said
The
they were
cameras
taking
were
him to the
down.
hospital. And then
Right,
his
but
jet,
he was walking out of the out of the jail.
yeah, they tracked
covered
his
up.
jet too. His jet took off to Antarctica. Somebody tracked somebody flew his jet after that and went to Antarctica. And they had enough fuel to make it and went without stop. And I know they had nuclear power plants they claimed to shut down. So they already had nuclear power plants down there. Who knows what the fuck else they got going on there. But
they probably terraformed the perimeter, and since they found water at certain degrees, and so they probably terraformed the whole area and built like huge structures and buildings and whatever needed.
Yeah, I would. I mean, ever since I was a kid, like 5, 6 years old, we had woods across the street from our house. I was always like, man, I can't wait till I get big. Like we make little forts and stuff. I was like, man, I want to make like an underground fort, get like a PlayStation and a generator and stuff. And it's like, and as I got older, I'm like, man, that'd be really cool if I like, I don't know if it was a Bond movie or whatever. They had like a indoor pool. Then you got to get your scuba gear on to swim down, and that's how you enter into your bunker. It's like if I'm a little kid,
gaming bunker.
Yeah.
That's what kids
Or
would
you got to
come
drink.
If you want the keys to your room, you gotta go get them at the bottom of the pool.
Yeah.
First things first.
I'm curious.
PlayStation.
I'm curious. How many of you guys actually know about the international war games?
Can you be more specific? Go ahead.
Does it happen at the House of Pancakes?
Every 4 years, there's international war games where every military on Earth gets together and they play out some shit. The Russians had American garbs on, and they were doing a beach landing in California. The Chinese and the Russians, and they were dressed in American uniforms, which is against international law. Plus, they actually enacted that, and people were freaking the fuck out when, the troops showed up on the beach. People were taking videos, but they do international war games. So who the fuck are we at war with if every government is getting together to do war games?
Yeah,
they're just playing make believe.
Yeah,
they were signed up saying if you see any Russians, don't shoot them.
The terrorists.
I was gonna say the
playing make believe, just like the Glovers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of the war games. Yeah, and there was actual signs put up in certain areas.
Well,
If you
anyone
see
is
any
gonna
Russians,
take,
don't shoot.
I feel like all that shit, like they got to add a lot of tension and a lot of stuff going on. If you have so much crap going on, you got to show up to work, and then all this other crazy shit's always going on. They bombard you with news constantly, shit happening. It makes it easier to lock you in place. So it's like if there wasn't really shit going on, and most people really didn't care about going to war with each other, and most countries didn't really have that much of a problem with the other guys, they just kind of didn't give a shit or want to get left alone. It's like eventually people would start exploring or going out and actually like seeing what's out in the world and thinking. So it's like all that stress and tension and busy, getting people running around. It gives you, it makes it to where there's not enough time in the day. So even, like it exhausts you like spiritually, mentally, and physically. They give you enough shit to do to where you don't really have all that extra time and resources and energy to go out and like look or think about anything else because you're worried about what everyone else is up to and what shit's going on.
yeah, trying to
Well,
pay
they
the
didn't
bills,
teach
trying to
you.
feed the kids.
They didn't teach you how to write trust. They didn't teach you about law. They didn't teach you about estate law. They didn't teach you about trust law. Because if you knew how to make a trust and you knew anything about estate law, you'd be putting your house, your land, your car, and everything over into that private trust. And then you'd be able then to go out and explore the world because then you have somewhere to come back to.
Yeah, they teach you about the sun's gonna blow up or a meteor, so don't really worry about any of this shit anyways. It's all gonna blow up.
Yeah, we know more about outer space than we know more about outer space than we do the bottom of the ocean. Except, you know, it doesn't exist.
Like, don't really worry about stuff too much anyways. There's mass extinction events, floods, ice
we know
caps
more
that
about
melt.
we know more about dinosaurs than we do about trust law and estate law.
The bottom of the ocean's flat, confirmed.
Yeah, dinosaurs wrote those laws.
Right.
You think dinosaurs exist then? No, they don't exist.
The dinosaur bone that turned out to be a cow bone. Bone. It's bone. She said bone. Well, we're going to put the fossil in acid and then the bone dissolves away and only leaves behind the soft tissue. Bone.
That's just because the dinosaur got hungry, so it ate the cow.
Yeah.
Bro, that's a great numpty clip.
Like that petrified wood from the moon.
I wonder
how
who
come?
would.
How come all
Who
these
else would?
ancient civilizations didn't find any large bones?
What if they found large bones on the moon?
Egyptian.
Would that be funny?
Bone.
Yeah.
Everyone would believe it as long as they put it on
Egypt
CNN
didn't
and
find any
Google.
large bones. And the Greeks didn't find any large bones. And the Romans didn't find any large bones.
How do you know
I
that?
think I'm going to say that to some people just to see if they do believe it.
How do you know they found? They didn't find. You know, all these archaeologists they send out into the world.
Prove to me they didn't find dinosaurs on the moon.
I saw the pictures of the pyramids on the moon. It's real.
Why do we? Why do we?
Find it on Mars? Oh, I mean Greenland. Sorry.
Oh yeah, because I like, you know, these things called dragons, right? Why dragons are not dinosaurs? You know what I mean? Why use dragon as a symbol, right? Because it's symbolism, right? It's a lot of that in symbolism. And why all these accounts of dragons, you know, everywhere around the world from the old days? You know what I mean? Yeah. Why not accounts of dinosaurs? Yeah.
Would anyone object to listening to even part of this? I dropped it in. It's totally hilarious. Huey, and then we're saying it was too long to listen to earlier. What was it the other day? But I mean, nobody's around.
I'm definitely, yeah, I'll listen to it. I'm definitely gonna listen to it. Yeah, it looks funny. Fossilized brain.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome. If somebody has
Dude,
access
it's
to the
fucking
player
hilarious.
and there's no objections, please play it.
Well, I'm gonna play it later. I don't really feel like watching stuff on while we're on. It's just. But what's up? What did you get from it? You can share something from it.
Where have you dropped it then?
I was there when they did it. I was in it when they did it live. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was good. He was just talking about the how they actually got these bones that actually have blood vessels inside them, and they call them fossils. And they actually use these. They say somehow these fossils from like 500 billion or 500 million or what's it 50 million or 500 million, depends, because they change it all the time. Years ago, they somehow have blood vessels in them now. They just go through to the inside and they found blood vessels in them, and they just happen to be their fossils. But then they keep on saying bones and fossils. And he was playing the recordings of these famous scientists and how they just couldn't, they're actually saying that there's blood vessels in fossils. And how stupid that is, because how can you have a blood vessel in a fossil it turns to stone, it becomes petrified, and it's complete madness. And it was just making fun of them basically. It's a laugh though, but it's worth watching though. Huey does it. He really makes it fun.
Yeah,
really good. I recommend it.
So basically, they've redefined fossil.
Yeah, so they redefine fossils, and then they use the word bones, and then they use fossil the whole time. They're intimate. They change the word. They swap and they switch between bones and fossils. But they basically just got some horse bone from. They say it looks exactly like a horse bone from 10 years ago. Well, it is a horse bone from 10 years ago. That's what it looks like. This looks.
It is a horse.
They say we can't tell the difference between a modern bone and a fossil. They look the same. We can't believe it. It's so strange. We don't even know how.
Standards
And that's
drop.
what they're saying. And it's just ridiculous. It's totally
The
ridiculous.
same way you can't
One of
tell
the
the
best
difference
parts.
between a curved line and a straight line, right?
Yeah, it's like brainwashing. Basically, it's just but for total retarded people. I mean, you have to really be stupid to fall for it. It's so right in front of you.
Well, they've
I mean, you
noticed
have
it
to have,
doesn't
like,
take much. Like, especially these
Yeah,
days,
yeah.
they've noticed it doesn't take much. Like, you can shovel any shit out there as long as you put it on Google. Like, you put it on CNN or somewhere, and then as long as they can Google it, and then Snopes or somewhere confirms it, they're like, "Whoa, dude!"
They got these big names. They got these they talk like like they know a lot of things. They talk like with big words, and they got this perfect way of talking that just sounds so professional. But they're selling an act basically, and they're selling this whole hype. It's just and then they can basically say anything because they got this act together. It looks like so presentable and so
Slap it
perfect.
up
But it's,
on Google, then they got people checking. They're like, dude.
look at them. They're a scientist. They're the head of this category of fossils. Wow,
They
look,
literally, they literally would say anything. Like they put pyramids or dinosaurs on Mars and the moon. If they put it
And
through
people-
the same channels.
And what
You can
she
tell it's
accidentally discovered was a new way of fossilization.
Bro, there is
And
dinosaurs
then
on the moon.
and then they say things like, "You can tell it's a dinosaur bone because it looks just like a horse bone."
Yeah.
That's a good
Really?
one.
And then we
It
are
is a
supposed to
horse
believe it, right?
It is.
They're like, bro.
They picked him up
Mind blown, right?
the
Love
racehorse.
science, man.
The
shit's
old
cool.
racehorses that they didn't need anymore. They got a few bones from there, and then they carved them out a bit and put them in a jar, and there we go, dinosaur bone.
Wait,
Well, you
this
can
is the greatest
tell that it
discovery
looks
ever.
like-
Don't you see what this means? Dinosaurs rode horses.
Yeah. They'd be like, dinosaurs are coming back, and that's a good thing. Like, explain to you.
You can tell it was a flying whale because it looks exactly like a horse bone.
Oh fuck! I thought they rode chickens. Yeah, never mind. Thought they rode giant chickens or something, because
I like all their articles lately. Like it'd be extremely horrible shit, and they'd be like, "But that's a good thing," and then they explain to you with word salad about how killing you off or genociding you is going to be good for you. They're like, "Oh, okay, I understand."
Reminds me of hearing the
As long as
term
you-
low Earth orbit. And they're like, what? Low Earth orbit? What about outer space? Like, you're not going to outer space? Just low Earth orbit.
As long as you got that right tone of voice and you just speak that with that professional kind of way, and you got a few titles behind your name, you can say anything you like. People will just, yeah, it's true. Do it, yeah. It's like they'll follow anything.
Yeah, I mean, look at Don Pettit, right?
Yeah,
Says
that's how
whatever
they.
he wants to say.
They got a whole scam going on how they can bring literally anything into reality. You put it in a couple of, you trickle it out in some lesser known articles, then someone mainstream kind of does a paper or something on it, then somebody bring it up on a podcast or a news piece shortly, and then someone does a YouTube video or something here, and then somebody mainstream will be saying it. And then once you have it on Google, and they'll have it officially fact checked, and then after that, you have the late night host crack a joke here and there throughout a couple weeks, and all of a sudden it's real.
Yep.
Sorry.
Saturday Night Live and Stephen Colbert crack a few jokes about it, and then you now have something that is completely real.
I mean, if I owned the media, right, I could make anything real.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like George Bush Jr.'s method. Just say it once, say it twice, and yeah, 3 times it's real.
Make flying whales great again.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you can amplify anybody, and you can muzzle and hinder anybody algorithmically. Search engine results, Twitter bot armies.
When he said that, when he said in my line of work, I was like, and what line of work would that be? Lying? or the president of the United States? In my line of work, lying. You have to
the line on the
repeating
table.
the truth. Right. I mean, what work? Like, what do you do? You're a cowboy, mate.
People don't realize how easy it is to brainwash. It's so easy.
In ranching, you got to repeat the truth. Well, what do you mean line of work, right? The president of the United States of America, his line of work is lying to you. Many times.
Most parents brainwash their children unbeknownst.
Yeah.
Which I would say is bad parenting.
Well, and known deception too, right? You got Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny. You're lying to your kids all year round.
Yeah.
Oh shit, not me, buddy. my stepchildren asked me. I told them, I said, look, you can ask me anything you want, and I'll tell you the truth. And one of the first questions they asked me was if Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny were real, and I went, nope. The old lady at the time, she got pissed, and I'm like, I told them I was going to tell them the truth. You knew, I knew, we all knew. Come on now.
Where do babies come from? Oh, let's talk about this later.
Sweetie, when you turn 14, we'll talk about it.
Babies come from holding hands. So wash your hands.
You don't even want to. You don't even want to know the conversation, because I told my oldest daughter when she got her period, I had that talk with her myself.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Scary times, man. Scary times.
It was very short, very simple, and very to the point.
Yeah. I mean, I
Scary
can't
for
imagine.
them, you know.
I'm glad I didn't have to do that, man. And just hats off, man. That's
And he didn't even have to use a banana.
No, I didn't. I do two, 3 sentences max. Like, sweetie, this is gonna happen every month for the rest of your life, and when it starts happening, just let me know if you need anything.
Yeah. Until you're
So
mid-50s,
simple.
you have to deal with this.
You
You're a
ain't got to
good dad,
get
man.
weird
Good job.
jokes about it, man.
I wish I had a daughter, but not anymore. Yeah. Well, you know, I still do. It would be nice. But it's just
Yeah.
one of those
More-
things, you know.
I'd like to find somebody worth having freaking offspring with. Ugh.
Good luck.
No
when you guys
kidding.
said when you guys said the president's line of work, I was gonna say, yeah, his line of work that he pushes around with a credit card on a mirror.
Exactly.
Come on, man.
What the hell do these people do anyway? Like, what do you mean you talk to the TV? What line of work? Lying? You're a mouthpiece, President.
Reagan was an actor. Bush
Right.
Senior, Bush Senior was an FBI head of the FBI, right? He actually
Yeah.
was pretty cunning, pretty, I don't know. He seemed to be a dangerous man. But his son, what a tool that kid was, right? Like, just failed at everything in his life. All of a sudden, he's president.
Well, when you've got it in the bag and everybody's indoctrinated, your ego inflates the size of a hot air balloon, and anything becomes possible.
Yeah, sometimes
George
it does
Bush
seem like
looked like a child. His whole term was like a child in office.
Yeah, I think that was to like help deconstruct the right wings. I know that some people are explaining that everyone was starting to get suspicious that the right wing politics were like the new world order, and that people were like getting suspicious of it. So they're like like trying to make it look like a serious organization. People would like against it, so they had to like dumb it up and make them the flop boy, and then the actual legitimate people. So they switched it. So that's when we got Obama and all of them are the guys that to be taken seriously, and the Bushes and Trumps are the clowns. That we're getting past the clownish people. Now we got the real guys, and
Well, let's see.
Yeah, that's why they call them
voting.
rhinos.
Let's see if voting.
Rhino, Republican in name only.
Let's see if voting really works. Cuddle for president 2024. Down with totalitarianism.
I think Biden
Hey,
will end up being the
we should get Vermin Supreme in here. I bet he would be a flat earther in a heartbeat.
I think Biden will be the least heard from president in the history. I don't think he's well. I think the guy has mental issues, serious mental issues. He's losing his mind, and they're using doubles for him. So I don't think they're going to risk it.
Well, he
No
did
one's
get
gonna hear anything
800.
about this guy or from this guy this whole 4 years.
He did get
He's going to be the
800
most heard
trillion
president.
votes.
He's going to be the most heard because everybody's still at home playing those clips over and over again, laughing their asses off.
I like how all his videos get like massively downvoted, but
I don't remember.
they start deleting all the dislikes in massive amounts, but it still gets like horrible ratios on them.
Yeah, this guy's got a creepy search history, right? You search creepy Joe Biden, oh my God. Like, this guy's got clips for decades.
Creepy ass ponytail.
Hey, can I ask a question, please?
Just the things he said and
Yeah,
done.
He'll even have like stupid short, like a 10-second, like, "Hey, this is Jill and Joe here. We want to wish you a blah blah blah." Like, it'd be this massive downvote, like, and they mostly
There's somebody with
disable
a question.
comments on everything.
Yeah, I just wondered, does anyone know any like Discord conspiracy server stuff? Not necessarily flat Earth, but just that deals with sort of like conspiracies. In general, you know, any Discord servers that do that?
Not as good as you'll find the people here.
This is the only conspiracy.
Yeah, all of
server.
them tie into it.
Yeah, all those other servers won't talk about flat Earth. but they will talk about aliens and fear porn. They're all
and
fake.
all sorts of stuff that can't prove.
Yeah. This is the one. I endorse flat Earth as the one, the conspiracy.
I was just thinking about sort of like general